Let's kick this off on a big blue marble where folks love to say that dying ain't exactly a beauty pageant. It's never pretty and it's never soft. Picture a gorgeous city skyline, right? Now, picture a supercar tearing up the asphalt at breakneck speed. Then, disaster strikes. Some poor guy delivering fast food gets totally blindsided and turned into roadkill. The impact is brutal. The delivery dude and his bike get dragged across the pavement like bad graffiti. Blood is spraying everywhere, and a bracelet flies off his wrist in the chaos. The bike is absolute toast, smashed to bits. And the driver of that luxury car, total coward, peels out immediately without even calling 911, leaving the guy there in the dark. Above him, the stars are twinkling, the kind of view that usually makes people dream about their bright futures. But for this unlucky delivery guy, those stars don't mean jack squat. He's flattened on the blacktop, bleeding out like a stuck pig from his head and limbs. His hands are clawing at the asphalt while his brain goes into hyperdrive. Thoughts are racing through his mind like, is this really how I check out? Was my life even normal? Nope, not even close. I just followed the herd to some university in the boonies. I spent 7 years cramming for government exams like a zombie. Now I'm 33, delivering burgers for a living. Talk about a wasted grind. Damn it. My mom did everything for me. Selling insurance, waiting tables, arranging flowers, she worked her fingers to the bone after dad kicked the bucket. From high school all the way to college, she carried the whole world on her shoulders. All dad left her was a mountain of debt. Then cancer took her out last year. If I die now and see her on the other side, will she even be proud? I mean, this ugly mug was her whole world, after all. Just as the memories of his mom start fading to black, he realizes his ticket is punched. But wait, suddenly, something starts glowing in the dark. He spots it. It's that jade bracelet his dad used to wear when he was a kid. Seeing the last family heirloom, he forces his broken body to move. He drags himself forward, paralyzed limbs and all. The pain is screaming at him, basically trying to finish him off right there. But what does he have to lose? His life is a zero. That bracelet is the only legacy he's got left. He'd bet his last breath on grabbing it, eyes shutting down, hands shaking like crazy. But right before he flatlines, he manages to snag that jade bracelet. Talk about a photo finish. Then things get weird. The jade nukes the area with light, and our delivery boy's soul gets yeeted through the fabric of time. He crash lands into the body of a young guy lying in a hospital bed. The merger takes like 2 seconds flat, and boom, he snaps awake. He checks out his new limbs, totally confused. Wait, I'm still breathing? Based on his last memory, he was pretty sure he was dead meat. How the hell am I alive? Before he can even chill for a second, a tsunami of someone else's memories crashes into his skull, making him dizzy. The previous owner of this meat suit was named Trieu Huy, and this world is definitely not Earth. Before he can process the data, visitors arrive. In walks a hulking dude that's the new dad and a drop-dead, gorgeous lady with long hair and rosy cheeks. That's Trieu Hui's mom. Mom sees her precious baby boy awake and lights up, telling her husband, "Look, honey, Trieu Huy is back with us." The dad leans in close and asks, "Trieu Huy, how are you feeling, son?" Knowing he can't spill the beans about being a time traveler, he plays it cool. "Head hurts a bit, but I'm good." Dad says, "You were out cold for 4 days, kid." Suddenly, his stomach lets out a monster growl. Mom looks worried and says, "He must be starving. If his energy is back, we gotta get some food in him." Dad looks stressed out, though. Mom turns to him and asks, "Darling, still no word from the big boss regarding the business?" The vibe in the room instantly drops to 0. Trieu Huy searches the memory files and realizes this big boss runs the salt and iron monopoly in Anhui. Basically, if you want to forge swords in this town, you gotta kiss the ring and buy iron from the big boss. No exceptions. Dad can't hide the anxiety. He sighs, everyone wants a piece of the big boss. The line is miles long. We're just praying for a miracle here. Mom presses on. What about the Hua sword sect? Dad just hangs his head. Silence says it all. That route is a dead end too. According to the memories, the sect leader, Hua Min, is a total snake. That guy is the reason the workshop is in trouble. He promised to hook them up with the big boss for 2,000 silver taels. But after taking the cash, he ghosted them completely. Back in the room, Dad turns to leave. "You watch over the boy, honey. I gotta go run some errands." This place is so broke that the second Trieu Huy looks around, he can't help but think, "Man, we are dirt poor." Strange images keep flashing in his mind, making him wonder, are these Trieu Huy's memories or am I tripping? His dad, Trieu Tien, is a blacksmith. Mom is a total sweetheart who loves him to pieces. Then there's the dim-witted big brother he apparently looks up to, the sickly little sister Trieu Duyen, and finally, him. Trieu Huy, the nerd who memorized the classics in 3 months. But now, his brain is stuffed with an insane amount of info. It's definitely not the original kid's knowledge. No normal person walks around with this kind of data in their head. But the weirdest part, the name Sima is etched into his brain, and every time he thinks of it, he gets hit with uncontrollable rage. It's total chaos, like he hopped dimensions. He can still feel the phantom pain of getting crushed by that car before he died. It's hard to accept he actually kicked the bucket. Unanswered questions are making him cranky, and honestly, who can blame him? He's grimacing, cursing internally. What the hell is this? Why am I here? Is this some kind of joke? I mean, what's the plan? I'm not a king, a general, or a wizard. I'm just a guy with zero skills except cramming for exams and delivering takeout. The idea of stumbling upon some miraculous encounter and becoming the #1 martial artist in the world sounds dope in theory. But then I look at my dim-witted big brother, who I actually look up to, swinging that sword around. I told myself, yeah, surely if it's kung fu, he's a beast at it. That thought evaporated the second I actually focused on his moves. I watched Big Bro Zhao. He stumbled through his training. Seriously, what is that? A grade schooler with a plastic lightsaber has better form than this guy. I walked up to him. And Zhao, he finally noticed me. He stopped and asked, "Yo, little bro, you good?" I kept a poker face and replied, "I'm walking just fine. But hey, where exactly did you pick up those moves?" He puffed his chest out, acting like the main character of a heroic saga, and grinned. "Glad you asked. Learned it from my buddy Zhang San after I bought him some booze. Guy used to be a guard. I realized instantly that learning this chicken-chasing style was a total waste of time. I had to ask, why are you learning from some random mall cop? Why didn't you find a real martial arts master from the Murim world?" That question made Zhao, he snap. He went from a gentle giant to a raging bull in a split second. Veins popped out on his forehead as he yelled, "You think I'm joking? You know I traveled all over the place trying to learn. I never met a single person from the martial arts world." I realized he had actually run away from home back then just to find a master. I quickly backpedaled. "Ah, right. My bad, bro. Since I got isekai'd here, I was still fuzzy on the lore." I asked, "So I guess learning from one of the 9 great sects is even harder, huh?" Zhao, he sighed heavily. "I didn't realize my little brother was this slow. Listen, those guys are legends. Peasants like us will never see them in a lifetime. Even the royal family can't just hire them for lessons." I rubbed my chin, thinking hard. If this dummy keeps practicing that cat scratch style, he's going to have a rough life. Zhao's face lit up with excitement. "Heh, are you finally interested in the way of the warrior? Let Big Bro teach you." Since his moves couldn't even scare off a stray cat, I shut that down immediately. I turned around and started walking. "I'm out. You keep training hard, though." I paused mid-step. I looked up at the sky and let out a depressed sigh. Man, those martial arts novels were full of lies. There's no destiny. No hidden grandmasters waiting to take me in as a disciple. It's all fake. Still, I couldn't just mope. Even though I was totally lost, I had to survive. Hopefully, things would get easier. Being alive in this dump is still better than being dead, I guess. I finally accepted the reality of my situation. I steeled myself and whispered, "From today on, I am Trieu Huy. I'm just going to own this identity and live my life. Even if I didn't like it, facts are facts. In this world, you have to keep moving forward if you want even a sliver of hope." It had been 2 months since I landed in the Central Plains. The daily grind was simple enough. Mornings meant chopping wood with my big brother. Afternoons were for making charcoal and cleaning up the smithy. Sometimes I'd deal with customers. Luckily, Dad somehow found some silver to solve our food crisis. I had no clue where that cash came from. Time just kept slipping by, from sunrise to sunset. Inside our little shack, the dinner table was actually stacked for once. We had stir-fried mountain veggies, sweet and sour fish, and a bunch of side dishes. All 3 of us kids took our seats, eyeing the food. But Mom and Dad, Xiao Xian and Kong Jiasheng, were standing by the table having a tense conversation. We didn't catch a word until Mom suddenly lost her cool. "Huh? What did you just say?" she asked, her voice trembling. Dad couldn't even look her in the eye, clearly knowing he screwed up. He mumbled. I said, "I borrowed 60 taels of silver from Wang Li and Tai." Hearing those words hang in the air was like a punch to the gut. Mom looked absolutely horrified. She couldn't believe it. 60 taels? We couldn't pay that back if we worked for the rest of our lives. I'd never seen her look so desperate. She started shouting, losing it completely. "So the money we've been spending came from Wang Li and Tai? How are we supposed to pay that back? Why would you borrow from him?" Dad's face turned beet red. He tried to hush her, stop nagging me about it. But Mom was way past the point of staying calm. She couldn't stop her mouth from running. "Don't tell me to stop. Everyone knows if you're a month late paying him, they chop off your hands and feet." What were we going to do? The cozy family dinner vibe was dead, replaced by pure dread about the future. Dad couldn't handle the pressure anymore, his teeth grinding audibly. He whipped around to face Mom and screamed, "So what? Should we have just starved to death? Should we all just hold hands and march to the afterlife? You need money to buy food." Mom knew he had been carrying the weight of the whole family on his back, so she bit her lip and went silent. Dad turned to the dinner table and said, "I'll figure out a way to deal with Wang Li and Tai. Just stop worrying about it and eat your dinner." Inside my head, I was sighing nonstop. Damn it, we're totally cornered. I looked around the room. The place hadn't been fixed up in ages. There were spiderwebs in the corners, and the wooden doors looked like a stiff breeze could knock them down. Everyone sat there in gloom, eating in silence. It felt like we were strangers. With that heavy atmosphere, the food tasted like cardboard. Suddenly, a waft of air floated up from the trash corner. As soon as it hit my nose, I started sweating. That smell was more toxic than a burning landfill back on Earth. I thought, yeah, the dead is a crisis, but this funk might actually kill me first. The hygiene in this house is a disaster. Clack. Dad put his chopsticks down. He looked a mix of sad and relieved. For these people, 3 meals a day and changing clothes every 2 days was winning the lottery. Dad held up his soup bowl and announced, "It's been a long time since I've been this full." He lifted the bowl and chugged it like a man dying of thirst. After draining the bowl, he exhaled a cloud of what looked like toxic gas. He even had grains of rice stuck to his face. His face twisted into a weird expression as he started picking his teeth. Looking at the man I had to call father made me question my entire existence. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Oh, Dad, really?" My sister, Zhao Lian, who had been silent the whole time, finally turned to Mom with a bright smile. "Hey, Mom, I just washed my hair. It's been over a month." Mom managed a weak smile and said, "Well, look at that. Our little Lian is finally looking fresh." Back on Earth, folks say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but here, my sister Duan hypes me up so much it's straight up creepy. Is this really something to brag about? Man, I just can't deal with this weirdness. Huy shuts his eyes and crashes after a totally chaotic dinner. Finally waking up, he jumps out of bed, ready to flip this family's fortune. "Yo, Dad, where can I snag some really stiff bristles?" Caught off guard by the random question, his dad, Trieu Huy, stares at him. "Bristles? Like, from a wild boar? There's tons of that stuff. You want some? I can grab a whole load for free." Huy bows politely. "Yeah, thanks, Dad." By high noon, Trieu Huy drops a massive sack of boar bristles in front of him. Huy looks at the mountain of hair and facepalms. "I just needed enough to make toothbrushes for the family. This is total overkill." In front of Huy sits a box of small wooden sticks. Next to it, a fire is crackling away. Hu gets straight to work crafting toothbrushes. It's not rocket science, no fancy tech needed. With his skilled hands, it only takes a few steps to finish one. It honestly looks like a high-end luxury item. Duyan, being her usual nosy self, runs over immediately. "Big bro, what you doing?" Huy keeps a poker face. "It's freezing out here." "Go inside, kid." Ignoring her question and giving her the cold shoulder, Duyan pouts, her cheeks turning bright red, and she stomps back into the house without looking back. Huy knows her drama queen temper well, so he doesn't bother comforting her. He looks at his new creation. All right, back to the grind. Time flies when you're in the zone. Before long, Huy has pumped out hundreds of toothbrushes. His dad stares at the pile, completely baffled. "Son, what on earth are these?" Huy demonstrates, scrubbing the air. "You use it like this. Here, Dad, give it a shot." It's awkward at first. Kids back on Earth take days to learn this, after all. But suddenly, Trieu Huy feels something weirdly satisfying. The water scrubbing between his teeth, the fresh sensation. He's hooked. "Whoa, this feels incredible." Huy grins. "It's called a toothbrush. I invented it." Still riding the hygiene high, a light bulb goes off in Trieu Hui's head. Wait a minute, these would sell like hotcakes, wouldn't they? Huy spots the capitalist glint in his father's eyes instantly. "Judging by your reaction, oh yeah, it's gonna be a blockbuster. Pack it up, Dad. We're hitting the market." Trieu Huy excitedly grabs the entire stash, leaving just 2 for themselves. "Let's go, son." The village market is popping, packed with buyers and sellers. At the Du family stall, the father-son duo introduces their revolutionary product, the toothbrush. And just as Hu predicted, people are lining up. Voices clamor over each other. "Gimme one, I'll take 2. Before they know it, they're completely sold out. Caught up in the hype, they both cheer. Trieu Huy is losing his mind. "We sold every single one in just 4 hours. Huy nods. "And we made 500 coins. That's 5 whole taels of silver." Trieu Huy gasps. 5 taels. In 4 hours, while they celebrate their windfall, shady eyes from the crowd are locked on them. Something Huy and his dad are too distracted to notice. Son, the materials are just boar hair, wood, and grass, right? Let's buy out the supply immediately and make more. Hu's usual caution evaporates in the thrill of victory. If we get the whole squad working on this, he replies, we could crank out 3,000 units a month, bump the price a little, sell all 3,000 minus costs. Our profit hits 80 taels. We can pay off the debt and still be swimming in cash. Trieu Huy points to the sky, energized. Yes, we're gonna be rich. The next morning, they buy insane amounts of wood and bristles. Mom and the rest of the family hear the news and go wild. The whole house turns into a factory, grinding late into the night with a goal of 3,000 units. 15 days later, at the Anhai city market, Trieu Huy carries not just toothbrushes on his back, but the family's entire future. But the moment they step into the market, the bag slips from his hands and hits the dirt. The smiles vanish instantly, replaced by shock, disbelief. Trieu Huy stammers, what is going on? Right in front of them, a merchant is loudly pitching. Toothbrushes. Feast your eyes on this beauty. The perfect gift for your wife and daughter. Genuine toothbrushes right here. Use it with rice water and say goodbye to bad breath. The crowd is swarming. People buying 10, 3. It's a frenzy. And it's not just one stall. There are 2 huge stands hawking them. We've got kid sizes. Come look. Ours are reinforced with an iron core. Developed in-house. Lasts 3 times longer than the cheap stuff. Watching his invention get ripped off by copycats, Hui's face turns beet red. He clutches his head, his modern soul screaming about intellectual property rights. Then reality hits. This era doesn't believe in copyright. Trieu Hui's legs give out. He's trembling. Son, what do we do now? Hui, fully panicking, asks Dad. We only have 15 days left to pay Vuong, Li, and Tai, right? If we default. Will they actually chop off our limbs? The question cuts Trieu Huy deep. Everyone fears death. The merch isn't selling, and standing here won't fix it. Defeated, father and son trudge home. 15 days left on the clock. Just 15 days. Hui stands alone. In the yard, hand on his chin, deep in thought. In those damn novels I read, the main character always finds a loophole instantly. Invent electricity? Ugh, no clue how. Steam engine? Need tracks for that. Maybe a gun? He scowls. I only know how to shoot 'em, not build 'em. While his brain is spiraling, Duyen walks up. Hey, big bro, what about the water situation? Stressed out and scowling, Hui snaps back. Just stop washing your hair, okay? Seriously. You dropped that exact same line yesterday. Zhao Yuan huffed, pouting hard. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui just stood there digging for gold in his ear, looking bored out of his mind. Tomorrow, for sure. Actually, make it the day after tomorrow. And go wash your hair. It's a grease trap. Zhao Yuan turned tomato red and screamed, Mom, did you hear what he just said to me? Still rocking that ice-cold vibe, Zhao Hui shrugged. If you think the house is too gross, go hit the river. We've got, like, 2 whole spots in town, right? Suddenly, big bro Zhao, he burst onto the scene, stretching like he just had the best nap ever, totally interrupting the sibling rivalry. Yo, who's got all that energy this morning? You guys sleep good or what? Zhao He whipped out his prized wooden sword, making whoosh and Cao Cao noises while swinging it around. Zhao Hui's face went flat. It looked like first-grade recess. He sighed, thinking, is this guy for real? He's so carefree it's scary. This family is doomed. Shouldn't I at least pretend to panic? While Zhao He was striking a hero pose with his glorified stick, Zhao Yuan shuffled over, putting on her best puppy dog eyes. Big brother. Second brother is acting super weird today. Zhao He froze mid-pose. Say what? Zhao Yuan looked totally baffled. Ever since that toothbrush supply run, he's different. He guessed the exact output based on the raw materials instantly. I've never seen anyone crunch numbers that fast. Zhao, he nodded, looking weirdly proud of himself. Yeah, caught me off guard too. Then he slapped his knee, laughing. You usually just have your nose in a book, little bro, but now you're a human calculator. Channeling a disappointed math professor, Zhao Hui sighed and put his hands on his hips. Hilarious. For a guy from the 21st century, basic multiplication isn't exactly magic. Then it hit him. Wait a sec. These guys don't know their multiplication tables. He rubbed his chin, thinking. In this era, doing basic math in your head is basically a superpower. Zhao Yuan tilted her head, asking, so, big brother Zhao He. Plus, he keeps using these big, fancy words like progress and hand family courage. It's gibberish. Zhao, he nodded aggressively. Totally. Lately, half the stuff coming out of that kid's mouth goes right over my head. Hearing them whisper made Zhao Hui smirk internally. Well, obviously, I'm from the future. I've got memories of a past life with 20 years of hardcore schooling, from kindergarten to university. I lived in the information age. People, smartphones, internet, TV, I absorbed it all. I know how people tick just by binge-watching dramas and reading novels. That's why I sound so advanced to you guys. A thought popped up. Compared to these ancient folks, am I actually a genius? Then his eyes went wide. Wait, no. That's not simple. That's terrifying. Everyone back up. Move. Zhao Hui shouted like a maniac, shoving Zhao Yuan aside. He dropped to his knees and grabbed a twig. Give me some space. What is wrong with you? Zhao Yuan gasped. Ignoring her, Zhao Hui scribbled furiously in the dirt. The secret weapon isn't some tool or trick. It's the entire database of modern knowledge stored in my brain. He carved out words like religion, culture, politics, philosophy, art, and tech. He knew Zhao He and Zhao Yuan wouldn't get it. Bro, what are those scribbles? Zhao Yuan asked, squinting. I have literally never seen symbols like that, Zhao, he admitted. Look at him. Red eyes, super serious face. He looks like he's possessed. This is dangerous stuff, Zhao Hu thought. Market principles, microeconomics, basic calculus, dynamic theory, maximizing efficiency, supply and demand curves, behavioral economics, interest rate calculation. Suddenly, Zhao Hui's face lit up like a light bulb. He threw his head back and screamed, That's it. That's the answer. He marched straight to the smithy and found his dad, Zhao Xian. The hammering stopped. What's with the yelling, boy? Zhao Hui stood tall, looking dead serious. I want you to hand over the Zhao family smithy to me. It is way too early for your nonsense, Zhao Xian grumbled. Zhao Hui sat down, laced his fingers together like a CEO, and said, I've got a vision, Dad, and I'm going to make it happen. Zhao Xian sighed, giving him the right look. You think it's that easy? Running this place is a grind, Hui. You've got zero experience and you definitely don't respect the craft. I can boost our profits. Zhao Hui shot back instantly. Big time. Boost profits? Zhao Xian blinked, then exploded. We've got 10 days until the debt collectors show up. What are you talking about, you little brat? Zhao Hui cut him off, pointing a finger at the anvil. That hammer alone is worth 50 silver taels. Add up the rest of the tools and materials, that's another 30. Plus, we can leverage the shop's reputation. If we mortgage the smithy and the assets, we could pull in a loan of 300 taels easily. Zhao Xian's jaw dropped. He couldn't speak. Zhao Hui pressed on. I have a plan. Just trust me. Let me borrow the assets, and I promise I'll pay you back triple. Cold sweat started dripping down Zhao Xian's face. Did he just say mortgage? Is he trying to pawn off the family legacy? Is he going to sell me, his mother, and his sister next? And if we're borrowing, Zhao Hui added with a smirk, we do it right. The Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. High reputation, run by top-tier traders. You've never been there? Zhao Xian snapped. He jumped up, ready to throw his hammer. You ungrateful little. But Zhao Hui didn't flinch. He just sat there with those intense red eyes and a creepy little smile. Zhao Xian froze. When did he get this intense? Is this the same kid? It started with the toothbrushes. Maybe he actually knows something. Zhao Xian exhaled and sat back down. Fine. You're a smart kid with ambition. Spill it. What's the scheme? Zhao Hui crossed his legs, cool as a cucumber. Goal 1. On Hui's #1 smithy. I'm going to turn this family business into a massive steel empire. Zhao Xian frowned. A steel empire? Do you have any idea how bad our situation is right now? If raw ore is the problem, Zhao Hui said, we stop using it. We buy processed iron ingots instead. Oh really? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. You mean the purified blocks with all the slag removed? You know how expensive those are? Zhao Hui didn't blink. Market average is about 3 taels of silver. For real? Smelting iron is just ditching the junk from the ore. Zhao Xian asked, sweating about the price tag. Zhao Hui chimed in. If we're talking market average, like 3 silver taels, Trieu Huy shot him a skeptical look. You actually have the guts to say that to my face? Trieu Huy beamed, looking like he just won the lottery. The best seller in our smithy is going to be the iron plow. It's an essential item for every farmer, so we're going to sell it hot and slash the price by 1/3. Trieu Hui's jaw practically hit the floor. What? That's impossible. Do you have any idea how brutal it is to forge a single iron plow? It's a nightmare. It takes 15 whole days to finish just one. Trieu Huy didn't flinch, sticking to his game plan. Sure, the old way is slow, but if we use this method, we save a massive amount of time. Just trust me on this, Dad. We can crank one out in 4 days. Trieu Huy wasn't buying it and hollered, 4 days? Easy for you to say. We'd have to work ourselves to the bone. Do you know the labor costs? A woodcutter costs 10 coins a day. 4 days, that's 40 coins down the drain. Trieu Huy sighed, looking like a CEO dealing with a stubborn intern. Who said you were doing the heavy lifting? Trieu Huy blinked. Huh. Trieu Huy smirked, ready to drop the master plan. Is there any place in the entire province of Anhai selling heavy-duty iron plows for just 28 taels? No. Once rumors get out, people will swarm us. Even if we just bought and resold them, we make a profit. But we're going to mass-produce these bad boys. Trieu Huy looked terrified. Have you completely lost your mind? Trieu Huy laughed it off like it was nothing. It's totally normal, Dad. Step 1. We start by hiring 20 people. He stood up and whipped out a mysterious red book from his robe like it was a sacred text. I'll handle the education and assign the roles. Trieu Huy frowned. Education? Trieu Huy broke it down. First up is charcoal splitting. I'll teach that class myself. 2. People per shift. Shifts run 12 hours, so we rotate 4 guys to keep the work flowing. Trieu Huy still looked suspicious, but he kept his mouth shut and let the kid cook. Trieu Huy flipped a page in his secret playbook. Next up is the blast furnace. Dealing with the fire is tough work, so we swap a 2-man team every 2 hours to keep them fresh. Same logic applies to the 12-hour shift 4 guys on rotation. Obviously, I'll have to teach them how to manage the heat levels. Trieu Huy kept his I don't believe you face on, waiting for the punchline. Trieu Huy kept rolling, moving on to the iron refining stage. This is the beast. It's the hardest part and needs the most manpower. We've only got 1 anvil right now, so we'll have groups of 4 working 12-hour shifts. That's 8 guys total. They are the engine of this operation, so their training has to be top tier. Trieu Huy rubbed his chin. You could see a flicker of hope in his eyes, but the doubt was still there. Trieu Huy confidently continued his get-rich-quick presentation. Casting comes after refining. 2 guys per group, 12-hour shifts, so that requires another 4 people. I'll handle sales, marketing, and dealing with customers for now. We're starting small, but once we move the smithy, we'll ramp up the workforce. Trieu Huy didn't say a word, but for the first time, his eyes actually lit up with real hope. Here's the payroll. Charcoal guys get 8 coins, fire tenders get 9, iron refiners get 12, and casters get 11. So, total daily burn rate is 200 coins. That's 2 taels. Trieu Huy started counting on his fingers, looking confused. He couldn't keep up with Trieu Huy's rapid-fire math. At first, the rookies will be slow, so let's say we only make 20 plows. But that number is going to climb. That brings in 400 coins a day. Subtract wages, and we clear 200 coins pure profit. That's 2 taels a day. Meaning, our monthly surplus is 60 taels of silver. That covers all our living expenses, too. But I'm not stopping there. I won't quit until this smithy is 20 times this size. It was a hurricane of information for a simple blacksmith who knew nothing about business. Trieu Huy, eyes slightly red with emotion, gently closed his detailed plan. Let me break it down one more time. Trieu Huy just sat there, completely frozen. While his dad was still buffering from the shock, Trieu Huy was mentally patting himself on the back. Oh man, the old man is speechless. My presentation was too fire. This plan is probably alien technology to people in this era. See, craftsmen these days try to put their soul into every piece. They try to do every single step themselves. But if we chop the job into pieces, you don't need to be a master artist to make 60 taels a month. Trieu Huy glanced at his dad, who looked like a statue, and dropped the closer. It takes years to master every step, like you said. But what if we stop trying to raise artists and just focus on the system? Trieu Huy frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening as he digested the idea. Damn, the kid makes sense, he thought. This is it. This is the big break. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot, Trieu Huy gathered every ounce of guts he had. He looked intense. Are you confident you can pull this off? He looked dead serious, sweat beading on his brow. I mean, are you really sure? Trieu Huy didn't hesitate. Bet on me, Dad. Trieu Huy exhaled, the tension leaving his face. All right then, the smithy is yours. And just like that, the Industrial Revolution was about to hit this ancient world. Time to bring mass production to the iron game. Cut to a corner of Anhui province, bathed in sunlight and teeming with people. A massive mansion loomed ahead, guarded by 2 buff warriors. Trieu Huy and his dad approached. Trieu Huy looked down at his shoes. They were absolute trash, falling apart at the seams. First thing I'm buying with my money? New kicks, he thought. Damn, my heel is killing me. He glanced at his dad, who had stopped cold. Why are we planting roots here? Let's go in. Trieu Huy was sweating buckets, literally shaking in his boots. Was all he could manage. Trieu Huy stepped toward the guards, forcing his dad to snap out of it. He looked at his dad's panic and sighed. Man, he thought. He might be a father, but honestly, he's just a simple guy who doesn't know how the world works. Trieu Huy walked up to the stone-faced guard. The guard saw his intention, pointed a finger toward a long crowd, and barked, "Guests of the third prince, get in line over there and wait your turn." Huy flashed that slick businessman smile. He figured the bouncer wasn't just muscle dude, actually had eyes in his head. "Appreciate it, man." Huy and his pops slid into the waiting line. Up ahead, some martial arts type was guarding the door like he was protecting the crown jewels. The third master shouted something from inside. Next thing you know, a guy stumbles out looking like his soul just left his body. Man, the line of desperate folks behind him was still a mile long. Hui's sharp eyes caught the absolute misery on the guy's face. Even his dad, Trieu Tien, started sweating bullets just looking at the poor wreck. Huy did the math. Nobody walks out of there smiling. It's rough in these streets. Finally, the waiting game was over. Next, the guard barked, voice cutting like a knife. Hui's old man started trembling like a leaf. Huy kept his cool mask on, realizing the pressure was too much for Pops. "Hey Dad, just chill here, all right? I got this." "Yeah, okay, I got it," his dad stammered. Huy strutted into the room with pure confidence. Inside, the third master was just chilling, looking like a scholar, leisurely scribbling on some paper with a brush. A middle-aged servant stood by like a statue. Huy paused. The guy in front of him wasn't what he expected. Wait, is that Li Trong Tai? Up close, the dude was actually stylish. Hair tied back loosely, handsome face, rocking a white tunic under a gold robe that screamed filthy rich. He clasped his hands and didn't even look up. "How much cash you need?" Hugh blinked. Thinking the voice didn't match the face, Huy replied, "I need 300 taels." The master's eyes flicked down to Hui's beat-up sneakers. Then he waved a hand at the servant. "Throw him out." The servant nodded. But before he could make a move, Huy unleashed his aura. He stood tall and loud. "Give it 3 years. If you kick me out now, you're gonna regret it big time." Lai Truong Tai's face hardened. Huy smirked, knowing he hooked him. Hu put a hand on his hip and pointed a finger like a boss. "In fact, this might be the biggest fumble of your entire life, bro." "Excuse me?" Lai asked. Huy didn't back down. "Listen up. You run the biggest iron supply game in Huy, right? But you're sleeping on a deal with the cheapest workshop in town." Lai Truong Tai narrowed his eyes, getting serious. He got cautious. "You from the Kim Cao workshop? Or maybe Dai Hoa hack?" Huy dipped his head with mock respect. "Name's Trieu Huy, second son of Feng Tai Hien. And yeah, I'm representing our workshop." Bam. Lai slammed his hand on the desk, face twisting with rage, veins popping out. "You playing games with me, kid? You think the Hoa Long Merchant Guild is some kind of comedy club for punks like you?" Huy didn't even flinch. He just sighed. "Man, I don't know why our rep is so trash these days. Look, I ain't asking for a handout based on trust." Lai was still fuming. "Then what?" Huy coolly pulled a mysterious red book from his jacket. "Everything made of iron has a price. And everything can be collateral. 300 pounds of iron is 500 taels. 2 big hammers, 2 small ones, 3 iron plates, 6 steel molds. Even at a fire sale price, that's 40 taels. The workshop land is 200. The oak wood is 3,000 coins. Fragrant wood, 1,000 coins. Charcoal, 400. Firewood, 3,000. Huy did the conversion in his head. That junk alone is about 10 taels. Total package, around 150 taels. I'm putting the whole shop on the line. Lai Truong Tai listened, finally cooling down. He was intrigued. "Okay, but you're still short another 150 taels. What else you got?" Hugh's eyes went dark and determined. "My father, my mother, my big brother. I'm mortgaging the lives of all 4 of us." Lai paused, an idea sparking. Human lives? Who didn't stutter? In the black market, people get bought and sold every day. Prices vary, but going by the standard government slave rate, 4 healthy humans cover that last 150 taels easily. Lai Truong Tai rubbed his chin. This kid sounded nuts, but he wasn't just some lunatic. He was interesting. "Fair enough," Lai said, "but liquidating assets costs money. First, I gotta send a crew to verify your inventory. We need to appraise the value. And if you default on the loan, it costs me time and manpower to seize your stuff, especially the human collateral." Huy smiled, crazily confident. "Exactly. That's why I'm here. To give you an opportunity, a chance to do business with me." Lai frowned. "Opportunity? Kid, you got this backward. You need me." Huy ignored him, walking straight up to the desk. He slapped that red book down. "Everything listed in here? My workshop will sell it directly to the Hoa Long Guild. And the prices? Insanely reasonable." Lai flipped the book open. His eyes went wide immediately. Large iron plows. 28 taels? You serious? I can actually get them at this price. Hui knew he had him. We can sign the paperwork right now, boss. Lai hesitated, looking suspicious. Hu sighed, feigning disappointment, then dropped the bomb. Well, if you don't want the deal, I guess I'll take this offer over to the Hu Bach Merchant Guild. Lai snapped. Excuse me? Going to his biggest rival? Oh, hell no. He thought. Is this kid mocking my pride? Lai shouted. Manager Ha, get in here. Manager Ha scrambled over, bowing low. Yes, master. Lai didn't hesitate. Give him 1,000 taels. Ha's jaw dropped. Master? Lai leaned back, cool as ice. He mentioned the black market, so we play by those rules. If we're talking about buying human lives, we gotta pay the market rate. He was basically saying he owned me, talking about selling me off as a servant or worse, a eunuch. Like, yikes, dude. But honestly, not gonna happen. Li Trung-tai pointed a finger right in my face, dropping threats. You can't pay up? That 1,000 silver is the price tag on your head, kid. I just smirked. I tucked my red notebook away, looking totally unbothered. Dream on, buddy. Outside, my dad, Trieu Huy, was sweating bullets. Whose son? What's the play here? I kept walking and asked, Pops, what is the one thing you see everywhere? Dad froze, brain buffering. Dirt? I grinned. Nope, it's cheap labor, the workforce. As soon as we got back to Fung Thai Hien, I set up shop right at the entrance. I stepped up to the ironworks door. That door creaking open wasn't just wood moving, it was the start of an empire. The future was bright, like someone turned the brightness settings all the way up. It was my moment. I wondered if the recruitment flyer worked. Spoiler alert, it did. A massive, noisy crowd was waiting. People were shoving each other just to get near the ironworks gate. I stood tall, cleared my throat, and shouted, all right, listen up. Single file for interviews. Dad knew I planned this, but seeing a mosh pit outside our door still shocked him. It was a morning like any other, except for the mob. Inside my head, the HR gears were turning. First rule, axe the loudmouths. People who yap too much are usually shady or start drama. Second rule, no elderly or frail folks. Look, I love grandma, but this is heavy metal work. They'd snap like twigs, harsh but true. Third rule, reject the dimwits. Empty heads mess up the assembly line. It doesn't matter what business you're running. Talent is king. In my past life, I majored in business administration. I've got that corporate hustle in my DNA. I learned the startup game from the internet and random self-help books. Back then, I thought they were cheesy, but now, pure gold. Books like $5 Million Startup and CEOs who crush it. Fast forward a bit. It's a crisp morning at the ironworks, and I'm hyping up the crew. Welcome to the team, everyone. Since you're all rookies, attendance is mandatory every single morning until you get the hang of this. I flashed $1 million smile and handed out papers. This is your contract. Don't panic. Charcoal team, front and center. If you can read, check it. If not, just listen to my beautiful voice and I'll break it down. Readers, verify the info. They looked at the paper like it was alien code. I sensed the confusion and jumped in. Like I said, base pay is 8 coins a day. But wait, there's more. If you work past closing time, that's overtime. You get an extra 2 coins per hour. The crowd started murmuring. Overtime, what's that? Someone whispered. I grinned like a game show host. It means more money in your pocket just for staying later. That friendly vibe and the promise of cash lit them up. For real? I've been working my whole life and never got paid extra. 2 coins an hour? Oh, they were loving it. But I wasn't done. Also, you work 6 days, you get the 7th day off. And yes, you still get paid for that day off. 6 coins. Their jaws basically hit the floor. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. They couldn't process it. Paid to do nothing? I beamed at them like a literal saint descending from heaven. Even if you chill at home, you get paid. Rest is crucial. Guys, you can't grind if your body is broken. Recharge so you can crush it the next day. The workers were losing their minds. They legit couldn't believe what they were hearing. This was unheard of. Getting cash to sleep in? Getting paid without lifting a finger? Is this guy serious? I dropped the next bomb. Don't freak out, but there are performance bonuses too. Make over 30 charcoal bars a day, and you get extra. Hustle hard, and you could take home 12 coins a day. The crowd gasped. 12? Oh my god. I reeled them in closer. And holidays? You're off. Paid. You get 1 designated day off a month. If you decide to work on a holiday, double pay, baby. They were speechless. I was painting a picture of paradise, and they were buying it. Plus, annual leave. Work hard all year, no screw-ups, and you get 5 extra days off. Fully paid, obviously. Or, if you're a workaholic, come in during those days and earn double. Your call. The excitement was palpable. They were practically begging to start. It sounded too good to be true. No way. This is insane. For a modern guy like me, this was basic stuff. Just the result of centuries of capitalism, trial and error. But to them, magic. Everyone in other departments gets the same deal once you sign the dotted line, I explained. But here's the catch. What happens in the ironworks stays in the ironworks. No blabbing to anyone, not even your grandma. Leak my secrets and you're fired. Instantly. And trust me, there's a line of people waiting to take your spot. The workers nodded aggressively. They were basically fanboys now. We won't say a word. Lips are sealed, boss. Just let us work already. I gestured to my dad. Charcoal crew, with me. Everyone else, stick with my old man. I flashed one last grin. And don't worry, you even get paid while you're learning the ropes. That sparked a fire in them. The ironworks wasn't just a job. It was their ticket to the good life. We got you, boss. We'll work till we drop. No one pays like this. I stood in the back, smiling that secret capitalist smile, giving off some seriously sinister villain vibes. But the crew down below, they went absolutely feral hearing that. Every single one of them was hyped, ready to sell their souls to the capitalist machine. Dong Fan yelled out, "We got this. We're down to bleed for the ironworks. Ain't nobody else dropping checks like this." Over at the workshop, the workers were grinding hard. Some were burning iron, others were hammering away like maniacs. Suddenly, from the corner, Trieu Hui's voice rang out, sounding super salty. "Yo, I told you the bellows can't stop. And quit burning the coal like that. If you look away, the heat drops. You gotta feel the heat with your whole body." The guy getting chewed out just bowed his head and whispered, "My bad. I know. Barely." A few seconds of peace passed before Trieu Hui started yapping again. "Tsk tisk, hammering like a zombie just makes noise. I told you not to vary the force. Hit the exact spot with the exact same power." The dude turned pale and quickly replied, "Got it. Won't forget." Trieu Hui's whole vibe flipped 180 degrees when he watched another young guy working. He looked super stoked, grinning ear to ear. "Nice. That's it. The key to casting is getting the shape with the least metal possible. Skipping the handle in the mold frame was a high IQ move. We can just use wood for the handle anyway. And go. That you're a quick study show you once, you master it. Getting props from the boss is the best feeling." Knew that. Grinned and scratched his head, acting all shy. "Haha, you're too kind, boss." This made the other guys low-key jealous, since they were getting roasted while he was getting toasted. Trieu Huy watched from the back as his dad managed the crew like a total boss, reminding him of team leads in big corporate gigs. He chuckled to himself, thinking, the job really makes the man. Trieu Huy walked up and said, "Pops, got a sec?" Because he was so dialed in, Trieu Hui almost didn't hear his son. He tilted his head, asking, "What's the deal?" Trieu Huy kept a poker face. "Crew looks pro now. Think it's time we actually start selling stuff." Hearing that, Trieu Hui snapped his head away, looking super unsatisfied. "No way. With this level of skill, we can't put out trash. The ironworks' reputation can't take a hit like that." Trieu Hui stayed chill. "Didn't I already say a good coat of paint covers everything?" Trieu Hui frowned, his voice getting weird. "Paint? Don't you dare. These guys ain't ready." Trieu Hui was starting to sweat it. "Dad, you know the payroll situation, right? It's been 20 days. You want to blow the whole 1,000 taels just on wages?" Trieu Hui's reality check left his dad speechless. Trieu Hui kept going. "We paid off Vuong Li and Tai, and after the booze bill, we can only float for another 10 days. Salaries, food, living costs, it's no joke, man. You gotta make a call right now." For the Trieu family, every second was money. Trieu Hui held up 3 fingers right in his son's face but shouted, 4 days. Give me 4 more days. I'm gonna try to speed run the artisan techniques." Trieu Hui looked dead serious. "You said that days ago." "This is the absolute last time, Pops. I got it." Trieu Hui spun around and stormed off without another word. Time waits for nobody, not even the main character. 4 days flew by, and the workshop was still banging. Guys shoveling hot coal, guys cranking machines till they turned red, guys handling the molten metal pour. After the mold was set, 2 jack dudes took over with hammers. Their sync was insane, like they achieved hammer-human oneness, super fast. Trieu Hui's goofy dad walked in and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, this efficiency is nuts. How'd he come up with this? I spent my whole life doing every single step myself, breaking my back, making coal, molding, forging. Yet he cranks out a massive iron plow in just 4 days. It was a huge blow to Trieu Hui's ego. Grinding your whole life just to get outplayed by your kid in 4 days, That hurts. In 40 years, Trieu Tien had never seen anything like it done. The two guys yelled, hyped on the new product. Trieu Huy grabbed a hammer to test the ring. Clang, clang, sounded crisp. Trieu Huy was vibing with it, but his dad, creeping up from behind, looked kinda off. He stomped over, sounding super salty. You little punk, give me back my 40 years. Seeing his dad crying, Trieu Huy was like, bro, what are you talking about? Trieu Tien sniffled. If you had this cheat code, you should have told me earlier. Realizing what was up, Trieu Huy laughed. Haha, best ideas always come last. Better late than never, right? Trieu Tien's face went dark, thinking about all his wasted years. Trieu Huy didn't want to waste time on a therapy session, so he asked, hey, notice anything missing? After looking around, Trieu Tien realized, oh snap, the cast and crew is just chilling. Trieu Huy nodded. Yep, gotta buy more hammers as soon as possible so we can get more guys forging. Trieu Tien shut up and just smirked at his son. That day, running shifts, they pumped out 2 iron plows. Hitting 100 plows didn't even take 4 days. Time flew, and 6 months later, the Trieu workshop was a whole different beast, way more staff, and the professionalism leveled up big time. Every hammer strike now had 6 months of non-stop grind behind it. The sun was blazing overhead, shining into Trieu Hui's room. He was picking out kicks from his rack, admiring. A pitch-black shoe. He looked like a boss who's winning at life, fancy clothes, fresh kicks. He grinned. Guess I don't have to be jealous of anyone anymore. Huh. At the door, an old dude stood frozen with a book in his hand. Trieu Huy finally looked up. Come on in, Manager Lai. The guy called Manager Lai was actually Lai Yu New Tung, the general. The manager of the ironworks spoke up. Hey boss, here's the stack of paperwork you gotta sign off on today. Staring at the novel-length report, Li Rutong handed him. Xiao Hui nodded. Just as I thought, the Big Mountain Division is absolutely killing it right now. Li Rutong bowed slightly, keeping it professional. Most of the guys are grinding hard, but the rookies over in Small Mountain, they're still pretty green on the skills front. After scanning the whole thing, Xiao Hui spotted the real issue. He turned to old Li. Skill is one thing, but this is a morale game. Those guys in Big Mountain need a raise, but seriously, go hype up the Small Mountain team. They need a major confidence boost. Xiao Hui did the math. He had completely rebranded the ironworks into 3 branches. Big Mountain was the heavy hitters, cranking out massive iron products like plows, gates, and pillars. Small Mountain handled the light work, sickles, hoes, iron rods, and served as the boot camp for all the new hires. Then there was Qi Mountain, a brand new R&D department funded to engineer high-tech gear like safes, locks, carriage, parts, lanterns, and iron wheels. This corporate franchise style was super effective because, well, that is exactly how companies did it in his past life. So, he was feeling pretty cocky about it. Li Rutong nodded at the instructions. I'll get right on that. But then he froze, cutting himself off. Xiao Hui felt a weird vibe and asked, what, something else go down? Li Rutong replied, we actually have a guest who came looking for you. Xiao Hui had a hunch who it was, but needed to verify. Is it Brother Fei? Is he chilling in the VIP lounge right now? Li Rutong chuckled softly. He rolled up like 4 hours ago, but he said he would wait until you wrapped up your shift. As soon as the words left Lai's mouth, Xiao Hui took off like a rocket. He was sprinting and panicking at the same time. Gah, you should have told me sooner, man. Inside the guest lounge, Li Changsei was casually sipping tea when he heard footsteps. It was obviously Xiao Hui. The moment Zhao saw him, his face lit up. He ran over like an excited toddler, keeping his voice sweet. Oh, Brother Changzai, my sworn brother. Li Changzai was just as hyped to see him. But before he could even sit down, Xiao Hui was already running his mouth. I still feel queasy from our drinking session 3 days ago. Don't tell me you are here to drink me under the table again. Li Changzai laughed. No way. My stomach is just as wrecked as yours. I just stopped by to say what's up before heading back. Hearing that, Xiao Hui got all smug and arrogant, laughing loudly. I love seeing you try to act all tough like that. Li Changzai looked salty. It is just that the host of that place didn't vibe with me. Next time, I am definitely taking the win. Xiao Hui immediately extended his hand with a greedy grin, laughing like a maniac. Anyway, cough up the silver you promised me, yeah? He didn't want to, but a man of his word pays his debts. Li Changzai pulled a bag of silver from his coat and handed it over, grumbling that the game wasn't over and it was a boring win. And seriously, you kept calling me Brother Zheng Kai. Who is that guy anyway? Xiao Hui didn't care about the name mix-up. He only cared about pulling those silver bars out of the bag. It made Li Changzai pretty annoyed, but he couldn't do anything about it. They chatted nonsense for a while until Li Changzai got serious. All right, so, have you made a decision on the Guardian issue yet? Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, I will think it over and get back to you. Li Changzai shook his head. Being careful is good, but we are officially out of time. Using the Fire Dragon Guild's name as his shield has its limits. No matter how much I worry about security, the secret is leaking. People are starting to realize all these cheap iron products flooding the market are coming from your workshop. Li Changzai's words weighed on Trieu Huy, though he was surprised it happened so fast. Li continued, your goods have been circulating all over Anhui City for 6 months. Even if we tried to be low-key, there are hundreds of carts moving between you and me. Unless they are total morons, everyone knows the iron the guild is selling is yours. Plus, just looking at the front gate of the iron workshop, anyone can see how much bank you have been making lately. If the officials raid this place and audit your steel supply, what happens then? The workshop vanishes without a trace. It is just a matter of time. And obviously, as your supplier, I am going to take a hit too. Trieu Huy understood the risk, but he didn't think it was doomsday yet. He looked totally relaxed. True, but nothing bad has actually happened so far, right? Li Changzai suddenly snapped. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his voice cold. Are you actually that naive, or are you just playing dumb? Up until now, you have only dealt with the Fire Dragon Guild, and even that protection is about to break. You have no clue how sly those corrupt officials really are. While Li Changzai was freaking out with anxiety, Trieu Huy was all smiles. He calmly pulled a red book out of his pocket. His carefree attitude made Li grit his teeth, thinking, ugh, he is pulling out that book again. Flipping through his encyclopedia, Trieu Huy said, yep, the rumors are true. I actually visited the Great Truth Guild a few days ago. Oh, and the Hue Fact Guild? They somehow found out I collect shoes and sent me some silk ones as a gift. Their trade terms are pretty sweet, too. Those guys aren't lightweights, right? They could probably block the outside pressure just like you do. Unable to handle Trieu Huy's attitude, Li Changzai snatched the book right out of his hands. He wanted to punch Zhao but settled for yelling. Wow, listen to you. How can you reduce human relationships down to just profit? What about feelings? What about brotherhood? After venting for a second, Li Changzai calmed down. Phew. Look, you can't hide under my umbrella much longer. It is not just the officials. It has been over a month since the iron merchants started protesting in front of the guild. Soon, they are going to swarm you. You are messing with their livelihood, so they are desperate. As soon as Li finished, Trieu Huy interlaced his fingers, looking completely unbothered like he saw this coming a mile away. He confidently said, if that is the problem, I have already got it figured out. Li Changzai flinched. Wait, what? Trieu Huy didn't spill the beans immediately. He just gave a cryptic little chuckle and told the old man to stay tuned for part 2. If the kid wasn't talking, the old guy knew better than to pry. The old man said, we need to fix this iron issue. Like, yesterday. Sure, riding the local magistrate's coattails would be the easiest play, but a low-level official can't cover a whole ironworks. You need to hook up with a heavy hitter, someone with real connections and fast. Trieu Huy took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, giving the guy a look that said, I'm playing 4D chess while you're playing checkers. He asked, so, bro, what do you think my monthly take-home profit is from running this iron gig? Naturally, Li Changzai didn't have a clue. Trieu Huy dropped the bomb on him. About 600 silver taels. That's 60 gold taels. Easy. The reveal made. Li Changzai's brain practically short-circuit. 60 gold. Even back when his merchant guild was in its prime, they barely saw that kind of cash. A smirk tugged at the corner of Trieu Huy's mouth. Look, the government stooges are already on the payroll. Call it a periodic subscription fee. I'm not scared of the suits. The thing that actually keeps me up at night is them getting greedy and trying to swallow this whole operation. Regular folks fear the law and stay in their lane to make a buck. But there's another crew, the ones who choose violence. Total savages who don't play by the rules. They hide their beefs deep and draw hard lines between their squad and their enemies. That's the Jianghu, the martial underworld. Everything Li Changzai mentioned, Trieu Huy was already 5 steps ahead. He was cooler than a cucumber. Exactly. That's why I made the call. He dipped a finger into his teacup. He started tracing characters on the table with the tea, water, his eyes locking onto Changzai with a razor-sharp gaze. I'm talking about a powerhouse that stuffs the royal ranks with their own bloodline. A place so terrifying that just hearing the name makes the bad guys wet themselves. The leaders of the 5 great families, the ones who headhunt the sickest swordsmen in the game to build their own private armies. Staring at the wet characters on the table, Li Changzai forgot how to speak English. He stammered, wait, you can't mean? Trieu Huy's voice boomed with confidence. Bingo. I want the king of Anhui to be my bodyguard. The Nam Cung Clan. The sky-piercing sword masters who dominate the realm. The ultimate sword of the Central Plains. Hearing Trieu Huy drop these heavy titles like it was nothing made Li Changzai almost fall off his chair. He was shaking like a leaf. Bro, be real. Is that even possible? Flashback to a few days ago, downtown Jiangfeng district, Anhui. The place was popping with martial artists and civilians everywhere. The streets were loud and chaotic. Trieu Huy was just vibing, taking a stroll, when he noticed a crowd gathering. Being nosy, he stopped a local. Yo, what's going down over here? An old-timer spilled the tea. Word is there's a brawl at the pavilion. Some dude with long brown hair and a flashy red outfit is causing a scene with a massive blade. Guy's giving off serious pressure, looks mad as hell. He just roared, "You speak English or what? Let's throw hands." Winner takes the spot, loser walks. Trieu Hui's eyes lit up. He was hyped he'd never seen a real martial arts throwdown before. He thought, oh snap, are they actually going to scrap? The two warriors stopped talking and started swinging. They closed the gap with lightning-fast footwork, putting everything they had into the first clash. Clang. The sound of sword meeting blade was ear-splitting, sending shockwaves through the air. In split seconds, the guy in red unleashed a combo of dozens of slashes. His blade looked like it could chop reality in half, but his opponent wasn't some scrub. The guy just smirked contemptuously and dodged every single strike like he was in the Matrix. Trieu Huy had never seen metal clash with that kind of ferocity. His jaw hit the floor, mouth forming a perfect O. He couldn't hide the hype. Whoa, who are these beasts? Two bystanders started analyzing the fight. Humph, the guy with the blade is a local military officer, famous in the Tiger King school. But he's not top tier yet. The sword guy is a freelancer named Fire Sword. He's decent, but I wouldn't call him a master. They traded blows, neck and neck, until Fire Sword suddenly launched himself sky high. Trieu Huy thought, "You're telling me these guys aren't masters? Are you kidding me?" Back to the action, Fire Sword swung down from the heavens like he was trying to rip the sky open. The Tiger King guy planted his feet and swung up, countering with a slash that looked like it shattered space itself. The aerial ambush worked. Fire Sword started dominating the rhythm of the fight. With slick swordplay, he baited the Tiger King disciple into a trap. Just a split second more, and Fire Sword's tip was about to pierce the guy's throat. The Tiger King guy stared death in the face. Suddenly ping. A random pebble flew out of nowhere, hitting Fire Sword's blade and knocking it off course. The blade missed the jugular. Both fighters froze, stunned by the rock that crashed their party. Fire Sword, who had the win in the bag, screamed, "Who the hell did that?" A dude in the Nam Cung Clan uniform strolled up, radiating menace. "You freelance trash. I take my eyes off the street for 1 second, and you multiply like roaches. Get lost, insects." Fire Sword and Tiger King turned pale the moment they saw the Nam Cung crest. They didn't hesitate, they bolted instantly. Trieu Huy watched the whole thing with fanboy sparkles in his eyes. That was awesome. That was the moment he decided to go all in on the Nam Cung Clan. Fast forward to now, back at the ironworks. Trieu Huy and Li Changzai were chilling with their tea. Trieu Huy broke the silence. "Hey, you remember the first day I showed up at your door?" Li Changzai choked on his tea. "Pfft, how could I forget?" Trieu Huy looked all sentimental. "Yeah, crazy times. I had nothing but a pinky promise to offer, yet you fronted me the cash." Changzai laughed. "Ha, if I could go back, I wouldn't have given you 1,000. I would have dropped 10,000 taels on you. Easy." Trieu Huy nodded. "I'm taking a gamble on the Nam Cung Clan this time. Worst case scenario, I lose the investment. It's not like I'm losing my head, right?" Changzai relaxed. "True. You're the big bad iron boss now. You're not hurting for cash. If this works out and you get your bodyguard, don't forget your old pal." Trieu Huy gave him a greedy look. "That's it. No bonus?" Changzai sighed, feigning annoyance. "Geez, this guy. All right, I'm out of here. If anything goes down, send a bird, okay?" Trieu Huy walked him to the door, bowing respectfully. "Safe travels, big bro." "Thanks, little bro," Changzai called back. Suddenly, the shop manager, Li Rutong, popped up. "Boss, your father is asking for you." Trieu Huy blinked. "My old man?" Back at the family estate, Trieu Huy was checking his reflection, wondering why he was told to dress up. His dad, Zhao Xian, slowly opened the door. He was carrying a fancy, mysterious purple box. "Sit down, son." "Yeah, sure thing." Hai sensed the vibes were off. He shot his dad, Trieu Huy, a side eye. "Okay, spill it. Why the sudden drama? Pop, you good?" Tian rested his hand on the creepy-looking mystery box he'd just brought out. "Honestly, no clue when our fam picked this up. Legend says OG ancestor Duck started it, but that's just hearsay." But the rule is simple. Hand it to the MVP of the generation. That's you, kid. Don't care what the haters say, you rebuilt this squad from zero. You're the captain now. Huy started sweating. Yo, why does this sound like a goodbye speech? Chill out, Dad. We wouldn't be here without you. Tien went full serious mode, slamming his hand on the box. I, Trieu Tien, 20th head honcho of this clan, hereby pass the heavenly blood jade to my boy, Huy, the new face of the franchise. Huy opened the box, looking confused. Hold up, deja vu much? I swear I've seen this scene before. In my last life, Dad gave me this exact ruby-looking necklace. Suddenly, Tien's face got super intense. Keep this strapped on you 24/7 until you find the next heir. That's the deal when you hold the blood jade. Huy's brain started buffering. Wait, if this rock is the family's ultimate loot, and it's sitting right here, does that mean I reincarnated way back into some ancient ancestor's body? Suddenly, the blood jade lit up like a disco ball and started making weird noises. Buzz. Hum. Voices started leaking out. Yo, check this aura. Kid feels just like that one descendant who wielded the heaven sword. No cap, Grandpa. That's definitely supreme level energy. Is this kid a venerable or what? 100%. No doubt. But hold on, that's glitching reality. How is a venerable walking around in the mortal world? If he cycled through life and death, his soul should be stuck in the jade with us. Huy, hearing voices in his head, totally lost it. Holy mother of. But Tien just stood there, stone-faced. You okay, son? Huy's voice was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. The jade. It's talking. Before he could even process the craziness, the rock started yapping again. Wait, the kid can hear us? Since when is that a thing? Does that mean we can actually chat with the living? Genius runs in the fam, I guess. Tien stood up, dusting off his robes. I had some weird, trippy dreams about it too. It's a magic item, so just keep your vibes positive, okay? Right. Positive vibes. Tien bounced, leaving Hai alone with the creepy glowing box. Hai cleared his throat awkwardly. Hello? The jade flashed, and a hologram of an old dude popped out, radiating serious boss energy. The room went silent. State your name, kid. Huy blinked, feeling weird but surprisingly chill. I'm Huy. And I'm good. No need to be formal. Just talk normal. The ghostly figure nodded. All right, here's the deal. Since you can hear us, your soul stats are maxed out same level as us, venerables. But there's a glitch. I don't see the tether attached to you. Tether? Say what now? The ghost explained. Usually, when the blood jade chooses you and grants you a buff, it creates a soul link, a literal string. And when your game over screen hits, your soul gets pulled into the jade. It's the price of the power. But you're wireless. No string. Huy perked up. Wait, back up. Did you say grant a buff? Like a superpower? Obviously. That's usually how it works. Otherwise, there's no way a rookie like you would have a soul on par with a venerable. Huy leaned in. So, hypothetically, what kind of power are we talking about? The ghost shrugged. Depends on your build. Want to fight? You get a body that masters moves instantly. Want to be a scholar? Supercomputer brain. Want to be a king? Max charisma to command the masses. Want to be a monk? Instant enlightenment. Huy slumped. Man, I got ripped off. I never got a welcome gift like that. Seriously. If I had cheat codes like that, I wouldn't have busted my back trying to get that iron workshop running. The ghost pointed a spectral finger right in his face. Ha! Don't play dumb. You definitely took something. That's the only explanation for your high-level soul stats. Huy froze. Okay, there was one weird thing. I died in a car crash and respawned in the past as this version of myself. Wait, did the jade trigger my respawn? Can I even tell these ghost grandpas the truth? Huy debated it internally, then decided to come clean. Okay, real talk. I went through something insane. I don't know if it was the jade's doing, but it's my biggest secret, and honestly, it freaks me out. The ghost sighed. Kid, you have trust issues. We're your ancestors. You're our blood. That's it. We're just glorified memory files stored in a rock. We can't touch the physical world even if we wanted to. How could we possibly hurt you? Huy squinted. You guys are really my ancestors, right? No catfishing. The spirit rolled his eyes. Yes, the jade is bio-locked to the Trieu bloodline. You're carrying the squad now. Why would we want to sabotage our own MVP? Huy hesitated for a split second, then dropped the bomb. I reincarnated. The chat room inside the jade exploded. Reincarnation? No way. You mean like a do-over? The heavens blocked my appeal for that. I'm just stuck here as a memory fragment, floating like a dead goldfish. Ha ha! Sima, you old fox, you actually won. Ha 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 ha. The light show cut out abruptly. The room went dark. Ancestors? Hello? Dead silence. Huy picked up the box, bewildered. Man, what is up with this thing? Suddenly, thump, thump, thump. Footsteps thundered down the hall. Bam. The door flew open. Trieu Huy stood there, looking wrecked but hyped. Yo, am I crashing the Nam Cung trip with you? He stood there, gasping for air, waiting for the green light. Hugh's eyes flashed, but his face remained ice cold. Nope, not happening. Trieu Huy put his hands together, giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes. Come on, my beloved little brother. Huy turned his back, totally unbothered. Save the drama. I'm not changing my mind just because you're acting sad. Hash shouldn't quit. He looked like he saw a winning lottery ticket and started bargaining hard. I swear, I'll be a mute. I won't say a single word. Just let me stand next to you. I just want to see them one time. Huy kept his poker face and shook his head. Denied. Trieu Huy literally dropped to one knee, clasping his hands like he was proposing. Bro, please, don't do this to me. Huy saw that his brother was desperate to tag along, so he threw him a bone. They came to ask Dad to forge a true sword. Hosh looked like his brain short-circuited. Wait, a true sword? Like, the real deal? Realization hit him like a truck. Hak bowed so low, his nose practically touched the floor. Even if there were 10 true swords, I'd be a statue. I wouldn't move a muscle. Please, he gasped. The Nam Cung family? For real. Huy stood his ground. Absolute zero chill. No means no. Hak started shaking, and 2 actual streams of tears rolled down his face. Suddenly, Trieu Huy walked up from behind, having watched the whole pathetic show. Huy, cut your brother some slack. He won't open his mouth. Just let him ride shotgun. Huy looked conflicted. Seriously? You're taking his side too, Dad? Trieu Huy smiled that warm, fatherly smile. You guys are brothers. Don't carry the weight of the world alone. Besides, Hak is technically the older brother here. Huy hesitated, saying, while thinking, yeah, but this guy hasn't exactly acted like a responsible son yet. Trieu Huy gave a sincere pitch. I promise I won't ask you for favors like this ever again. Just let it slide this one time, okay? Huy looked skeptical, then let out a long sigh. You swear big brother won't say a word, right? Hak sprang up like a ninja, full of energy. Absolutely. Martial artists are honest people, and I'm the calmest guy around. Huy exhaled loudly, relieved it was settled. All right, brother. We roll out in a few days. Go get your stuff ready. Trieu Huy and Trieu Huy shared a little smirk. Hash was bouncing off the walls with joy. Awesome. Leave it to me. I'll pack all the gear we need. Back at the ironworks, it was just another average Tuesday until someone burst in with news. Boss, we got a major situation. Huy stayed calm. What's up? The messenger, an old man, was hyperventilating. There's a huge mob heading straight for our workshop, and they're armed to the teeth. Hugh's eyes narrowed as he connected the dots. Weapons? Huh. Outside the main gate, the noise was deafening. You scumbags. We're taking you all out. Crash. A guy holding a sledgehammer kicked the front door right off its hinges. Behind him, a sea of people waved axes, spears, and sickles. He screamed, wipe everyone in this ironworks off the map. Huy figured this day would come sooner or later. What happens, happens, he thought. He stepped out, looking cool as a cucumber, clasped his hands, and greeted them loudly. I am Trieu Huy, the owner of this establishment. The guys in the front row were foaming at the mouth, shouting over each other. There he is. Finally. I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands. Look at that dirty face. Is that you? You're the clueless punk ruining everything. Die. Damn it. You think bowing is gonna save you now? You shameless jerk. Huy looked genuinely confused, shrugging off the hate. I'm honestly not sure what I did to upset you, gentlemen. Sledgehammer guy screamed. Even merchants have a code of ethics. Huy actually snorted. Puffed. Merchants? Ethics? The leader felt the shade and got triggered. You mocking me, kid. Huy took slow, deliberate steps forward, his aura suddenly dominating the room. Let me ask you one thing. Even if you sell cheaper than my workshop, you can't beat my quality. If you lower your prices to compete, can you even afford to feed your families? The mob went dead, silent, looking at each other. The reality check hit hard. Huy thought, of course not. Most of these guys run tiny mom-and-pop shops. Huy switched into CEO mode. Follow me. I'm gonna give you the grand tour of my workshop. The small business owners hesitated, exchanging awkward glances, but eventually followed Huy into the forging room. They were about to get their minds blown. Inside, the vibe was intense. The sound of hammers hitting anvils shook the ground like an earthquake. The focus was insane, the work moving at the speed of light despite the roaring fires. The visitors were stunned by the sheer scale of the operation. Holy cow, how many anvils are in here? Look at all these people. How many blacksmiths do they have? This is nuts. Impossible. Huy looked at them with sharp eyes. Do you honestly think you can beat me? The small shop owners slumped their shoulders, avoiding Huy's gaze. They knew it was game over. Whether it was speed, quality, or quantity, they were completely outclassed. Huy took a deep breath and raised his voice like a general. When are you guys going to wake up? You're getting crushed by the big four workshops. When will Hai finally have a workshop that's ranked #1 in the world? Why are we sitting here letting this Sichuan province kick our butts? The crowd nodded, resigned to the truth. He's right. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Hugh declared loudly, firing them up. In the last 100 years, hasn't Huy received a single order from the royal family? No, they just take our sons to be cannon fodder soldiers. Our province doesn't deserve to be ignored like this. Am I right? Huy smirked, seeing he had their attention. Besides, do you know what we have here? Who forged the legendary heavenly sword and the dragon saber? That was us. That's in our DNA. Huy's words sparked a fire in the small business owners. They shouted back, that's right, we're the descendants of legends. Iron is just cold metal until we touch it. The Emperor is blind for not using our talent. We have to rise up. Huy saw his opening and clasped his hands. Then help me make that dream a reality. They paused, a bit confused. Help him make a dream come true. What is he talking about? Huy kept the momentum going, bold and aggressive. If we want to beat Sichuan, we need to overwhelm them with numbers. Items made from Hu iron need to be everywhere in this country. If we stay small and divided, we lose. But if we team up, we can take the crown. That's why we need to unite. Huy pointed to his own workers. Please, guide them. Be their mentors. Use the experience you've gathered over a lifetime to help us win this war. You don't need to do the heavy lifting anymore. Huy reached out toward Trieu Huy. Dad, come here, he said, shocking the old man. Listen up, everyone, Trieu Huy announced, commanding the room. You all know this man, he built this iron ward from the ground up. But right now, I'm the one calling the shots here. I'm formally inviting every veteran smith in town to set up shop under my roof. And don't worry about the paycheck. We're talking straight silver. On top of that, you get performance bonuses based on pure skill. Oh, and I'm buying out all your old inventory at premium prices. So, are you guys going to help me out or what? The owners of the smaller shops started whispering, hesitant to jump on board. Trieu Huy didn't give them time to overthink it. He clapped his hands and barked an order to his servants. Bring out the package. 2 servants walked in, moving smooth and careful, carrying a large rectangular object between them, completely draped in cloth. Trieu Huy strode over and ripped the cover off in one decisive motion. Gentlemen, consider this a symbol of my determination. And Huy Ironworks. Behind the cloth was a massive, flashy signboard that immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Trieu Huy raised his voice, hyping up the crowd. If you agree to work with me, you are the ones who will build the legend of Hai Ironworks. The crowd erupted. You could feel the electricity in the room as people started cheering and shouting, count me in. Let's do this. We're going to make Hai the #1 workshop in the world. With a smirk that said all according to plan, Trieu Huy turned to Trieu Huy. Father, why don't you explain the details to our guests? Trieu Huy looked a bit flustered. Right, I got it. While the room was still buzzing with hype, Trieu Huy casually turned his back and walked away. A faint smile played on his lips, but his eyes glowed a dangerous red. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd scripted it. That, he thought, is the art of the deal. As he stepped out of the forge, Manager Nu Tung was already waiting. Manager, Huy said. The manager responded instantly, yes, boss. Trieu Huy had already mapped out the next moves for the new recruits. Take half of the new guys and send them over to the Mount Key Pavilion. The manager paused. Mount Key? Boss, isn't that where you wanted to work on the carriage upgrades? Trieu Huy laughed, looking pleased with himself. Bingo. It's time to build a luxury carriage, comfortable, affordable, something the Central Plains has never seen before. Once we drop this product, it's going to be a total revolution. We're going to corner the entire market. The manager bowed respectfully. I can only marvel at your vision, boss. You're on another level. Did you tally up today's expenses? Huy asked. Make sure the cash is ready. Already handled, sir, the manager replied. Trieu Huy nodded to himself. He really had picked a genius for business. Curious, the manager asked. Boss, if I may, how long will you be gone? Huy's expression turned serious. Can't say for sure. I'm not coming back until I get what I'm after. It's a long road, and there's no ETA on the finish line. The manager looked worried. But what if a major crisis pops up? We can't just put everything on hold until you return. I left a playbook, Hugh said calmly. It predicts a few scenarios I think might happen. Use it as a guide. The manager bowed low. I will follow your instructions to the letter. Sometime later, on a mountain trail, Trieu Huy and Trieu Tien were riding their horses at a steady, leisurely pace. Trieu Tien was multitasking, reading a book while steering his horse. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was just trying to stay in the saddle, thinking, okay, I'm getting the hang of this, but I still feel like I'm going to faceplant any second. He glanced over at Trieu Huy, amazed. How's that guy riding so perfectly? The book. Trieu Huy was glued to Cao Cao's eye. It looked like the Chronicles of Wind and Cloud. Rumor had it that book was a 1,000-year history of the martial world written by the legendary scholar Jia Cat Du Ven. Is that thing actually interesting? Huy asked. Trieu Huy didn't even look up. Yep. Huy sighed loudly, shaking his head. Oh God, please let this guy get over his kung fu fanboy phase. Suddenly, Trieu Huy snapped the book shut and dropped a truth bomb that made Trieu Huy jump. You're roasting me in your head right now, aren't you? Look, I know I'm the big brother, but I haven't done much for you. That's why, all this time, you've never seen the real me. Honestly, I still can't believe you're actually my little brother. The Trieu Huy I knew wasn't this. Sharp. Huy was speechless, a wave of anxiety hitting him. Trieu Huy continued, the way you convinced those old smiths, you were like a monster from another dimension. I don't know anyone with a silver tongue like that. Trieu Huy looked forward, his eyes shining with a strange determination. But just because you're a genius doesn't mean I'm gonna slack off and live a lazy life. Trieu Huy was confused. This wasn't the goofy brother he knew. What's with the sudden serious vibe? He took a good look at Trieu Huy, really looked at him. The posture, the hidden, muscle definition under the tunic, the calloused hands covered in scars. Wait, Huy thought. I thought he was just pretending to be a hero from a novel. Feeling a wave of respect, he said. So, you've actually been training hard this whole time. Trieu Huy hesitated for a second, then got serious. When you swing a sword, it helps you forget things. You remember that famine year? Trieu Huy searched his memory, his eyes darkening. You mean 10 years ago? When the crops failed and those mountain bandits hijacked the relief food? Those scumbags beat father half to death. Trieu Huy growled. You know what I was thinking back then? I just wanted to be strong enough to protect him. To protect you. I swore I'd never let anyone lay a hand on my family again. Trieu Huy was stunned by his brother's intensity. This isn't the fool I thought he was back in the day. A genuine smile touched Hugh's lips. His eyes showed pure trust. He reached out and slapped Trieu Huy on the shoulder. You're gonna make it, bro. I believe in you. Huy, not used to the encouragement, turned beet red. Hey, cut it out. Get off. Oh, come on. The two brothers laughed, joking around as they rode. Suddenly, the Blood Jade flared up, glowing bright red. A voice echoed from the stone. Just a scumbag using fancy words to blind the world. Heh. Even though the horse was doing all the work, Huy looked annoyed. He really didn't feel like listening to the sassy spirits in the Jade. The voice kept nagging, a descendant of the great Zhao clan. And all he builds is a blacksmith shop? Pathetic. Looking at him makes me tired. But I guess he's slightly less useless than his father. Still, don't get it twisted, he's not much better than that other idiot. He was super annoyed but couldn't really pop off in public, so Trieu Huy just stewed in his own juices. He thought, seriously, this is the inheritance? No bling, no cash, just a boatload of drama and bad vibes. It was like those ghosts had Wi-Fi connected straight to his brain because they clapped back instantly from inside the Blood Jade dimension. Three old dudes grunted, excuse me, bad vibes, sounds like you're trash-talking us. Do you have any clue how rare this Blood Jade actually is, kid? Like, do you even know the value? Getting called out by a bunch of ghosts who could scroll through his thoughts like a Twitter feed made Trieu Huy jump out of his skin. He mentally screamed, wait, you guys can literally hear what I'm thinking? The spirits immediately broke it down for him. Duh. Your soul is basically squatting on our turf. You haven't fully synced with the Blood Jade's connection yet, but we just realized your soul is tied to the wheel of righteousness. So yeah, we're mentally Bluetooth paired. Obviously, Trieu Huy was pretty salty about this. Zero privacy meant zero secrets. Plus, if he roasted them, they'd probably nag his ears off 24/7. Trying to change the subject, he asked, so, is it just the 8 of you in the squad? The shadowy figures grinned, showing pearly white teeth even though they were faceless, creepy, but kinda cool. Not bad, kid. You got a brain in there. Recognize my voice already? Trieu Huy blinked, totally confused. Isn't that normal? You hear a voice a few times, you remember it. Not exactly rocket science. One spirit chuckled, man, you really don't realize how sharp you are, do you? That hit different. It was the first time anyone had ever called Trieu Huy smart. In his past life, People said he had the gift of gab or a good memory, but nobody ever accused him of being a genius. If he was actually smart, he would have aced the civil service exam on the first try. Instead, he flunked it 7 times, a world record for stupidity. Honestly, inside the Blood Jade, the spirits were gossiping. You think his soul upgrade is just for show? Ha. But raw spiritual power doesn't explain this kid's street smarts. It's gotta be an isekai thing, you know. Reincarnation perks. Look at the tech he's using in the workshop. That stuff definitely ain't from around here. True, that. Even I was shook by those gadgets. While the shadowy dudes were yapping, another spirit cut in. This one was different, high definition, full portrait mode, not a shadow. Humph, the old man scoffed. He's not cut out to be a conqueror. He can't inherit the legacy of Mengde. The name Mengde hit Trieu Huy like a truck. Wait, Mengde? Like Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms lore? Is my ancestor seriously the Cao Cao? Before he could geek out, the old spirit shut him down cold. Me? Your ancestor? Don't be ridiculous. The Cao bloodline goes way back. My dad was just adopted by a eunuch, which kinda changed my trajectory. While Trieu Huy was daydreaming about ruling the world, a shadow spirit argued with the HG spirit. Hey, he's still better than the other scrubs in the family. The old man fired back. He's too soft. How can a guy like that be king? He gets disrespected before he even makes a move. That really grinded Trieu Huy's gears. He frowned. Yo, I pay them wages, so they respect me. What do you want me to do? Call them slaves? Hypnotize them into a cult? That's not how business works. His startup was running smooth with just a skeleton crew, so he ignored the ghostly backseat drivers. He looked over at his big bro, Trieu Huy, who was glued to a book, muttering, the sword god. Who the heck was this guy? Trieu Huy had no clue what the nerd was on about. Say what? Trieu Huy whipped around, eyes wide with hype. Dude, this is insane. Like, actually unbelievable. In Trieu Huy's head, it was like a blockbuster movie. The sword god, soloing armies with one hand, bodies flying everywhere, enemies turning to dust. This guy literally deleted the 8th leader of the Black Demon sect. It only took 6 hits to decapitate the boss. For a total noob like Trieu Huy, this was the coolest thing ever. Trieu Huy, totally out of the loop, asked, who are these demon guys? Hatch replied, you know Heavenly Demon City. Basically, they're grandkids. That info was actually useful. Trieu Huy did the math. Heavenly Demon City is the top dog of the evil faction's big 3, right alongside the Black Lotus and the Sichuan gang. And this sword god guy single-handedly wrecked the sect that spawned them. Did he really pull that off? Seeing his brother's doubt, Trieu Huy explained, bro, nobody in history has ever been this OP. He's only known by his handle, Sword God. No real name, no doxing. Nobody knows if he had kids or how he died. It's all just rumors and clout. Just then, Trieu Huy looked triggered. He shoved the book in Hui's face. Look at this garbage. That Sima guy gets 2 whole volumes, but the Sword God only gets 3 pages. That is so rigged. The quiet didn't last long before the Blood Jade radio turned back on. Hey, you ever wonder about something? Trieu Huy blinked. Wonder about what? The spirit pressed. How is it that the descendant of the great Mengde, a literal conqueror, is living life totally clueless? Trieu Huy frowned. I don't know. They say wealth doesn't last 3 generations. Are royals supposed to be special or something? The spirit schooled him. Mengde was never a slacker. The inheritance alone was 100,000 strings of cash, massive money. But after him, the Trieu family history basically got deleted from the server. Trieu Huy's eyes merely popped out. 100,000 strings? He did a quick mental conversion. That's like 375 tons of cash in modern standards. Absurdly rich. Then the spirit dropped the bomb. You want to make a deal? That sounded sketchy. Trieu Huy narrowed his eyes. A deal? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? The complete spirit explained. Those guys are still powerful. But if you have us backing you, you could step into the ring and actually fight for the throne. Those guys? Who is he talking about? Trieu Huy was lost. Suddenly, the old man inside the Blood Jade flipped a switch. His eyes glowed with pure murder, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. What Mengde wants is to wipe the Sima clan off the face of the earth. Trieu Huy started sweating. Okay, so he's got beef with the Simas. That explains the grudge. But let's be real here, he thought. The Sima clan is literally the most powerful family in the world right now. I'm just running a small workshop. How am I supposed to take them down? Gliding through the lush greenery of the Heavenly Jade Forest, I called out, hey, big boss, I think we could download some of those high-level martial arts skills into this kid's brain. Just a thought. A voice echoed back. If the Grandmaster gives the green light, I'm game. But before the peace and quiet could settle in, Trieu Huy just had to ask, wait, who's chatting in the chat room? In the Crimson Mental Lounge known as the Blood Jade, right after making a pact with the self-proclaimed old ancestor, a figure materialized. Handsome face, silver hair, sword in hand. It was the sword god, Trieu Huy, and the guy who supposedly never took an L in his life, who definitely heard the spirits gossiping, but his biggest nightmare was staring him right in the face. If his dim-witted big brother stumbled upon the sword god's cheat codes, it was going to be total chaos. Suddenly, the Blood Jade lit up like a neon sign. Zhang, my boy, you cool with passing on the ultimate lineage to this rookie? The sword god didn't even hesitate. As long as his descendants don't get wiped out by those shady dark merchants, I'm down to teach him. Just listening to these two ancient spirits barter over his destiny, Trieu Huy couldn't help but smirk. You look pretty intense for a ghost, sword god. The spirit was busy browsing through Hu's memories, flashing images of airplanes, luxury yachts, and skyscrapers from his past life on Earth. I can see the other world you daydream about, the spirit mused. The tech and knowledge there, it's wild. Stuff I couldn't even dream up. Hu wanted to curse, talk about a privacy violation, but he just gritted his teeth. Damn it, you seen my browser history too? That's stalker behavior, Hui thought. The old ancestor cut in. If you combine that weird otherworldly logic of yours with our power, you could run this place. So, are we making a deal or what? In his previous life, Hui just wanted a chill existence, but reality was rigged against him. But here, he hit the respawn button. He always wanted to be a pro player in this world but lacked the connections. Now, with an invite from these ancient legendary spirits, it was a no-brainer. He tightened his belt, feeling the adrenaline kick in. He was all in on this transaction. Crossing the final stretch of the forest, the brothers finally reached the spot. From up high, the city looked like a packed server, markets overflowing, people everywhere. The scene triggered a flashback for Hui. Back on Earth, everyone was glued to their smartphones. Here, they were hauling heavy baskets on their shoulders. This city moves like one giant, breathing beast, Hui mused. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy's face lit up with pure hype. He spotted a group waving flags ahead. The Trieu brothers moved in closer. Hotch turned to an old guy in white robes and asked, "Hey Pops, is this that famous Beijing opera-style stuff?" The old man laughed. "Ha ha ha. Look at this fresh-faced rookie. First time seeing a show, kid?" Heck nodded vigorously, grinning like a goofball. "Yup, we're straight out of Feng Thai Huan." Watching them, Hui thought. Man, people here have zero filter. They just spill everything to strangers. After staying quiet for a beat, Hui stepped up. "Sir, we're actually both from Feng Thai Huan." The old man's smile got even wider. "Ha, two country bumpkins from the same village? What are the odds?" The pre-show party was getting rowdy. In the center stage, two cosplayers were going at it, one dressed as the South Jade Blood Demon in purple, the other was the Azure Sky Swordsman. Hui realized they're reenacting the legendary biography of the swordsman, the head of the Nam Cung family. That guy is basically an idol in Hui. While Hui was analyzing the lore, Hatch was vibrating with excitement like a toddler who just got a lollipop. With those sparkly anime eyes, he didn't look like a martial artist at all, just a total fanboy. The performance heated up, the crowd cheering louder as the actors clashed. But not everyone was impressed. Nearby, a smirk of pure disdain cut through the mood. "This theatrical trash is the same as always." One of three guys whispered, "Right?" Elder Van Fact 2 already debunked this. The one who fragged the Blood Demon was the Thunderblade guest, not the swordsman. Why don't they update the script? Another guy chimed in, "These peasants clearly don't read the stormy Jianghu Chronicles." Zero literacy in this crowd. The nearby fans heard the trash talk and whipped around, faces twisted in anger. Who said that? Which one of you wants trouble? But the tough talk died instantly. The crowd saw the insignia on the heckler's shoulders, a specific beast emblem. Three elites being stared down by commoners. The tension spiked. The locals realized they messed with the wrong crew and were probably doomed. Suddenly, a blur motion passed the old man. Before anyone could blink, Trieu Huy was there. He clenched his fists, causing the air to vibrate, and shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Hui was stunned. His goofy brother was actually stepping up to these bullies. One of the elites glared back, eyes glowing red with killing intent. "And who are you supposed to be?" Asked for his name. A martial arts nerd like Hotch wasn't going to back down. He whipped out a book like it was a holy scripture. "I'm a huge fan of the stormy Jianghu Chronicles, okay? And yeah, the Thunderblade guest took the head, but who returned to the world 6 months later with a crimson handprint scarred on his body? The swordsman. That mark comes from the Blood Sky Great Sword hand. Even though he took the hit from the Blood Demon's ultimate move, he still won and walked away. That's the real history. That is a fact every single person in Anhai knows." Hui was floored. This was the first time his brother actually sounded coherent, laying out facts like a lawyer. The crowd started murmuring in agreement. The heckle looked around, realizing he was losing the audience to a random kid. He'd been silenced by logic. Hotch continued, I respect your elder, Mr. Van Fact too, but nobody gets it right 100% of the time. Watching Hotch drop truth bombs made Huy feel a sudden burst of pride. My bro is a legit hero, he thought, nodding. Then his brain caught up. Wait. No. Stop. Those are the Chu Cat family disciples. One of the 5 great clans. But the 3 elites weren't going to let a country kid own them. The middle one tilted his head, looking down his nose. Oh yeah? Did you see it with your own eyes? Hawk stood his ground, voice booming. Exactly. Are you calling the Azure Sky Swordsmen and the heroes of the Nam Cung family liars? The guy sneered. Humph. Rumors spread like a virus in this province. Our elder Van Fact 2 has already invited the swordsmen to clarify. The price of truth, baby. Turning down that invite, that is straight up disrespectful to the Nam Cung family. Hearing those words fly out, Zhao, he looked completely shook. His face twisted up like he just smelled something nasty. Of course, as an elder, Van Fact 2, the real deal, Sword Saint totally wrecked that Nam Ok blood demon in the duel. Or maybe just knocked him out cold with that blood sky greatsword technique. Once he woke up and went back to the clan, well, you know how it goes. Zhao, he was losing his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs. What are you even talking about? Did Van Fact 2 actually see the Thunderblade guy chop off the Nam Ok blood demon's head? He chopped it right off and banned it from walking away. The crowd lost it. They were cracking up. Zhao, his rant was pure comedy to them. Even the old guy he was talking to earlier was cackling. Yeah, chop the head right off. Huh. You know how it is when someone looks stupid. They get mad at the guy calling them out. The dude facing Zhao, he got that crazy look, veins popping, voice dripping with murder. Civilian or not, pal, you're gonna pay for running your mouth. Zhao Huy saw the red flags instantly. If this kept up, his brother was gonna get stomped out right there. As the thug stepped up, Huy yanked Zhao Huy back, flashing a nervous smile at the mob. Hey, big guys, my bro here totally lost his marbles. He's nuts. Come on, bro, why are you out here? Go play with the puppies. Zhao, he tried to argue, but Huy clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him off before he could dig the hole any deeper. The martial artist didn't bother chasing the 2 Zhao brothers. Fast forward to the afternoon in a tiny rented room. The brothers sat facing each other. Hui face palmed, looking totally done. Dude, if you hadn't started a scene. Luckily, there were witnesses in the market square. Seriously. You trying to collect your own funeral insurance? I told you to go home. Zhao, he just sat there with a blank, goofy look. Nah. That stupidity just triggered Hui even more. He shouted, You jerk. What do you mean, nah? You promised me you keep your trap shut. We just got to Hefei and you're already beefing with this huge family? You think that wooden stick is Excalibur or something? Didn't you say your life sucks because I'm the genius? Zhao, he knew he messed up and almost got Hui killed, so he just stared at the floor. Silent. If you were actually good, you'd probably try to beat up the Martial Alliance leader by now. Ugh, you are officially insane. Hui was too frustrated to even hit him. He just grabbed a cup of water and chugged the whole thing. The room was tense until Zhao, he suddenly yelled, Fatty bro. Over here. It was Li Changzai. The guy barely sat down before asking, What's the drama? Hui shook his head. Nah, nothing. Just sit down, bro. Once Li Changzai settled in, Hui got straight to business. Spill everything you know about the Nam Cung family. I need your hookup. Mentioning Nam Cung made a player like Li Changzai get super cautious. Hui continued, I need the deep cuts. Not the stuff from the gossip mongers or the wind and cloud record. I want personalities, daily routines of the VIPs, the current head, their hobbies, beefs, and whatever dirty laundry they're hiding. That's the intel I need. Li Changzai's face got serious. Let me think. Brother, you're asking for premium tea that even the info brokers can't pour, so there's no way. Hui pushed. Li Changzai sipped his water, thinking hard, then finally spoke. Well, it's not impossible. Better than the beggar sect, you've got the night butterflies or the moonlit forest. Those massive intel networks definitely have what you want. But a third son of a merchant guild like me, I can't get a meeting. And even if I could, their price tag is astronomical. About the night butterflies. Knowing about them could get a kid like you erased. Li Changzai dropped a bit more lore. It's a legendary network, but nobody knows if it's real or just a myth. Hui thought about it. Regular info was already a ripoff, but right now, this was the only play. Hui asked, If I request a meeting, what's the wait time? Li Changzai sighed heavily. Do you know how many people drop requests at the Nam Cung gate every day? Hundreds. Even high-ranking dudes get turned away without seeing a soul. Hui gasped, hundreds a day. Li Changzai broke it down. Yep, they hand out tickets based on status. Government officials and army brass get gold tickets. Martial world folks get silver. Everyone else, rejection pile. You usually need to be a clan heir to even get a look. Hui pressed. What else? Chang's eye continued. People related to the family get copper tickets. That includes distant relatives and suppliers for food, clothes, or weapons. Moving on, Hui didn't want to miss a beat. Next are the red tickets for people wanting to join the clan workforce, basically manual labor and stamina tests. Finally, merchants wanting new deals or people asking for favors like you guys get the green tickets. This gave Huey a massive headache. Gold, silver, copper, red, green. If it's us, do we get anything special? Li Chang's eyes sighed. We're the Fire Dragon Guild. Even with a green ticket, we wait. My dad once waited a whole month just to see a mid-level manager. A month? You could die of old age by then. Huey was disappointed, he thought. Of course, snobs and expensive bureaucrats. He bowed respectfully to Chang's eye. Thanks for looking out for me, brother. Sorry, I couldn't be more help. What's your plan? Li Chang's eye asked. Hui's face stayed stone cold. I have to meet them. I'm hitting up the Nam Kong estate tomorrow. Before leaving, Li Chang's eye wished Huey luck on this crazy mission. Night fell, then morning came. At their rental, Zhao, he was already up. Being a martial arts nut, he always woke up early. I'm heading out to train, he told Hui. Hui yawned, still half asleep. Yeah, you're a real grinder. Have fun. Just when everything was chill and quiet, the ruby on his chest started glowing like a disco ball. The spirit locked inside decided to nag right in Trieu Hui's ear. Yo, when are we finally vibing to the sword tomb? Trieu Huy was trying to catch some Z's, but this spectral dude had zero chill. Ignoring him wasn't an option if he wanted any peace and quiet. He grumbled, do we seriously have to trek all the way to the sword tomb? The sword god snapped back, kid, if you don't survive the tomb, you'll never grasp my sword logic. How many times do I have to spell it out for you? Trieu Huy let out a massive yawn, sighing. Listen, old man, for a normal guy, that place is a hike. It takes 4 or 5 months, easy. You know, I'm booked solid with stuff to do here and in Hui. That attitude made the sword god instantly blow his top. He gripped his blade tight, roaring. You think my techniques are some basic parlor tricks? If I, the sword god Trieu Huy, pass down my ultimate secret arts, it's the kind of legacy people kill for. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was mentally checking out, thinking, the sword tomb is basically on the border of Shaanxi and Gansu. In modern terms, that is the middle of nowhere. It is a 5-month road trip, minimum. Add in bandits or a lame horse. We are talking forever. It is a total waste of cash and time. Even though his brain was screaming hard pass, his gut knew he couldn't fumble the bag on learning from a literal god. Trieu Huy sighed, fine. I will get to the sword tomb as fast as humanly possible. The sword god pressed. When do we roll? Trieu Huy shrugged. I still have business with the Nam Kung family. Give me a month. Maybe 2. Hearing that, the old master lost it. Too late. Disciples start grinding when they are 5 or 6. You are 20. Your joints are already stiffening up. Forget it. Even if it drains my spirit, I am hijacking your body for a bit. Brace yourself. Trieu Hui's eyes went wide with panic. Wait, did you say hijacking? The ruby exploded with purple energy, shaking the whole room. Hold up, elder. Time out. But the sword god's personality was way too chaotic to listen to reason. It only took a few seconds for the takeover to finish. Trieu Hui's goofy expression vanished, replaced by the intense, sharp glare of the sword god. An invisible pressure radiated off him, only a real pro would notice it. The old master scanned his new vessel and scoffed, humph, weak trash. I can only pilot this wreck for maybe 7 or 8 minutes. I will have to force feed it some prenatal true chi. Trieu Hui's internal voice piped up in a panic. Elder? If we use prenatal true chi. He didn't even finish the sentence before the old man barked, you are too loud. Shut it. Instantaneously, the frail body erupted with power. His clothes shredded off like wet paper, and his eyes burned with battle lust. Inside the gem's mental space, Trieu Huy watched the transformation in horror. In his head, it looked like he was turning into the Incredible Hulk, minus the green skin. His body swelled up, muscles popping out until he was rocking a rock-hard 6-pack. It is the golden rule of cultivation. You have to cleanse the marrow and reforge the bones. Trieu Huy was getting the express treatment. This body hadn't seen a gym in 20 years, so a thick layer of black gunk oozed out of his pores. The sword god just swiped it away. With the prenatal true chi, I am power washing your meridians and veins. Trieu Hui's jaw dropped. Elder, wait. Doesn't using that stuff tank my survival rat? He wasn't allowed to finish his guess. The god interrupted. So your lifespan drops by 10 years. Big deal. Walk it off. Trieu Huy felt like he had been struck by lightning. Who trades a decade of life for a beach body? What if he was destined to croak at 40? Now he is on a 30-year timer. Realizing the price for unlocking his meridians was a 10-year slice of his life, Trieu Huy threw a mental tantrum, sobbing and raging. You are only talking smack because it is not your body on the line. The sword god replied with surprising calm, Kid, if you master and perfect my entire sword art, concepts like lifespan won't even matter to you. Now, I am giving the wheel back. In a flash, the soul retreated into the Blood Jade. Trieu Huy regained control, but he wasn't ready for the aftershock. Rewiring a human nervous system isn't exactly a tickle fight. A wave of agony crashed over him, making him feel like he was shattering into a million pieces. Inside the gem, the sword god sneered, pathetic. You are screaming over a little ache. Your will is weak. Trieu Huy collapsed, writhing on the floor. The voice in the gem turned cold. I burned too much energy fixing you up. I am going offline for a while. While I am gone, toughen up your body and mind. With that final order, Trieu Huy passed out cold. The ruby went dark. The next morning, sunlight flooded the room as Trieu Huy dragged himself back from the dead, groggily waking up. Oh. He was still sore from the ordeal. As he tried to piece together last night, he noticed a golden gas swirling around his right hand. Curious, he stared at it. Whoa, intense. Then he noticed his vision. He had read about this in legends. Suddenly, the world was high definition. He looked out the window and could see individual tiles on buildings miles away. Okay, this definitely is not normal human eyesight. Is this internal energy? Deep inside his gut, his dancing golden energy was pooling up and pumping through his entire system. He had never felt juice like this before. He focused, channeling a little bit of that energy into his palm. He gave a casual wave, and boom, the furniture in front of him disintegrated into splinters. The sheer destructive force left him stunned. Okay, I get why he is obsessed with this martial arts stuff now. He didn't know his power level, but he knew this was a total game changer for his daily life. New confidence unlocked. Trieu Huy grabbed a fresh shirt, ready to start his day with a whole new vibe. Phase 1, hit up the Nam Cung estate. He stepped out into the bustling city, making his way to the massive compound that towered over the neighbors. The place was a zoo, people streaming in and out. Trieu Huy stood there, jaw on the floor, just gawking. Whoa. At the gate, guards in Nam Cung uniforms were directing traffic like bouncers. Sign the guest list, then move to the holding area. One barked while pointing at a table. Trieu Huy grabbed the brush and casually scrawled his name and hometown on the scroll. Trieu Huy. Ironworks and Huy. The guard took one look at the paper and a sneer curled his lip. He was definitely judging. Zhao He was absolutely geeking out, vibrating with energy. He started his hero intro, I am Zhao He, a warrior of but Zhao Huy. Seeing the guard's stank face, grabbed his brother and dragged him away, muttering, Yo, let's bounce, hurry up. Just like Huy predicted, the guards smirked, looking at them like they were total trash. Probably thinking, look at these clowns. The place was basically a glorified waiting room where guests sat around hoping for a VIP invite. Just a bunch of tea tables and nervous people. Huy looked at He like he was a toddler off his leash, but he was vibing hard. It was his first time seeing so many martial arts dudes in one spot. He wouldn't shut up, completely starstruck. Bro, you see that? Even signing in feels intense. I heard the real Nam Cung estate starts at the back courtyard. How many people do you think fit in here? Huy just nodded, tuning him out. Yeah, sure, whatever. The back courtyard was strictly for the Nam Cung family elite. While he was rubbernecking at everything, Huy was deep in thought. Man, if everyone here actually gets an invite, I'm wasting my time. I need to flex somehow to stand out. While he was scheming on how to get noticed, that old guy from yesterday suddenly showed up. Huy paused. Wait, isn't that? Last time he thought the guy was just some random boomer. Huy hesitated, then approached. Hey there, Pops. The brothers bowed respectfully. Sorry we dipped early yesterday without saying bye. The old man looked happy to see them, but then he noticed the lack of service, frowned, and shouted, Is this how we treat guests around here? That outburst totally freaked the brothers out. Suddenly, a guy in a suit sprinted over, sweating bullets. He bowed low to the old man. Boss, what do you need? The old man didn't mess around. Give these two the gold pass. Take them to the inner court. Now, Huy and He were stunned, head spinning. The suit hesitated, trying to quote the rulebook, but sir, protocol says they have to wait here. And isn't the inner court strictly for the retired elders? Outsiders aren't usually allowed in the sanctum. The old man snapped, waving his hand angrily. Shut it. You kids have zero respect these days, always acting like you're so busy. These two are the only ones who protected our family from those huge creeps. I want to buy them a drink. You got a problem with that? Humph. The suit turned pale, realizing he messed up. No, sir. Sorry, sir. Right away. The brothers were still buffering, trying to process what just happened. It was so absurd, Huy, and he couldn't believe it. They exchanged a look and just started cracking up. Bro, for real? Inside the inner court, the old man had them set up in a fancy tea room. A maid smiled at them. Can I top off your tea, sir? Huy waved her off, trying to act cool. Nah, I'm good. Suddenly, the red pendant on his neck glowed. A voice echoed in his head. Whoa. Is that art from the Yin ruins? Like Shang Dynasty stuff? That's ancient Bronze Age history. Huy thought, Yin ruins? The Shang Dynasty? No way, I'm seeing that right. The spirit in the jade snapped back. Kid, you daring to doubt the eyes of the great scholar Zhou Yu? Huy realized he stepped in it. My bad, my bad. The spirit kept going. Himph. That technique is definitely ancient style, created by a top scholar for the royal family. That is 100% the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. No mistake, Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. Huy stood in front of the painting, looking smart, but he didn't know jack about art. The spirit started feeding him lines. It's not a waterfall. Those peach blossoms, painted with rooster blood. The stars in the sky, crushed white stone powder. The tree trunks, charcoal. That's why the colors haven't faded after all this time. Honestly, it's preserved insanely well. I'm impressed. I don't know who owns this, but they deserve a medal. Huy thought it sounded cool, so he repeated it out loud to look smart. Ah, the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. Fascinating. Rooster blood and white stone powder. Thousands of years old and still fresh. Smash. The sound of glass breaking shattered the silence. The old man had dropped his wine bottle. He'd been lurking behind them. How? How on earth do you know about the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map? The old man was shaking. The best art snobs in Anhui don't know this. Even the experts are clueless. It took me 80 years to figure that out. Today is just full of surprises. Kid, who is your master? Where did you study? Huy started sweating. He couldn't exactly say, a ghost told me. My master? I mean, why am I babbling? I don't know. The spirit whispered in his ear. Relax. Just tell him you're a descendant of the Thousand-Thought Sage. Huy thought back, who the heck is the Thousand-Thought Sage? The spirit scoffed. That's my nickname from back in the day. Genius. Huy composed himself and told the old man, I am a descendant of the Thousand-Thought Sage. The old man gasped, connecting the dots himself. The Thousand-Thought Sage? The legendary Hamlin scholar from 300 years ago? You're Zhou Yu's kin. It has to be. If you're his descendant, this is a huge blessing for the Central Plains. Suddenly, two more old dudes appeared. One huge, one short with a sword, but both radiating serious final boss energy. The big guy boomed. What's all the noise about? Before anyone could answer, the sword guy squinted. You dragged this stray in here? Huy bowed instantly. Greetings, elders. I am Zhao Huy. The big guy laughed. Oh, did you finally find yourself a disciple? The old man waved his hands frantically. No. He's the heir of the Thousand-Thought Sage. I wouldn't dare claim him. The sword guy asked, who's the Thousand-Thought Sage? The old man led Huy over, laughing at his friends. You uncultured swines don't know the sage. The sword guy ignored the history lesson. So, he's not your student? The old man shook his head. Nope. But listen to this. The sword guy didn't wait. He grabbed Huy by the collar, grinning like a maniac. Cool. Then this kid is mine. Before Trieu Huy could even blink, the biggest old guy snapped at the others. Hey, respect the pecking order. You really trying to snatch this kid right from under my nose after he just unlocked all his meridians? The old dude carrying the sword just chuckled. Hey, so you got your eyes on the rookie too, huh? It's wild, though. Look at his hands, smooth as a baby's. Zero sword calluses. He doesn't look like a fighter, so how the heck did he break past normal human limits and unlock his full energy flow? Usually, you have to hit a specific level and basically rebuild your bones to break those limits. It's a total metamorphosis. You're supposed to clear the main channels before you can even think about the advanced stuff. But his body isn't exactly at the Grandmaster level yet. Real pros can spot power levels a mile away. The big boss suddenly spoke up. Kid, looks like you power leveled like crazy in no time flat. I've literally never seen anyone gain stats this fast. The sword-wielding elder chimed in with the explanation. For anyone else, that grind would take at least 30 years. But you, looks like you've already formed a golden core. That's when your internal energy condenses into a solid pill in your gut. The big guy sighed, even I haven't managed to pull that off yet. With that kind of mana pool, you're practically unbeatable already. He looked Trieu Huy up and down, a light bulb going off. Wait, If you're already at the core stage, how did I miss it? Doesn't this make him the perfect candidate for the ultimate technique? That's the legendary tier only the top dogs like the 7 seats ever reach. The big guy laughed it off. Haha, yeah right. Like life is ever that easy. The elder with the sword on his hip added his 2 cents. But look at his age. While the old geezers were busy chatting, they totally forgot about Trieu Huy, who was zoning out in the chair, and Trieu Huy, who was still dangling there, grabbed by the collar by the sword elder. Huy finally caught his breath and spoke up. Excuse me, can you put me down? Being choked isn't exactly comfy. Huy let out a huge sigh of relief when his feet hit the floor. The elders were having a good laugh, but then the big guy got right up in Huy's face. Ever thought about changing your last name? If you join the main Nam Cung line, you can take our name. I'll even adopt you as my son right now. Trieu Huy was totally blindsided by this sudden offer. All he could manage was a confused, adopted by the big boss. Huy started daydreaming. Nam Cung Huy has a nice ring to it. With that name, I'd be untouchable. Talk about a sweet deal. Suddenly, the Blood Jade screamed in his head since they can hear his thoughts. The audacity. You dare celebrate? Look at that goofy grin. You got a death wish. I'll take over your body right now. Hearing that threat, Trieu Huy snapped out of it. Bad idea, don't get tempted. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy scrambled to his knees, beaming. Oh, great master. Trieu Nam Cung Hack at your service. Please, bestow the name upon me. I'll be loyal forever. I'll be your weapon. Please. The ghosts in the jade started roasting the guy immediately. Look at that sellout. Isn't he supposed to be the eldest grandson of the Trieu clan? The big elder blinked, surprised, but kept his cool. Not bad. You got guts. But let me think. We got plenty of disciples already. Do I really need another one? Trieu Huy kept bowing, desperate. I'll work super hard, I swear. Trieu Huy shook his head, looking awkward. Whoa, how can you just ditch the name your ancestors gave you like that? I can't do it. Sorry, sir. The old man completely ignored the kneeling guy and turned back to Huy. Tisk, why do the talented ones always have to be so stubborn? Inside the jade, the spirit sounded way happier. Exactly, that's how you do it. The big boss pondered. This kid is a 1 in 500 years prodigy. Letting him walk would be a total waste. He came up with a plan B. So, the name change is the deal breaker, right? Trieu Huy nodded firmly. Yup, fine then, the elder said. How about being a registered disciple? A registered disciple gets the perks of a family member learning almost all the cool moves except the top secret bloodline techniques. It's basically like being an honorary sworn brother. Trieu Huy mentally checked with his ghostly roommates. Ancestors, this is cool, right? I kinda need the Nam Cung family's backup here. A voice from the Blood Jade replied, Humph. Registered disciple? Back in my day, the Nam Kungs were nobodies, but I guess they're big shots now. Fine, go for it. Back in a private room at the Nam Cung estate, Trieu Huy knelt down for the ceremony. With Trieu Huy and the other 2 old guys watching, he bowed. Trieu Huy greets the master. The old man made it official. Rule number 1, don't you dare drag the Nam Cung name through the mud. Rule 2, when things get hairy, you don't run. Rule 3, you follow orders. Do you swear to this? Trieu Huy nodded. I swear. Good. Up you get, the master said. Now spill the beans. How did you cultivate that much internal power without a teacher? Trieu Huy stammered, trying to stall. The old man cut him off. Don't even think about lying. Why do you think we were fighting over you earlier? We knew you were a free agent immediately. Your energy has no specific form or style. Huy panicked mentally. Help me out here, sword god ancestor. What do I tell him? The Blood Jade stayed silent. The old man pressed on. Did you chug some legendary elixir? Or maybe ate a magic beast core? But here's the thing, even if you ate a miracle drug, you need a cultivation technique to absorb it, otherwise it's useless. And if you have a technique, you have a master. The other elder nodded. Solid point, the master wasn't done. Plus, you're telling me you open your meridians just by absorbing raw energy? Is there even a god-tier skill that exists that can do that? Even our family's secret Azure Sky technique might not be able to pull that off. And if someone actually taught you such a crazy powerful method, why didn't they teach you how to fight? You're totally clueless about combat. Trieu Huy started sweating bullets. Man, these old dudes are sharp. I can't exactly tell them I have a magical jade in my pocket. Suddenly, the Blood Jade spoke up with pure arrogance. Humph, this mediocre old fool actually thinks his tiny brain can comprehend my descendant. Trieu Huy instantly recognized the voice and snapped back. Yo, ancestral sword god, you good in there? The soul inside the Blood Jade replied. He's fine, just totally drained his mana bar. He's in sleep mode, recharging right now. Trieu Huy thought to himself, thank God, but seriously, how do I glitch my way out of this mess? The sword god spoke up from the Blood Jade, seeing as the kid didn't have any famous backers or a fancy sect to name drop. Just tell them you got a lucky legendary drop and inherited a skill set from some ancient pro player. Trieu Huy took a deep breath to compose himself and address the group of elders. Actually, I stumbled upon a hidden quest and unlocked a legacy from an ancient master. But the internal energy manual was so high level, like endgame content, that just learning the mana breathing techniques took everything I had. I haven't actually unlocked any of the combat skills yet. Trieu Huy's master wasn't buying a single word of it and snapped back angrily. An ancient master's legacy? You've been reading too many fantasy web novels, kid. You expect me to believe that garbage? Where's this secret cave? Give me the GPS coordinates. I want to learn these cheat codes too. Trieu Huy tried to defend himself. I'm telling the truth, the master roared. The audacity. So you're telling me you memorize all those high-level moves from a book? Trieu Huy hesitated for a second. Oh, of course, the master shouted. Then cast them. Let's see a demonstration right now. Trieu Huy stammered. My stats aren't high enough yet. The master exploded with rage. Enough. You think learning kung fu is like downloading a file? You think this is a joke? That's just stuff made up by storytellers to sell books. If you could pass down ultimate techniques with a few sheets of scrap paper, why would martial arts schools even exist? Trieu Huy tried to argue. But doesn't the Shaolin Temple keep their manuals in the scripture library? The master clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. Internal mantras and deep combat theory. No matter how detailed the wiki page is, without a teacher to guide you, you can't actually inherit the style. Manuals are just backup hard drives to prevent the art from being deleted from history. You'll never reach the developer's level just by reading the patch notes. The sword god suddenly projected his voice from the jade. Why is this NPC talking so much? Don't bother with the long explanation. Tell him to 1v1 you in a mental simulation battle. A sword debate. You want to trick guys like this? You have to beat them at their own theory crafting game. Trieu Huy stood up tall, brimming with confidence. If master really doesn't trust his student, then please, challenge me to a mental sword debate. The master paused, realizing something was up. A sword debate? You know the meta for theoretical combat. Trieu Huy spoke clearly. Since you don't know my moveset, I'll stick to the 6 Harmony Fist and the 3 Talons sword styles. For movement, I'll run the 7-star footwork build. And to keep it fair, let's cap our mana usage at 10 years of cultivation power. Everyone in the room was stunned by the kid's guts. The master nodded. Fine. I'll use the same loadout to test you. Trieu Huy accepted immediately. Deal. The master put on his serious game face and announced, since I'm the veteran here, I'll let you have the first turn. Show me your skills. The simulation starts. Now. Trieu Huy said, student opens with finger points the way, aiming for your upper body. As soon as the words left his mouth, a holographic simulation played out in Trieu Huy's mind. He stepped forward, slashing horizontally across the middle lane. The master instantly countered. Ha. I'll use the retreat stance from 7-star footwork to dodge, then counterattack your midsection with giant dragon exits the sea. The simulation of the master. Moved like lightning, backstepping out of range before launching a straight punch. Trieu Huy narrated, I'm using the diagonal stance from 7-star footwork to debuff your attack power. Then I'll switch to the speed stance, drifting to the right to target your vital pressure points with 2 heavens, 2 paths. Guided by the sword god, the master was forced to pause and think about his next move. This is weird, he thought. The standard combo for the 3-talent sword usually flows into 1 heaven ascending right after that move. If he retreated, 1 heaven ascending would be the meta play. But since he didn't retreat, 2 heavens, 2 paths is actually a genius counter. The master made his choice. I'll use the speed stance to flank your right side, blocking you off, then hit you with a movable mountain aiming right for your energy center. Trieu Huy announced, I'm burning the full 10 years of mana cap. I'll use a hard cancel to block, then transition into flying eagle flash to target your throat. The master had been waiting for this. Ha ha, finally using your mana? Good. I'm matching your 10 years of power and using the luck stance from the 7-star steps. Suddenly, the master froze. Wait, hold on. That doesn't work. He used his internal energy earlier to block my hit, and now he's initiating a new attack sequence? In a match like this, you have to link at least 3 combos before switching up the flow. He's not just using offense and defense as one, he's improvising midstream. The master started walking back his move. No, wait, scratch that. I'm not using the luck stance. I'll use the retreat stance to pull back and cast Cold Light Pierces the Sky. The sword god judged him from the jade. Look at this guy. Does he think this is a game? You can't just control Z in a real fight. Trieu Huy spoke up. Hey, master, you know the rules. No take-backsies. You can't stop a skill once it's cast. The master looked embarrassed, but forced his next move anyway. Fine. After retreating left with the Lux stance, I'll max out my power. Target your upper body with giant dragon exits the sea. Close the gap with speed, and chain it into cold light pierces the sky. Trieu Huy reacted instantly. Student also goes all in. I'll use the 5 stance. After taking control of your lower body zone, I'll use 1 heaven ascending to slash upward instantly. The master froze. He realized in that split second, he had just lost the simulation. The old man who brought Trieu Huy to the Nam Cung estate was watching in disbelief. There's no way. The Azure Heaven Sword Immortal, my big brother, lost in just 4 rounds. The master was the eldest of the 3 brothers. The one who brought Trieu Huy in was the second brother, and the third one, the guy who had grabbed Trieu Huy by the collar earlier, was watching in shock. The third brother thought, this kid. He doesn't know any flashy moves, but he's got a killer instinct. He attacks weak points without hesitation. He's brutal. The master forced a smile. Ha ha, not bad, kid. I got a little distracted and my ping was high. That's why it got messy. Desperate to save his reputation, the master fished for an excuse to go another round. Care for a rematch? I want to see more of what you can do. Trieu Huy nodded seriously. Sure, but this time, please play for real, master. Treat it like a life or death battle. The master looked a bit awkward but replied, oh, of course. No holding back this time. I'm going full try-hard mode. Trieu Huy replied, cool, let's go. Since the master was the senior, he still insisted on the courtesy. But, you should still make the first move. Trieu Huy responded, you got it. Since I'm on offense, I'm gonna hit the gas and aim for your left flank, master. Master froze up like a statue, sweating bullets. The second elder was cracking up inside, thinking, haha, big bro is actually trying his hardest and still only lasted 7 rounds. Meanwhile, Master Cao Hui laughed it off to save face. Haha, that was actually pretty slick. That immortal points the way move at the buzzer, pure genius. Cao Hui just nodded calmly, yes, sir. But the master wasn't having it and insisted. How about a rematch? Cao Hui kept his cool. Sure thing. The master cleared his throat. I'll let you make the first move again. They say whoever strikes first wins, so if I keep taking the initiative, it's actually unfair to me, right? Cao Hui replied, all right then. This time I'll let you take the lead, master. The master was all like, good, good. Fast forward a bit, and Master Cao Hui's face was twitching, totally speechless from the beatdown. The second elder whispered, yikes, only lasted 6 rounds this time. But the master, stubborn as a mule, pointed his finger and demanded, run it back. Cao Hui just shrugged gently, you got it. By the time they were done, the sky had gone from bright morning to pitch black. The master had lost so many times, he was having a full-blown existential crisis, looking like a zombie. Is this a nightmare? I gotta be dreaming. The second elder tried to bail out the big boss, saying, hey, maybe it's just because. You haven't totally mastered the 3 talents sword style yet. Let's call it a day. The great elder snapped back, embarrassed. Zip it, you brat. The second elder didn't know what to say, just stuttering, but bro. The great elder decided to spin the narrative himself, laughing nervously. Ha, you must have been grinding only this 3 talents sword style, right? You gotta give me some time to learn it properly so it's a fair fight. Cao Hui thought, what do I do with this guy? He's desperate to avoid humiliation. He played along. Well, the 3 talents sword is entry level, but you need at least a month to really get the vibe, right? Cao Hui sighed in relief. Phew. Okay, let's spar again in 1 month. The great elder jumped up like he was sitting on a spring, clearly waiting for that exact out. Deal. And don't you dare be afraid to show up at the Elder's Hall when the time comes. He bolted before anyone could say another word. Cao Hui actually felt bad for the guy, thinking, if he knew he was debating sword logic with the sword god, his brain would probably short-circuit. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto his shoulder. Zhao Hash was staring at him like he was looking at an alien, asking, who the heck are you really? He was just chilling out when suddenly his older brother, Zhao Hash, got up in his grill, slapped a hand on his shoulder, and interrogated him, seriously, who are you? I mean, anyone in this situation would be sketchy. Zhao Hatch wasn't dumb enough to miss such a crazy transformation. His face was super intense as he thought, I grinded that 3 talent sword style harder than anyone. I've got the whole moveset memorized. But is this guy a martial arts prodigy? No, it feels way scarier. Like I'm standing next to a monster who's suppressing his power level. Seeing Zhao Hack spiraling into an existential crisis, Cao Hui stepped in. Bro, just chill. I'll explain everything to you later. The The second elder kept stroking his beard, muttering to himself, I wanted to grab a beer with the kid, but that might be weird. Let's see. Hu Hoa is already hitched. Oh yeah, I've still got Gay Ong. She was a total knockout, with skin so perfect it looked photoshopped. The second elder piped up. So, what's your take on the most beautiful flower in the Nam Cung family, the second miss? Right now, Cao Hui cared about romance about as much as he cared about taxes. Keeping a poker face, he replied, the women of the Nam Cung clan are obviously gorgeous, but it seemed like nobody really knew the real Cao Hui yet. An image popped up, a girl in a blue dress with massive anime eyes. That was just the second elder's imagination running wild, though. He puffed out his chest, super proud. That's my granddaughter. Come on, let me set you two up. The second elder had barely finished trying to play matchmaker when the third elder cut in, panic mode engaged. No, brother. She's already engaged, remember? Hearing that, the second elder's mood nosedived. He barked, Who? Which loser dared to put a ring on my granddaughter? The third elder whispered, the little dragon of Manhwa. Hearing that name drop, the second elder screamed, Who decided to give my precious granddaughter to that beggar Taoist? The third elder didn't dare say another word, just staying quiet to avoid the heat. Anyway, the weather was perfect, sunlight streaming through the windows. Inside the guest quarters of the Nam Cung estate, Cao Hui woke up at the crack of dawn. He paced around the room, thinking, something's off. Even though it's cool that the elders like me, I'm stuck here for 2 weeks with them. I really should be getting back to expand my business. Instead, I'm grounded here at the sword sect. Man, when am I going to see that little girl again? Cao Hui glanced at a row of zithers leaning against the wall. He hadn't really paid attention to them before, but walking past them gave him a weirdly magical vibe. He walked up to one sitting on a table and wondered, does this thing even still play? He asked, but his hands were already moving. As he plucked the strings, the notes seemed to come alive, dancing around the instrument and creating a super unique sound. He played the pentatonic scale, Kung, Shang, Jue, Z, U, which is basically just do, re, mi, so, la. Feeling the rhythm, he thought, oh yeah, this takes me back to my college days strumming the guitar. The melody drifted out, totally mesmerizing a young lady nearby. Just as Cao Hui was vibing, a girl's voice piped up. How in the world did you do that? Cao Hui snapped out of his trance. He stared at the girl like he'd just been struck by lightning, total love at first sight vibes. Wait, isn't this the second elder's granddaughter? Seeing him freeze up like a deer in headlights, she spoke up again. Seriously, how did you make that sound? Noticing the second elder standing there too, Cao Hui quickly bowed. Oh, my bad. I was rude. But the granddaughter wasn't letting it go. How do you create that tone? While waiting for an answer, she stared him down, cheeks flushing pink. She was analyzing it in her head. He blocked 3 strings simultaneously with the same pitch to get that resonance. That's how the sound happened. Usually, singers mix different notes. Dropping her shyness, she stepped closer to Cao Hui and practically begged, Please, you have to teach me how to make that sound. It took a few seconds for Cao Hui to reboot his brain. He replied, it's actually not that hard. I don't suppose you could help me tune the pitch on these other 2 strings. The second elder's granddaughter didn't hesitate for a second. She stepped up to the zither, eyes sparkling, and said, If it's tuning, I'm your girl. I can fix any pitch. What are you looking for? Cao Hui watched her and said, If you could set one string to a pitch between Shang and Ju, and another between Yu and Kung, that would be perfect. She paused and asked Cao Hui, If we're going between Shang and Jue, do you want the major Lu pitch or the Gu Xian pitch? Gu Xian hits the 5th note in the Eastern 12-tone scale, while Shang Lu takes the 6th spot. But honestly, all that technical jargon flew right over Trieu Hui's head. So, he just threw a Hail Mary and asked, Hey, could you strum that for me real quick? First time around, the big boss's granddaughter played a Gu Xian, but that wasn't the vibe He was looking for. But the second she hit that next note, that Zhang Lu Hu's brain lit up immediately. Bingo! That was the sound. In the world he came from, they called that a Lin Zhang, basically the 12th note in the Eastern setup. Hui strummed the strings and started lecturing like a pro. When you mix the right notes together, it's called a harmony. A chord, you know. Basically, it's the sound you get when 2 or more pitches decide to hang out together in a specific order. Obviously, this was brand new info for the second elder's granddaughter. Her mind was totally blown. The very first note Hui played had the girl next to him losing her cool and letting out an excited whoa. But wait, what's a C chord? Her innocent question hit Hui like a truck. He had no idea how to explain music theory 101 to someone from this era. He had just blurted it out. He said, start with a C chord out of habit, stuff only music geeks from his old world would get. While playing, Hui was sweating internally, thinking, man, how do I spin this? I seriously don't know how to explain this. He decided to just keep playing. Next up is the D chord. The second the sound rang out, the girl couldn't hide her hype. Ah, that's it. I heard that melody earlier. It's beautiful. More. Play more. Beautiful was the only word she could find, but it meant she thought it was perfect, literally indescribable. Seeing his granddaughter vibing with a total stranger, she just meant bonding over tunes. No less, the second elder was shook. He was thinking, what's the deal with this guy? He just drops out of the sky and she's all smiles. Even the rich pretty boys from other clans get the cold shoulder. Why is she so happy with him? The granddaughter interrupted his thoughts, asking, Sir, you played the Kung and Jiao notes together just now, right? Huy nodded, spot on. Add a chord to the mix and, well, honestly, my skills are a bit rusty. His fingers started shaking hard to look cool when your hands won't cooperate. The girl, however, was having a blast. She reached for the instrument. Let me give it a shot. Her music lit up the gloomy room like fireworks. Listening to it, Huy had a flashback. Wait, this sounds familiar. Is she playing Girls Like You by Maroon 5? A total musical genius. Huy looked at her, grinned, and admitted defeat. Okay, I'm definitely embarrassing myself in front of a pro here. The big boss watched the young couple and got nostalgic about his glory days. He finally walked over and broke the ice. Haha. After hearing that masterpiece, how can I ever listen to regular musicians again? By the way, what do you think of my granddaughter? That point-blank question from the second elder threw Huy off balance. He looked at the petite girl and his mind started racing. Thoughts flooded in. Whoa, hold on. I've seen every plastic surgery perfect idol in South Korea, but this girl? She's got me feeling some type of way. Maybe natural beauty just hits different. Maybe it's because this world doesn't have Botox? Huy dodged the trap and answered. Great sound. The grandpa was speechless at the dense response. Huy bowed. I should get going. Seeing Huy trying to bolt, the elder asked, heading back to old man Tan's place. Huy gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, master told me not to wander off. Can't disobey him. The elder laughed loud. Kid, you really don't know him at all. Hey, want to make a bet with me? Huy wasn't about to pass up a gamble. Later that night, in a small guest room at the Nam Cung estate, Huy's brother was snoring like a chainsaw. But Huy was deep in thought, telepathically chatting with the Blood Jade. Sword God, be real with me. What did you do to my body? Why is everyone freaking out? Old Man Sky inside the Jade replied calmly. Relax. I just uploaded the Heavenly Sword God art, my exclusive mental manual, straight into your system. Huy pressed. Is it top tier though? The old man shot back. What answer are you hoping for? Huy had no clue what this strange energy inside him was, and the unknown is always the scariest part. He argued, Dude, it's my body. Shouldn't I get the user manual? I'm freaking out over here. The old master explained, because I force opened all your meridians. Obviously, your internal energy is skyrocketing. Don't sweat it. Give it 3 years, and you'll form a core. Huy asked, So, is my energy stronger than the Nam Cung leader's blue sky lotus art? Being compared to amateurs triggered the sword god. He snapped, Who do you think I am? If you want to compare my art, put it against the great Dharma of the Shaolin or the Tai Chi divine art. Everything else is trash. Huy asked, What about the violet mist art from Mount Hua or the heavenly demon art? Aren't those the goats? The spirit scoffed, Don't mention that demonic garbage. And I've never even heard of violet mist. Must be some fan fiction style created by the later generations. Huy stood there looking dumbfounded, scratching his head. Wait, did Mount Hua not exist in your time? The spirit replied, It existed, but violet mist? Never heard of it. Probably invented by some descendants. After chatting for a bit, Hu felt like he had enough lore to avoid looking stupid later. He figured his cheat was just a higher-level version of the standard 5 great arts. Huy grinned like an idiot and projected his thought, Thanks, old man. The spirit smirked, Don't thank me yet. Your power leveled up too fast. You're gonna get hit with some nasty side effects. Hu stammered, Wait, side effects. The spirit didn't hesitate. Ha, obviously. Did you forget the hell you just went through? Do you even remember the process? If mastering a god-tier art was that easy, everyone would do it. Bro, if it was that easy, every rando out there would be a god-tier warrior. All I did was blast you with some serious prenatal ki force, fed you the good stuff. Basically power washed your meridians and hardwired that heaven's sword art into your system. The side effect, if you fight anyone on your level, you're gonna smoke them. Every single time. Total cheat code. The sword sect can handle the messy details. But without them backing you up, you're toast. You'd just be a snot-nosed brat running around with a nuclear reactor inside him. Trieu Huy finally realized there's no elevator to the top floor, you gotta take the stairs. Suddenly, his brain started flashing images. We're talking life or death scenarios playing out in 4K resolution. He let out a sigh, figuring once he wrapped this gig up, he was beelining it straight to the sword sect. Before he knew it, the sun was creeping up. Morning light hit the Grand Elder's room. His son was sitting across from him, looking like he needed about 5 coffees. Suddenly, the guy jumps up, stuttering like he's in trouble. "Peepops, come on, let me bounce." The Grand Elder wasn't having it. He looked at his grown-up kid and barked, "Not so fast. Tell me your next move, now." The son let out a heavy breath. "Okay, fine. After I lock you down with a 7-star retreat step, I'm aiming high with a Rising Dragon strike." That answer? It made the Grand Elder crack up. "You moron. Rising Dragon right after a retreat move? Are you kidding me? This is exactly why you're stuck at your current level. You're so basic. After going all in with a retreat step, you gotta sweep the legs with the Heaven's Path move." Well, the son slumped his shoulders. "I lost. You got me." Seeing his middle-aged son folding faster than a lawn chair, the Grand Elder burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that's more like it. Order is restored. Obviously, I'm the winner here, right?" Suddenly, the son clenched his fists, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "I'm out of here. For real this time. It's been 2 days since I've seen my family." The Grand Elder switched back to his lecture mode, ignoring the outburst. "That kid. He uses the second sky path like it's his own signature move. It breaks every rule in the book. It's chaotic, unpredictable, a total anomaly." "Exactly. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. He must have some serious backing to pull that off. That technique. It's all about redirection, using your enemy's strength against them." Tai Chi 101. Soft beats hard. The son, hearing his dad break it down so seriously, suddenly snapped to attention. "Wait, what? The 3 great sword arts. Who is this guy? Did someone actually corner you using those moves?" He couldn't believe it. His dad, the guy who basically owns the arena, actually lost to someone? The son was dying of curiosity. He demanded a name. But when he found out it was some fresh-off-the-boat disciple, he felt insulted. "Excuse me? A rookie? You're joking." The Grand Elder sighed, laughing through the pain. "Haha. 13 times. I went 13 rounds with that kid and didn't win a single one." The son's jaw hit the floor. "You took in someone as strong as the 7 martial seats as a student?" The Elder scoffed. 7 martial seats? Please. If I lost to a legend like that, I wouldn't be moping around. This kid, he isn't even 20 yet. That hit him like a freight train. A man who had spent a lifetime mastering the blade, getting owned by a teenager. If word got out, nobody would believe it. The son was still in denial. "You're pranking me, right? This is a joke?" Since talking wasn't working, the Elder decided to demonstrate. He told his son to draw his sword, but the guy didn't have the guts. He just lost, remember? So he quit asking stupid questions. Where's this kid anyway? Probably chilling at the Elder's pavilion? Over at the Elder's pavilion, the main hall was packed. Usually it's quiet, but today, it was buzzing like a beehive. Everyone was gossiping. No way. The sword fairy lost to a teenager. Are you for real? If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. Usually, that kind of thing only happens in trashy novels. Some guys were just angry for no reason. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was sitting there, clueless as hell. The vibe in the room was getting heavy, people staring daggers at him. He put on his innocent face. Guys, did I break something?" Right at that moment, "Excuse me?" The Grand Elder and his son walked in. The crowd of students immediately snapped to attention, bowing low. "Greetings, Sword Fairy. Greetings, Master." The old man plopped down in the chair right across from Trieu Huy. "All right, kid. You ready to do this?" Trieu Huy looked totally unbothered, like he just rolled out of bed. He yawned. "Prepare? For what? I've just been sitting here waiting for you. Teach." The Elder was getting ticked off at the kid's lack of respect, but hey, he asked for this fight. He swallowed his pride. "Fine. I'll make the first move, all right." Trieu Huy shrugged. He wasn't going to be petty about it, but the crowd went wild. "The Sword Fairy is attacking first? Seriously?" Suddenly, Trieu Huy held up a hand. "Hold up. Before we start, I want something." The old man raised an eyebrow. "You want to make a bet?" Trieu Huy grinned. "Since you brought it up, yeah, let's call it a bet." The Elder was game. He asked what the kid could possibly want from the Nam Cung family. Trieu Huy pulled a scroll out of his robe. The old man squinted at it, surprised. "Wait, isn't this a map of Hefei? What are all these red dots for?" Trieu Huy was already picturing a massive 3-story luxury hotel in his head. "Those spots? That's where I'm opening my new franchise of inns." The Elder blinked, totally confused. "Inns? You want to run a hotel chain? You want to be a businessman? TSK. Fine. If I lose, I'll give you the Heaven Sword badge. But if I win, you change your last name and become the heir to my family." Trieu Huy mentally calculated the odds. With the sword god literally inside his head helping him, he couldn't lose. It was free real estate. Deal. Trieu Huy was already counting his money, but inside his mind space, the sword god theme was furious. He clenched his fists. That arrogant old coot. He thinks he can make a Trieu change their name. I'm gonna teach him a lesson he'll never forget. The bet was set. Time for the ultimate showdown. Of talking. The Grand Elder kicked it off. I'm taking your blind spot using the cloud step. Outside the hall, the crowd was getting hype, people leaning in to hear. They were freaking out. Whoa! It sounds like a lecture, but it's a duel. Responding to the Elder's opening gambit, Trieu Huy didn't flinch. Inside, Thien took the wheel. I'm countering with 80% power, using the return step to get behind you, then hitting your vital point with a mountain-breaking flash. In this simulation, the Grand Elder's attacks were basically registering 0 damage total glitch mode. If he tried to cheese it with the luck tactic to dodge, I just counter by spamming the Sky Splitter variant to activate the sword technique. If he tried the evil tactic to evade, I'd go for the two-path strike, targeting his brain stem and energy center. The first hit missed, but Trieu Huy's second strike landed, slicing him with a sharp cut. The Grand Elder's face looked a little unstable. He was thinking, every single movement of my luck tactic, an evil tactic is getting blocked. Suddenly, Trieu Huy's voice piped up. It's been half a moment, Master. You know the rules of this duel. But with the Grand Elder's massive ego, he wasn't about to rage quit that early. He threw his hands out and yelled, Speed tactic. I'm using the speed tactic in reverse to glitch out of your attack range. The NPCs outside were getting hyped, thinking the Grand Elder was about to clutch a comeback. Trieu Huy sighed. Apprentice, using 80% power. He waited for the recovery phase he just used, hit 50% output, and chained his movement combo to unleash the full force of the luck tactic. Then, he finished it off by flashing behind the master like a teleporting eagle, seeing a vision of himself getting one shot killed instantly. The Grand Elder's mental state just collapsed. He had lost. That made 14 losses in a row. He realized the skill gap between them was huge. He sighed and said, Kid, I fold. Let's call this round a loss, but you down for a few more matches? Trieu Huy didn't mind farming a few more wins against the Grand Elder, so he agreed without hesitation. The gossipers outside whispered, It feels like the master is begging to take lessons from him. The sword debate kept going, and the Grand Elder's swordplay actually started leveling up. Every strike he threw carried a hint of true sword way, contradicting his exhausted look, while Trieu Huy looked totally chill. Suddenly, the Grand Elder panicked, sweat dripping down his face. He looked at Trieu Huy and saw someone infinitely larger than himself, ready to crush him like a bug. The Grand Elder couldn't control his inner thoughts. This is a titan standing before a titan. My sword. Skills are disintegrating. Suddenly, he snapped awake. A weird energy exploded around him, and he clapped his hands together, the stance of someone who just unlocked sword enlightenment. His son saw this and shouted, Did you just ascend? Guards, protect him, now. Even though the sword duel had ended, the crowd at the old pond compound didn't shrink. It actually got bigger. The buzz grew louder. After a bit of time passed, the Grand Elder finally opened his eyes, a neon green light flashing in his pupils. His son next to him was thrilled. Did you complete the great work? The Grand Elder said, The Sorrowless Sword's final 3 moves. I reached the first stage. Hearing this, all his minions were super pumped. Then, every eye turned toward Trieu Huy. They all had the same thought. You can actually achieve enlightenment. In the middle of a PvP match, stared at by hundreds of people, Trieu Huy finally felt the pressure of viral fame for the first time. Breaking the tension, the Grand Elder looked at Trieu Huy like he'd struck gold and said, Do I have to call you Sensei now? Haha. Trieu Huy asked, Master didn't forget about the Sky Sword token, right? The Grand Elder didn't even think before replying. From now on, you can use the Nam Cung name for whatever you want. I'll clear it with the inner court boss. Trieu Huy bowed respectfully. Thanks, Master. Seeing Trieu Huy so happy about a business deal, the Grand Elder asked, I don't get it. In my whole life, I've never seen a martial arts prodigy like you. Do you really just want to be a merchant? Trieu Huy had his own plans. He kept a poker face and replied, Master, don't say that. If I can't eat, how can I train? Apprentice asked permission to visit the inner court boss now. The Grand Elder asked, leaving so soon. Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, got a ton of stuff to do. Oh, and by the way, can Master accept my big brother as a martial arts instructor for the family? I don't know about his stats, but his passion for the sword and the streets is unquestionable. Trieu Huy stood on the side. hearing his little brother ask for him to learn martial arts at the family estate, and he just froze for a few seconds. In response, the Grand Elder spoke up. The Green Dragon leader, his son, standing behind him, immediately stepped forward and said clearly, "Present. I asked the Sky Pawn Master to give the order." The Grand Elder commanded, "Admit that kid into the Green Dragon Corpse and train him." Understood. Tears appeared on Trieu Hui's face for the first time. These were tears of pure happiness. Seeing his big brother like that, Trieu Huy walked over and asked, "You got what you wanted, right?" Trieu Hui was so happy he couldn't even speak. His life's dream had finally been fulfilled by Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy said, "We probably won't see each other for a few years. You gonna be okay without me?" Trieu Hui replied confidently, Absolutely." Trieu Huy added a reminder, "Don't forget to stop by the iron workshop to visit mom and dad occasionally, okay?" Of course, Trieu Hui would do that, but noticing Trieu Hui's weird vibe, he asked, "But where are you going?" "Where I go is classified info." Trieu Huy smirked. Trieu Hui's silhouette walked out the door of the old pond compound. The jealous looks from earlier were now replaced with total admiration. "Young hero, please spar with me." "Young hero, please teach me one move." But in response to their begging was total indifference because the kid had way too much work to do. When would this debate ever end? Back in Hu City, at the house where Trieu Hui's family stayed, Manager Lee was gazing at the scenery. Ever since he first met Trieu Huy, he knew that young man was built different. He recalled Trieu Hui's words, "Of course you can't use money to buy the elders' loyalty, but I will make their hearts beat again." Deep in thought, the door opened. Trieu Huy walked in and asked, "Manager, you still good?" Old man Lee wasn't even fully awake when Trieu Huy flashed the token with a smug face. Seeing the token in his hand, Manager Lee couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my god, the Sky Sword token. We have to set up a new factory immediately." Trieu Huy said, "Not just that." Manager Lee seemed to remember something and laughed loudly. "Ah, the military sale token. We can finally sell weapons." Trieu Huy handed Manager Lee the token and said, "I already met the district official. Hang this up. In a month, about 5 or 6 carts of iron ore will arrive here. The district officials are personally escorting the shipment." Manager Lee calculated the finances and said, "I don't think we have enough funds to buy that much iron ore." However, Trieu Huy didn't look worried at all. He casually replied, "Let the officials calculate it at their own pace." This command code was simple, but not just anyone could pull it off. Manager Lee felt his anxiety drop a bit. Trieu Huy pointed a finger straight ahead, his face full of anticipation. "And Hui's #1 ironworks. We're going to turn in Hai into a kingdom of iron." Watching this insane transformation unfold, Manager Lin knew he had bet on the right horse. He was grinning from ear to ear, saying, "You actually pulled it off, boss. Real deal." Zhao Hui shrugged it off. "I haven't done squat yet. This is just the warm-up. Let my old man handle building the new factory. He can figure out weapon production on his own. Anyway, let's dub it the Mount Soldier Pavilion for now. Manager Lai, you handle the hiring process. With our iron workshop's output, we're talking hundreds of swords a month. But where do we offload that inventory?" That was the million-dollar question keeping old man Lai up at night. But Zhao Hui was playing 4D chess while everyone else was playing checkers. He pulled a letter from his robe. "This is a recommendation from the magistrate himself to the general's estate. For starters, I'm going to supply weapons to one of their battalions completely on the house." Manager Lai's jaw hit the floor. "Wait, a whole battalion? For free?" Zhao Hui kept his cool. "A few free samples aren't going to make the general bat an eyelash. We need to create weapons that make every master smith out there drool with envy. Until we hit that level of quality, we hold the shipment. Also, we need our own independent trading caravan to handle exclusive distribution." Old Lai scratched his head, still a bit foggy. "But doesn't that pretty boy from the Fire Dragon caravan already handle our logistics?" Zhao Hui cut in. "I'm talking about a totally independent operator. Ours." It took a hot second, but then it clicked. Zhao Hui wasn't just talking about switching couriers. He wanted to build a Zhao family logistics empire. Manager Lee gasped, "You're planning to launch your own trading company?" Zhao Hui grinned like a Cheshire cat. Bingo. With the Heavenly Sword token in hand, there's no reason to hesitate. The manager looked like he wanted to argue but stopped. "Workshop master, but..." Zhao Hui stood his ground. "Think about it. The Fire Dragon caravan has monopolized our distribution for ages. How much cash do you think they've really raked in?" The realization hit Lai like a truck. True. Our slice of the pie is definitely smaller than theirs. Zhao Hui did the mental math. "Try double. They're making twice what we make." "Twice," Lai choked. Zhao Hui's voice turned icy. "With a measly 60 gold investment, those guys pulled in 1,000 gold in 8 months. That's an insane return on investment." Manager Lai started sweating. But, isn't the third young master your sworn brother? Cao Hui waved it off casually. I've done enough for him. Business is about equivalent exchange. You can't keep a deal alive when one side is bleeding money for the other's benefit. He knows the score better than anyone. I've been dropping hints and warnings about this reality for a while now, but since they didn't offer a better deal, I'm pulling the plug. We've been taking the L on these trades for way too long just to be nice. It was all for a few bars of gold. But once we secure the raw ore supply, we stop being doormats. After his lecture, Cao Hui dropped the bomb. Manager Lai, I want you to double as the head of our new trading caravan. The old man nearly jumped out of his skin. Huh? Cao Hui pressed on, clearly enjoying this. If you run the exclusive distribution for the iron workshop, how much profit are we looking at monthly? Manager Lai did some quick mental gymnastics. 1,000 gold. Walk me through that, Cao Hui challenged. Manager Lai laid out his forecast. Well, profit margins jump 5 times thanks to the raw ore savings. Plus, operating the caravan directly nets us another 300 gold. And add in the 700 from the gadgets developed at Qishan Pavilion. Cao Hui listened intently but caught the error. You forgot the Mount Soldier. Pavilion. I left it out because you demanded perfection. If we need weapons that impress those arrogant master smiths with their sky-high standards, we're looking at 6 months of R&D minimum. So I excluded that revenue. But if we land the general's contract, Manager Lai narrowed his eyes, calculating, then said firmly, 5,000. We're looking at a projected 5,000 gold. Cao Hui nodded, satisfied with the numbers. Spot on. Good work. Manager Lai stared at Cao Hui's poker face, thinking, how is he not freaking out? That's 60,000 gold a year. Suddenly, Cao Hui whipped out another paper. Now, we can finally launch the real startup. Manager Lai blinked. Startup? What new business? The paper was a map. Wait, isn't this a map of Hefei City? Cao Hui smirked while studying the map. I put in an order at Qishan Pavilion the other day for those small vehicles. Actually, carts isn't the right word. Remember what I told you? Oh, you mean those bicycle contraptions? Exactly. Once the prototype is finalized at Qishan, I want 500 units manufactured and stockpiled immediately. Manager Li rubbed his chin. 500? We're going to need a massive warehouse. When do we launch sales? Cao Hui shook his head. We're not selling them. Absolutely not. Manager Lai looked totally lost. Huh? Cao Hui broke it down. Have you ever thought about how great it would be if someone could deliver restaurant-quality food right to your door? Lai was still buffering. Deliver? Like, carry it. Cao Hui explained smoothly. Yeah, someone picks it up and drops it off. The light bulb finally went on for Lai. Is this that hospitality business you were teasing earlier? Cao Hui dove into the pitch. You got it. Anywhere there's a street or an alley in Hefei, our kitchen can deliver hot meals. I've been mapping out exactly how this delivery network will function. Look at the map. See these hundreds of blue dots? Those are our order hubs. Every morning, our staff heads out to these spots to take orders for lunch and dinner. Payment is collected up front. The second an order comes in, they write the location and time on the dispatch board. Then our dashers, check the board to confirm the route. They race back to base, submit the order to the kitchen, and once the food is plated, they zoom off to their assigned zones for the drop-off. Manager Lai suddenly. Got it. That's what the bicycles are for. Speed. It's a breakthrough so the food doesn't get cold. Lai was hyping himself up now. Whoa, okay. So if the blue dots are orders, these 8 red dots in the middle. Cao Hui grinned comfortably. Those are our cloud kitchens. Manager Lai raised his hand. Rubbing his chin, he went into full strategy mode. This new business model was pure genius. The competition couldn't copy it even if they wanted to literally, because they didn't have the wheels for it. That's exactly why they weren't in the delivery game. After running the numbers, the general manager voiced his concerns. Boss, the overhead is insane though. Wouldn't we have to hire, like, hundreds of guys just to run deliveries? Hui replied smoothly. Even if it costs a fortune. People gotta eat, right? The manager's jaw dropped. Huh? Hui rested his chin on his hand, looking totally over it. Real talk, the food around here is absolute trash. Zero flavor. Who was the clown that said this cuisine was the GOAT? Total lie. It's bland city because salt and sugar cost more than gold right now. So the food is just sad and tasteless. The spice game is weak compared to modern times. Seriously, compared to what I was eating back in the future, this stuff is depression on a plate. But because my palate is refined and the food market is wide open, there's massive potential here. Hui was done eating garbage. He stood up and gave the order. Manager, I need you to buy a massive amount of salt and sugar from Jiangnan. Like, all of it. The manager looked confused. Salt and sugar? Huy was locked in. I'm about to drop a new menu. Once people get a taste of that sweet and savory combo, they're gonna get hooked. It's addictive. They'll pay whatever we ask. The manager scratched his head, thinking salty and sweet, but asked, so we're prioritizing this over the iron workshop gig? Huy shrugged casually. Guess so. The manager bowed respectfully. Understood. I'll grind it out. The idea was to bring modern junk food vibes to ancient times. The locals had literally never seen food like this. They couldn't even imagine the flavor profile. Huy's eyes lit up, and he grinned like a supervillain with a master plan. He hyped himself up. Listen up, Central Plains. Daddy's about to teach you what actual flavor tastes like. Meanwhile, on a totally normal morning at the Nam Cung estate. In the inner sanctum, Uncle Bach, the big boss of the inner court, was drowning in paperwork that piled up while he was away. Suddenly, Bach spotted a glitch in the matrix. One name kept popping up like a spam ad. He'd never seen it before. Gold guessed. Trieu Family Iron Workshop. Trieu Huy, and he wants a Commerce Heaven Sword token. Bach was baffled. Who is this Trieu Huy guy from the iron shop, and why has he requested a VIP pass like 3 or 4 times in 1 year? I already gave him one when I was on that business trip to Henan, didn't I? Who does this guy think he is? Then Bach saw the approval stamp. Approved by the damn Elder Institute. Bach saw red. His eyes filled with pure hate. This is absurd. Disrespecting society, the rules, and the family code. Kung Bach slammed the desk so hard it could have cracked. 3 months ago, I brought that kid here, tried to stop this brotherhood nonsense, and now we're handing out elite tokens to some no-name workshop. Bach jumped up and stormed out, fuming. I can't let this slide. He marched over to the metal refinery, scanned the room, and thought, wait, why is this place a ghost town? Bach took a lap around the inner court of the Nam Cung estate. Still no one. Not a single soul. He wondered. It's prime training hours. Where did the Azure Dragon squad disappear to? While looking around, he suddenly heard a commotion. Loud noises. Bach frowned. Humph. He walked toward the sound and found a massive crowd. What is everyone gathering for? The disciples spotted him coming and immediately panicked, bowing down. Yo, greetings, inner court master. Nam Cung, Bach asked. Is the whole Azure Dragon squad chilling here? What's the tea? A disciple from the squad replied quickly. We're watching a sword debate. A duel. Bach was shook. A sword debate? His face turned purple with rage. Last I checked, spectating duels was banned during work hours. Am I tripping? The disciple answered fast. The squad leader gave us the green light. Sir. Bach flinched. The squad leader? He swallowed his rage, thinking, are the family traditions just collapsing now? Then he exploded, waving his arms at the disciples. Sword arts are a lifetime grind. You don't know that. What kind of circus is this? Are you trolling me? The disciple tried to explain. The Institute master met us directly at the damn Elder Court. Bach was still screaming. What did you see? The disciple continued. The Institute master. He unlocked Heavenly Eye mode after the duel reached its peak. Bach froze. His brain buffered for a few seconds. For real? He thought. The Heavenly Eye? That's a legendary trait that only pops up when you max out your sword's stats. In the history of the family, fewer than 10 people have ever unlocked it. The disciples around him were hyping it up. Yeah, we saw it live. Bach forced an awkward laugh. Ha, ha, he thought. If a top-tier player on the same level as the family head shows up and drops a legendary performance, I guess you can't blame them for watching. Bach continued his interrogation. So, who was he fighting? The family head? The disciple beamed with excitement. Nah, he was fighting a nameless registered disciple of the master. Bach was confused. Nameless disciple? He did the math. A nameless disciple at that age? That's going to be a bureaucratic nightmare. He asked, who is this disciple? The disciple replied instantly. It was the young hero, Trieu Huy, from the Trieu Iron Workshop. Bach went from shocked to stunned. And now, that name, the one giving him a headache from the reports, was back. Trieu Huy again? Bach was dying to know who this Trieu Huy kid was to have this much clout with the disciples. Suddenly, Bach shouted, Spirit Shadow. Instantly, a guy spawned out of thin air right next to him. Dressed in all black like a ninja, he bowed. I'm here. Bach barked the order. Run a background check on this Trieu Huy from the Iron Workshop. Now, the shadow bowed. Bet. Fast forward a bit inside a tower at the Nam Cung estate. In a private VIP room, the Grand Elder was meeting with a man who looked super elegant and classy. The Grand Elder laughed. Finally came to visit your grandpa? Being the CEO, keeping you too busy? The elegant man turned out to be the head honcho of the Nam Cung family, the Sword Hero Nam Cung II. Sword Hero Nam Cung. Tu clenched his fist, his hand shaking a little. I read the battle log you sent over 3 days ago. The Grand Elder chuckled again. Ha ha. Bet that blew your mind, right? Nam Cung Tu nodded. Yeah. Tu was deep in thought. He used the 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds technique, the flower shift, the 3-talent sword. Moves I've literally only seen once or twice in my life. That's a skill level I haven't even reached yet. At this moment, neither the Grand Elder nor Nam Cung Tu could have guessed that the guy who sparred with the Elder that day was actually the Sword God, a legendary, untouchable beast of a warrior. Back to the conversation, Nam Cung Tu looked intense and asked, "Was it Manhwa?" He was thinking of the Sword Saint, the #1 player on the server, the only guy he couldn't beat. The big boss gave a slow, smooth headshake. Nope, not our guy. Nam Cung Tu was sweating bullets, voice tight. Then who exactly are we talking about? The Elder took a breath so deep it could vacuum the room, opening his heavenly eyes. His pupils lit up electric blue, crackling like high-voltage wires. Patience, kid. You'll get it soon. I just hope the clan head picks up on the vibes. Nam Cung Tu's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He jumped up, hyping his uncle. Uncle, that's huge. Congrats on cracking the code. The Elder laughed like a supervillain who just won. Ho ho ho. Fast forward to that afternoon, the sunset turned the whole city golden. At a random inn, the waiter was hustling, greeting guests like, "Welcome, fam, come on in." The wanderer grabbed everyone's attention. People started whispering trash talk immediately. Pfft, Hoa Sword Sect? More like Hoa Dog Pound. That's Hoa Te Min, the family's pet poodle. He walked in like he owned the place, taking slow, swag-filled steps. He scanned the room, then waved at a table. Yo, if it isn't the heroes from the Chu Gat squad, everybody's here, huh? A young dude with a fan, looking totally unbothered, hit him back with that fake polite tone. Brother Hoa, still breathing? I see. Hoa Taemin smirked, dropping a savage roast. Wait, is this the little Chugat? Ta Cao Yun. Everyone rolled their eyes so hard it hurt. Suddenly, the waiter yelled out, "Table for 2." 2 new players entered the chat, catching Hoa's eye. Well, look who it is. A guy and a girl from the Nam Cung clan walked in wearing matching gear, looking like main characters with a glow filter on, completely outshining the NPCs. Hoa Tae Min, face red with excitement, stepped right in their path like a bouncer. He grinned at the girl. "Miss, you're looking like a snack today." The lady, clearly not impressed, gave a forced reply. "Long time no see." The Nam Cung guy, the little sword master, cut straight to the chase, looking disgusted. "Still got 0 chill, huh?" Hoa Tae Min laughed it off. "Ha ha, brother Trong Ho." Then he got loud. "You and little Chugat hanging out? Guess little dragon threw a party." Trong Ho's face went dark mode instantly. He was fuming inside. If the fam didn't order this, I wouldn't waste breath on these clowns. Dragging me all the way to Shanxi with dudes who dirtied my dad's name, with their cheap writing. The Nam Cung girl standing behind him felt super awkward, but kept it professional. Truong Ho snapped. "We eat, then we dip." Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was in a shouting match with the innkeeper. "So, what's your deal, man?" The owner looked fed up. "Hey kid, what do you want from me?" Nam Cung Tutu heard the noise and recognized the loudmouth immediately. It was Trieu Huy. The owner crossed his arms, yelling, "Why should I give you my secret recipe?" Trieu Huy bit his lip, totally stuck. He thought, damn it, I humbled myself for this? If nobody tells me how to run a hotel, my whole master plan is toast. The owner smirked, thinking, poofed, rich kid came out of nowhere. Think I don't know you want to open a hotel? Just then, the door chime rang. A familiar face stormed in like a hurricane, beelining for Trieu Huy, gasping for air. Bro, my sworn brother. Trieu Huy turned around, instinct kicking in. Trin Tai, or should I say lie. Trin Tai's face was grim. He was clutching a paper and wheezing. What is the meaning of this? Trieu Huy was low-key impressed. Wow, the manager works fast. Lai Trun Tai screamed, making everyone look. Do you know how hard I look for you? You cut our deal cold turkey without a word. Is this how you treat family? Trieu Huy put on his best innocent face. Bro, it is what it is. Lai Truong Tai crushed the paper in his fist, raging. What do you mean, it is what it is? Even our rivals wouldn't pull a stunt like this. How could you ghost a merchant guild that brings you 1,500 taels a month? You didn't even negotiate. You just quit? I thought we were brothers. Trieu Huy didn't panic. He stood tall and replied calmly. I respect you, big bro, but business is business. Truong Tai stammered. Brother. Trieu Huy cut him off with an icy tone. You act like I didn't give you a shot. But be real. How many chances did I give you? I warned you every single day. Truong Tai stuttered. About that. Trieu Huy shut him down instantly. The profit you pocketed from me in 1 month was 120 taels. As a merchant, you know that's a massive bag. Truong Tai's anger turned into panic. He looked like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He thought, he knows how much I made off the Anhai Ironworks deal. Trieu Huy pressed him hard. Sworn brother, you talk a big game. But tell me, what little brother gifts his big brother 120 taels a month? That's not brotherhood, that's highway robbery. That's a bribe, isn't it? Truong Tai panicked, trying to spin it. No, it's not like that. To get you that silver, I had to. Trieu Huy reached into his shirt and pulled out the Heaven Sword badge. The innkeeper and Truong Tai dropped their jaws when they saw the badge. Truong Tai looked defeated, whispering, "Ah, so the gig is up." The innkeeper recognized the badge immediately, bowing so low he nearly hit the floor, hissing a frantic apology to Trieu Huy. "Oh my god, sir. I didn't know who I was talking to." Trieu Huy blinked. "Huh?" Just then, heavy footsteps approached. It was Nam Cung Zhang Hu. The so-called Little Sword Master threw his weight around. "Who are you guys, and why do you have my family's gold badge?" Trieu Huy, caught off guard, quickly bowed and introduced himself. "I'm Trieu from the... No, I'm Trieu Huy from Anhui Ironworks. Nam Cung." Truong Ho looked skeptical about Trieu Huy and his little shop. "And Anhui Ironworks? Let me see that badge." Suddenly, Nam Cung Tutu rushed over. "Big brother, wait. Young Master Trieu Huy is the biggest VIP in our family right now. That Heaven Sword badge is legit." Truong Ho frowned. "VIP? Since when?" Tutu explained slowly. "You just got out of seclusion yesterday, so you're out of the loop. Ask the elder later. Actually, just ask any squad leader, they all know." Nam Cung Trong Ho guessed. Did he donate some legendary sword technique to the clan or something? Nam Cung Toto just busted out laughing and was like, "Haha, nah, you got it all wrong. This guy is actually a total beast at martial arts." Meanwhile, Nam Cung Trung Ho threw some serious side-eye at Trieu Huy, noticing his hands were super slender, definitely not the hands of a fighter. His gaze was soft, zero killer instinct, and he didn't give off that elite warrior vibe at all. Trung Ho barked, "Are you trolling me right now? There is no way this dude knows how to fight." Nam Cung Toto got a little flustered and stammered. "Well, the thing is, he actually beat grandfather in a sword duel." That hit Nam Cung Trung Ho like a ton of bricks. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and gasped. "Grandfather?" Toto kept going. They went at it dozens of times, and grandfather lost every single round. Nam Cung Trung Ho was reeling from one shock to another, only managing to choke out a confused "what?" before Toto dropped another bomb. Plus, grandfather took him in as an honorary disciple. So technically, even though it's just a title, he outranks both of us. You really shouldn't be disrespecting him like that. Nam Cung Trung Ho refused to buy what she was selling. He clenched his fists in rage and snapped, "A disciple? You're telling me this guy who clearly can't fight is an elder of our clan? No way. I'm not buying it until I see proof with my own eyes." Nam Cung Toto just shrugged it off and said, "Fine. Go back to the main house and ask them yourself." Nam Cung Trung Ho, clearly annoyed and cornered, grumbled, "You're so annoying." Trieu Huy thought to himself, "I've still got to deal with my sworn brother's drama. Getting mixed up in this mess would be a disaster." He bowed politely and said, "I'll take it that Lady Nam Cung Toto has verified my gold tablet, if you'll excuse me." Suddenly, Li Trung jumped in, seizing the chance to bow and introduce himself. "I saw you from afar once, young sword master. It's an honor. I'm from the Fire Dragon Merchant Group." But Nam Cung Trung Ho completely ignored the guy, locking eyes on Trieu Huy and shouting, "Hold it right there." Trieu Huy turned around, confused, and asked, "Is there something else?" Nam Cung Trung Ho stood his ground and declared, "The Tune Thine Gold Tablet represents the absolute authority of our main family. You're walking around with it, but I have no clue who you are. I can't just let that slide." Trieu Huy, getting a bit ticked off, replied, "Didn't Lady Nam Cung Toto just vouch for me?" Nam Cung Trung Ho raised his sword with an imposing, heroic vibe and bellowed, "On behalf of the clan head, I order you to prove yourself to me right now." Nam Cung Toto and the crowd were totally shook by Nam Cung Trung Ho's challenge. Everyone in the inn was glued to the scene. Suddenly, the Blood Jade started glowing, and a voice echoed from the sword. "God, this kid is interesting. It's rare to see a swordsman reach this level at his age." Trieu Huy thought, "The sword god elder never compliments anyone. Does he actually like this guy?" Then, the sword god cracked his knuckles, eyes filled with bloodlust, and added, "It would be incredibly fun to absolutely crush him." Trieu Huy froze for a few seconds. "What? Crush him?" Inside the Blood Jade, Thine clarified, "I believe in your world's slang, you'd say. He needs to get schooled. Hearing Thian say that gave Trieu Huy the creeps. He was surrounded by elite heirs, and now this. Trieu Huy thought, needs to get schooled. Wait, oh my god, you can't do that here. Thian immediately barked, shut up, he's asking for it, so go get him. Even though he had Thian watching his back, this was the first time he'd ever faced such hostile energy directed straight at him. Trieu Huy asked, Nam Cung Ho, was it? The guy, acting all tough, shot back, a duel. If it was just about that, I mean, even his grandfather lost, so he doesn't stand a chance. The voice from the Blood Jade resonated in his head. Repeat exactly what I tell you. Don't add any of your own unnecessary commentary. So Trieu Huy did exactly as he was told, lecturing Trieu Huy with borrowed confidence. The Nam Cung sword style focuses on raw power and absolute stillness. So why? Are you obsessed with speed and showing off? You've obviously been practicing acupoint striking techniques. Please, stop training so carelessly. While it's normal for a swordsman to train their eyesight, you shouldn't rely so heavily on just what you can see. Trieu Huy's words hit home, making Trieu Huy suddenly feel a spike of fear. His eyes went wide as he shouted, "What the hell do you know?" But the angrier he got, the more it proved that Trieu Huy was spot on. Trieu Huy kept the lecture going regarding your acupoint striking. When you unleash your internal energy, it comes with severe side effects. Even if you were born with a natural gift for sensing blood flow, mixing that technique with the Nam Cung family sword style creates a disastrous conflict that you probably haven't even felt yet. Nam Cung Ho suddenly realized the hidden meaning. Is he saying I'm talented but heading down the wrong path? His face twisted in anger, teeth gritting together as he hissed, "Shut your stupid mouth." Trieu Huy, seeing that the guy was still in denial, pointed a finger right at him and raised his voice. You don't agree? Do you have any idea how bad your condition is, despite your obsession with the sword? Look at your hand. Nam Cung Ho looked down at his right arm, a flicker of fear in his eyes. What about it? Trieu Huy broke it down. Isn't your right arm a little longer than the left? And look at how your shoulder muscles are, swollen. Only your Cloud Gate acupoint is overdeveloped. When you strike someone's acupoints, you're actually the first one taking the impact. The residual internal energy is slowly destroying your arm. Your personality is typical of a swordsman blinded by obsession. You just want to win at any cost. Everyone around them, including Lady Nam Cung To, zeroed in on his right arm. The whispers started up again instantly. At that moment, Trieu Huy looked like a legit grandmaster. Every word he spoke sounded like absolute truth. The marks on a rock reveal its true nature. It might survive the fiercest storms, but eventually, it will crumble. The path of the divine dragon, punishing a rotten world, is one of disdain yet tolerance for all living things. The soaring dragon ascends. The true essence of the azure sky is tolerance even for demons. It suppresses with power, but refuses to crush everything in existence. The path of a sword saint is a ceaseless battle where there is no room for error or failure. The azure sky views the world with arrogant eyes, yet holds deep compassion in its heart. In the 200 years of Nam Cung sword history, there has never been any trace of a sword style as fast and berserk as yours. Trieu Huy's words struck like lightning, shattering Trieu Huy's understanding of the sword. And then, just like that, Trieu Huy stopped talking because, well, he ran out of lines from Thian. On the outside, he looked cool as a cucumber, but on the inside, he was freaking out. Did I act too much like a boss? I just parroted everything the sword god said, exactly how he said it. What do I do now? Is he gonna punch me? He was panic spiraling, wondering what would happen next. Coming up next, the guy everyone called the lapdog of the West. Well, to put it simply, for 400 years people thought he was completely out of his mind. But while the crowd was busy gossiping, a light bulb suddenly went on inside Nam Cung Zhang Hu's head. He realized the guy was simply talking about the absolute basics of the Nam Cung family swordsmanship. I completely ghosted the fundamentals. When did I start carrying this terrifying obsession with power? Anyway, I couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Dozens, hundreds of flashy sword moves. Just to beat him, I spent the last 3 years grinding, pushing my body to the absolute limit. But in the process, my heart turned into a callous, cruel rock because I was so terrified of realizing this. Trieu Huy clenched his fist, and the shaking finally stopped. He wasn't an idiot. He knew how the world worked. He lifted his head, the arrogant vibe completely gone, replaced by genuine respect. You said your name is Trieu Huy, right? The attendant standing, Cao Hui whipped out. Next to him almost had a heart attack, thinking, is Big Bro actually using his polite voice? That's me. Trieu Huy answered the question Trieu Huy asked earlier. Trieu Huy said, you just scolded me exactly like a father would. Trieu Huy didn't really know what to say to that daddy issue vibe, mostly because he was technically quoting some divine wisdom earlier. Trung Ho gripped his sword with both hands and held it out, speaking with total respect. I, Nam Cung Zhang Hu, am not some moron who doesn't know manners. I don't doubt your skills anymore. Technically, according to the hierarchy, I should treat you as a master. However, I'm still a young family head, so please cut me some slack. I can only offer you polite respect rather than bowing and scraping. Unlike the trash-tier villain errors in the novels Trieu Huy used to read, Trung Ho was a totally different breed. Trieu Huy stared intently at Trieu Huy, thinking, damn, that's the behavior of a true hero from a righteous sect. That's legit. Trieu Huy bowed back like an equal, grinning as he said, haha, don't sweat it, man. Your family basically strong-armed me into becoming an honorary disciple anyway. Just talk to me like a normal person. Watching Trung Ho and Trieu Huy chatting like besties, Li Trung Tai was floored. The young sword master was actually showing respect too. Trieu Huy. If the big boss saw his son acting this humble, he'd probably faint on the spot. Being a merchant, Li Trung Tai's reaction speed was off the charts. He slid over to Trung Ho, acting all humble. Greetings. I'm Li Trung Tai, Trieu Hui's sworn brother. Haha, also the third son of the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. Trung Ho completely ghosted the guy's introduction. He didn't care what he said and just asked Trieu Huy, if it's not too rude, care to join me for tea? Trieu Huy replied, I'm honored, but let's make it booze instead. Deal? And just like that, the two of them walked off, leaving the extras behind. Li Trung Tai was panic sweating. He couldn't let his connection with Trieu Huy flop like this. He immediately whipped out a ledger from his robe. He was terrified Trieu Huy would bounce and he'd miss his chance, so he scrambled. Wait a sec. At least do me this one solid first. Trieu Huy gave him a look of pure disdain. Bro, seriously, does the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild not pay their accountants or something? Li Trung Tai shook his head, looking a bit sheepish. Haha, no, it's just that you calculate like 10. No, 20 times faster than them. I need this done, as soon as possible. Trieu Huy immediately turned to Trung Ho and bowed slightly. Sorry, give me a quick second. Trung Ho chilled out. No worries, handle your business. Trieu Huy sat in the chair, grabbed the book Li Trung Tai was holding, and started rattling off numbers while reading. Stone grinding wheels, 288 pounds of herbs, 1,536 pounds of metal. Ink bars, 474 pounds of charcoal, 3,200 rolls of fabric, 380 rolls of silk. If there are 82 items total in the buy ledger, the total purchase price is 4,873 taels. Li Trung Tai blinked. 4,873? Yup, Trieu Huy replied, handing the book back to him. Seeing the merchant's reaction, Trieu Huy got curious. You bought a ton of fabric this month. Did you find a discount plug somewhere? Or is there a sudden demand spike? Li Trung Tai shook his head vigorously. Nah, just buying up inventory while prices are in the basement. That answer triggered Trieu Huy. He shouted, see, look at you. That is exactly why you're a merchant down to your DNA. You never show your full hand, and your heart is just full of greed. You got a business scheme and didn't put me on. How am I supposed to trust you, huh? Even though he got roasted, Li Trung Tai looked happy. He laughed. Haha, next time. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Then he bolted toward the exit. Watching him run away, Trieu Huy felt his eyes were being assaulted by the ugliness. Meanwhile, Cao Cao finally processed Trieu Huy's talent. A question popped into his head. That's ridiculous. How is that even possible? Trung Ho and Trieu Huy were just about to hit their table for drinks when Cao Cao suddenly stood up and screamed, How? How did you do that? Just when he wanted to chill, another random weirdo interrupted, making Trieu Huy feel annoyed as hell. Cao Cao ranted. There were 82 items with different weights, over 3,600 pounds of goods and 3,000 rolls of fabric. How did you calculate that in your head? Are you the god of math or something? Cao Cao ran through a mental list of everyone he'd ever met in his life, thinking, even the top scholars in my clan who studied math since they were in diapers can't calculate that fast. How the hell did he do it? Cao Cao's brain was flashing through geometry shapes. He kept babbling. What arithmetic method did you use? An abacus? No, your hands were empty. Is it some kind of memory-based calculation? The flood of questions hit him like a tsunami, messing up Trieu Huy's gender dar. Cao Cao was clearly a guy, but somehow Trieu Huy was looking at him and seeing a girl. Trieu Huy thought back to the knowledge from his previous life. I want to explain it to her, him, whatever. But how do I explain modern math? The biggest difference between modern math and the arithmetic, here is the concept of zero. Even with a laundry list of items, I can just use polynomials or exponents to breeze through it. Why is she looking at basic math like it's some kind of superpower? Anyway, I gotta say something. Let's test this. Trieu Huy spoke up. If you try to multiply 5 by nothing, what do you get? Cao Cao Vane immediately pictured 5 sticks multiplied by thin air. Confusion hit. How can a number be multiplied by nothing? Trieu Huy asked. Have you never considered the concept of zero? Is it possible that nothing is actually a number? Zhao Hui's question hit Zuo Chuyun like a brick wall. He just stood there, buffering. The concept of nothing being a defined number, that sounded completely alien to him. What the heck? He finally stammered, staring at Zhao Hui. Numbers have value, that's the whole point of their existence. How can you turn empty air into a digit? In Zuo Chuyun's head, math was simple. 1 dude equals 1. 2 apples equal 2. 3 buffalo equal 3. It was basically kindergarten logic. Zhao Hui saw this mental spiral coming from a mile away and decided to pull the plug. All right, look, just forget I mentioned it. But Zuo Chuyun wasn't about to let it go. He was like a dog with a bone. He rushed out. Hold up. You have to explain this. How do you multiply something by 0? Zhao Hui shrugged. You can't multiply it. That's why it stays as nothing. That answer basically fried Zuo Chuyun's circuits. Say what? How does that work? If a number can't be multiplied by nothing, shouldn't the 5 just stay a 5? It's a natural number. It has to go somewhere. What kind of broken math is that? Zhao Hui sighed, giving him a look of pure pity. Total airhead. Zuo Chuyun blinked, confused. Huh? What did you just say? Obviously, Zhao Hui was thinking. This guy is as thick as a brick wall, but he liked his teeth where they were, so he didn't say it loud. He just forced a smile. Oh, nothing. Meanwhile, Nam Zhang Hu was standing off to the side. A smirk was plastered across his face, dripping with disdain. If you can't explain it with your own brain power, maybe don't treat everyone else's intelligence like trash. Guess that's just your true colors showing. Master's huge. Or should I say, the divine calculator. To Zhao Hui, Zhang Hu was starting to look like your classic antagonist looking for a fight. Wait, Zhao Hui thought. Didn't this guy have that whole righteous hero vibe a second ago? Why is he acting like a petty jerk now? Surprisingly, Zuo Chuyun didn't lose his cool. He sighed, waved his hand dismissively, and shot back. Funny. All I see is a bunch of idiots staring at swords, thinking that's everything. You love dishing out insults, but you sure can't take them. Zhang Hu scoffed loudly. I'd rather bite off my own tongue and die than live like some prissy little rich boy who only knows cheap parlor tricks. A real man lives by the sword, training every single day, seeking the true path of the warrior. Zuo Chuyun heard this lecture, rolled his eyes, and physically turned his back on him. And that, Zuo Chuyun muttered, is exactly why I treat everything you say like a bad joke, not wasting the brain power. Zhang Hu leaned in aggressively, practically getting in his face. Excuse me? Speak up, pretty boy. I can't hear you over your whispering. Suddenly, Nangong Susu snapped. Would you two morons knock it off? Seriously, stop it. Just in time, too, the chef walked out with the food. Zhang Hu signaled everyone to sit down, but then Hua Siming popped out of nowhere, laughing like he owned the place. Well. The little sword master and the little Zhuji in one room? How could this party start without the Prince of Peach Blossoms? Mind if I crash this table, brothers? His voice immediately grabbed Zhao Hui's attention. I know that guy, Zhao Hui thought. That's definitely him. I only saw him from a distance back when I was with my dad at the Hua Sword sect, but I never forget a face. In Zhao Hui's mind, this guy was trouble, definitely not simple. Since they ended up sitting nearby, Zhao Hui decided to be polite. Greetings. I'm Zhao Hui, representing the Zhao Ironworks, but Hua Siming just gave him a bored look. Oh yeah? Cool story. That ticked Zhao Hui off. You could practically see a vein pop on his forehead. This punk pocketed 2,000 silver taels from us and doesn't even remember me? Are you kidding? Hua Siming completely ignored him and turned his charm on Nangong Susu, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I still can't get your performance at last year's insect festival out of my head. I'm dying to see it again someday. But Nangong Susu treated him like empty air. She turned straight to Zhao Hui, her eyes bright. Oh, I was in such a rush earlier, I didn't greet you properly. So rude of me. Thank you so much for your guidance earlier. Susu's elegance was off the charts. Hua Siming looked at her like she was a literal goddess descended from heaven. Zhao Hui just nodded politely at her. No problem at all. Please, have a seat. Seeing the weird chemistry, Zhang Hu frowned at Susu. Wait, since when are you into martial arts, sis? Susu shot back, is punching stuff literally the only thing inside that skull of yours, roasted by his own little sister. Zhang Hu couldn't even argue. He just sighed. Okay, fine. So, what exactly did you learn from him? Susu's expression softened, her mind filling with images of falling peach blossoms and chirping birds. She looked totally blissed out. A musical masterpiece, she said dreamily. The rhythm was so profound. You can't find that kind of depth anywhere else. Zhang Hu stared at her blankly. Music, rhythm. If it wasn't about sword forms, his brain filtered it out. But Trieu Huy caught the vibe immediately. He shot a look at Trieu Huy. Wait, you're an expert in music theory, too? Trying to dodge the spotlight, Trieu Huy waved it off. Let's not get carried away. I'm just a humble merchant running an ironwork shop. Trieu Huy wasn't buying it. He knew Trieu Huy was sandbagging hard. His mind started racing. Who is this guy? He claims he has no martial arts, yet he outsmarted Nangong and Zhang Hu. He's a math genius who blew my mind. And now he's a music virtuoso? He keeps saying he's just a merchant. Meeting him might be the single best thing that's happened to me in Hefei. Deciding to make a move, Trieu Huy pulled something out of his robe. It looked like a gold bar, but paler. He placed it on the table with serious weight. This is my family's Phoenix Gold token. I'd like to formally invite you to visit our estate as a guest of honor. If you show this to anyone there, they'll treat you as if you were me. It was a classic move. Everyone knew the smaller noble families were always desperate to recruit fresh talent. The moment the words left Trieu Huy's mouth, Zhang Hu slammed his hand on the table. Bam. Put that away, he barked. Trieu Huy looked at him calmly. And why should I? Why? Zhang Hu's face was getting red. Because young hero Trieu Huy holds the gold plate. He's practically family to us. He's not some outsider you can just poach with your little tricks. Trieu Huy, ever the smooth talker, didn't flinch. Is that so? Show me the law. That says I can't invite a warrior from another sect over for dinner? What kind of backward Jiang Hu rule is that? I thought we were living in an era of open exchange between the clans. I'm genuinely inviting him to be a guest, and you call it a trick. That's rich. That pushed Zhang Hu over the edge. If his two lackeys hadn't held him back, tables would have flipped. So what if I did, you scumbag? Zhang Hu roared. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Trieu Huy stepped in before punches were thrown. I appreciate the generous offer, really, but I can't accept it right now. Trieu Huy's face fell, disappointment written all over it. On the flip side, Zhang Hu looked like he just won the lottery. Zhang Hu bowed respectfully to Trieu Huy. My apologies for ruining the vibe, sir. Let me make it up to you, drinks are on me next time. Trieu Huy nodded. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge over a little drama. Having smoothed things over, Zhang Hu glanced back at Trieu Huy. Hurry up and eat. We're moving out. You coming or what? Even that playboy Hua Ziming asked to tag along. Seeing them all rush off like that, Trieu Huy couldn't help but ask, you guys on a mission or something? Ta Koven didn't hesitate for a second, shooting back. We're hitting up the Little Dragon Banquet at Mount Hua next month. No question. Little Dragon Banquet. That name rang a bell for Trieu Huy. He thought to himself, pretty sure I've heard of that one. Isn't it that massive festival for all the martial arts prodigies that happens every 3 years? Like, a huge tournament plus a feast. I heard they have everything tea ceremonies, painting, music, calligraphy. Basically a giant mixer for every topic imaginable. Wait, did he say Mount Hua? Trieu Huy suddenly connected the dots. That was exactly where the sword elder said the sword insect was hiding right at Cam Tuyen, on the border between Gansu and Shaanxi. And Mount Hua is in Shaanxi. Realizing their destination matched perfectly with the Trieu Huy crew, Trieu Huy spoke up immediately. Hey, mind if I tag along? I'll cover my own expenses, obviously, since it was sort of a last-minute decision. Trieu Huy figured these were solid guys he could trust. Plus, it was a golden opportunity to tour Mount Hua and network with the Big Five families. For the group, having Trieu Huy join was a total win. Toto and Ta Calven answered in unison. You're more than welcome to ride with us, young hero. And seriously, don't sweat the money. The next morning, on a winding mountain road, the convoy was on the move. This was the squad's big road trip to Mount Hua. Inside the carriage, Hoa Tae Min started flexing. I don't mean to brag, but my family's Flower Sword clan owns a ridiculous amount of property. You probably couldn't even imagine it. Trieu Huy played along. Oh, for sure. Everyone knows the famous flower bank in Hefei. Legend has it. Hoa Tae Min side-eyed To Tu, hoping to impress her, but she was deep in meditation and ignoring him. So, he turned back to Trieu Huy to keep the humble brag train running. Ha ha, well, it's not just the bank. We've got the Kai Duong escort agency, the bistro. The heavenly fragrance fabric shop, plus hundreds of inns. Trieu Huy wasn't shocked but acted the part. No way. Isn't Kai Duong the biggest escort agency in Anhui? And the Bakni Bistro? I heard the view from the tower is insane. People line up around the block just to get in. Hearing Trieu Huy hype him up, Hoa Tae Min laughed, clearly loving the attention. You know about that too. Man, you really are a guy of culture and knowledge. Trieu Huy smiled. Honestly, owning just one small inn would be enough for me to retire happy. Haha, stop being so modest. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He started rambling about the Honglu and Vantho inns. To Trieu Huy, Hoa Tae Min looked like a total clown. I barely complimented the guy and his ego exploded, he thought. Suddenly, a guard shouted from outside. Young master, we got a situation. What is it? There's a flag up ahead. Trung Ho asked the guard, who are they? The guard replied instantly. It's the Great Tiger Camp, sir. Trung Ho thought, Great Tiger Camp? Those scrubs are the weakest crew in the Green Forest 12 Mountains. The idea that a young sword master was getting blocked by these nobodies was insulting. He slammed his fist against the carriage wall, grabbing his sword. They have the nerve to block my path? Ta Cao Van let out a tired sigh. Ugh, chill out. They aren't wild animals. Do you have to turn everything into a brawl? Use your brain for a second. Trung Ho was furious, but he knew the strategist had a point, so he shut up. Ta Cao Van continued, think about it. The Great Tiger Camp aren't idiots. Nobody has a death wish like that. They saw our flag and they're still raising theirs. That means they've got backup. Trieu Huy, not fully up to speed on gang politics, asked, so you mean they're confident because they have a strategy? Ta Cao Van nodded. Exactly. The underworld isn't a playground. Mr. Anhui Ban family. That nickname annoyed Trieu Huy. This jerk keeps bringing up Anhui. Trung Ho, still angry, grumbled, whatever. This is getting messy. First, the Alliance nerds overthinking everything. Now the evil factions are making moves. Just a bunch of annoying pests. Ta Cao Van peered at the flag planted ahead and laughed. Wait a minute, look at the symbol. That's a bear. There's only one camp that uses a bear flag in the Green Forest, the Crimson Bear. That's the mark of the Iron Bear tyrant, the Green Forest King himself. That means the big boss is here, or at least his elite disciples or personal guard. Hearing that name sent a chill down Trieu Hui's spine. The Iron Bear tyrant, he's not one of the 7 thrones, but his reputation is on the same level. Ta Cao Van hopped off the carriage, looking miserable. Just my luck. What kind of cursed trip is this? If we just charge in, I'm gonna get beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, silhouetted figures swooped down from the cliffs above. Ta Cao Van recognized them immediately. It's the Red Bear Gale squad. Monsters. That's the only word for them. They were the elite combat unit led by the Green Forest King, a force with enough power to rival an entire sect. Every single one of them was ripped, terrifying, and covered in battle scars. They also had one signature look-matching capes tied around their necks. Trung Ho drew his sword with one hand, the sheer pressure shattering nearby rocks. He signaled his men. Grand Nam Kung. Battle stations. Every soldier drew their blade. Trung Ho leaped to the front, barking orders. Form up. The second Trung Ho gave the command. The Nam Kung bodyguards snapped into action, prepping their sword formation to handle whatever was coming. Ta Cao Van wasn't lagging behind either. He barked orders to the Zhuge family guards. Defensive positions. Set the stone wards and the wooden array. Deploy the Tai maze formation in the back. The Zhuge guards moved, with lightning speed, placing the materials to set the trap, waiting for Ta Cao Van's signal. Activate, he shouted. Instantly, thick fog rolled in, shielding the mages' positions. Wind howled around the perimeter they had set up. Ta Cao Van stood tall at the eye of the formation, yelling to Trung Ho, if you see no path to victory, retreat into the formation immediately. Head for the life gate and let me know. I told you I didn't want to argue, but you're leading these men, so you're responsible for keeping casualties down. Trung Ho, a righteous warrior full of fighting spirit, understood the weight of that responsibility perfectly. Got it. Trieu Huy, standing safely inside Ta Cao Van's defensive fog, watched as the mist blocked anyone from seeing inside. It was his first time seeing this kind of magic, and he was internally screaming, this is insane. Suddenly, Cao Cao spoke from the Blood Jade. Surprising. Is that an upgraded version of the 4-image illusion array? What's more shocking is that these mages are on a whole other level. They're syncing up perfectly to cast it, meaning they fully understand the Tai maze. Definitely the descendants of Kunming. Trung Ho channeled his energy into his blade. It glowed with the signature blue light of the Nam Cung clan. He roared, boosting the morale of his troops. Grand Nam Cung. Charge. The Namgung bodyguards instantly tightened their formation around Nam Cung Zhang Hu. Suddenly, a scream shattered the tense vibe. Hold up, we got company. A dude with a spear launched himself into the air, did a triple backflip to kill the momentum, and stuck a perfect superhero landing. Trieu Huy watched the cinematic entrance and thought, okay, that was straight out of a movie. The new guy looked like a total nightmare. Savage face, eyes bulging out like he was on something, staring at them like he wanted to snack on their organs. He spoke with this creepy, overly happy tone. Nam Cung Zhang Hu sensed the guy's insane energy, paused, and asked, Yo, are you the Iron Bear tyrant? The guy looked visibly offended. He shouted, Say what? You tripping? You think I'm that old geezer? Are you blind? Another guy asked, Huh, how old are you then? The scary-faced dude grilled, I'm 17. That answer hit the room like a brick. Everyone was shook. Everyone except Namgung Susu, who wasn't shocked but looked interested. Trieu Huy thought, what is up with that face? 17? My guy, you look 40. At least, Namgung Zhang Hu clearly wasn't buying it. Himph, quit playing games. If you're trying to test us, the scary-faced guy looked like he was about to explode with rage. He screamed, completely losing it, I am done. I am so done. Why does everyone think I'm a boomer? I am a teenager. Why won't anyone believe me? Trieu Huy watched the meltdown and thought, bro, maybe try washing your face or looking in a mirror? Then again, bandits probably don't do skincare. Namgung Zhang Hu shook his head. I need receipts. Tell us who you really are. Stop talking nonsense. The savage-looking guy turned around and screamed at the bandits behind him. Arg, are you guys crazy? Kang Dazhou, back me up here. Why are you standing there like a statue? Kang Dazhou immediately jumped in. If we're dropping names, this is the top disciple of the Green Forest King. Young hero Zhang Yilong. Show some respect. Zhang Yilong clenched his fist and yelled, I didn't bow to that old man. He said I wasn't his student. Why do you keep saying that? We just threw hands, that's it. Then he whispered, wait, shouldn't you mention my age? Kang Dazhou grinned. You took the green blood treasure, so you're definitely the king's disciple. Have some dignity, boss. And yes, the little prince is. Zhang Yilong glared at Kang Dazhou with murder in his eyes. Are you laughing at me? Kang Dazhou instantly put on a serious face. Our little prince is 100% 17 years old. Zhang Yilong beamed with a massive smile. See, told ya. You heard him, right? Did you hear him? Namgung Susu turned tomato red. Her heart going boom boom in her chest. She whispered, so cute. Trieu Huy looked at her, completely floored. Seriously, that is her type. Suddenly, Zuo Chuyun stepped out of the formation. Who's calling my bandits dumb? Why don't you fight us before running your mouth? Do you know how much money I dropped on this rock formation? Whatever. So, you say you're the king's disciple? Zhang Yilong snapped. I told you, I ain't. Zuo Chuyun cut him off. Fine, let's hear the excuse for this mess. Clearly, you guys are acting hostile. You were planning to jump us, right? Kang Dazhou growled. Don't you know that messing with the righteous heroes in these mountains is a stupid move? Zuo Chuyun yelled back, annoyed. What? You noble types pulling this stunt? Do you realize the Martial Arts Alliance branch is only 20 miles away? Kang Dazhou stood his ground. We are following the king's orders, nothing else. Zuo Chuyun blinked. King's orders? What orders? Kang Dazhou replied, protecting the little prince is our mission. Zhang Yilong got annoyed. Kang, you're twisting facts. I just wanted to flex the flag and walk down the mountain. You guys are the ones following me. Zuo Chuyun's eyes went cold and sharp. Then I need a word with you. The alleged disciple, Zhang Yilong, pointed a thumb in his own chest and shouted, I told you I'm not a disciple. I am Zhang Yilong. Zuo Chuyun and Kang Dazhou both went silent for a second, then sighed. Zuo Chuyun said, okay, young hero Zhang Yilong. Even if you're young, you can't just wave war flags and threaten people. Take some responsibility. If we were a second slower, people would be dead or bleeding out right now. You think the martial world is a playground? Zhang Yilong stammered, then tried to look tough. No, I just. Look, let's keep it real. You talented disciples from big clans never just talk. If we don't flash a weapon, you walk all over us. You saw the Green Forest flag and freaked out immediately. You self-proclaimed heroes have been harassing my camp for ages. Nam Cung Zhang Hu couldn't handle the roast on his righteous clan. He drew his sword and pointed it straight at Zhang Yilong. You call yourselves warriors, but you live by robbing people and extorting travelers. Innocent civilians, women doesn't matter. You're filth, and you need to be wiped out. All the bandits standing behind. Zhang Yilong glared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu with pure hate. Nam Cung Zhang Hu immediately raised his sword tip to the sky, gathering energy. He channeled internal power into the blade. The sword looked like it was about to rip the air apart and destroy everything in front of it. Nam Cung Zhang Hu shouted, "Fine. Come get some. I'll send you trash straight to hell today." While Zuo Qiuyun was analyzing the situation with a serious face, Trieu Huy thought, "Ugh, so childish." He decided to step in. "Yo, let's talk first. Let the man finish his sentence." Nam Cung Zhang Hu kept charging his attack. "I've got nothing to hear." Zhang Yilong didn't panic, but he looked annoyed. "See, this is exactly what I mean about prejudice. Hey, Mr. Noble Nam Cung, do you even know the highest law of the Green Forest?" Zhang Yilong pointed right at Nam Gung's face. "No pointing swords at the Green Forest outside of combat zones. It's been 200 years since the Bandit Emperor made that rule." Kang Daju sneered with hatred. "You think these righteous types care about our laws? They don't even teach their kids history. The Green Forest has been too soft. It's great for these heroes. They use us as villains just to motivate themselves. They can't teach the young ones to fight the real demons, so they pick on us." Nam Cung Zhang Hu shouted, "Shut your mouth. You aren't civilians. Your cruelty never changes." "Yo, listen up. Brothers, name me one business in the Central Plains that isn't in bed with the government or the gangs. Find me just one, and I'll admit the Green Forest is nothing but a den of villains." Nam Cung Zhang Hu leveled his sword right at Zhang Yilong and barked, "Excuse me? Run that by me one more time." Nam Cung Zhang Hu's face went dark, his teeth grinding audibly. "Oh, so intimidation and robbery count as justice now? Give me a break. The roots of evil never change." Zhang Yilong fired back without missing a beat, head held high. "Oh, that is rich. You guys want cash? You stick a flag in the ground, claim all the good timber, and if anyone touches it, you cry foul and ruin them. Isn't there a vacancy down in Hefei?" Then Zuo Qiuyun jumped in, arguing, "We earn our keep through legitimate strength. We are nothing like you mountain bandits." Zhang Yilong cut him off cold. "So, threats and robbery are bad, huh? Fine. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. A loaded merchant opens a massive luxury inn down in Hefei. Business is booming, money is flowing. Who's the first to swoop in and take a slice of that pie? Even if you claim your methods are different from the dark factions who just wreck the place. You guys flex your muscles so hard the owner has no choice but to lean on you. And if they don't pay for your protection, you back their competitors or call the cops to shut them down. Isn't that just robbery with extra steps?" Zhang Yilong looked smug, pointing a finger right at Nam Cung Zhang Hu. "That owner is a decent, law-abiding citizen, right? By your logic, you should just cheer them on. Why are you leeching off honest people like parasites?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu was stumped, stammering like a deer in headlights. "What? Leeching? I don't." Zhang Yilong clenched his fist, looking like he was ready to eat Nam Cung Zhang Hu alive. He was furious on behalf of the common folk, shouting, "You just called us the villains. But we only mess with merchants who are already in bed with the martial world. You guys, you fight other sects constantly for honor, which is just a fancy word for profit. From where I'm standing, we're both holding knives and robbing people. No different from thugs fighting over scraps. If the 9 great sects heard this coming from the 5 noble families, they'd probably laugh you out of the room." Trieu Huy watched, silently, thinking. Usually, guys built like that are missing a few brain cells. Suddenly, Wan Xiangxiao, watching from the Blood Jade, noted the bandit's logic sounded familiar. Trieu Huy took a deep breath, stepped up, and said, "There is a massive hole in your logic, my friend." Zhang Yilong snarled, "Hole? What hole?" Trieu Huy coolly raised a finger, pointing it straight at the bandit leader. "First off, those so-called rules you live by, they're full of cracks." Zhang Yilong scoffed, "Cracks? Are you serious?" Trieu Huy's voice was razor-sharp. "You preach about laws from 200 years ago, but just 7 years back, during the Great Famine, bandits hijacked the government relief grain meant for starving families." Zhang Yilong froze, unable to clap back. "That bandit crew on Mount Gaosheng in Anhui, Fengdai district, we know them as the Gaosheng Stronghold. They didn't just steal, they slaughtered innocent villagers and took every last grain of rice. Those people were hanging by a thread, and those bandits cut it without losing a wink of sleep. My father was one of their victims." Trieu Hui's eyes burned intensely. "And based on my intel, the leader of that stronghold, Yang Tianhu, was definitely one of the 72 commanders of your Green Forest Alliance. Can you look me in the eye and say your Green Forest law actually controls the thousands of bandit camps under your banner?" Trieu Hui's voice was like steel, shocking everyone with his fearless demeanor. "If atrocities like that happen in a small fry territory like this, imagine what I'd find if I looked across the entire Central Plains. If the core rules of your organization are this flimsy, they aren't laws, they're suggestions, and bad ones at that. Right now, your green forest name is being used to crush the weak. So your whole argument that we are the same is total garbage. You complain that the orthodox factions don't respect your revised laws. Why should they? Why respect criminals who never actually change? Zhang Yilong stammered, hold on, that's just. The green forest is huge, okay? Cao Hui pressed. The attack. And here's the other thing. How we make money is fundamentally different. Sure, on the surface, it looks similar. The orthodox factions use pressure to expand their influence and secure deals, which might look like you guys kicking down doors with swords. But here's the kicker. Do you have a code of chivalry? Do you help people when they screw up? Do you help strangers in a crisis? Have you ever actually looked at the faces of the locals in Hefei when they talk about the Nangong family? Do you see fear, terror, jealousy? No. You see genuine admiration. They respect the Nangong family because they actually protect people. That respect is for the justice they uphold. Did anyone put a gun to their heads to make them feel that way? No. Zhang Yilong glanced over at Nam Cung Zhang Hu. The man was standing there, radiating confidence and pride, not an ounce of shame in his posture. Cao Hui continued his verdict. Look, I'm not saying the Nangong family is perfect. There are definitely some arrogant jerks who use the family name to feed their own greed. Nam Cung Zhang Hu twitched, feeling a bit called out but smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Cao Hui pointed squarely at Zhang Yilong again. But they have spent generations taking care of the vulnerable. They suffer when the people suffer. They celebrate when the people celebrate. That connection? You guys don't have that. That is chivalry. That is justice. Internally, Cao Hui was thinking, these guys block roads, threaten travelers, and demand tolls, then have the nerve to preach philosophy? Honestly, I should just wipe them all out. Zhang Yilong looked back at Kang Dazhou and the rest of his crew with a weary expression. Now you know why I tried so hard to avoid talking to these guys. Man, I really hate being a bandit. Kang Dazhou gasped. Young boss? It was clear Cao Hui's words had completely dismantled their worldview. Zhang Yilong immediately unclasped the green blood robe from his shoulders and tossed it into the dirt like it was trash. Kang Dazhou and the gang freaked out. Whoa, he just ditched the robe. Zhang Yilong shrugged, totally unbothered. I never understood why you guys hype up that cloak. I only wore it because the old man gave it to me and the fabric was tough. His voice turned ice cold. Go tell the old man I'm done. I'm leaving the stronghold. Kang Dazhou and the bandits started hyperventilating. Young boss, wait. But Zhang Yilong ignored them, walking straight up to Nam Cung Zhang Hu and Cao Hui. So, he asked, what do I gotta do to join the Nangong family as a fighter? Qiu Yun jumped in. Seems that way. Suddenly, his vibe shifted from casual to dead serious as he pressed. But seriously, why jump us? You guys gotta have a reason, right? Spit it out. Zhang Yilong decided to keep it real. Look, I need a solid, he admitted. Can you guys help me out? Qiu Yun raised an eyebrow. Help with what? Yilong scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. I seriously want to join the Great Young Dragon Society, but I can't figure out a way to get in with my current reputation. Cao Hui was totally speechless. In his head, he was screaming, wow, this dude has absolutely zero filter. He just spills everything. Qiu Yun snapped, clearly annoyed. Wait, you pulled all those crazy stunts just to get a membership card? Yilong gave a cringe smile and shrugged. Yeah, my bad on that one. Hue Shiming crossed his arms, acting all high and mighty. Fine, we'll treat you like a grunt for the Namgung clan for now. But if you're really 17, shouldn't you show some respect to your elders? Skipping the formalities just makes you look like an uncultured brat, you know. Yilong blinked, looking a bit guilty. How old is the crew? Qiu Yun replied, aside from Lady Susu, literally everyone here is older than you. Yilong flashed a million-watt smile. Got it. I'll play nice since I'm one of the good guys now. He unleashed the ultimate weapon, puppy dog eyes so sparkly they practically radiated pink hearts and purred, Big Brother Zhao. Cao Hui shuddered, feeling a full-body cringe. Dude, stop. That gave me instant goosebumps. Keeping that nauseatingly cute expression, his eyes twinkling like stars, he turned toward Nam Cung Zhang Hu. Brother Namgung. Namgung Zhang Hu wasn't having any of it. He snapped, one more syllable, and I will literally gut you. Yilong pivoted to Qiu Yun, face glowing with innocent baby energy so bright it could light up a cave. Panic mode engaged, Qiu Yun whipped out a sealing talisman like he was exorcising a demon. Back off, don't you dare. The only one immune, or rather, infected, was Namgung Susu, her eyes sparkling just as hard. Brother Yilong, she chirped. Yilong beamed back, Sister Susu. And just like that, night fell. 2 weeks later, the convoy was closing in on the destination. Inside the carriage, Namgung Susu stretched her arms and arched her back, groaning. Oh, road trips are the worst. I would kill for a proper bath right now. Zhu Qiuyun stayed professional. Hold on, we're almost there. We'll hit the first checkpoint soon. Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow. Checkpoint? Zhuo Qiuyun explained. Mount Hua is huge, but they can't handle this entire mob of martial artists all at once. The 5 great families are gathering at the inn ahead first. We'll start seeing the other clans' banners on this road. Suddenly, Hua Ximing popped the window open. Speak of the devil, I think that's them. Zhu Qiuyun looked out and spotted a yellow flag emblazoned with the black tortoise. Peng Clan. Nam Cung Zhang Hu rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Unbelievable. I have to hang out with those brainless steroid junkies. Yilong peeked out, eyes widening with curiosity. Whoa, who are the beefcakes? I've hung out in bandit dens, and even those dudes aren't that jacked. In front of him stood a wall of pure muscle, guys looking like they ate rocks for breakfast. They were flexing hard, wearing gear that looked like fish scales. The young master of the Peng clan, the new Blade King Peng Kuo, sized them up. That guy's build is insane, better than anyone his age. Peng Kuo was chilling on a giant log, lost in his own hype. Real men need power. The blade is the ultimate weapon, pure, unadulterated destruction. Swords, just fancy spears. And don't get me started on kicks or hidden weapons, cheap tricks for weaklings. 3 years ago, I hadn't mastered my blade or my strength, so I took a loss. That Mount Hua punk tricked me with his flashy flower sword style. Not this time. I'm going to smash him and prove that raw power is the only law in this world. My blade is supreme. He was mid-mental flex when a minion ran up. Young master, the Zhuji and Namgung squads just pulled up. Peng Kuo didn't even blink. Ignore them. They're irrelevant. Suddenly, he did a double take. Leading the pack was a massive, hulking beast of a youth holding a spear. Peng Kuo had no idea this guy was actually the lowest on the totem pole, while the real VIPs walked behind him. Since when did the pretty boy Namgung clan breed actual men? Before he could react, Yilong grinned at him. Ha, nice gains, bro. Let's arm wrestle. Peng Kuo raised an eyebrow. Arm wrestling? Pure muscle only. No internal energy hacks. Peng Kuo's eyes lit up finally. A worthy challenge. Yilong gave a cocky smirk. Trust me, if I used energy, I'd snap your arm like a twig. Garbage talk. Peng swung his massive blade, chopping down a nearby tree to create a makeshift table. He slammed his elbow down. Get over here, kid. It took 2 seconds of trash talk to start the match. The terms, best of 3. The clan soldiers formed a circle, turning it into an impromptu fight club. The cheering was split right down the middle. Nobody had the edge yet. Zhao Hui couldn't believe his eyes. He nudged Zhuo Qiuyun. Why are they doing this? Yun shrugged. Honestly, he's fitting right in. That's just how the Peng family rolls. While everyone else was facepalming, Susu was totally into it. She thought it was the coolest thing ever. Her admiration made Namgung Zhang Hu want to crawl into a hole and die. Meanwhile, the match was heating up. Yilong's veins were bulging like vines, his face turning tomato red. Peng Kuo wasn't looking much better. Sweat was pouring down his face so hard he could barely keep his eyes open. Suddenly, the scale pattern on Peng Kuo's shirt glowed. Bam! He slammed Yilong's hand down in a split second. His crew went wild. That's our young master. Beast mode. While they chanted Blade King, Yilong jumped up, fuming. Damn it, you used energy. I didn't think you'd actually cheat. Accused of hacking in real life, Peng Kuo froze. He looked dumbfounded, knowing he couldn't exactly talk his way out of this one. Even his own hype squad looked betrayed. For real? You actually cheated, boss. Wow, that's kind of cringe. Red-faced and stuttering, Peng Kuo tried to save face. Can we go again? Yilong stretched, looking away dismissively. Not a chance. Zhao Hui was reeling. Wait, did he really just push the Blade King to the brink? Is he even human? Suddenly, the heavenly sword god chimed in from the void. Think about it. That kid has to be a descendant of the Blade Emperor. They're the rare breed in the martial world who prize raw muscle over internal energy. Zhao Hui was confused. But why would physical strength ever beat internal energy? The sword god broke it down like a gym philosophy 101 class. It's the age-old debate. Do you condition the body first to build a vessel capable of holding God-tier power? Or do you cultivate internal energy first to blast open your meridians before hardening your muscles? There's no cheat sheet for these questions. Kid, this argument has been running since the dawn of martial arts. The real trick is balance, not playing favorites. If you get too hung up on one method, you get tunnel vision. Your mind gets rigid. That's exactly why these guys can't touch the Shaolin monks. Even though Shaolin is famous for external hardness, they don't slack off on the internal meditative stuff either. The biggest problem with your attackers, they think holding a sword is beneath them. They've got this weird, unhealthy obsession with a saber. With a twisted mindset like that, you can't master anything, let alone high-level martial arts. Hearing the sword god go on this rant, Trieu Huy looked a bit defeated. He muttered, "So, does that mean the old saying 100 days for the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword is just total nonsense?" The old master scoffed. "You really think mastering the spear only takes 100 days? Look at Zhang Fei. He spent his whole life grinding through hell with that serpent spear of his. Even if Zhang Fei had swapped his spear for a sword, do you think his enemies would have dared to cross the Changban Bridge? Not a chance. True, the sword packs a lot of power and flows better in its moves, but it's pretty shallow too. Think the sword is the king of weapons just because of that. The real reason there are so many sword sects out there is simply because hand-to-hand combat styles hadn't really taken off in the Central Plains yet. You can't mix a saber with fist techniques smoothly. Only the sword vibes perfectly with all forms of martial arts." Just as the old man finished, Trieu Huy telepathically messaged him, "Wait, didn't you basically just say the sword is the best?" The sword god, getting called out by Trieu Huy like that, just gave a goofy laugh. Did it sound like that? Trieu Huy sighed, totally done with the old guy's antics. He thought, well, I wouldn't be surprised. It'd be weirder if the literal sword god didn't think swords were number one. Inside the Blood Jade, the sword god shook his head. It's not just bias. Back in the early days of the martial world, a lot of fist styles were just people copying animals. If those moves hadn't evolved, we'd all still be maining bows and arrows right now. Let's be real. The bow is the actual MVP of warfare. But when complex fist arts appeared, things changed. Think about it. Why do you think Zhang Sanfeng, the guy who founded the Greece Wudong sect, adapted his Tai Chi fist into Tai Chi sword, specifically the Enlightenment sword style? It's because he literally couldn't do that with a saber. A blade just doesn't flow with Tai Chi mechanics. So, while the sword isn't the only king, it got the title because of how it meshes with the history and culture of Central Plains martial arts. Trieu Huy hadn't even finished saying swords are king out loud, but a sensitive hothead like Peng Kuo imagined the insult anyway. He ground his teeth, eyes bulging out, and snarled, "I bet you think those flimsy little toothpicks are superior. Huh. Talk about bad timing." Out of nowhere, this guy is getting aggressive, and Trieu Huy felt a spike of fear. If that dude threw even one punch, Trieu Huy would probably be spitting out teeth. He was frozen, not knowing what to say, but luckily Zhang Hu stepped up and said, "Do me a favor and just ignore whatever garbage is coming out of his mouth." Peng Kuo was so mad he practically had lightning shooting out of his eyes. His muscles rippled as he barked, "Why wait until we get to Mount Hua? Let's settle the score from 3 years ago right here, right now." Zhang Hu stayed cool as a cucumber. Since when does a loser who just got clapped by a rookie soldier from the Nam Cung family have the guts to challenge me? That comeback was like rubbing salt in an open wound. Peng Kuo froze, completely dead inside. Zhuo Qiuyun appeared out of nowhere, patted Peng Kuo on the shoulder, and said, "Hey man, life's a roller coaster. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Cheer up, buddy." Peng Kuo slapped Zhuo Qiuyun's hand away, shouting in pure rage, "Get lost, you devil's huge. Last year I lost to your illusions and got stuck in that 9-palace maze for 3 whole days. It was absolute torture. Just looking at you makes me want to twist your head off." Zhuo Qiuyun just turned his head back and asked, "Chill out. By the way, where's the Tang family? Weren't they with you?" Peng Kuo grumbled. "They bailed. Said they're staying at a different inn. The Sima family also said they're sitting this one out, so I guess the gang's all here. Let's roll." "Roger that." And just like that, Trieu Huy's crew set off for Mount Hua. They were marching along this insanely narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk single file. Trieu Huy was sweating buckets, feeling absolutely miserable. He thought, whoa, how do people even live up here? Do they just not care about trading or talking to the outside world? This is nuts. Zhang Natlong glanced back at Peng Kuo, who was panting like a dying dog. With a super smug look, he asked, "You look a little winded there, big guy. Want a piggyback ride?" Immediately, Peng Kuo slammed his chest and yelled, "I'm not tired at all. If anything, I should be carrying you." Others weren't having as much fun as that killer Zhang Natlong. Lady Su Su was totally gassed. Between heavy breaths, she managed to say, "Huff, puff. I really hope the 5 great families host the next Young Dragon tournament." Hoa Min, seizing the opportunity like a true simp, heard Su Su's complaint and immediately turned around with a confident grin. "Lady Su Su, allow me to carry you." But his offer got shut down instantly. Before he could even feel sad about the rejection, Zhuo Qiuyun jumped onto his back, which annoyed him to no end. Talk about immature brats. Watching that noisy group, Zhang Hu felt they were all painfully weak. Without a word, he stomped his foot, launching himself dozens of yards forward in a single leap. Peng Kuo wasn't about to lose. He shouted, "All right, you want a parkour battle? Let's go." Instantly, Zhang Nat Long cut right in front of him, blocking his path just to mess with him. A while later, an ancient architectural wonder appeared before them. But, of course, there were still hundreds of stairs to climb before they actually reached it. This killed the mood for Trieu Huy, Zuo Qiuyun, and the rest of the crew at the back. An old man standing at the entrance greeted the newcomers. "Welcome, everyone. You must be from the 5 great families. Thank you for traveling such a long way to be here." The first one to bow respectfully was Zuo Qiuyun. Junior Zuo Qiuyun pays his respects to the elder of the Manhwa sect. The old man smiled warmly. "You look familiar. You participated in the Young Dragon tournament 3 years ago, right? How could I forget the young master of the Zuo Qiu clan? Come on in, quickly. Mount Hua is a great place to wash away the fate of the road." "Yes, thank you, elder." And so, the whole group headed inside. The heirs from the top-tier families were rolling in from all over, dapping each other up and exchanging fake pleasantries. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy decided to ghost the social hour and slipped away to a quiet corner. Trieu Huy arrived at a spot where cherry blossoms were drifting down like slow-motion snow. Taking in the scenery, he thought, it's not huge, but it's definitely got that zen, high-class aesthetic. Even the heavenly sword god stared at the petals and got all philosophical, saying, "These blossoms survived a brutal, bone-dry winter, just to pop off and announce that spring is officially in the house." The scent of the flowers was a total classic. Suddenly, that rude brute Truong Nat Long crashed the party. He let out a loud, "Whoa," and hollered, "Check out this view. It'd be absolutely legendary to hike up here with a jug of wine and get wasted while reciting poetry." Trieu Huy looked at Nat Long's face, which honestly just begged to be punched, and asked, "You're 17. Bro." Already addicted to the bottle, Truong Nat Long flashed a cheesy grin and clapped back. "Isn't 17 exactly the age when you're supposed to chug strong wine and laugh at the world?" That line convinced Trieu Huy that this guy was the ultimate bandit, just hopeless. Then Nat Long asked, "So who are you, anyway?" "The Nam Cung squad said they're protecting you, so I figured you were part of their clan, but you don't really match their vibe." Trieu Huy shrugged. "I'm just a merchant, dude." That actually surprised Truong Nat Long. His face turned into a giant, curious toddler's as he said, "A merchant? You're in sales? Does that mean you're loaded? Like, filthy rich?" "Ugh, hiking all day has me starving. Bet it's gonna take forever for them to serve the grub. Why is cooking in the martial arts world so extra? First grilling, then stir-frying. It's too much." Trieu Huy explained. "Chill. They can't just throw some instant noodles at VIP guests from the 5 great families. It's gotta be fancy." Truong Nat Long was literally drooling, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Man, back in the day, food was just a chunk of meat on a bone, roasted over a fire. Simple. I don't get why they have to overcomplicate everything. Trieu Huy listened to him and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this guy is a legit chaotic bandit. But then, a light bulb went off in Trieu Hui's brain. Wait a minute, why didn't I think of that before? Thanks to this random chat with Truong Nat Long, Trieu Huy zoned out, diving into deep thought. He realized he just stumbled onto the golden ticket that was going to launch his future business empire into the stratosphere. Trieu Huy was speechless. What's the breakthrough of the modern food industry? Fast food, baby. Tasty grub, super cheap, reasonable prices, and you don't have to wait forever. McDonald's is the GOAT for a reason. Trieu Huy sighed, internally face-palming. How could he forget he's literally from the future? Even though he had memorized all these killer recipes, he wasted his time trying to fix the pathetic culinary scene of the Central Plains. All right, brain blast time. Flour and salt for buns easy. Yeast? I can use new rook. The distillery probably has tons of that stuff. Ground meat is a piece of cake to get. Lettuce. Sauce. Okay, no tomatoes for ketchup. But there are plenty of other sauces that slap. Sugar is definitely in stock. After a quick brainstorm, Trieu Huy made a decision he definitely wouldn't regret. He flashed a grin at Truong Nat Long. Hey, you want to do some business with me? Truong Nat Long gave him a cold look. Business? For real? Trieu Huy went into sales mode. It's nothing too crazy. I'll fill you in on the deets later. Trust me, you won't regret it. Truong Nat Long laughed, looking satisfied. All right, bet. Since I'm one of the good guys now, I guess I don't need to rob people for cash anymore. Haha. Trieu Huy's eyes practically glowed red, like he just trapped a loot goblin. He thought, this naive fool. If only everyone was this simple. He pulled a piece of paper from his robe. This right here? It's called a business contract. Trong Nat Long looked at it like it was alien tech. Ooh, a contract. Trieu Huy broke it down gently. Nothing fancy. But peep the salary line. 50 taels of silver a month. How does that sound? Trong Nat Long was shook at the number. 50 taels? He thought, man, my whole bandit crew doesn't even pull in 30 taels a month on a bad run. He stammered, totally flustered. Wait, you're legit gonna pay me 50 taels every single month. Trieu Huy kept it cool. Don't waste my breath. If I wasn't serious, I wouldn't have said it. Trong Nat Long got a bit nervous. Look, I'm a righteous martial artist now. You're not gonna ask me to whack anyone or do anything shady, right? Trieu Huy replied, nope. You just gotta stand in one spot. Trong Nat Long was baffled. Just stand there? That counts as a job. Trieu Huy chuckled. Haha, chill. I'll explain the whole gig to you eventually. Suddenly, someone made an entrance at the main gate, striding into the courtyard like they owned the place. Everyone froze and stared. Someone shouted, it's Trieu Long from Manhwa, the hottest rookie in the martial arts world. This Trieu Long guy was slim, moving with this smooth, lazy grace, but his aura hit different. As he glided in, Trieu Huy was internally impressed, thinking, whoa, the vibes around this guy are next level. The sword god picked up on Trieu Huy's thoughts and explained, that's the Peach Blossom Energy Transformation, also known as Peach Blossom Generative Power. It's a unique internal style that mixes Tai-Than cultivation with the Wudang sect's Peach Blossom technique. It's honestly top-tier stuff. Trieu Huy wondered, is it even better than the legendary Heavenly Sword style I learned? Meanwhile, Trong Nat Long piped up enthusiastically. Yo, let's go introduce ourselves. Trieu Long from Mount Hoa bowed to Truong Ho. Thanks for making the long trip out here, sir. Truong Ho bowed back. Trieu Long, you're looking sharper than ever. Trieu Long replied with a condescending tone. Actually, you're the one surprising me. Your energy channels aren't trash anymore. You've actually improved quite a bit. Truong Ho thought, annoyed. I hate the way this kid talks. Total arrogance. But I guess he's still human. But that ego is going to drag him down a dark, lonely road. The soul in the Blood Jade watched this unfold and commented, he's got mad talent and hit the peak early, but he's too obsessed with his own hype. That's dangerous. The sword god flipped out. What is that Mount Hua punk doing? I'm gonna crush him like a bug. Trieu Huy reacted fast to stop the sword god from raging. Whoa, hold up. You can't crush anyone, remember? This is my body, dude. Please chill out. The sword god was still fuming. If I don't check him right now, that kid's gonna be a walking disaster for the whole martial arts world. Trung Van spoke up. I heard the prizes from each sect are massive this time. Hope everyone brings their A-game. Cao Cao Van bowed and added, pleasure to meet you. Mr. Trung Van too. It's been 3 years since we last crossed paths. Trung Van Tu bowed back, dripping with sarcasm, always an honor. Young Master Jia Cat. Let's hope this time you actually live up to that treasure of humanity nickname. Ta Hao Vane, the big brain strategist of the Zhuge clan, let out a dramatic sigh and said, man, from the high and mighty perspective of the Mount Hua sect, I guess the 5 great families look like straight-up bugs to them. The clout these 9 great sects have held onto for all these years is honestly kind of impressive. Trung Van To, giving off major main character energy, did a fake humble bow and said with a snarky tone, you've got it all twisted. How would I dare talk trash in front of the legendary genius of the Zhuge clan? If I offended you, my bad. Ta Ko Vang was annoyed, thinking, even his apology sounds like he's picking a fight. Banquet burst out laughing and hollered, wahaha. For the weakest guy here who only knows how to throw flower petals around, you sure do yap a lot. Trung Ventu didn't even bother engaging with the meathead, leaving Banquet on read as he turned away. Nam Cung Tu spoke up, asking Trung Ventu, long time no see. So, what's the legendary loot for this year's Young Dragon tournament? Trung Van To replied, you already know about the 7 treasures pill and the divine ink steps. Our sect leader announced that those are actually the prizes for the next tournament. This time, we're dropping the divine sun sword and the 10,000-year-old ice silver. The crowd instantly hyped up after hearing the rewards. The background NPCs started whispering, wait, aren't those the legendary artifacts that went MIA after the Great War of the Martial World? Trung Van To explained, straight facts. The Divine Sun Sword and the 10,000-year-old Ice Silver are treasures from the Sun Temple and the North Sea Ice Palace. Ta Ko Van was trying to guess the plot twist when Trung Van To interrupted his train of thought. Exactly. The martial gods family sent them over as prizes for this event. The vibe instantly got chaotic. Trieu Huy thought to himself, the martial gods family? Is he talking about the Sima clan? A random martial artist shouted, does that mean the Sima clan is actually pulling up to the tournament this time? Trung Van To shut that down immediately. Nah, they let us know they can't make it, just like usual. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, laughing comfortably. Trung Van To looked at the crowd with pure judgment, thinking, are they really that terrified of the Sima name? Do they think they can surpass Mount Hua? Suddenly, Trieu Huy broke the silence. Oh, I get it now. Trung Van To looked back and spotted Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy continued loudly. That narrow mindset and massive ego of yours have no place in Taoist martial arts. The core technique of Mount Hua is pure. A demon like you shouldn't be allowed to grow on this holy ground. Trung Van To shot him a death glare. Trieu Huy stood his ground looking heroic, but internally he was freaking out, thinking, I didn't mean to say that. I just couldn't resist the sword god's intimidation tactics, so I had to speak up. Trieu Huy boldly continued. It looks like the demon god's influence has already corrupted Mount Hua. Trung Van To and the other Mount Hua disciples stared at Trieu Huy with pure malice. Trung Van To's eyes were bulging with hate. The purple underworld demon god. The first demon to ever appear in the martial world. He was the first leader of the heavenly demon cult and the ultimate symbol of evil. His martial art was called the purple underworld demon art, and every righteous fighter cursed its existence. His body was always covered in purple hellfire whenever he stepped onto the battlefield. But the sudden appearance of Mount Hua's internal energy looks suspiciously like that demon art. The purple underworld divine art possesses overwhelming power that makes people tremble, infinite internal energy, and even that purple fire looks way too similar. Secret rumors started spreading everywhere, and the Mount Hua sect actually visited other clans to prove what their art really was. Back then, the most respected martial artist, the one-son sage of the Tai family, confidently declared in the Great Hall of Wudang that Mount Hua's art was 100% righteous with zero demonic energy. Trung Van To stared daggers, radiating intense killing intent, and said, that drama was settled 100 years ago. I can't believe someone is bringing it up again. You've got a death wish. The sword god furiously spoke to Trieu Huy. Scram. Trieu Huy, totally confused, replied, why do you keep telling me to scram? This is my body. If you offend everyone standing here, how am I supposed to explain my way out of it? Cao Cao Van suddenly stepped between them to play peacemaker. Haha. Come on, guys. Why are we acting up at such a big event? There will be plenty of chances to throw hands later, right? Trung Van To, looking like he wanted to eat Trieu Huy alive, demanded, drop your name. Trieu Huy jumped in to do damage control. This is Trieu Huy, a guest of the Nam Gong family. He's still a total rookie with zero experience, so he doesn't know how to act. Please let it slide. Trieu Huy was annoyed and mentally questioned the sword god. Great. In the blink of an eye, I become an inexperienced noob. This is all your fault. Sword god, please stop raging. I'll give you a chance to do whatever you want when no one is around. I don't like that guy either, the sword god replied. Trung Van To turned his back and walked away. The sword god quietly suppressed his rage. Cao Cao Van said, all right, intros are done. Let's all head to our rooms. After some time passed, night completely covered Mount Hua. In front of Trieu Huy's guest room, he stood in the courtyard. At this moment, the sword god had fully possessed the body. Testing out the controls, the sword god said, this body is actually usable now. The sword god, piloting the body, scanned the buildings at Mount Hua and detected 2 purple internal cores. He stomped down, cracking the ground beneath him. Trieu Huy's body immediately shot into the air, looking like he was gliding through the sky. In the dead of night, the full moon illuminated the mountain. Trieu Huy's silhouette softly drifted into the courtyard of a separate villa. The sword god landed in the center and unleashed a massive wave of internal energy to bait Trung Van To. Feeling the overwhelming pressure right in his front yard, Trung Van To immediately jumped out of his room, thinking, who is emitting such bloodthirsty energy? Trembling before the aura the sword god was releasing, he stuttered, who are you? The sword god just used his gaze to manipulate his internal energy, wrapping it around a random sword on the weapon rack, and pulling it straight into his hand. Trung Van To was terrified, thinking, telekinesis? Even a grandmaster can't do that from that distance. The sword god stood tall, in the middle of the courtyard, channeling power into the blade until it sparkled like it was powered by the stars themselves. Shining like a nebula in the cosmos, the sword god fiercely said, show me your moves. Trung Van To felt mocked. He glared angrily and activated his signature purple internal energy. Toxic fumes swirled around like smog before snapping together at the sword's tip. He sneered, you want a show? Fine, watch closely. Catching a glimpse of that half-demon, half-human glitch state, Trieu Huy just shook his head. Just like I thought. You use spiritual filters to mask your vibe. No wonder you fooled all the NPCs out here. But here's the thing, you can hide the files, but you can't change your operating system, right? That messy fight you just pulled? Definitely a mashup of a demon's soul and that twin flame hack. Trung Vantu's face looked extremely salty. Having a total stranger read his entire build like an open book made him grind his teeth in frustration. He was spiraling, wondering how this random dude knew about the twin flame technique. Trieu Huy pointed his sword tip right at the guy's nose. Spoiler alert, your fancy double fire trick isn't gonna stop my blade. As soon as he said it, blue starlight started popping off around Trieu Huy. Instantly, those specks of light morphed into the image of swords. It was the flowing heaven sword, meteor shower. Just hearing the name sounds flashy, kind of like that Return of 10,000 Swords move. The second Trieu Hui's eyes flashed, those swords locked onto Trung Van, to like heat-seeking missiles. Seeing that barrage of blades coming in hot, Trung Van, too, could barely keep his balance. He knew if he didn't block this, it was game over. He immediately spammed his defensive skill, Plum Blossom Condensed Fragrance. True to its name, the sword move created a wall of plum blossoms to tank Trieu Hui's attack. But let's be real, how could a guy like Trung Van, to make any, waves against a sword god? His little flower shield was basically just background decoration for Trieu Hui's swords to tear through. Trung Van didn't even have time to process the lag. Dozens of blades turned him into Swiss cheese, making him scream in agony. After landing the hit, Trieu Huy said, "I've already snuffed out your twin flames. What's the plan now? You got any excuse left to fight the real human hiding inside you?" Trung Van looked absolutely pathetic. He looked like a walking meat shield right now, but he was still yelling, trying to gaslight the situation. After all, the sword of Mount Hua is not an evil blade. Is that so? Trieu Huy dropped those 3 words and raised his sword above his head, the blade glowing with blue starlight again. Trung Van felt like his avatar was about to shatter, so he panicked. "What are you doing to my body?" There was a sword and a silk strip already inside him, just piercing through. Before he could figure out what was happening, from the inside, it felt like dozens of swords were bursting out. His screams got louder and louder. He couldn't stop the blades from shredding him apart. Trieu Huy said, "Now you've really gone against the medicine god's wishes. Show me the truth about this divine body everyone keeps hyping up." Trung Van stared at him. At this point, the guy was nothing but noise and a blood-soaked mess. Trieu Huy asked coldly, "On a scale of 1 to 10, how wrecked are you right now?" Suddenly, Trung Van's eyes shot out purple energy. His body got wrapped in that toxic aura, looking exactly like he was entering a demonic rage mode. He screamed, "Shut up! Stop talking nonsense! Shut your mouth! Shut it, you pathetic jerk!" Trieu Huy pointed his sword forward. "So, it's an inner demon. Taoists are supposed to carry a desire for a peaceful exit, yet you get swallowed up by such cheap ambitions." Barely finishing his sentence, Trieu Hui's sword already slashed. That one strike deleted Trung Van's inner demon into the void. His body just flopped over and collapsed right onto Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy caught him, but his eyes were locked on a nearby room emitting the exact same energy signature as Trung Van. Immediately, Trieu Huy jumped, the impact cracking the surface around him. Inside that room, Trieu Huy spotted. There was an old man writing something. That guy was the 28th sect leader of Mount Hua, 2. Tin Kem Duong Thien Dan. He was chilling, but suddenly the room he was working in started shaking like an earthquake. This totally shocked Duong Thien Dan, but he was even more spooked when a voice from outside echoed right inside his head. "Show yourself." Duong Thien Dan looked terrified, staring at his hands, which wouldn't stop, trembling. He thought to himself, "This aura. Telepathy? A vague state forcing me to go there? This person must be some kind of high-level sage. I have to go, meet this expert." But the moment he opened the door, Duong Thien Dan was instantly shook because what he saw was the bloody body of Trung Van, sitting next to a young man he'd never seen before. Duong Thien Dan ran over, yelling loud, "What have you done? How could you act so savage?" Trieu Hui's face looked furious. "A guy who craves power and injected toxic garbage into his own disciple. You dare talk to me about being savage?" That clap back from Trieu Huy made the old man's face turn pale. Trieu Huy reached out and an invisible spiritual lasso appeared again, but obviously, regular people couldn't see it. Trieu Huy said, "I don't care how much you cultivate, you're still human. You can still be swayed by ambitions that go against the code." Suddenly, the sword Trieu Huy used earlier got snagged by the spirit rope and yanked right back to where Trieu Huy was standing. "Sword in hand," he said, "if you were truly a cultivator, you'd end your greed, desire, and suffering with death. But instead, you dare to corrupt the next generation too." The sword tip Trieu Huy held started glowing. This light wasn't simple at all. Old Duong Thien Dan got hit by the reflection. and immediately coughed up blood on the spot. He panicked, thinking, just the sword aura radiating from his blade broke my meridians. Sword of peace energy. I can't resist it. He's like a god. Someone like that shouldn't be interfering in the mortal realm. He didn't know he was facing the sword god Trieu Huy, so he was full of doubts. Duong Thian Dan's whole body was shaking as he asked, "This is our dynasty's business. Why is the celestial realm interfering with us?" Trieu Hui's eyes suddenly radiated energy. He said, "I'm not the high-level sage you think I am. I'm just a guy bound by a Blood Jade. Getting involved in your drama isn't really my favorite idea. However, I will speak up for the martial arts community. Plus, I've taken over this body, so technically, I'm a human right now too. In the name of the ancestors, I'm asking my descendant one more time. Can you let go of your ambition and your inner demon?" Hearing this, Duong Thian Dan immediately shouted, "Who are you to dare?" Before he could finish, a wave of Trieu Hui's hand turned all the matter around him into nothingness. The house, the land of Manhwa, gone with a flick of the wrist. When everything dissolved into the void, old Duong Thian Dan woke up in terror. His eyes bulged, and his legs gave out because he couldn't stand up anymore. Trieu Huy walked closer and said, "If you keep pretending to be a preacher of righteousness for the Mount Hua sect, do you really think you'll survive the rage of my sword?" Inside Duong Thian Dan's head, a light bulb went off. In the entire history of the martial world, only one dude ever packed this kind of insane firepower. The sword god, the guy with a literal glitchless blade. Zero weaknesses. The old man's guess was dead on, but right now, he was getting grilled. Trieu Huy stepped up, sword in hand, his voice dropping like a 10-ton weight. "I warned you, but you're way too obsessed with this edgelord demonic path. You're so deep in the sauce you can barely find your way back. That black plum blossom energy is still flickering inside you. Just come clean. There's still a shot for you and for the Hoa Sun sect." Boom. Golden light exploded from Duong Thian Dan's energy core. The whole area turned into a light show, looking like fireflies raining onto the trees, covering the whole mountain. He was feeling the vibe, his own personal way. His aura exploded outwards. Inside Trieu Huy, the sword god smirked. Finally, the black plum blossom blooms. Suddenly, the waterworks started. Old man Thian Dan began bawling like it was his first time crying. Voice trembling, he stammered, Could it be? Am I actually?" Seeing the meltdown, Trieu Huy said, "Think of it as a hard reset. Nature's rolling out the red carpet for you. Congrats, sect leader." Thian Dan looked up, heart racing. The legend passed down for 300 years the black plum blossom had actually bloomed. He looked at the kids smiling at him and realized, this guy wasn't human. He'd leveled up to full immortal status. With golden energy swirling in his eyes, the old man asked, "For real, are you actually the sword god?" Trieu Huy didn't say a word, but the silence screamed yes. That was all the confirmation Thian Dan needed. He immediately bowed, full respect mode. "I owe you big time for the lesson and for saving my soul." As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked up and Trieu Huy was gone. Poof. Now he noticed Trung Van To passed out cold in the courtyard. He rushed over, scooped him up. A dramatic spotlight from the sky hit the master and student hugging. He whispered, "Please forgive me, kid." Ho-san was dead silent. 0 people knew what went down that night. Back in his room, Trieu Huy got his body back from the sword god. But the flashbacks, terrifying. He thought, just one word from that guy felt heavier than a mountain. He soloed the entire Hoa Sun sect with one move. The sword god clapped both Trung Van To and the sect leader. Is he the strongest in the dynasty just using sword aura? Could the Emperor's army even scratch a guy who flattens his sect with one hit? I gotta talk him out of messing with the mortal world. If there's a demon in Hoa Sun, it's the one I signed a contract with. Next morning, at Hoa Sun, that elder from the entrance stood center stage, hands up, yelling, "Let the games begin." The crowd had been waiting 3 years for this, so the hype was real. Everyone thought they were the main character of this anime. In the crowd, Trung Ho was scanning the area, thinking, "I'm gonna win this." But where's Trung Van To? Suddenly, Trung Nyo Long walked up. "Yo, brother Ho. Sleep well?" Just the greeting ticked Ho off. He cleared his throat. "I warned you." Remembering his junior sister crushing on this guy, he thought, "Don't call me brother with that punchable face." Behind them, Trieu Huy was chatting with Ta Cao Ven. "Tell me more about this 10,000-year ice crystal." Ta Cao Ven was happy to explain, but Trung Ho butted in to mansplain it first. Ta Cao Ven glared at him. "Dude, can't you see you're interrupting?" Trung Ho had skin thicker than a tank, so he ignored the shade. He turned to face Trieu Huy. "The ice crystal? It's legendary loot from the North Sea. For ice users, It's a god-tier item. Also works as a miracle cure for women with terminal illnesses. Basically, priceless. Trieu Huy asked, "What's the visual?" Trieu Huy shrugged. "Never seen it in real life, but rumor says it looks like an ice coffin. Perfect spot to grind ice cultivation levels." Hearing this, Trieu Huy couldn't hide the hype. So it's basically an infinite mana battery. Cao Cao jumped back in with the lore. It showed up after a war. Legend says this North Sea ice crystal has been around for 1,000 years. Hearing 1,000 years made Trieu Huy twitch with excitement. He immediately asked, "So, what's the meta for this tournament? How do we fight?" Cao Cao thought for a second. "Ooh, that's up to the devs, the organizers. I'm clueless." Trieu Huy watched them guessing and getting nowhere. He stepped forward, mocking them. "You guys just stand there buffering. All thought, no action. Why not actually do something?" Trieu Huy grabbed a random Hoa Sun participant. "Hey, friend. I'm from the Nam Cung Clan. Break down the loot table for this tournament." The guy blinked, surprised, then put on a customer service smile and bowed. "Oh, heard a lot about you. Big fan. The prize for the combat winner is the Azure Sun Sword. Goes to the winning clan." Trieu Huy was relieved he already had a sword, so he didn't need that trash. He asked, "What about the ice crystal?" The guy answered, "Oh, that's the prize for the academic bracket." Trieu Huy froze. "Academic what?" Cao Cao stood behind him, looking smug. "It's a debate on calligraphy and painting. If you don't have a degree in arts, you're toast. It's basically kryptonite for us meathead warriors." Suddenly, Trieu Huy did a complete 180. His eyes lit up. "How do I sign up? And is it starting right now?" Cao Cao explained, "Academics isn't like the arena. It starts whenever the judges feel like arguing." Trieu Huy pressed. "Oh yeah? So who took home the trophy last year?" Before Trieu Huy could even finish his sentence, Cao Cao was already giggling like a schoolgirl, nodding with that "I'm the main character" vibe. "Yup, that's totally me." Zhao Hui was low-key obsessing over the Van Tuong Tao inside the Blood Jade. He decided to ghost his average painting skills for a minute. "If I want to tap into Elder Zhao Shan's brain, I gotta bait him into a philosophical roast battle." "Yo, I think the show's starting." Zuo Chuyun checked out the mob gathering downtown. The center of attention was some loudmouth looking like a total nerd, flexing a fan like he's cosplay royalty. He goes, "Anyone brave enough to step up and test their brainpower against me?" Zuo Chuyun hid half his face behind his fan, scheming. Should we crash this party?" Right then, Lady Susu pulls up on the nerd and goes, "I accept your challenge." Seeing a girl wanting to throw down on philosophy shook the scholar for a sec. He goes, "Be my guest. You pick the topic." Lady Susu yelled out, "Let's talk on Phase 5 Vermin." That's the book about the 5 types of pests that destroy a nation. Susu barely finished speaking before the scholar guy lost his cool. "You're seriously defending that trash philosophy?" Susu kept her cool. "I'm just here to drag Confucius. Honestly. What better topic?" The scholar guy was grinding his teeth so hard you could hear it. "Excuse me." Susu didn't stop. "Pretty sure everyone here knows Confucian idealism is a total scam that ruined everything." Standing next to Zhao Hui, Zuo Qiuyun was looking like the coolest guy in the squad. He decided to chime in on the drama. The Qin dynasty was built on legalism and collapsed in like 20 years. "Change the topic. Missy, you're gonna take the L." Suddenly, Zhao Hui took a deep breath and stepped into the ring. He moved toward the center of the debate looking like he was glowing, radiating big brain energy like some ancient sage. The reason the legalist school flopped during the Qin era is because they only cared about controlling and crushing people. If the system was actually fair and honest, the Qin dynasty wouldn't have folded so easily. Every word Zhao Hui dropped hit Zuo Qiuyun like a truck. He fired back, ignoring status and money. Equal treatment for everyone? Yeah, that's the legalist dream. Everyone knows that. The problem is, actually doing it is impossible. Take the Qin laws on cheating. If a guy gets caught with a married woman, he's executed on the spot. But ironically, who knows how many ladies the emperor was messing around with? The scholar guy wasn't having it. He yelled, "How can you treat the emperor, who holds the nation's fate, like a regular peasant?" Zhao Hui let out a sigh, dripping with sarcasm. "Great, another social justice warrior." The scholar didn't realize Zhao Hui was calling him an idiot who loves drama. Zhao Hui asked, "What's the basics of Confucianism again?" "Whether you're up in heaven or down here, everyone's equal. Whether you're a king or a farmer digging in the dirt, there's one simple fact. They're both human." Isn't that Confucianism 101? But you're acting like kings and regular folks can't be compared. Are you saying one is human and the other is an animal? Zhao Hui's logic had Zuo Qiuyun spinning. He tried to argue. Confucianism says the nation is just a big family. The emperor is the responsible father protecting everyone, and the subjects are his kids. Back to Trieu Huy. He pointed a finger at the sky, voice sharp. That right there is why people hate Confucianism. You're twisting concepts for your own benefit. It's just a fancy way to give the emperor special privileges. At least be honest about it. Trieu Huy's words blew the minds of the crowd standing nearby. They were sweating bullets, realizing, wait, is Confucianism just gaslighting the people? That's what Confucius taught? Lady Su Su closed her eyes, vibing with the wind. Trieu Huy shouted, basically, calling the emperor the father is just an excuse to give him a free pass, right? Let me ask you again. Can you stand there and say that everyone is equal, and the emperor is the father don't contradict each other? Are they really not clashing? Do they actually support each other? If everyone is equal, then having kings and commoners on different levels makes zero sense. Or are you saying the emperor isn't human, so he gets special perks? The crowd on the sidelines was buzzing. Most of them thought Trieu Huy was spitting straight facts. I'll say it again. The Qin dynasty crashed because the law wasn't applied fairly to everyone. It didn't matter who you were. It failed because the punishments were way too extreme. The scholar guy's face went blank after Trieu Huy's rant. He looked confused and asked, you mean there's another way to enforce laws besides punishment? Trieu Huy thought about all the brutal torture methods and replied, punishment isn't wrong, but here's the catch. Those punishments were psychotic. Death penalty for cheating, branding faces with hot iron, ripping out tongues for lying. You think that's okay? You think those laws are fair? Only the weak and powerless end up suffering. That's why the law needs to change. You gotta separate major crimes from minor ones, and split the punishments between fines and physical stuff. Effectiveness is key. If the law doesn't work, what's the point? Trieu Huy's words hit everyone like thunder, whether they were uneducated or so-called experts. They were all stunned by his logic. Zuo Qiuyun couldn't help but ask, so how do you decide what's a major crime and what's minor? Trieu Huy replied, depends on the country. But for me, if you hurt someone or threaten their life, that's a felony. Everything else is a misdemeanor. That's just how I see it. Zuo Qiuyun had never heard a breakdown like that. He thought, this guy talks like a legalist but knows his Confucian stuff too. Trieu Huy was now the main attraction at Mount Hua. Even the muscleheads were hooked on his words. Minor crimes are things like stealing property, mocking people, or ruining someone's reputation. The first one gets you a fine or jail time. After a quick lecture on modern legal concepts from his old world, Trieu Huy wrapped it up. Citizens gotta have the right to vote freely without some big brother watching over their shoulders or laws tying them down. A real government needs to step up and actually serve the people, not just rule them. Trieu Huy realized he was wasting a metric ton of spit arguing with these guys. Crap, he thought. I might have gone a bit overboard with the soapbox speech. Cao Cao and the crowd around him suddenly turned their attention to Trieu Huy like he was the latest viral trend. Even total strangers were gossiping about him. Cao Cao tapped his chin with a card, looking deep in thought. So, power to the people. I dig most of that, but that last part, handing that kind of power to regular Joes, sounds like a recipe for disaster. Trieu Huy shot back. Why do you think that? The scholar dude suddenly had an epiphany and chimed in. Exactly. Forget the theory, how can you trust the fate of a nation to a bunch of peasants who can't even read a stop sign? They don't know jack about running a country. That high and mighty attitude made Trieu Huy's blood boil. He stared the scholar down. Look, I respect your diploma and all, but that doesn't give you the right to treat everyone else like uneducated trash. A person's worth isn't about whether they can write poetry or paint pretty pictures. Take a farmer working from dawn till dusk. He knows how to respect his folks. He knows how to love and protect his wife and kids from thugs. He knows what it takes to be brave against bandits. And he knows enough about kindness to share his harvest with the neighbors. And you have the nerve to call them stupid. The dumbest thing a smart guy can do is assume regular folks are idiots who need babysitting. Trieu Huy felt incredibly badass after delivering that roast. Just then, Van Turing Tao made his grand entrance, looking majestic as heck. Step aside, kid. Trieu Huy let out a huge sigh of relief. You got it, boss. Take the wheel. It was the first time he gladly handed over control. With Van Turing Tao in the driver's seat, Trieu Huy's aura just skyrocketed. Radiating a chill level of confidence that was off the charts, he asked, all right, what's the game plan? How are we settling this? Cao Cao wanted in on the action, snapping his fan open. Count me in. Let's discuss the classics, specifically the opening of the Great Odes from the Book of Songs. Van Turing Tao closed his eyes for a sec. The Great Odes, huh? I'm gonna need some paper and ink. Cao Cao signaled his crew, and a servant rushed over immediately. Right away, sir. Speaking through Trieu Huy, the ancestor said politely, much appreciated. He gracefully knelt on the mat to grind the ink. Just the way he moved his hand showed he was a total pro at calligraphy. Cao Cao watched, impressed. Whoa, check that out. Trieu Huy picked up the brush. His grip was solid as a rock, yet the strokes flowed like water. Watching him work was like seeing a masterpiece come to life in real time. Stroke by stroke, the characters appeared on the crisp white paper, oozing pure style. Every single line was a work of art on its own, coming together to form something legendary. The crowd stood there with their jaws on the floor, eyes popping out of their heads. They couldn't stop whispering, "Dude, that is next level." Cao Cao was shaking just watching it. What in the world, he thought. How can a 20-something kid write like an ancient master? No way. Knowing when he was beat, he bowed his head. I fold. You win. The crowd went nuts. Cao Cao gave up. The guy hadn't even touched his brush yet. The dude who was talking smack about challenging Trieu Huy just accepted his fate. I lost, he said. May I ask for your name, sir? Right at that moment, Van Tung Tao handed the controls back to Trieu Huy. Still riding the high and thinking about his prize, Trieu Huy blurted out with a grin, "Haha, refrigerator." The scholar totally missed the context and bowed respectfully. Master Refrigerator, you've really opened my eyes today. Like the old saying goes, there's always a higher mountain. Trieu Huy turned beet red, waving his hands frantically. No, I'm not a fridge. I'm Trieu Huy. The scholar nodded. Ah, my apologies. Master Trieu Huy. The sun went down, bathing Mount Hua in a golden glow. Back at the villa, Trung Van To woke up feeling like he'd been run over by a truck after Trieu Huy beat him to a pulp. His master, Dung Thiem Dan, came to check on him. You awake, kid? Feeling any better? Trung Van To replied weakly. Yeah, master. I think so. Suddenly, tears started streaming down Trung Van To's face. Dung Thiem Dan sighed. Let it out, son. Don't bottle it up. Trung Van To grabbed his master's hand and bawled his eyes out like a toddler. Boo-hoo, master. Dung Thiem Dan hugged him, feeling bad for a warrior who lost his mojo. I get it. Don't worry. I'll help you get your groove back. Trung Van To sobbed, full of bitterness. That wasn't the Nam Cung clan's sword technique, I swear. Looking at his broken student, Dung Thiem Dan advised. Look, it's best you don't dig too deep into that. You gotta let that hate go. I know it sucks, but you have to move on. But Trung Van To was consumed by rage, eyes practically popping out of his skull. No way. I'm gonna train until I drop. Whatever it takes. Dung Thiem Dan flared his energy, his eyes turning that signature Mount Hua gold. Out of nowhere, a golden sword appeared, decked out with glowing peach blossoms. Trung Van To gasped. Is that, Master, did you achieve the Heart Sword realm? That's right, he replied. Trung Van To stopped crying, sniffing the air. It smells like peach blossoms. Dung Thiem Dan kept a straight face. Even with this power, I wouldn't bet money on beating him. Trung Van To was speechless, like he'd just been struck by lightning. His level is way beyond anything human, the master continued. Seriously, holding a grudge against a monster like that is a bad idea. The next morning, sunshine was hitting Mount Hua. Inside a tea house, Trung Ho slammed his hand on the table, clearly ticked off. Giving up? Seriously. Cao Cao just shrugged. Yep, that Hua Shan kid. Trung Ho was boiling over. He really has the guts to tuck his tail and run like that? Trieu Huy watched awkwardly, seeing Trung Ho fuming. He thought, well, the Sword Saint did go full beast mode on him. No wonder he's traumatized. Suddenly, Trung Van To walked in. Trieu Huy blinked, thinking, recovered already? That was fast. Trung Van To walked straight up to Trung Ho and Cao Cao. I have to pull out of the fight for personal reasons. Hope you guys understand. Trung Ho jumped up, furious, yelling, Why on earth are you flaking on the Thieu Long tournament? Trung Van To obediently pointed at himself and humbly admitted, My kung fu is glitching out. Trung Ho, surprised, replied, You mean your internal energy? Trung Van To looked like a zombie and sluggishly said, It's not that bad, just. Trung Ho sighed, Thank God. Trung Van To explained, You don't know how long I've waited for this day. I'm not dodging you guys. Please chill out. Next time we meet, I definitely won't turn down a match with you all. Before he could finish saying goodbye, a hand gently landed on Trung Van To's shoulder. It was Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy started. Anything can happen in this world, right? Bet you prepared for this? Trung Van To was still suffering from major PTSD, like a kid who just got the belt from his dad. Terrified, Trung Van To quickly swatted Trieu Huy's hand away and said, Back off. Trieu Huy was confused. I'm just talking to you normally. But the trauma hadn't healed. Trung Van To collapsed to his knees screaming, Go away. Don't come near me. Truong Ho, Ta Cao Van, and Banquet stood nearby, watching the scene in stunned silence, totally curious about the situation. They all shot side eyes at Trieu Huy with confused, slightly fearful looks, making Trieu Huy feel super awkward. Ta Cao Van sharply asked, "What did you do to trigger him like that?" Trieu Huy loudly defended himself. "Oh, so you think all I do is cause trouble? That actually hurts my feelings." Ta Cao Van gave him a suspicious look and replied, "It's not just this. There's got to be something shady going on." Banquet took a wild guess. "Bet you dragged him into some dark alley and beat the daylights out of him, didn't you?" Trieu Huy was speechless, thinking to himself, "No way, I'm a sword saint, show some respect." Truong Ho also looked at Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy immediately clarified, "I told you, it wasn't me." Truong Ho mentally replayed everything he knew about Trieu Huy. "I don't get it. A martial arts prodigy who can go toe-to-toe with the undying sword, a music genius who blew the mind of the #1 beauty in Hop Phi, Nam Cung Zhang Hu, a math whiz who countered the strategies of the brilliant Jia Cat Clan strategist, a philosopher who changed the worldview of martial artists, and a literary talent who puts emotion into every word. Who is he really?" Trieu Huy sighed and said, "All right, I'm leaving the mountain now." Ta Cao Van surprisingly asked, "Right now?" Truong Ho provoked him, saying, "The match hasn't even started and you're scared, so you're running away?" Trieu Huy innocently replied, "You're the genius swordsman of the Nam Cung clan. Of course I have to avoid you. Do I look crazy enough to fight you?" Truong Ho froze, only managing to utter, "Oh." He thought, "Not what I expected," then said, "So you're just dipping, not staying a bit longer?" Trieu Huy totally ignored Truong Ho and walked away, slowly approaching Truong Nat Long, who was sleeping face down on a tea table in the corner. Trieu Huy said, "Young hero Truong." Truong Nat Long, half asleep, replied, "Who's a hero?" Trieu Huy quickly said, "Didn't you agree to work for me? You need to understand the contract you signed." Truong Nat Long slowly pulled the contract out of his clothes and excitedly said, "Oh, levels. Is that a job title?" Trieu Huy replied, "Think of it that way. If you do well, you level up fast. Higher level means higher salary." Truong Nat Long excitedly grabbed the contract like he held a bright future in his hands, exclaiming, "Let's go." Little did he know, Trieu Huy was snickering internally. If he knew the tasks coming up, would he still be smiling like that? Trieu Huy seriously said, "I don't know when I'll get to Hop Phi, so arrange for the Nam Cung side to go first. I'll send you a letter. When you get the letter, go to the location I request." Truong Nat Long smiled and said, "Okay, HV." Trieu Huy immediately corrected his lackey, "Say that again, properly." Truong Nat Long obediently said, "Big boss." Trieu Huy gave a thumbs up in approval, then walked over to Truong Ho, Ta Cao Van, and Banquet bowed, and said, "Thanks for rolling with me. I learned a lot." Truong Ho waved goodbye and said, "If you want to leave, there's no stopping you. See you in Hop Phi." Then Truong Ho curiously asked, "What are you planning to do with that 10-year-old crystal?" Trieu Huy suddenly realized the problem. Oops, how am I supposed to carry that heavy thing to the sword tomb? Trieu Huy had to ask for a favor. "Can I ship it to the Nam Cung place?" Truong Ho happily replied, "Sure, but I need to hand it to someone to receive your stuff." Ta Cao Van, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "I'll do it." Problem solved, Trieu Huy happily said, "Thank you very much." On some mountain peak reaching the clouds, Trieu Huy was on his way down Mount Hua, resting on a rock. The place Trieu Huy was at was Cam Tuyen Cliff, Shaanxi. Trieu Huy anxiously asked the Blood Jade, sword saint. Trieu Huy got no reply and put it back away, sighing. He hasn't said a word for 3 days. How am I supposed to know where the sword tomb is? Damn it. Suddenly, a noise rang out. Someone intentionally stomped hard on the ground to get Trieu Hui's attention. Strangers with red eyes radiating malice were looking at Trieu Huy and said, "Who's this?" Trieu Huy was startled, looked around, and thought, "These guys are the Red Feather Gang." The bandits were surprised that Trieu Huy recognized them even though they were wearing masks. The bandits shouted in unison, "How did you know?" Trieu Huy sighed, "Your chest muscles are showing right there. At least cover them up, guys." The bandit leader shouted, signaling the other bandits, "This brat is insolent. Get him, capture him." Trieu Huy put his hand out to stop them, saying, "Hold on." The rude bandit leader swung a massive punch toward Trieu Huy while saying, "Make him shut up first. If he gets a word in, we'll be the ones losing out." Trieu Huy was surprised and a bit scared. Why? Why is everyone I meet so abrupt? The pros about the body A show. Bandit leader swung a powerful fist close to Trieu Huy and cursed, "Shut your trap, you dog." Trieu Huy instinctively stepped back and swung his fist toward the bandit leader. The two fists collided, compressing the surrounding air with pressure that felt like it could blow the bystanders away. The bandit leader was shocked that Trieu Huy could block him. He furiously screamed, "This bastard isn't normal. Are you trying to act like you're special? You mess with a vicious, evil faction like us, you're done for." Trieu Huy got angry and lost his cool, swearing, "Damn. You're ganging up on just me. How many of you are there total? And you still dare to call yourselves men? Typical uneducated jungle bandits, that's all you are. Using 10 to fight 1? Who does that? Just sit down, calm down, drink some tea, and discuss mutual benefits. Let's see. Why is this sissy talking so much?" The fierce voice of Kang Dai Chao rang out. "Enough." He slowly approached with sharp eyes. Trieu Huy was surprised and said, "You're the leader of the Blood Bear Gang." Kang Dai Chao, wearing women's clothes and sporting Neza-style hair buns, appeared looking fierce and said, "Fate brings us together again. What's with that expression?" Trieu Huy didn't know what to say, seeing the strong, fierce Kang Dai Chao appearing in such an outfit. Trieu Huy regained his composure and continued, "Humph, you really stick like a leech. Now all of Shangzi is crawling with all kinds of weird cults." Kang Dai Chao shot him a look pure enough to curdle milk and let out a cold, nasty chuckle. "Listen up, kid. That fancy martial arts throwdown at Mount Hua is like 25 miles away. You could scream until your lungs explode, and ain't nobody coming to save your sorry behind." Zhao Hui thought, "Damn, dealing with these smooth-brained bandits is painful. Did they trade all their brain cells for bad breath, or were they just born this dense?" Zhao Hui tried to talk his way out. "Look, bros. I've been to Anhui maybe once or twice tops. I got zero beef with anyone in the underworld. I'm not about that life, okay?" He flashed the Azure Heaven Gold badge like a VIP pass. "See this? I'm a straight-up VIP guest of the Nam Cung family, not to mention the owner of the Heavenly Sword. Try using those peanut-sized brains for a second. You touch one hair on my head, and the entire Nam Cung clan will turn you into fertilizer. You really want that smoke?" Kang Dai Chao's eyes bugged out, radiating pure murderous vibes. "If I just chop you up into little bite-sized pieces and scatter you all over the mountain, the wolves are going to eat like kings tonight." Zhao Hui started sweating bullets. "Geez, these psychos talk about dismemberment like they're discussing the weather." He shouted back, "Yo, you think offing me is going to solve your problems? Think again." Kang Dai Chao froze. Cat got his tongue. Zhao Hui kept the hustle going. "I bet some boss of yours ticked off the Nam Cung family, right? But going all cavemen on me isn't going to fix a mess that big." One of the crusty old bandits stepped up to Kang Dai Chao. "Boss, stop letting him run his mouth. He's trying to play us." Just then, Zhao Hui flicked a silver coin into the air. It rolled right to the old guy's feet. Instinct took over, and he snatched it up instantly. Zhao Hui smirked, thinking, nothing hacks a moron's brain faster than the sound of cold, hard cash. Another bandit pulled a shiv and barked, "What's the angle, punk?" Zhao Hui tossed another coin at him. Pure reflex kicked in, the guy dropped his knife to catch the loot. Kang Dai Chao screamed at his crew, "You useless idiots. You call yourselves members of the legendary Greenwood Alliance? You're embarrassing me." Suddenly, Zhao Hui whipped out a solid gold ingot, grinning like a shark. Kang Dai Chao did a double take. "Is that real gold? You think you can bribe the leader of the Blood Bear Gang with just one bar? I mean, I want it." His brain said no, but his greedy hands were itching. Zhao Hui tossed the gold right at him. Kang Dai Chao caught it and instantly turned into a puppy dog. "Ahem. So, what can we do for you, sir?" Zhao Hui laid it out. "You keep the cash, every cent I got. I keep my life and walk away. Deal?" The bandits were practically drooling, blinded by the bling. "Deal. No problem. Hey boss, we get a cut, right?" Dang, this kid is absolutely loaded. Zhao Hui was boiling on the inside, but he tried to channel his inner zen. Confucius once said, "A gentleman waits 10 years to serve revenge cold." He sighed. It had only been 3 days since he last ignored the old sage's advice. Why does moral philosophy always pop up when I'm getting robbed? His life just one big loop of chaotic nonsense. Suddenly, a voice echoed from his Blood Jade. "Is that really how you see it?" Zhao Hui blinked. "Huh. Elder, you're actually talking to me." The Blood Jade went silent again. "Great. Ghosted by a rock." Back in reality, Zhao Hui turned to the bandits. "So, gentlemen, am I free to bounce?" The bandits, mesmerized by the pile of loot, just waved him off like a fly. Yeah, beat it. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Actually, just never come back." Zhao Hui was so salty he could have seasoned a steak, but he walked away while they were distracted. He muttered to himself, "Enjoy it while it lasts, you shameless jerks. I'll be back." He continued his trek toward the sword tomb, looking like a lonely figure against the massive mountains. Inside the jade, the sword god seemed deep in thought before dropping a bomb. "I will not show myself to you again." Zhao Hui thought, "Check out this drama queen, always plotting something. He's getting more toxic by the day. If passive aggressiveness was an esport, this guy would be Grandmaster rank." Then it hit him usually. The old man would explode after a roast like that. "Wait," Zhao Hui asked, "are you actually mad at me or something?" The sword god's voice was ice cold. "We need to reach Autumn Valley. Immediately." Zhao Hui scratched his head. "Autumn Valley? Never heard of it. Is it on the map?" "Follow that white birch tree," the sword god commanded. "Stick to the ridge until you see the burnt edge of the forest. Then, climb that mountain." Zhao Hui spotted the tree and his stomach dropped. "You want me to do more cardio? Come on, chief. I just atoned for my sins. Look, just possess my body again, you could speedrun us to this valley in like 2 seconds. The sword god snapped. "Quit your yapping. The sun is going down. Move your legs, now." All right, geez." Zhao Hui mumbled, defeated. He reached the spot the sword god mentioned. The mountains were skyscrapers of stone, absolutely massive and breathtaking. But Zhao Hui wasn't enjoying the view. He was clinging to a sketchy ledge halfway up, listening to the wind howl. "Man," he whimpered, "this is way too extreme. Why do I have to be Spider-Man right now?" He was dangling in the middle of nowhere. One look down gave him instant vertigo, and the wind was trying its hardest to yee him off the face of the earth. In front of him was basically a vertical wall. The sword god nagged him, "If the sun sets before we're up, we are in deep trouble. When it gets pitch black, you're gonna wish you stopped complaining and started climbing." Zhao Hui gripped the rock until his knuckles turned white. "I'm so getting payback for this," he thought. "I just made a tiny joke and now he's being petty. He's definitely torturing me on purpose with this shortcut." The sword god roared in his mind, "Silence. Is this all the resolve you have? You're worthless. You run your mouth about revenge all day long, but you don't even have the guts to climb a pile of rocks." That hit a nerve. Zhao Hui thought about how he had to bribe those bandits with his entire life savings just to survive long enough to be here. Rage fueled him. His eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. He wasn't going to die here. He summoned every ounce of strength and started scrambling up the cliff face, hand over hand. He screamed. Slow and steady wins the Ra, but he jinxed it. In his rush, he stomped too hard on a foothold. Crack! The rock shattered under his foot. Gravity took over instantly. He was free falling. Desperate, he clawed at the cliff face, trying to find friction, screaming as the world blurred past him. Whoa! Trieu Huy totally lucked out, managing to stick the landing on a jagged rock ledge while he was basically free falling. Gasping for air like he just ran a marathon, he looked down nervously and wheezed, clutch landing. Seriously, thank God for this rock. Trieu Huy was playing it safe this time, burning every last calorie to reach the spot the sword god had hyped up. Finally, right before the sun dipped, casting that golden hour glow over the valley, Trieu Huy slapped his hand on the cave's ledge. Dude looked absolutely wrecked, like he was ready to faceplant any second. His hands were hamburger meat, completely shredded from clawing at jagged rocks. Gasping for air, he wheezed. So, this is the real deal. The sword god tomb. Sword god Tian just gave a chilly reply. You got it. Right now. Trieu Huy was standing at the mouth of the cave, basically high-fiving the clouds. You know what they say about altitude. The air gets thin up in the nosebleed section, so he was wheezing too hard to even step inside. Sword god Tian piped up. Whatever epiphany you get in this holy place is on you. Ditch the shady schemes and dirty tricks. Just walk in with a clean vibe. Trieu Huy blinked, confused. Wait, hold up. Are you telling me I've got roommates in there? Just echoes of the past, sword god, Tian replied. Trieu Huy fished a torch out of his inventory and sparked it up. Echoes, huh. Sword god Tian broke it down. The real treasure I found in this tomb isn't gold. It's the blade engravings. Those marks are the literal source code of this entire place. Trieu Huy forced a crooked smile while getting the flame going. Hold up, Gramps. I have 0 martial arts skills. You seriously expect a total noob like me to become a top-tier player just by looking at some scratches? Sword, God Tian snapped, his voice booming. Watch your mouth. I don't know which legend carved these, but don't you dare call him some average Joe. The guy was built different. Trieu Huy tiptoed into the cave, curiosity getting the better of him. Built different. So, what? Was he a literal god or something? Exactly. Sword god, Tian replied. These engravings are the legacy of a true deity. Even the Sword King gets called a god these days, but he never even dreamed of stepping into the ring with this guy. In the martial arts world, perfection is supposed to be a myth. That's what they taught me, anyway. But this guy's technique, it was literally flawless. How does a human being hack the system to reach that level of perfection? When I first saw the carvings in this cave, it gave me a total existential crisis. Everything I thought I knew went out the window. I was completely shook. Trieu Huy pressed on. So, what was his power level? Like, how OP are we talking? Suddenly, a gust of wind shot up from the depths. Trieu Huy swung his torch out, and the light revealed a cave that was absolutely plastered with slash marks. Every inch, every angle, the walls were scarred deep. Trieu Huy froze, jaw on the floor. Sword God Thean noticed his reaction and asked, "Wait, can you actually decipher those ancient texts?" I made hundreds of copies and showed them to every genius and scholar I could find, but nobody could crack the code. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy couldn't believe his eyes. He was freaking out because he recognized these symbols from his worst nightmare, high school physics class. We're talking vectors, connecting velocity points, instantaneous acceleration, and free-fall motion. This sudden blast of knowledge made Trieu Huy's head spin all over again. He realized this guy calculated the root of every sword move using physics, then divided it by his chi output to achieve instantaneous terminal velocity. He even wrote a formula for gravity based on the sword's specific weight. Trieu Huy started hyperventilating. Hold up, the only way someone knows these formulas. This guy had to be from the modern world. And a Korean, too. Sword God Thean nearly jumped out of his spectral skin. The old man couldn't keep his mouth shut, stammering, "Why? Are you saying the master who left these behind is from your home dimension?" Trieu Huy pulled himself together, keeping a poker face. Bingo. When was this cave discovered? The old master replied, "It's been known for at least 1,000 years. Trieu Huy paced around with his torch, scanning every variable and equation. He thought, a modern guy got dropped in the Central Plains 1,000 years ago, and he just used raw physics to grind his sword skills. To this god-tier level, did he really carve his name in history just based on these ruins? An image popped into his head, a warrior gripping a sword, wearing nothing but a loincloth from the waist down, hair flowing long like a lady's. The old master interrupted his thoughts. I've wondered that too. The final sword scar he left behind wasn't something a human could do. It's weird, though you'd think someone with that kind of insane power would be famous in the martial arts world, but he's got zero clout. Trieu Huy couldn't even picture what that final trace would look like. Sword God Thean's face went pale as he asked, "Hey, did you notice how weird the layout of the Autumn Valley was?" Trieu Huy replayed the hike in his head. Now that he thought about it, yeah. Normal valleys zigzag and curve, but this one was a perfect straight line, like a laser beam. Sword God Thean dropped his voice to a whisper. That entire Autumn Valley, that is his final sword strike. Trieu Huy's brain short-circuited. He imagined a mountain getting sliced in half so deep it looked like a natural canyon. He couldn't hold it back, and just let out a curse. Holy crap, you're telling me that massive, 4-kilometer-long canyon was made by a dude? Trieu Huy started pacing the small cave again, trying to process. He craned his neck to read the scribbles on the ceiling. Day 24 of analyzing the wall, I realized he deleted any sword moves that physics couldn't explain. For example, he tossed out all the spiritual woo-woo and ghost magic stuff. After that, he categorized the moves. Group A, applying vector products with first-order variations. Group B, moves needing replacement coefficients for second-order variations. And finally, the heavy hitters, moves complex enough to cause optical illusions. By the time he compiled all the formulas, 100 days had flown by. And those 100 days, they had Trieu Huy's brain running on overdrive. He looked wiped out. This guy was a beast, he thought. Talk about dedication. We're from the same world, just different timelines. Bummer. He kept reading the wall. Day 120 of the wall study. The basic attacks from the major clans have been optimized to a level even higher than their so-called ultimate moves. However, there's an outlier. The Shaman Sect's dual mind ocean technique. It's a move that maximizes the value of a function containing a variable. By splitting your consciousness in two, you can run two sword skills simultaneously. In mathematical terms, this allows multiple variables to exist at the same time alongside a constant function. This one needs more lab time. Day 139. The only things left in my brain are points, lines, and planes. Why do the trajectories curve at that specific coordinate to minimize drag? Instead of centering my gravity, I gotta use a linear transformation. Time to switch it up. Man, I tried my best, but my tendons and bones just aren't built for this kind of stress test. Using chi is turning out to be a total dead end, too. Am I just stupid? I only just realized the reason it curves is that the limit of motion can actually be mapped out by the human body. After 180 days of staring at this wall, theoretically, I can simulate light speed movement. But here is the glitch in the system. My squishy mortal body can't handle the reboot during the formula execution. Doesn't matter how perfect the math is, if the hardware crashes, the software is useless. It's all going to be a total wash. Why didn't I see this basic truth earlier? At the end of the day, you gotta hit the gym first. I need a body that can actually survive and regenerate after going through that intense formula. Day 487 of studying this wall, and once again, I'm reminded of how fragile we humans really are. I picked a random moving point on the wall and tried to see how many sword strikes it would take to hit it perfectly. Total count, 720,642,020 times. Took me 2 whole years just to replicate a simple motion vector connecting point A to point B. Is this formula even possible for a flawed mortal like me? This isn't something you can unlock just by grinding stamina stats. I need a different cheat code. Trieu Huy was feeling pretty salty about that country bumpkin dude. Just one simple slash from him took me over 700 million tries to replicate. It really made Trieu Huy wonder if that guy was even human or some kind of NPC glitch. There was still a ton of content to learn, so Trieu Huy kept grinding, reading every word. After 4,685 days of wall gazing, I finally realized that trying to use physics to fix unfixable bugs is just dumb. There's a reason Taoism and Buddhism exist. If you only train the body and skip the mental gains, you'll never completely master your own avatar. Ironically, the only way to upgrade your body to god-tier status is to cultivate the mind. By visualizing the mortal world as a living hell, I successfully mapped out my entire sea of consciousness. Deep in my mind, I could literally deconstruct myself down to individual atoms, or expand my ego to be bigger than the whole universe. Finally, in my mental simulation, every movement of every line and plane was reconstructed into a perfect whole. I don't even know when the line between my imagination and reality got deleted. Even when I don't eat, drink, or breathe, I still don't die. After 6,932 days of research, my body can now replicate and perform all the formulas flawlessly. But that's not enough. I can see the source code of every phenomenon now, just like Neo in the Matrix. Mother Nature's laws have completely merged with my skills. Do I even count as human anymore? I can feel the eyes of the great saints watching me. Suddenly, reading that line, Trieu Hui's body started glitching out. His aura flared up like crazy. In his vision, he saw a dude with white hair wearing a red loincloth, slashing out cold beams of light. One swing cut through mountains and severed rivers. No exaggeration. Sword god Trieu Huy couldn't help but shout, "Impressive. Too impressive. It took me 7 years to see the stars, but you saw the starlight instantly." Trieu Hui's body was in a trance, mumbling, "Heaven and earth meteor sword." The sword god, Trieu Huy, confirmed it immediately. Inside the gem, he was shocked and shook, thinking. He downloaded all that in 15 minutes, perceiving the meteor sword and the stars simultaneously. This is the highest level of enlightenment. The heaven and earth meteor sword has completely installed itself into this kid's soul. A genius? No, that word isn't strong enough to describe this destiny. So the heavenly way set this kid's path up from the start, and I'm just the bridge to his destiny door. Whatever the sword god inside the Blood Jade was thinking remains a mystery, but he was definitely hyped for Trieu Hui's future. Meanwhile, on the outside, Trieu Huy was vibing with these tiny lights surrounding his body. He had been lost in his headspace for 3 whole years without even realizing that a sword god genius was just born. The next day in Hefei, it wasn't the dusty Hefei of the past. It was looking insanely majestic now. Down on the fancy flower road stood a dude who looked super sharp, clothes perfectly pressed. He was the young master of the Kim family, Kim Truk-son. In front of him, a guy was leading a carriage closer. Seeing this, Kim Truk-son got annoyed and snapped, "Hey," I said, "take it easy." He snatched the reins and yelled, "You know how much this heaven cloud carriage is worth. Handle it with care, bro." The servant bowed nervously, sulking. "Sorry, young master. I'll go grab the reins right now." Ignoring him, young master Kim Truk-son cursed under his breath, dusted off his shoes, and hopped into the driver's seat of the heaven cloud carriage himself, cruising down the crowded East Market Street. Kim Truk-son was feeling good because this was his first time driving this whip to the river tower since he bought it. After driving a bit, he spotted a sign engraved with 5 words, Trieu Family Charity House. Suddenly, a gorgeous girl popped up next to him, smiling brightly. "Hello, valued guest. Welcome to the Trieu family's restaurant. What can I get for you?" A pretty girl out of nowhere. Kim Truk-son didn't know how to say no, so he ordered a meat sandwich and some black iced tea to cool off. The girl beamed, eyes crinkling. Got it. Please wait a moment. Kim Truk-sun watched her walk away, snickering to himself. In no time, his order was ready. The same girl brought out 2 trays of food with both hands and said, "Here is your order, sir. That will be 99 coins total." Kim Truk-sun handed her a silver coin, and she wished him a good meal. Inside his head, he was thinking, 99 coins? Why not just round it up to a silver? Even with 1 coin left over, I feel like I'm robbing them. He picked up the burger, took 1 bite, and the flavor of the grilled meat, mixed with the bun and fresh veggies, had him totally hooked. He took a sip of the black tea and felt his whole body dive into a refreshing ocean. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is legendary. Tastes this good and costs less than a silver, too cheap." Literally 0 complaints. Eating and drinking, happily on a street lined with lanterns. The lights at the entrance were blindingly bright. This was the river tower, majestic, loud, and bustling. It loomed right in front of Kim Truk-sun. While he was busy looking around in awe, he noticed another carriage nearby. Check out that ride. And let's talk exclusivity. This is a limited run. They manufacture maybe 5 of these carriages a year, tops. As soon as I stepped out, the valet at West Flower recognized me instantly. "Welcome back, boss. Young Master Nut Long is ready to serve you today." Hoa Tae-min hit them with the question, "How's the flower situation tonight?" Flower, by the way, being slang for the entertainers. The waiter flashed a winning smile instantly. "Don't you worry, sir. The selection tonight is absolutely top tier." Kim Truk-sun, watching from the back, spotted a waiter's name tag that read Bruce Lee and thought, "Bruce Lee? Seriously? Bet that guy knows kung fu." He stepped out of his carriage, slow-motion style. Immediately, a server rushed over to welcome him. "Young master, I'm Sammo Hung, at your service today. Have you picked out your personal wingman yet?" Kim Truk-sun blinked, totally clueless. "Wing who now?" Sammo Hung grinned with a knowing look. "First time, huh? A wingman is the matchmaker who sets you up with a beauty. Think of it as your personal dating consultant." Kim Truk-sun didn't say a word, but his face lit up like a kid in a candy store. Sammo Hung didn't miss a beat. "Trust me on this one, sir. Right this way." Then he flexed his authority at the valet, shouting, "This is the young master's ride. Guard it with your life." The valet nodded. "You got it." Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out nearby. "Huh? Why does that loser get in but I don't?" Outside a heavily guarded building with a massive line, some guy was screaming at the bouncer. Kim Truk-sun thought to himself, "Whoa, so this is the mysterious forbidden zone of the red light district everyone's been whispering about. Probably some drama involving Tu Jia Chao from the Ban family getting rejected in Hefei." The bouncer kept his cool, saying softly, "Can't do it, sorry. Please try again later, sir." The customer, clearly wasted, wasn't having it. "You trying to scam me? Do you have any idea who I am?" The bouncer's eyes turned icy sharp. "Sir, you're making this difficult." He cracked his knuckles, staring daggers at the guy. "Go home while you can still walk. Keep this up, and I'll rearrange your spine right here on the sidewalk." The drunk guy slurred, "Squeeze me." Suddenly, Truong Nat Long walked up with that resting villain face of his and asked, "What's the drama, Trinke?" The bouncer replied, "Nothing major, boss. Sorry to disturb you." Manager Truong, "Wait, no, it's owner Truong now." The drunk guy saw Truong Nat Long and his face went pale. Jaw hit the floor. Kim Truk-sun watched from a distance, impressed. Truong Nat Long glared and said, "I just got promoted yesterday, so I'm in a good mood. Drag your butt home before that changes." The drunk guy took one look at Truong Nat Long's terrifying aura and trembled. Yes, sir." He bolted like his pants were on fire. Truong Nat Long watched him run and then announced loudly, "Listen up. Happy hour is over. No more free entry." The staff immediately responded, "Understood." Kim Truk-sun, curious, asked Sammo Hung, "Free entry? You mean if I showed up before the dog hour, I wouldn't have to pay?" Sammo Hung waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, that rule doesn't apply to the guys. Just the ladies." Kim Truk-sun was shocked. "Only the girls?" Sammo Hung nodded. "Bingo. Any female guest arriving before the dog hour gets 3 jars of wine and snacks on the house." Truong Nat Long glanced over at Kim Truk-sun and Sammo Hung. He sighed and waved Sammo over. Sammo Hung hustled up. "Yes, boss." Truong Nat Long whispered with zero enthusiasm, "Aren't you being a little too friendly?" Sammo Hung's eyes sparkled with pure capitalism, like he'd just hooked a whale. "Boss." He arrived in a carriage. Truong Nat Long froze for a second, then instantly flipped the switch to customer service mode, shouting, "Someone get over here. We've got a VIP guest." The inside was mind-blowing, rainbow disco lights everywhere, people dancing on the first floor. guests chilling on the second and third floor balconies. The vibe was electric, literally just a modern nightclub. To be exact, it was an ancient-style nightclub created by Trieu Huy. It had a stage, private tables, and lighting that shifted depending on where the dancers were performing. Kim Truck's son, a total rookie at this, covered his ears because the bass was thumping too hard. Sammo Hung kept the sales pitch going. You want a private room, sir. If you want the ladies to really take care of you, a private room is the move. Kim Truck's son replied, nah, just get me a table. Sammo Hung was quick. Prices depend on the location, just so you know. Kim Truck's son, hearing this for the first time, was surprised. For real, Sammo Hung continued. See that spot right in front of the stage? Most expensive seat in the house, but totally worth it. You want that one? Kim Truck's son looked over. He saw the gorgeous dancers and his eyes turned into dollar signs. Done. Take me there. Sammo Hung, still in upsell mode, asked. And what are we drinking? Kim Truck's son innocently said, just bring me a bottle of the regular stuff. Sammo Hung frowned, looking offended. You're joking, right? You think a hottie is going to hang out with a guy drinking the cheap stuff? Sitting at a table like this, you need at least 2 jars of cold iced chrysanthemum wine. Kim Truck's son looked at the menu and nearly choked on the price. Seriously? 2 jars is 20 silver taels. Suddenly, the stage lights flared up. An MC shouted, tonight, our young master Cao has ordered the Snow White Pearl Special. Music started blasting. Kim Truck's son was like, Snowflake White, what now? The hostesses rushed off the stage toward the VIP section while the crowd went wild. 3 girls carried a wine jar, smiling like they just won the lottery. Who is the legendary young master Cao? The ceramic jar looked fancy as hell, sitting on a special platter that made it look like a holy relic. Kim Truck's son looked over at Hoa Tae-min's table and wondered, who's that clown? The hostesses, beaming, fought for attention. Young master Cao ordered the Snow White Pearl. What are you guys doing standing around? Oh ho ho. Sir, you were just too handsome. Hoa Tae-min sat there, soaking up the ego boost, then noticed Kim Truck's son. He smirked and gave a dismissive wave, totally mocking him. Kim Truck's son caught the shade and muttered, arrogant son of a. Feeling insulted, Kim Truck's son shouted, bring me a bottle, no. Make it 2 bottles of Snow White Pearl. Sammo Hung panicked. That's 100 gold taels a bottle, and you gotta pay up front. Kim Truck's son yelled, don't worry about it, just bring the booze. Sammo Hung grinned, yes sir. Coming right up, Truong Nat Long saw the spending war heating up and signaled a female staff member, one of the top hostesses. She looked at him and said, what's up, boss? I'm busy. Truong Nat Long gave her a sharp look. See that guy? Go give him the premium service. She glanced over and asked, what's the commission? Truong Nat Long replied, 100 taels a bottle. The hostess laughed. Ho ho ho, deal sealed. She marched over to Kim Truck's son's table and treated him like a king. Just like that, Kim Truck's son from the wealthy Kim family blew his entire fortune in less than a month. Meanwhile, at the business headquarters that evening, manager Trieu announced, the key player has arrived. Trieu Huy walked into the room and said, everyone sit down. No need to be formal. The long meeting table was packed with Trieu Huy's most trusted inner circle. Trieu Huy didn't waste time on pleasantries. What's the status on the ice chamber renovation? The guy in charge looked nervous. About that. I think we tanked it, boss. Tanked it. Trieu Huy snapped. Do you have any idea how much cash we dumped into that project? Explain yourself. The manager stammered. It seems like, well, the bigger the surface area, the worse the efficiency gets. We tried producing ice in one of the upgraded chambers, but the output barely budged compared to the old setup. Trieu Huy squinted. So, you're saying it just takes longer to freeze? The guy let out a heavy sigh. Exactly. Used to take half a day, now we're looking at a full 24 hours. At this rate, we're capping out at roughly 750 pounds of ice. Trieu Huy facepalmed hard, mentally kicking himself. Damn it. The first law of thermodynamics. Energy in a closed system remains constant, it just changes form. How could a modern guy like me totally blank on basic physics? We increased the mass, so of course the energy requirement went up. Rookie mistake. He sighed again. All right, moving on. How's the Coca-Cola project? The head chef jumped like he'd seen a ghost, trembling as he stepped forward. He presented a jar of the prototype. Trieu Huy took a calm sip, then slammed the jar onto the table. What is this garbage? It's even worse than the last batch. You scoured every hot spring in the region just to bring me this sad excuse for carbonated water? The chef bowed furiously, looking like a bobblehead. I'm sorry, I messed up. Trieu Huy glared. Go write 20 self-reflection essays. Now, the chef retreated, practically crying a river of tears inside. Brutal. Trieu Huy didn't miss a beat. And how's the Riverside Tower doing? Trung Neat Long beamed. Boss, our profits have literally doubled. Seriously, big bro. Trieu Huy was impressed. Man, and to think I originally hired this guy just to stand at the door and look pretty. Turns out, he's a total business prodigy. Quick learners show him the ropes once, and he masters the whole game. He's hustling customers day in and day out. He earned that spot. Trieu Huy drifted back to his thoughts. Making coke is tougher than I thought. Suddenly, Newt Long interrupted. Big bro, I've got an idea. Trieu Huy nodded. Spit it out. The 10,000-year ice crystal. It's the crown jewel of the Northern Ice Palace. That thing is legendary for generating ice and boosting the cultivation of anyone practicing ice-style martial arts. Trieu Huy looked blank, so Newt Long elaborated. So, basically, you could just hire a master expert in that specific field. Doesn't strictly have to be someone from the Northern Ice Palace. Honestly, I don't get why you're so obsessed with building our own ice chamber anyway. Trieu Hui's jaw dropped. He was speechless. Newt Long kept going. We don't need to bleed money every month on this useless tech. Instead, if you just secure that 10,000-year ice crystal, the experts will flock to you. Look, all martial artists are the same. We strike a deal. Let them use the crystal to train, and in exchange, they act as our human ice machines. Way better, right? It was like a light bulb exploded in Trieu Hui's head. The kid's a genius. He actually felt a pang of shame. What have I been doing messing around with fridges when the Northern Sea exists? I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I used to bully this guy and call him a brainless meathead. There's no denying it anymore. He's got a brilliant business mind. Trieu Huy stood up and addressed the room. All right, who wants a trip to the Northern Sea? Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze because the Northern Sea sounded like a nightmare. It's super far north. A round trip takes a solid year. That place used to belong to the locals back in the medieval era and World War I times. Then the shaman clans swept through like a hurricane and absolutely brutalized the Northern Ice Palace. They captured the Northern Sea King alive, paraded him around to humiliate him, tied him up, and starved the guy to death. Knowing the commute was hell, Trieu Huy sweetened the pot. 1,000 gold taels to whoever brings back the ice technique. Newt Long's eyes lit up at the cash. He shot his hand up. Big bro, let me handle it. Trieu Huy shook his head. Not you. He thought, I need him here to keep the Harbin Hall running smoothly. So, who else fits the bill? Suddenly, an idea struck. Trieu Huy turned to the general manager. Hey, what are those scumbags up to these days? The manager looked confused. Scumbags? Which ones? Sir. Trieu Huy clarified. You know, the buff dudes covered in red bear tattoos. Oh, right. You ordered us to cage them for the good of the people, so they're rotting in the basement dungeon. Trieu Huy tapped his chin. How long has it been? Have they recovered yet? The manager nodded. It's been about 6 months. That long? Huh. Trieu Huy ordered. Bring them up. The manager bowed and hustled out. Moments later, he returned. I've got them, sir. They're waiting in the hall. Trieu Huy waved a hand. Just send the leader in. Yes, sir. Step by heavy step, Kang Dai-cho shuffled in. The guy used to be a mountain of muscle, a total six-pack Chad. Now, he was a shadow of his former self, skinny, frail, looking like a strong breeze would knock him over. His gaunt face screamed starvation. Newt Long was so shocked he almost choked. He jumped up, eyes wide. Brother Khan, is that seriously you? Kang Dai-cho dropped to his knees, shivering and sobbing uncontrollably. Boo-hoo, you monster. Newt Long rushed over, panicked. What the heck happened to you, man? As Kang wailed, Trieu Hui's face darkened. He shot a razor-sharp glare. Cut it out. Stop with the melodramatic waterworks. Quit crying and get over here. Newt Long, sharp as ever, read the room instantly. If the boss is treating him like dirt, there's only one explanation. Brother Kang must have crossed a line. Kang Dai-cho struggled to his feet, swaying like a candle flame in a hurricane. Trieu Huy looked him dead in the eye. I'm ordering you to go to the Northern Sea. Kang Dai-cho turned pale. But the Northern Sea is... Trieu Huy stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. I guess you prefer to stay here and survive on plain steamed buns? Kang Dai-cho flinched like he'd been slapped. The memory of being locked up with his bandit brothers haunted him. Why do they feed us nothing but buns every single day? He looked up, desperate. If I pull this off, will you let us go? Trieu Huy shrugged calmly. Obviously. Summoning the last of his strength, Kang nodded. Deal. We'll do it. Trieu Huy gave a cold smile, his eyes radiating pure menace. If you try to bail halfway through, well, you know how that ends. Kang Dai-cho clenched his fists, shaking with rage. If we could have escaped, we would have been gone ages ago. You lying, manipulative, heartless monster. He swallowed his pride. That won't happen. Time flew by. Over at the Nam Cung estate, Nam Cung Bach was massaging his temples while reading a report. Not this again. He furiously signed the paper, thinking about Trieu Huy. Man, I really should have nuked that 1,000-year ice field business 3 years ago when I had the chance. Every time I cross paths with that kid, it's nothing but drama. That shady merchant sold us some sketchy gut-rot cure, and now even the delivery guys think they can just waltz right into our private manor like they own the place. It's gotten so crazy that the local bigwigs and power players are losing their gigs and coming here to whine about it. But wait, it gets worse. The customers started tipping the delivery drivers with food, and then the drivers passed it on to the receivers, creating this massive viral loop. Because of that, even the security escort agency is taking a financial hit. And that's not even all of it. They invented this new ride called an auto totally wrecked the old-school carriage market. The kid also launched the Zhao family brewery and cornered the whole Hefei beer market with just a single glass bottle design. Then he went and built a massive food court, selling cola and these 6-layer pancakes that just completely dominated the fast food game. The problem is, every time he starts a new hustle, he goes around flashing that badge of his everywhere. It caused a total stampede to the Nam Cung estate. We've been trying to do damage control and calm the public for 3 years, but you know what ticks me off the most? Just as I'm spiraling, a servant bursts in like, "Yo boss, the Zhao delivery just dropped. You want it while it's hot?" Nam Cung Bai didn't even hesitate. "Heck yes, bring it in." Nam Cung Bai grabbed the bottle and took a massive swig. Ah, that crisp, icy freshness hit his brain instantly. It was like all his rage just evaporated. He thought, man, I am totally hooked on this Zhao takeout. Suddenly, a disciple from the Nam Cung clan came running in to report, "Boss, bad news. Another group is here to see you." Nam Cung Bai, who hadn't even finished his drink yet, snapped. "Why now? Seriously?" The disciple replied, "I think it's about the restaurant franchise." His stomach growling because he hadn't eaten yet, Nam Cung Bai grumbled, "Oh, I almost forgot about those stupid food joints." The disciple added, "There's more." Nam Cung Bai cut him off. "What now?" The guy looked stressed. "The Flower Sword sect is back again." Nam Cung Bai facepalmed, trying to keep it together. "Dude, Trieu Huy again? Seriously?" He thought. "What did we ever do to the Flower Sword guys? Why are they always beefing with us?" The disciple kept talking, and Nam Cung Bai finally lost it. "Okay, spit it out. What is it this time?" The disciple mumbled. "The young masters are here to visit too." Nam Cung Bai rolled his eyes. "If he's just here to hang with his boys, let him in. Why are you bothering me with this? He's not here to hang out, sir." Nam Cung Bai stiffened. "Then what?" The disciple looked terrified. "He's here as a mid-level inspector for the Martial Alliance." Nam Cung Bai jumped up. "Say what?" "Okay, I'm coming out." The disciple bowed. "Copy that. Sending him in as soon as possible." Nam Cung Bai was scrambling, wondering what the heck was going on. Meanwhile, under the bright sun at the Nam Cung estate, the disciple led Zuo Qiu Yun to the room. "Sir, the inspector has arrived." Zuo Qiu Yun walked in. Nam Cung Bai stood up to welcome him. "Welcome." Zuo Qiu Yun bowed respectfully. "Master Bai, been a hot minute. You holding up okay?" Nam Cung Bai gestured to the tea table. "I'm good. Heard you climbed the ladder to inspector? You're killing it, kid. Have a seat." Zuo Qiu Yun sat down. "Appreciate it. I'm gonna get straight to the point." Nam Cung Bai nodded. "Shoot, but let me ask you one thing first. An inspector was just here 3 months ago. Usually, you guys don't circle back for 2 years. What gives?" Zuo Qiu Yun smirked. "The chief inspector swung by Hefei a few days ago, and he thinks something smells fishy." Nam Cung Bai asked, "Like what?" Zuo Qiu Yun got serious. He thinks the Zhao family's business empire is actually just a front for the Nam Cung clan. Nam Cung Bai shouted, "You gotta be kidding me. You're his friend, you know better than anyone that the Zhao business runs solo. How can you even say that?" Zuo Qiu Yun gave him a sharp look. "You're not reading between the lines here, are you?" Nam Cung Bai paused, realization dawning on him. "Wait, don't tell me." Zuo Qiu Yu said coldly, "Hefei's population doubled in 2 years. It's gonna overtake Nanjing soon. The Alliance wants a piece of that." Nam Cung Bai muttered, "I get it, but we're just a side branch." Zuo Qiu Yun continued, "Plus, the Black Sky Moon sect is acting shady." Nam Cung Bai gasped. "Black Sky Moon?" Zuo Qiu Yun explained, "Because of them, Hefei is basically a war zone now. If we can secure the Zhao monopoly and Hefei's massive economy, we'd be the top dogs in the 300 heavens. But right now, the Zhao business is walking a tightrope between good and evil. It's dangerous. The Alliance wants their vault, and you need to play ball so everyone wins. Nam Gong Bai grimaced. Ugh. Zhuo Qiuyun pressed on. The guy running the biggest conglomerate in Hefei isn't part of the Alliance. We can't support an outsider. Worst case scenario, the Nam Gong clan faces the Black Sky Moon alone. I know it sucks, but you gotta pick a lane. Nam Gong Bai tried to stay cool. How much time do we have? Zhuo Qiuyun replied, the Shadow Unit got wiped out. The Alliance is flying blind right now. The clock is ticking. Nam Gong Bai slammed the table. Damn it. He realized their intel network was toast. This was basically a declaration of war. I'm calling Trieu Huy over to strategize right now. The Alliance probably pinged him too, so he should be en route. Zhuo Qiuyun nodded gravely. Yeah. A bit later at the Nam Gong estate, Chief Zheng was escorting Trieu Huy. The guard pointed the way, all smiles. We were told to skip the ID check for you, sir. Right this way. Trieu Huy nodded. Cool. Thanks. Chief Zheng bowed. Hope you play your cards right. Trieu Huy bowed back. Stay safe out there. Trieu Huy was thinking to himself. What's the vibe here? Why so serious? The atmosphere in the Nam Kung main hall was thick enough to cut with a knife. As soon as he walked in, he spotted the usual suspects and thought, looks like the whole squad pulled up. You had the big boss Nam Kung too, Young Buck Truong Ho, Nam Kung Than Trian, Nam Kung Bok, Nam Kung Vu, and Taejiap Van. Trieu Huy had barely parked his rear in the chair when Cao Cao Van whipped out a report and started reading. The rep from the Trieu Alliance has a message for you, boss. First off, end of quote. Trieu Huy kept a poker face, thinking, they're trying to make it sound like rocket science, but it's basic. All they really want is to put their business under the Nam Kung umbrella. That's it. They want me on a leash, supervised and controlled by the Martial Alliance. And obviously, the monthly protection fee is going to be whatever random number they dream up, or else the Alliance suddenly has no reason to protect us. These self-righteous Alliance clowns are no different than thugs on a street corner. Trieu Hui's eyes went bloodshot and sharp as razors, his voice dropping an octave. It seems like the Alliance elders have got the wrong idea. Cao Cao Van looked shocked. What do you mean, wrong idea? Trieu Huy clapped back. You guys are judging us based on the current street meta, right? You think I can't turn Nam Swang into a total ghost town? Cao Cao Van was shook by Trieu Hui's attitude. Say what? Trieu Huy started tapping a beat on his thigh and broke it down. I'm a businessman, baby. High risk, high reward, that's just the game. But there are too many leeches trying to skim off the wealth I built with my own blood, sweat, tears. In this scenario, any hustler would think like me. Who's gonna offer the better ROI? Nam Kung Bak lost his cool and shouted, what are you saying? You ready to be a cash cow lapdog for the Black Heaven Moon crew? Trieu Huy gave him the cold shoulder. So what else am I supposed to do when everyone just wants a piece of my pie? Human greed is a bottomless pit. Yo, big man, have I ever messed with the Nam Kung family's money flow? Nam Kung Bak was fuming. What? You getting smart with me? Have you even seen one of our business branches? Trieu Huy cut him off sharply. Nope. 3 years ago, Hop Phi had a population of 80,000. Now it's up to 170,000. I'll ask you one more time, did I tank Nam Kung's business? Yes or no? Nam Kung Bak was gagged, only managing to stutter, you. Trieu Huy continued, if the family OGs have spoken and want me to back down, I'm cool with that. Even if my last name is different, I still ride for Nam Kung, not the Alliance. Tell your leader that. I'm not leaning towards the heroes or the villains. Nam Kung too chimed in, staying neutral. Huh? Throughout history, only a handful of legends pulled that off. They all had a few things in common. Trieu Huy nodded, you're right. A buddy of mine told me the same thing. Trieu Huy quoted the sword god. Those who settle for compromise will always be losers standing on the edge, going all in. To protect your own values and your people is the only way to level up. Trieu Hui's eyes turned platinum silver as he entered a completely different Ephrated state, his aura crushing everyone in the room. He clenched his fist and slammed his thigh. I'm gonna follow that path to become the GOAT. Trieu Hui's vibe was so intense it made the mountain where the Nam Kung estate sat start to tremble. From miles away, you could see the mountain shivering from his power, and right there in the room, the pressure was suffocating. Everyone was freaking out, panic written all over their faces, barely able to whisper, this is. Trieu Huy thought, the whole world looks like a blueprint to me now. This stuff is hardwired into my brain. At first, it felt weird, getting lost in the sauce of enlightenment. Felt like it lasted a second, but when I snapped out of it, my clothes were raggedy and torn, and the sword god told me 3 years had flown by. He was hyped for me, calling my upgraded body the almighty Sword King Bod. Even though I had some issues with the creepy ghost eyes at first. Nam Cung Tu gasped. Under the pressure Trieu Huy was releasing, his eyes were glowing like he had X-ray vision. Nam Cung Tu thought that's the state where the soul and energy remix perfectly in a martial artist's eyes. Unless it's some exotic move like the peach blossom tide, this phenomenon proves he's reached God tier. How can a young dude unlock that level so early? Nam Cung Fan Trian thought, whoa. He calls himself that guy's disciple? Even if he's Vu Kim Duong's star pupil, this is insane. He asked, Inspector, you catching these vibes? Cao Cao Van was totally lost in the sauce, stammering, feel what? Nam Cung Fan Trian explained, that dude is operating at God tier level. Cao Cao Van was floored. God tier? Even in the 9 big leagues, only 4 people have hit that level. Nam Cung Fan Trian said casually, you better go convince your boss to flip-flop on this. Cao Cao Van turned to leave. I'm heading back to the Alliance. After he walked out, Nam Cung Tu asked softly, real talk, what does Nam Cung mean to you? Trieu Huy powered down from his super state and replied, like a cool uncle. Trieu Huy thought, the kind of uncle who bails me out when I mess up, which I appreciate. A useful guy who gives me whatever I want when I'm stuck. Nam Cung Tu looked satisfied. Like family, How about we put this kid on the official family tree? Nam Cung Bok crunched the numbers in his head and replied, if you want to put an outsider into the main lineage, he's got to meet one condition first. Mr. Chairman, Nam Cung Tu asked, what's the catch? Nam Cung Bok answered, marriage. We'll sign off on this if the kid agrees to marry one of the girls in our clan. Nam Cung Tu side-eyed Truong Ho and said, Truong Ho got the hint and shook his head. No shot, Dad. Tatu is down bad for Truong that long. She's practically his personal chef at this point. Nam Cung Tu stroked his beard in deep thought. We still have 2 me on the roster, right? Nam Cung Bok and Nam Cung Vu looked like they saw a ghost. They thought, oh snap, that's a bit much. Truong Ho awkwardly said, Dad. I mean, boss, that kid barely just turned 19. Trieu Huy heard that and panicked, waving his hands frantically. What the heck are you old dudes trying to set me up with? I don't want to be a doormat. Nam Cung Tu, not up on the modern slang, asked, a doormat? Trieu Huy blushed but stood his ground. Whatever, man. Even in your dreams, I'm never agreeing to that. Nam Cung Fan Trian dropped the nice guy act and said, look, if you don't want the job we're offering, you better cough up that sword god command token right now. Trieu Huy blinked, totally blindsided, and shot back. You gotta be joking, right? Trieu Huy thought to himself, yeah, sure, sounds real peachy, but you guys just want to keep me on a short leash. Nam Cung Fan Trian caught the vibe and snapped. Wait a minute, didn't you just claim the Nam Cung clan was like family to you? Trieu Huy let out a dramatic gasp. Oh, right. Nam Cung Fan Trian kept pushing his sales pitch. You know, you can still keep running that massive business empire of yours. We won't stick our noses in your operations, not even a little bit. We're talking ride or die loyalty here. If that isn't family, I don't know what is. Trieu Huy accepted his fate with a heavy sigh. Yeah. This family is just the greatest, he said, thinking, man, I am so cooked. He decided to play along. Fine, I'm in. But let's get one thing straight, I am absolutely not getting married. Nam Cung Tu stroked his chin, thinking, then barked out an order to gather every elder and clan member for an emergency all-hands meeting. Nam Cung Vu looked confused. Wait, seriously, what's the big idea? Nam Cung Tu shrugged like it was obvious. To rewrite the rulebook. What else? Nam Cung Bok's jaw dropped. Oh. Trieu Huy stood up with a smirk and asked, so, am I free to bounce or what? Trieu Huy tried to slide smoothly toward the exit, but Nam Cung Bok immediately rushed over and grabbed his shoulder, fuming. Not so fast, buddy. Trieu Huy looked annoyed. What is it now? Nam Cung Bok raised his voice. Are you blind? Can't you see we have VIP guests in the house? Trieu Huy scratched his head, looking clueless. I came in pretty hot, didn't really notice. Is that a problem? Nam Cung Bok shouted, losing his cool. Every single power player in Anhai province is gathered here right now, and it's all because of that club of yours. Trieu Huy blinked. My club? What's wrong with my spot? Nam Cung Bok was practically foaming at the mouth. Everything is wrong. Don't you realize almost every rich kid in the martial arts world is blowing their entire allowance at your place? They aren't grinding on their studies or training anymore. No, now they just want to. Party like rock stars. You know what people do before they get hitched? Bachelor parties. Do you have any idea how many political alliances and marriages have gone up in smoke thanks to that establishment of yours? Trieu Huy felt a little guilty for a second, but he straightened his spine and defended himself. Hey, look, I didn't twist anyone's arm to make them spend money on those premium drinks and snacks. If they want to throw their cash around like it's confetti, that's on them. What am I supposed to do about it? Nam Cung Bak groaned. Just shut it down for a bit. Let the hype die down and get those kids out of there. You need to know when to stop. Trieu Huy shrugged. Fine. If that's what you want, the Doen Jia trading post shuts down for 2 weeks, starting now. The crowd of disciples instantly freak out. Whoa, hold up. What are you talking about? Just close the club. Why shut down everything else? What about my favorite bakery? And the inn? Hey, the brewery didn't do anything wrong, right? Tell me the beer is safe. Trieu Huy crossed his arms, looking dead serious. We can't just pick and choose. It's all or nothing. I have to be fair. Closing one branch while keeping the others open? That's just bad vibes. Do you really want to kill my employees' morale? Nam Cung Bak looked confused. Can't you just throw more money at them? Raise the wages and you'll have people lining up around the block to work for you, right? At the mention of money, Trieu Huy transformed into a financial demon. His eyes bulged out as he snapped. You old fogies think closing is free? Is the Nam Cung clan gonna foot the bill for those extra wages? Do you have any clue how much cash we bleed if we shut down for just 24 hours? Nam Cung Bak was shaking in his boots. No, no. Chill out, young hero. The crowd started murmuring again. Man, I can't survive a single day without that premium iced tea. And if we don't get that beef jerky, my son is gonna starve himself. I'd rather die than live without my snacks. Nam Cung too stroked his beard and cleared his throat loudly. What about that limited edition carriage I ordered? Am I still gonna get that drop anytime soon? Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. You mean the Thien Van model? Nam Cung too nodded. That's the one. Trieu Huy tapped his chin. If my memory serves me right, it should be rolling in about 2 days from now. Nam Cung too looked visibly disappointed. 2 whole days? He turned to Nam Cung Bak. So, where is this VIP guest you mentioned? Nam Cung Bak answered immediately. Over at the Azure Dragon unit, sir. Nam Cung too's eyes shifted to the signature blue of the Nam Cung bloodline. He stomped outside, radiating a menacing aura like he was about to flatten someone, and growled, I'll be back. I need to go meditate and power up my energy levels. Nam Cung Bak watched him go, thinking, seriously, what is wrong with this family? Meanwhile, after Cao Cao Van left the main hall of the Nam Cung estate, he was sitting on the stairs, poking at the dirt with a stick like a kid who just had his candy stolen. He sat there sulking, rethinking his entire game plan. I calculated like 1,000 different scenarios for this trip to Hop Fi. I even had backup plans for my backup plans. But now, all that work is just down the drain. It's actually kind of terrifying. Who would have guessed that guy who's basically my age would be so ridiculously overpowered? He's not even in the Martial Arts Alliance. He's just a super successful businessman who happens to be a genius scholar with perfect handwriting. Is he even human? Cao Cao Van couldn't accept reality and groaned, Man, the universe is so unfair. Suddenly, Trieu Huy came walking down the stairs right behind Cao Cao Van. They locked eyes, and things got awkward fast. Trieu Huy broke the silence, shouting, Hey, you remember how much cash I dropped on those blueprints you made? 100 gold taels. 100. Don't you feel even a little guilty? You just land a sweet gig with the Alliance and immediately turn around to stab me in the back. Just then, a massive tremor shook the main hall, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Air. Trieu Huy waved his hand dismissively, signaling Cao Cao Van to ignore the agony. Hey, ignore that. I want to hear your excuse first. Cao Cao Van looked uncomfortable. Look, I'm with the Alliance now. I can't just call the shots anymore. I just do what the higher-ups tell me. It's above my pay grade. Trieu Huy instantly flipped his lid. I knew you were going to say that. Your master plan is just to mess with my hustle, isn't it? Cao Cao Van waved his hands frantically. Whoa, cool your jets. No matter what you think, I'm still an official inspector for the Alliance. Okay? Trieu Huy took a breath and thought, yeah, I guess a low-level grunt like him doesn't have a choice but to follow orders. He's got a point. Trieu Huy looked at him. Whatever. Just stay out of my way and go smooth things over with the Alliance. Do that, and we're good. By the way, did you think about that job offer I threw at you? Cao Cao Van shook his head immediately. I thought I already told you. I can't do it. Trieu Huy pressed on. Why not? If you come on board as vice president of my trading post, you're looking at a salary of 100 gold taels a month. That's way more dough than the Alliance is paying you, right? Cao Cao Van sighed. Money isn't really the issue here, Trieu. The Alliance and the Chu Cat clan are suddenly. Truong Ho burst onto the scene, interrupting them. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Master Trieu, I want to be your apprentice. Teach me your ways. Cao Hui looked super awkward and muttered, Man, what is this? I thought we already squashed this beef. Zhang Hu did a formal bow but spoke with total confidence. Since the big bosses gave us the green light, you're basically on the same level as the elders now. So please, senior, school me. Zhang Hu's face lit up as he kept talking. I still can't wrap my head around someone my age being the crack at martial arts. Seriously, mad respect. Zhao Hui just turned around and started walking away like he didn't care. Zhang Hu bowed again, shouting earnestly, Look, I know I'm a total noob compared to you, but don't sleep on my determination. Suddenly, the sword god chimed in from the Blood Jade artifact, Hey, don't ignore the kid's hustle. Zhao Hui thought for a second and sighed. All right, fine. Follow me. Zhang Hu got all hyped up and replied, Thanks a million, man. Cut to the Namgung family training grounds. It was showtime. Zhao Hui and Zhang Hu stood on the stage while everyone from the rookies to the old heads watched with bated breath. Zhang Hu bowed with some serious aura and said, Ready when you are. Teach. Zhao Hui lifted his sword, looking totally chill, and said, Bring it on. Zhang Hu went 0 to 100 instantly. He channeled his signature blue energy into his blade, spinning like a buzzsaw. He unleashed a massive wave of sword pressure right at Zhao Hui, Emperor's sword style. Second slash, Royal Authority. The attack was a monster, ripping a huge gouge in the floor, but it hit absolutely nothing. Zhao Hui had already casually sidestepped it. He barely moved a muscle. At that point, Zhao Hui had flipped the switch into his trance state, eyes rolled back all white like a demon. Zhang Hu was tripping out how he dodged, thinking, Is he teleporting? No, that wasn't teleportation. That was an afterimage. Zhao Hui caught Zhang Hu lacking mid-thought and closed the gap in a heartbeat. He was right in his face. Zhang Hu started panicking against the pressure as he screamed, Ah! Zhao Hui was unleashing a combo that was just straight-up perfection, stuff you learn in the sword grave. It was like Zhao Hui was dancing with the blade, smooth and fluid like water, but every hit packed a punch that could level a building. Zhang Hu couldn't even react to the onslaught. All he could do was frantically block his vital spots. In a split second, Zhao Hui laid down 7 nasty strikes. Zhang Hu couldn't handle the heat. After those 7 hits, he got launched backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He jumped back to get some breathing room. He thought, he smashed through my ultimate defense like it was wet paper. How the hell? Wait, those creepy eyes, is he reading my energy flow? He's breaking my moves by watching how my chi moves. That's the only explanation. Zhang Hu was terrified now. Can a human being actually do that? Zhao Hui didn't give him a second to breathe. He kept pressing the attack, spamming the same moves like Zhang Hu was just a wooden training dummy. Zhang Hu realized he's doing it again. He decided to go all in, left hand forward, sword held back, legs planted. He launched himself forward like a rocket, putting every last drop of his energy into one massive, desperate slash. The king's ultimate slash, heaven-shaking dance. Nam Cung Zhang yelled out, Zhang Hu, stop. You aren't ready for that move yet. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui ramped up his trance state, his eyes glowing silver like literal stars in the sky. Zhang Hu was sweating buckets, looking up at him. Against Zhang Hu's ferocious tiger-like pounce, Zhao Hui used total stillness to counter. He swung his sword gently, and bam, dozens of energy blades shredded the air toward Zhang Hu. The kid tried to fight them off but got blasted backward, screaming in pain. Oh snap! Nam Cung Zhang and the other disciples gasped, looking worried for Zhang Hu. Little sword lord, you okay? The stage was covered in smoke from the energy collision. As it cleared, a silhouette appeared. It was Zhang Hu. He was wheezing and coughing up more blood, but managed to ask, Ugh, that move you used. What you call it? Zhao Hui powered down, his eyes going back to normal. That was the heavenly sword flow. And this blade? It's called the Galaxy Meteor Sword. Feels like a shooting star just crashed into the Namgung estate, right? After Zhao Hui spoke, the place erupted. The Namgung disciples were cheering like crazy. Namgung so lost his composure, muttering, How does a martial arts genius like this even exist on Earth? Namgung Zhang stood next to him and said, That guy? A genius? Nah. Zhang Hu is what you call a genius, smart, talented, young. But him? He's different. Namgung so asked, Then what do you call the guy who two-shots the genius? Cheng Zhan laughed. Why don't you tell me? Namgung Bai was confused. What are you guys getting at? Namgung Zhang explained. Regular eyes can't even capture what that kid is doing. Even if the strongest fighter on the continent showed up, the result would be the same. He took down our family head, one of the 7 great masters, in one step. This isn't just about talent anymore. His sword lines look smooth and harmonious, but there's something alien about them. Something that doesn't belong in this world. How do I put this? It's something humans aren't supposed to reach. Nam Cung so went into his analytical mode, staring at Trieu Huy. So when you showed me the records, this is the kid? Do you think you could block those hits? Nam Cung Zhang sighed. Honestly, can't say for sure. Nam Cung so nodded. His swordplay is literally flawless. Nam Cung Bai was floored. He thought, this old man usually says even the sword emperor sucks, but he's calling this kid flawless? Nam Cung so explained, he controls the entire space and shuts down every attack. That makes it a perfect technique. It forces the enemy to play defense, nothing else. If he was a bit more flashy with it, he'd basically be a sword god. Nam Cung Zhang looked conflicted. Yeah, we can't call him a genius. The word genius implies limits. This kid isn't immortal. He reminds me of the three sovereigns. Nam Cung Bai thought, panicked. This kid is definitely the next big thing. We can't let him leave. Heavenly Sword Flow. A technique that touches the realm of gods. Might sound arrogant, but it's legit. Back in the arena, Zhang Hu was staring at Trieu Huy with starry eyes, totally fanboying. Trieu Huy felt super awkward under the gaze and said, Bro, why are you sitting there staring like a statue? Get up already. Nam Cung so continued. Working as a spy basically means living with a target on your back 24/7. Go grill young master Truong Nat Long about the dark cult. He knows their playbook inside out. It was golden hour, late afternoon sun hitting the villa roof just right. Inside, Truong Nat Long was busy fixing his drip when he spotted the crew rolling up. He shouted, Yo, I'm swamped right now. What do you guys want? Then Long realized it was Trieu Huy and switched up. Oh, big bro is here too? What's the tea? Did something go down? Nam Cung Truong Ho looked super awkward, scratching his head like, we came to get some pro tips. Basically, how do we act like total scumbags from the evil sect without blowing our cover? Truong Nat Long looked confused. You want to look like the bad guys. Cao Cao Van stepped in. See, the situation is getting sticky, and we need to. Truong Nat Long got quiet, humming a little tune to himself. Suddenly, he hit them with a perfect, polite bow and said, My esteemed guests, would you be so kind as to get the heck out of my room? Without thinking, Nam Cung Truong Ho and Cao Cao Van bowed right back. Oh, for sure. Long instantly exploded, busted. You guys failed the most basic vibe check. Someone treats you with manners and you just politely bow back? Pathetic. Nam Cung Truong Ho blinked, totally clueless. Wait, isn't that how it works? You give respect, you get respect. It's basic bro code. Long face-palmed and pointed at his temple, shouting, Use your brain. You gotta delete that nice guy programming immediately. You call that acting like a villain? You guys might as well tattoo I follow the rules right on your foreheads. Even a blind monk could see you're orthodox. Cao Cao Van had a light bulb moment. Dang, I really did just autopilot that bow to Truong Ho, didn't I? Before he could finish, Truong Nat Long bowed again. Like clockwork, Cao Cao Van and Nam Cung Truong Ho bowed back instantly. Trieu Huy watched the whole train wreck and just sighed. Truong Nat Long shook his head, defeated. Forget it. Just give up. That righteous hero DNA is baked too deep into your bones. You can't just wash that off with a weekend workshop. Trieu Huy stepped up, looking serious. We can't bail. There are sharks circling, trying to muscle in and steal our entire operation by force. We have to stop these clowns. Truong Nat Long raised an eyebrow. For real? Who's got the guts? Trieu Huy dropped the name, the Black Heaven sect. Truong Nat Long went 0 to 100. Those cold-blooded snakes, they want a piece of us. Okay, bet. Since everyone is down to save the Empire, I'm in. I'll turn you softies into certified villains in exactly 4 days. He pointed a finger right at Nam Cung Truong Ho. First rule for you, big guy, stop screaming your attack names. This isn't a cartoon. Why do you announce the name of your move before you throw it? You're basically sending the enemy a text message saying, Hey, please dodge this way. It's embarrassing. Nam Cung Truong Ho mumbled, but it sounds cool. Cao Cao Van chuckled while Truong Ho looked bummed out. Long kept going, Listen, real villains are shady. There's this snake I know, total two-faced dirtbag. You know his signature move. He throws hidden poison needles right at your face, while he's busy, smiling and dapping you up. That is the gold standard for bad guys. Nam Cung Truong Ho looked like his mind just exploded, realizing how dark the world actually was. He thought, how can a martial artist be that trashy? No honor at all. Truong Nat Long continued the lecture. Ever heard of the demon child? Legend says he looks like a sad, lost puppy. But the second some nice person tries to comfort him, bam. He sucks their energy dry. Cold world. And watch out for the guy acting like he's crippled. Total scam. Hundreds of masters got their skulls crushed because they didn't expect his iron leg kick. Trieu Huy shook his head. So basically, No normal people. Just a bunch of psychos. Nat Long grinned. Ha ha, exactly. But the number one trademark of the evil sect is. Trieu Huy cut him off, stabbing people in the back. You got it. Nat Long nodded. Bingo. You get why the old heads in the evil sect are so savage? If you don't have ice in your veins, you won't survive the game. It's a trap-filled jungle out there. The only rule is, betray them before they betray you. Eat or be eaten. Suddenly, Nat Long spun around. Now, on to you, Cao Van. Cao Van jumped. Yeah? Lose the fan. And fix your face. You look too smart. You can't walk around looking like you just graduated from an Ivy League university. Cao Van panicked. Wait, why not? Long mocked him. Oh, look at me. I'm a fancy noble from a rich family. Bro, if you want to run with the dark side, you can't flaunt wealth. Most of these guys turned evil because they were broke and hungry. You think dudes who can't afford lunch are worried about higher education and poetry. You stick out like a sore thumb. Cao Van looked crushed. Nam Cung Zhang Hu started snickering. Long roasted them both. You naive rich kids. You won't last 5 minutes. Go home and cry to your mommies. Say that again. Nam Cung Zhang Hu grabbed his sword hilt, ready to throw hands. Cao Van was pouting. Long laughed. See, that right there. Someone disses you and your first instinct is to draw your weapon? That is 80% good guy behavior. Cao Van snapped. Okay, chill out with the insults. Nam Cung Zhang Hu grumbled. This guy is nuts. Long got sharp. A real villain doesn't get triggered by words. They stay ice cold. They watch your hands and eyes. While you're busy yapping, they're finding the opening to end you. Silence is golden, especially before a kill. Trieu Huy smirked, feeling himself. Guess I was born for the villain life then. Suddenly, Long whipped out a knife, twirling it around. Not bad. But can you keep your cool if I start trash-talking your parents? Nam Cung Zhang Hu and Cao Van flinched. Long shouted, All right, class is in session. Time for the real training. Zhang Hu, Cao Van, sit down. Face to face. I want you to scream the nastiest insults you can think of. If you twitch or get mad, you lose. First up, Zhang Hu versus Trieu Huy. Go. Zhang Hu started. You. Greedy money-obsessed merchant. Hui instantly replied, Your mom. Nam Cung. Zhang Hu's veins were popping. You filthy mongrel. Trieu Huy yawned and fired back. Your mom. Zhang Hu couldn't take it anymore and screamed, Arg! Fight me. Nat Long stared, impressed. Why is this guy wasting his talent here? He's a natural troll. Okay, big bro, you graduate. You don't need this class. Trieu Huy thought, Please, I deal with toxic internet comments all day. This is nothing. Long turned to the others, Zhang Hu. Maybe you just keep your mouth shut. Don't engage. Just pull a hat down low, cover your face, and act like a mysterious drifter. Cao Van nodded. Good plan. Let's just say he's our hired muscle or something. Trieu Huy shrugged. Works for me. I'm out of ideas anyway. Nam Cung Zhang Hu was absolutely fuming. Man, why am I still sitting here listening to this garbage? We should have pulled the trigger on this ages ago. He swallowed his rage and barked. So, when are we hitting the road? Trieu Huy replied. First, put out the word that we're going off the grid for a while. Once I tie up a few loose ends, we're ghosting immediately. Nam Cung Zhang Hu wanted to snap but kept it professional with a bow. Fine. Just shoot me a message when you're ready and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Trieu Huy bowed back. You got it. As Nam Cung Zhang Hu stomped out looking defeated, Trieu Huy continued. Word on the street is the Black Sky region is crawling with at least 8,000 fighters. Half of them are camped out in Nam Shuang, trying to track down An Feng Lin with Black Sky elites lurking on every corner, especially with our rookie-level experience. That's a suicide mission. Cao Van chimed in, but you've got the aura sight technique. You can spot a disguise on a person or an object from a mile away. Plus, the absolute sound state cranks your hearing up to the max, letting you hear a pin drop from 10,000 miles away. And the Heaven's Eye? That basically gives you X-ray vision to see every blood vessel in your opponent's body. Cao Van grinned like a kid in a candy store. You could drop 100 pros at once. 30 Grandmasters, 5 Supreme Elders, easy money. We have a massive advantage here. You want me to keep listing your stats. A body immune to 100 poisons, doesn't feel heat or cold, skin like copper, bones like iron, weapons bounce right off you. Plus, telekinesis and flight. Trieu Huy looked cringed out. Okay, chill, he thought. Immune to poison, bulletproof. Who started these wild rumors? Cao Van kept the hype train rolling. All the tactics in the world are trash compared to a fraction of your intellect. That's exactly what Cao Van is terrified of. Unless you're protecting a teammate, you can escape any trap solo without breaking a sweat. You're literally the sharpest weapon in our arsenal. If things go sideways, you just blame the Alliance or the Nam Cung Clan. Trieu Huy replied, sounds a lot like biting the hand that feeds me, doesn't it? Cao Cao shrugged. I mean, technically true. Trieu Huy thought, this kid is a walking time bomb. He sighed. You're hyping me up way too much. Cao Cao stated proudly, because you're the undefeated G.O.A.T. Trieu Huy was stunned. Just because I haven't lost doesn't mean I'm immortal. I'm just a dude, okay? Why do you simp for me like I'm some sort of deity? Cao Cao replied, because until someone actually beats you, you are immortal. A god, exactly. You're the only existence that makes Cao Cao actually shake in his boots. It doesn't matter what schemes they have, they can't touch you. Sword god Trieu Hui's voice echoed from the Blood Jade. This kid is worshipping your half-baked skills a little too hard. Trieu Huy looked annoyed. Tell me about it. He decided to come clean. Look, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not this invincible warlord you think I am. Cao Cao frowned, but the head of the Nam Cung Clan said you were. What's that supposed to mean? Trieu Huy explained, honestly, my version of transcendence is a bit weird. Usually, top-tier masters start by purifying their internal energy and grinding their endurance through hidden techniques. They spend years sharpening themselves to break through the limits. They have to use external force to bend the rules of physics, breaking past the normal balance while keeping their sanity intact so they don't go full psycho. They study philosophy, fairness, and logic after spending all that time in mana, standing at the top of that desperate climb. That's the true transcendence realm. But in my case, I didn't put in the hours or the sweat. I didn't grind. I hit the transcendence level instantly thanks to the sword tomb loot. Right now, I'm just running 3 skills I picked up: the pill control, the speed sword, and the heavenly sword flow I got from the tomb. So all that stuff Cao Cao is praising like being wise or undefeated, it's bogus. Things like lightning body, voice transmission, disguise, or energy condensation. That kid has zero clue. I don't know the basics of any of that. I'm just another guy with high stats, that's it. If this strategy is betting everything on me being a god, we're gonna take a massive L. Suddenly, it clicked. Wait, this whole misunderstanding started with the Nam Cung elders. Then I'll just dump the responsibility on those old geezers. Trieu Huy said. Hey, keep our guests entertained here. I need to prep some gear. Cao Cao asked. Prep? For how long? Trieu Huy shrugged. Who knows? Maybe 2 weeks. Maybe a month. Cao Cao panicked. That's bad. We're in a crisis here. We don't have that kind of time. Trieu Huy replied coldly. Then go straight to Nam Suang without me. Cao Cao shouted. I can give you 4 days. No more, or your precious Doan family is toast. Trieu Huy replied indifferently. I'll do what I can. The next morning, sunshine was flooding the Nam Cung estate. In the backyard, Nam Cung was vibing with the lotus flowers. Suddenly, Trieu Huy walked up. Boss. Nam Cung replied. Trieu Huy? Is that hellish boot camp finally over? Trieu Huy bowed. All done, sir. Nam Cung laughed. Haha, guess I won't be seeing your face for a long time then. I know you're legit, but watch your back out there. Nam Cung noticed Trieu Hui's mood was a bit off. Trieu Huy asked, do you honestly think my martial arts are at the transcendence level? Nam Cung answered, what kind of nonsense question is that? Your skills clearly hit the plateau. If that's not transcendence, what is it? Trieu Huy replied, after going into that unconscious Zen mode in the sword tomb, yeah, I can scare people. But I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I actually hit that level using a cheat code. The thing is, Nam Cung looked confused. The thing is, Trieu Huy sighed, I never read the manuals. I never learn the forms. I don't even have the basic knowledge. Nam Cung asked, then what were those insane sword skills you showed us in the arena? Trieu Huy looked awkward. That. Trieu Huy thought back, I was just moving fast to not get hit. He decided to be bold. I'll explain later. You said I've got the rank of an elder in this family, right? So, how many of the Nam Cung secret techniques am I allowed to learn? Nam Cung answered immediately, with elder privileges, you've got an all-access pass to everything. Except the clan head's personal ultimate, of course. Xiao Hui didn't beat around the bush, hit me with everything. Teach me the Nangong family martial arts. Nangong asked, which style specifically? Xiao Hui kept it real, everything. From scratch. If I'm allowed to see it, I want to learn it. Nangong was totally down with that. Haha, deal. He figured if this kid roamed the world flexing their moves, the family's rep would skyrocket. So he added, all right, I'll personally show you the ropes. Xiao Hui gave a little nod. Thanks a million. So footwork first. Nangong. So didn't waste a second. He started moving, feet flying so fast it looked like he had a dozen legs. Heavenly Wind Walk. First form, Great Wind Wheel. After images popped up everywhere, juking left and right, totally unpredictable. The wind from his steps made the movement look smooth as butter. Then came the second form, Spirit Return Wind. Third form, Great Crow Wind. Fourth form, Flash. Light Wind, and the fifth form, Overlord Wind. Just like that, Nangong so finished the demo. And that's the Nangong family special. What's the verdict? Trieu Huy had been watching like a hawk. He closed his eyes, replayed the tape in his head, and then started busting out the moves himself. But the vibe was way different from the teachers. As Trieu Huy unleashed the technique, Nangong So's jaw dropped. Don't tell me that's the Pure Open Wind. The signature of Pure Open Wind is all about illusions and tricky footwork. It's basically an escape artist's toolkit for getting out of sticky situations, by kicking up wind and blinding the enemy, but it doubles as an attack too. When Trieu Huy finished, he looked at the wrecked training ground and panicked. My bad. I got a little too hyped trying it out. Nangong So waved a hand. No biggie. But seriously, was that actually the Pure Open Wind you just did? Yes, sir, Trieu Huy replied. Nangong So stroked his beard, confused. Then why's it look miles apart from what I just taught you? Trieu Huy thought to himself, I just trimmed the fat and tweaked the physics for maximum efficiency. But he couldn't exactly say that out loud. So he ran it back at 1/3 speed. Nangong So was floored. He felt like he was watching a completely different martial art, wondering if even the top-tier secret techniques of the world could match this. I've practiced this my whole life, he thought, and never once thought to remix it like this. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was thinking, add a little physics, and the movement looks like professional figure skating, doesn't it? And this part, Trieu Huy explained while moving, burns way more energy. Unless it's do or die, I wouldn't recommend spamming it. Nangong So was mesmerized. I should be mad he's messing with tradition, he thought, but honestly, I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Aloud, he said, can you run that back one more time? Nice and slow. You got it. Trieu Huy started stepping through it again. Suddenly, Nangong So shouted, hold up. Wait, that move right there. What on earth is that connection? It looks like you're bridging empty space into a straight line. Trieu Huy sighed internally, you'd need a physics degree for this. It's just a bad habit, he lied. Pretend you didn't see it and teach me the next part. Nangong So looked skeptical but nodded. All right. 4 days later, back at the Nangong estate, the whole place felt like it trembled. Nangong Chengjian laughed. Ho ho ho. The third elder of the elder hall asked, Big brother, what exactly are we looking at here? They were watching Trieu Huy learn and test out the Nangong family sword styles. Look at that. It feels like 4 centuries of our sword tradition are being mashed up to create something brand new. They say the sky's the limit, but I feel like I'm seeing the edge of the universe right now. That glowing sword flying through the air. It feels like nothing on this planet can touch it. The third elder was shaking in his boots. Is that really our family's martial arts? Because Nangong Chengjian patted him on the back. Don't sweat it. You're just a normal guy. You couldn't pull that off. The third elder looked offended. Normal? How can you call us the elders of the clan regular Joes? Nangong Chengjian activated his transcendence mode clear sight eyes. Stop judging that flying thing with your mortal logic. I sense a power source that doesn't even belong to this world. The third elder frowned. What are you talking about? It's something regular eyes can't pick up. It shatters everything we know about the world. I haven't felt a vibe like this since the era of the 3 sovereigns. The third elder broke into a cold sweat at the mention of the legends. A god? Nangong Chengjian nodded firmly. I'm sure of it. That kid is the next eternal sovereign. Just then, Nangong So finished the final lesson. That's a wrap. I've taught you everything, even the family head's secret stash. Trieu Huy slid his sword back into its sheath. He bowed deeply, totally sincere. I really appreciate the guidance, master. Nangong So clenched his fists, thinking, the Emperor's sword style. I want to teach him that too. If anyone can master it properly, it's this kid. Nangong Chengjian seemed to read his mind. He put a hand on So's shoulder and shook his head. Don't. Nangong So sighed. Uncle, look at Trieu Huy. He looks like a zombie. He hasn't slept in 4 days. Those dark circles rival a Chinese national treasure. Trieu Huy mustered his last ounce of strength. Can I bounce now? Yeah, go ahead. You did good, kid. Right this way. Sometime later, back at the Merchant Guild, Trieu Huy was in his office, staring at a map. The manager led Zuo Qiuyun in. Young master, he's here. Zuo Qiuyun greeted him respectfully. Trieu Huy gestured to a chair. Have a seat, guys. Once everyone was settled, Trieu Huy got down to business. All right, Before we roll out, run the plan by me again. Let's make sure it's bulletproof. Zuo Chuyun shrugged. Like I said before, we're just gonna tail those spies. Trieu Huy flashed a wicked grin, eyes burning with intensity. Lucky bastards. So, we meet the spies, and then what? Zuo Chuyun replied instantly. We swipe all the intel they've been gathering, obviously. You asking that makes me think you're underestimating the payout. We're not just tracking their budget, manpower, and supply lines. We catch them, and we get the roster of every top-tier fighter involved in their next scheme, plus the exact timeline. That's the real prize. It is totally possible to switch up the Martial Alliance's prep work, Trieu Huy said with zero chill. But tell me this, after we leak all the intel to the Alliance, what's the next move? Cao Cao broke it down further. Look, if the Alliance lets Anhui, our ancestral turf, fall into their hands, it's like sleeping with a tiger in the room. You gotta watch your back constantly. To stop that, they're 100% gonna send backup. We're talking at least 3 or 4 massive armies marching straight into Anhui province. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. Just 4 armies? Ain't that a bit stingy? Doesn't the Alliance have like 15 armies on deck? Cao Cao shook his head. You think they're the only haters we got? The Alliance has beef everywhere. We're busy locking down the borders between Hunan and Guizhou to keep the Sichuan crew out. Plus, the Nam Cung family is about to send a boatload of soldiers, right? Trieu Huy tapped his chin, thinking, so, 4 Alliance armies plus the Nam Cung squad. Okay, let's say we actually catch the dub and win. Then what? Cao Cao stood up, walked over to the map, and said, knowing our top generals, they're going to flex hard on the enemy to apply pressure. But at the same time, they want to keep actual fighting to a minimum. The best case scenario, we cut a deal with Northern Jiangxi and absorb them into the Alliance. Furthermore, Trieu Huy cut him off mid-sentence. Hold up, basically. After burning through a mountain of supplies and manpower, the grand prize is just absorbing a tiny slice of the Black Heaven Union. Cao Cao stood there, totally shook. He thought, this guy's famous, a big boss, yet he has no clue how terrifying the Black Heaven Union is. How can he ask such a rookie question? Trieu Hui's vibe got dark and serious. That settles it. I've decided I'm not taking any handouts or help from the Alliance. You can show yourself out now. Cao Cao gasped. Excuse me? Trieu Huy stood his ground. I said, it's a hard pass. Cao Cao panicked. You can't be serious. I just told you our spies in the Alliance got wiped out. We've crunched the numbers. There is like a 90% chance the Black Heaven Union is gonna raid Hefei. Under these conditions, Trieu Huy cut in. Trust me, that's not happening. So just chill out and go home. Cao Cao yelled, confused. What is that supposed to mean? I know the Nam Cung family has your back, and you're an undefeated beast yourself. Confidence is cool and all, but the Black Heaven Union has a roster of 1,000 elite masters. And 20 of them are practically invincible. Trieu Huy dodged the logic. I'm not interested in spilling my trade secrets to an outsider. If I let you in on the plan, you gotta switch teams and roll with me. That means no going back to the Alliance ever. Cao Cao blinked. Are you gonna lock me in a dungeon or something? Trieu Huy flashed a wicked grin and said softly, nah. I don't need to do all that drama. You just gotta help me execute my playbook. I mean, you can quit the Alliance, right? Cao Cao pushed back, absolutely not. Trieu Huy went savage mode. If you don't want to listen, then get the hell back to the Alliance. Cao Cao felt a knot in his stomach. He was shaking, wanting to fight back. He desperately wanted to know Trieu Hui's master plan, but he couldn't just bail on the Zhuge family back at the Martial Arts Alliance. He was drowning in his thoughts, but in the end, curiosity killed the cat he couldn't resist. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Trieu Huy was just waiting for that final moment of resistance to crumble. He smirked, pulled a contract out of his robe, and said, in my life, I've never heard of a promise that wasn't on paper. Seeing Cao Cao about to fall into the trap, Trieu Huy barked, hurry up and sign. Right here and here. Trieu Huy was way ahead of him, having the ink and paper ready to go. Cao Cao grabbed it, scribbled his name, and panted, done. Now spill the beans. Trieu Huy gloated, look at you, Mr. Inspector, so impatient. If the Trieu clan packs up and leaves Hefei, how do you think things will play out? Cao Cao looked confused, so Trieu Huy dropped the bomb. I've never considered myself a merchant who just sells stuff to make a buck. Cao Cao couldn't believe his ears, asking, then what do you call the massive business empire you've been running this whole time? Trieu Huy stated clearly, I sell culture. Cao Cao thought, that sounds ridiculous, yet somehow totally convincing. Maybe Trieu Huy really was on another level. Culture is something unchangeable, deeply carved into the lifestyle of a group of people, from the black water and cold tea to the logistics, transportation, and the ice business that was unique to Hefei. What if all those things suddenly vanished? What, then? The people who got hooked on that lifestyle would never be able to go back. Those needs are what keep my business rock solid. But his business controls that culture. Trieu Huy laid out his vision. I'm going to export that culture straight to Jiangxi. Cao Cao Van gasped. Say what? Trieu Huy continued. But it's not what you think. It doesn't mean we're working for them. The power of the Black Heaven Union. Sounds scary on paper, right? But the second they try to mess with us, I pull the plug on all operations in Jiangxi. You think the locals can handle us disappearing? Plus, do you really think the Black Heaven Union warriors can survive without our supply chain? Once we've hacked their culture, nobody can touch the Trieu family business. The Black Heaven Union can't. And heck, even the Martial Arts Alliance can't touch me. Cao Cao Van's eyes went wide as he realized the play. Wait, are you planning to? Trieu Hui's voice turned savage. Exactly. I'm gonna put them in my mouth and chew them up, piece by piece. I'll make those trashy Black Heaven Union thugs who want to leech off me get on their knees and worship me like a dog. Cao Cao Van shivered after hearing that. If you have such a massive ambition, shouldn't you be doing this quietly? And wouldn't you need to stockpile a massive amount of capital? Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, I figure I need about 100,000 taels. Cao Cao Van quickly replied, 100,000 taels of silver. Trieu Huy looked unimpressed. Looks like you're underestimating the Trieu family business. Cao Cao Van blinked. Excuse me? Trieu Huy replied coolly. I didn't say silver. Cao Cao Van was thunderstruck. 100,000 taels of gold. He thought, just how much money do you guys make every month? It wasn't just Cao Cao Van. Most people in the area thought their main gig was running brothels and inns, but that was way off. Half the family's income came from the Anhui Iron Forge. That forge is the only spot supplying weapons for the 30,000 troops stationed in Anhui. The cash flow from selling weapons to that army, in just 6 months, it hits 50,000 taels of gold. And that's not all. Add in the repair fees for existing gear, and that's another 20,000 taels. That is just the cash my family racks up from the military in Hefei in a single year. If you toss in carriages, farming tools, mining gear, other random items, nobody can even imagine how much the Anhui Forge pulls in annually. The reason we've had Hefei in a chokehold for 3 years is that we take that cash and reinvest it into other hustles. Trieu Huy declared, I plan to drop an initial investment of 100,000 taels of gold. And if that's not enough, well, paying double or triple ain't even an issue. I've made up my mind. Once I drop that kind of cash, their brains are going to totally short-circuit. So, what's the play? Zhuge? Why isn't the manager getting up so we can hash this out? Cao Cao Van reread the contract and flipped. Hold up. I'm not the general manager, and the pay is literally half of what was on the table before. Trieu Huy smirked, giving him a side-eye. Price fluctuates with the market, buddy. Back then, I was desperate to recruit you. The vibes are different now, so don't act brand new with me. Cao Cao Van sighed. Fine. At least teach me your secret math hacks then. Trieu Huy looked confused. Math? Cao Cao Van nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, manager Duong Than walked up and announced, Sir, the young master is in the building. Trieu Huy turned to Cao Cao Van. Cool. I'll school you on the ride to Nam Trung. Cao Cao Van lit up. Bet. I'm looking forward to it. The manager brought in Nam Cung Truong Ho and Truong Nat Long. Truong Ho said, My bad for the late arrival. Truong Nat Long beamed. Sup, big bro. Zhuge, you crashing the party too? Suddenly, Nat Long made a move toward Cao Cao Van. Van's instincts kicked in, his body ready to throw hands, but he chilled at the last second. Nat Long laughed. Dang, bro. Your self-control is next level. Trieu Huy asked curiously, What are you doing here so early? Truong Nat Long put on his hero face. Look, I couldn't let you roll solo. I know how savage these wolves are better than anyone. Let me ride shotgun. Trieu Huy stroked his chin, thinking, Truong Nat Long kept pushing. If you're stressing about who's running the inn, why not give the rookie a shot? Trieu Huy was skeptical. Hong Kim Bao, that dude hasn't done anything impressive yet. Nat Long insisted, Nah, trust me. He's a beast at management and sales. I've got an eye for talent. Trieu Huy finally caved. Fine. If you're that sure, Kim Bao runs the shop while you roll with me. Nat Long pumped his fist. Trieu Huy grinned. Look at us. We're like the Avengers assembling. Cao Van looked confused. What's an Avenger? Trieu Huy just giggled. Heh. Then he led the squad out, hyping them up. You guys ready to blow money like we hate it. Meanwhile, at some fancy tower, a lady in red was striking poses on the roof. Down on the balcony, there was a guy who looked pretty sketchy and sinister. He snarled, "That witch is at it again," letting her hair down on the roof like she's some beauty queen. "You know you look like a straight-up ghost, right?" The lady in red snapped her head back, glaring daggers. She gripped her whip tight, ready to lash out, her face looking all kinds of gloomy and dark. Her eyes were dead, and with that messy hair covering her face, she was basically a red-dressed demon. The guy just leaned back, unbothered. "Yeah, that creepy look suits you way better. I ain't trying to chat anyway. Quit acting like a psycho and get down here." She leaped off the roof like a stuntwoman, landing on the balcony right next to him. She snapped her whip tight and hissed, "Say that to my face again." The guy flinched but scoffed. "Look at you, pale as a sheet. I bet if I stabbed you, you wouldn't even bleed. You look like a walking zombie. Gross." She immediately started swinging that whip, lashes flying faster than the wind. "Keep talking if you've got the guts, you spineless eunuch." Blocking the hits, the guy yelled, "You crazy witch, who peed in your cereal this morning. Why are you taking it out on me?" He pulled out his sickle to parry the attacks. "Look at this old maid spitting venom. No wonder no guy will ever marry your crazy self." She was fuming, death in her eyes, cracking her knuckles. "Spit it out. Why are you here? And if I don't like the answer, I'm chopping off your family jewels." The guy sighed. "Okay, chill. Business time." The Golden Devil has popped up at Baoyang. She frowned. "Golden Devil? You mean someone's messing around in Poyang Lake?" He shrugged. "Heck if I know. I'm just the messenger relaying what the big bosses said." "Oh, and this guy bought up a ton of land around the lake." She scoffed, confident as ever. "Bought land? Please. He'll get robbed a couple of times and run home crying. We see losers like him every day. Why do we even care?" The guy smirked. "He bought 20,000 hectares. Still think he's just some random loser?" Her jaw dropped. "Wait, 20,000? She composed herself and thought for a second. "Must be some government big shot then." The guy laughed arrogantly. "Even the Minister of Works got his butt kicked and ran off. Who else would have the guts to show up?" She shook her head, finding the whole thing hilarious. "What a joke. What do they think buying all that dirt is actually going to accomplish?" "No clue," the guy said. "But the higher-ups want us to go meet this dude." She raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What for?" "Word on the street is he wants to buy our turf," he replied. She looked skeptical. "Our turf? You mean he's actually trying to throw cash at the Black Heaven Lotus for our land?" "Yup." She burst out laughing. "Did someone beat the brains out of his skull or what?" The guy winced, disgusted. "Geez, you savage. Why you gotta be so graphic?" She rolled her eyes. "Oh please, you're the one smashing heads in, not me." The guy holstered his sickle, a nasty thing on a chain that looked like a soul harvester, and said, "Whatever, gear up, they're almost here." She looked surprised. "Already? They're walking straight into the heart of Black Heaven Lotus territory?" "Yeah." She started giggling like a maniac and pointed at his chain. "Ooh, let me borrow that toy later. I want to slice his belly open and watch his guts spill out like spaghetti." The guy saw her expression and shuddered. You're sick." She just kept laughing that psycho laugh, eyes wide, totally lost in her murder fantasy. Ignoring her, he mumbled to himself, "Should we call the crew over to take a vote on which one of us is the bigger psychopath?" He got annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to you. A vote like that would just prove you're completely mental." She sighed, bored now. "Drop it. Where are we meeting them?" "Fish Fragrance Tower," he replied. A bit later, at the tower, sunlight was streaming through the windows. Trieu Huy and Cao Cao Van were chilling at a table, while Nam Cung Zhang Hu and Truong Nat Long stood guard like bouncers. The whole squad was waiting for the Black Heaven Lotus crew to show up. Truong Ho and Cao Van looked a bit jittery, but Trieu Huy and Nat Long were cool as cucumbers, veteran vibes. Suddenly, a figure walked up the stairs. Sure enough, it was the creeper who was talking to the lady in red earlier. Cao Cao Van clocked him instantly and thought, "Guess who just decided to crash the party?" This dude struts in and whips out a wicked chain sickle combo like he's auditioning for an action movie. The lady in red starts helicoptering that chain, spinning it fast before slamming the sickle blade right onto the table to flex on us. But Trieu Huy, guy didn't even blink. Only Cao Cao Van flinched at the noise. Chain dude is gripping his weapon, looking at Trieu Huy like a hungry wolf eyeing a steak, barking. "So you're the punk trying to buy our turf." Huy just leans back, totally chill, and goes, "Take a seat, tough guy." The dude keeps mugging him, looking all savage. "Wow, check out the stones on this kid. You know who I am and you're not shaking in your boots." As soon as he stops yapping, Nam Cung Zhang Hu, standing next to Huy, flexes his internal energy so hard the air gets heavy. Chain dude sneers. "Oh, so you brought a tank with you. That explains the attitude." Hu stays cool as a cucumber, saying, Since you came all this way personally, I assume you're actually down to hear our pitch, yeah? The guy plops down with zero manners, throwing a leg up on the table just to be a jerk. Cao Cao Vaughn, having recovered from his mini heart attack, points at the blade. Yo, I need to spread out the map. Can you get that toy off the table? The guy yanks the chain, snapping the sickle back into his hand with a swift motion. Happy now? Ven stands up and unrolls the map. It's looking like a pepperoni pizza with all those red circles marked on it. The guy eyes it and goes, "Don't tell me you want to cop all those marked spots." Vane just shrugs and replies, "Bingo." The guy slams his foot down, jaw dropping. "You guys are tripping. Are you insane?" Suddenly, a creepy-ass cackle erupts from the shadows behind Trieu Huy. Hee hee hee. It's the lady in red, hanging upside down from the rafters like a bat. Eyes popping out, messy hair dangling. She looks like straight-up nightmare fuel from a B-grade horror flick. She's staring daggers at them. Long jumps out of his skin, hollering, "Holy mother of..." Even Huy is shook, thinking, who let the grudge in here? Even Chain Dude flinches, yelling, "Geez, do you have to make an entrance like that every time, you psycho? Almost gave me a coronary hanging from the ceiling like that." She flips down into the room, grinning like a shark. "If we just flatline him, we keep all the loot, right? They look a bit tough for a solo run, though. You gonna help me jump him?" The guy facepalms and sighs. "Ugh, you cheapskate. Maybe don't plot their murder while they're sitting right there." She immediately snaps a whip out of her sleeve, cracking it right past his nose. With a demonic look, she screams, "Shut your trap. Hey, you rich posers, you rolling with us or do we have to wreck you? If not, get lost." The guy jumps, muttering, "Damn." He scrambles to his feet. He draws his weapon, barking, "You moron. Watch where you swing that thing. Can you not tell friend from foe?" He chucks his sickle at Trieu Huy, smashing the dinner table to splinters while yelling, "Watch and learn. This is how you aim at the enemy." Taking the hint, the red lady cracks her whip at Huy too. Both attacks zero in on him, but Huy just glows with energy, reaches up, and catches the whip and the sickle bare-handed at the same time. Boom! The impact shakes the room, but Huy crushes the force like it's nothing. He glares at them, furious. "You savages really have zero chill, don't you?" The guy turns pale, trembling. Is this dude the final boss or something? He's freaking out internally. He caught my Reaper's sickle with one hand, and the girl is as strong as me, but he stopped her poison whip at the same time. Huy drops their weapons with a clatter and icy command. "Sit down." Now, Chain Dude drops into his chair like a disciplined schoolboy. "Sir." "Yes, sir." Huy glares at the girl. "You too." She actually blushes. "Okay." Huy snaps his fingers for the waiter. The poor server jitters over. How can I help you, gentlemen?" Chain Dude lights up, rattling off a menu. "I want the gold fish, the spicy braised pork, 8 treasured duck, and bring the top shelf booze." Huy gets annoyed, flicks a bullet of air right between the guy's eyes. Thwack. Huy cuts in. "Cancel that. Just 2 T's." The guy rubs his forehead, whining, "But you." Trieu Huy snapped. "You total moron. If some dude wanted to ice you the second he saw you, would you treat him to a 5-star surf and turf dinner? I don't think so." He glared at the girl in red who was just zoning out. "Yo, she-devil, why are you still standing there like a statue?" She shrugged, totally innocent. Ran out of chairs, genius. The guy scoffed. "You trying to flex or something? You smashed the chair. Who's gonna sit there?" Even in the summer heat, the guy felt a chill. Trieu Huy was standing next to Trieu Huy with his arms crossed. Listening to the guy ramble, Long lost it. He glared and barked, "This son of a gun never shuts up. Boss, let's just off this guy named Quaich." The man blinked, confused. "Huh, who's this now? I thought he was just the carriage driver." Trieu Huy just pointed a finger at a chair and used his internal energy to slide it over Jedi style. The man's jaw dropped. It moved. Trieu Huy cut him off. "Quit beating around the bush and park your butt down." The girl in red sat down, giggling like a schoolgirl. "Tee-hee, thanks a bunch." Trieu Huy got serious. "Listen up. The forces that left the Black Heaven Alliance, where are they hiding?" The man got defensive, cursing. "You scumbag. You asking questions like a cop. You're with a righteous faction, aren't you?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu was hyperventilating, but Trieu Huy stepped up, confident as hell. He pulled down his shirt to flash a ripped 8-pack and sneered, "Are your eyes broken or what? Do we look like the good guys to you?" Then Long spun around, revealing a massive red bear tattoo that covered his entire back. The man chuckled. "Well, look at that. The red bear tattoo. Ha. So you're with the Nak Catch Lam crew." Suddenly, his face dropped. "Wait a minute. Why would Nak Catch Lam guys be asking about our manpower? Flood season is coming. Shouldn't you be scouting high ground? Why are you obsessed with buying our turf?" Trieu Huy started connecting the dots. Wait. Not Long waits for the summer floods to switch from mountain bandits to pirates. He asked, yo, where does our spot connect to Poyang Lake again? Anhui Province. So Nak Long plans to sail the floodwaters and hit the Nam Kung family in Anhui. Long froze for a second, then improvised. Look, I just follow orders from the big shots. I don't ask questions. The man nodded nonchalantly. True that. You guys are always fighting, then chilling, then fighting again. Honestly, the weather is crazier than a moody ex. Trieu Huy laughed. Haha. Hey, we can't call ourselves underworld bosses if we can't put aside petty beefs for the big score, right? The man hummed. Makes sense. If you're under orders to buy this land, I get it. Give us Duong Thien Street to set up camp. It's a key strategic spot for us. We need to mobilize 7,000 soldiers and 3,000 laborers. If you agree to help us out, my boss will definitely sell you the land. Suddenly, the girl in red piped up. Look, our cheapskate commander is the type of guy who wouldn't quit even if Lake Poyang turned into a literal ocean of blood. And hold up, you guys claim you're from Nojulin, but then you're asking about Black Heaven Alliance troops? That is super sus, bro. Zuo Q was sweating bullets, stressing over 7,000 bandits. Trieu Huy, however, kept his cool. Relax, we just wanted to. Vibe check, you guys. It's hard to tell if you actually have any real clout in the Black Heaven Alliance. The guy and the girl in red both froze. Wait, do we look like we have issues? Zuo Xiuyun was spiraling inside his head. This is bad. 7,000 form Nojulin plus 3,000. Black Heaven troops. That's 10,000 people. If they storm the river to attack Anhui, it's going to be a legendary bloodbath that makes the history books. I gotta bounce and warn the Alliance as soon as possible. Zhang Yilong slid a fresh table over. Trieu Huy leaned in and said, all right, cards on the table. We know who's who, so let's get down to business. You rolled up here with enough juice to make the call on the best turf for the Black Heaven Alliance, right? The girl in red nodded. The Duke sent us personally, so yeah, I'm betting we do. Trieu Huy didn't waste a second. You've peeped the map. That plot of land, how much do you want? Name your price. Let's go. The guy shrugged. The Duke didn't say jack about selling anything. Trieu Huy's face went dark, and he raised his hand like he was about to backhand him. You punk. The guy put on his best puppy dog face. I ain't lying. The Duke just gave me the lowdown on your personality type. He literally said 0 about selling land. Trieu Huy's voice got icy. So you got the badge, but no power to pull the trigger on a deal? Sounds like you're nothing but a glorified lapdog. The guy snapped, clearly triggered. Excuse me. The girl in red couldn't hold it back. Hee hee. Lapdog. The guy started screaming at the top of his lungs. Listen here, you lying sack of trash. You think I don't know Nojulin is broke as a joke? Where are you going to get the cash to buy the whole lake? You trippin' or what? Answer. Me, you brave, brainless idiot from Nojulin. You got the Martial Alliance upstairs and Sanbeishuan downstairs watching your every move. How are you going to feed all those mouths on your tiny little turf? Huh. We already know you guys are starving. You're fighting back like, there's no tomorrow because there isn't one. He pointed a shaking finger at Trieu Huy. And how did a pipsqueak from Nojulin like you block our attacks so easily? You think you're Superman or something? He was raging, totally losing it. Someone like you in Nojulin? I've never even heard your name on the streets. If we were gonna fake it, at least make it believable. Who do you think you are? Huh? You bunch of losers. Trieu Huy sighed. This dude's lost his marbles. Suddenly, a waiter popped up out of nowhere. Here's your wine, folks. Enjoy. Nam Cung Zhang Hu stood there and casually bowed. Much obliged. Then it hit him he's supposed to be undercover, but his polite reflexes just snitched on him. Everyone stared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu. The guy and the girl realized immediately. Oh snap, they're actually the good guys from the righteous sect. Shut up and run. They jumped out of their chairs to bolt. Fast forward a bit. The sky was blue, clouds were fluffy, and somewhere in the woods, the guy was buried up to his neck in dirt. Zhang Yilong scratched his head. These weirdos are still cracking jokes in this situation. They've officially lost it. I've seen crazy people in these mountains, but this is a whole new level. The buried guy yelled, Hey, scumbag. I'm practically 6 feet under here. I'm just trying to keep a positive mindset. He was, planted right in front of the girl in red, face to face. He spat. Why am I buried nose to nose with this chick? There are things humans should and shouldn't do, okay? And quit staring at me. You trying to laser me with your eyes? The girl in red snapped back. Shut your trap, you eunuch. Your breath smells like something died in there. I don't even think you're human. You think I'm enjoying this view? Trieu Huy appeared behind them, stomping on the dirt next to the girl's head. She's just fake fighting with him to wiggle herself loose. Don't you get tired? You know when to fold 'em right. As Trieu Huy stomped down with some serious chi power, the girl shrieked. Ah, quit it, I give up, I swear. Trieu Huy scoffed. Ha, heard that one a million times, you witch. The girl giggled. Witch, you got that right. Just so you know, this girl is basically a legendary villainess with a serious body count. Zuo Chu Yun cut in. Master Zhao, it's about to pour and we're out of options. We gotta book it to the Martial Arts Alliance, as soon as possible. If this goes south, the Namgong family is gonna be facing 10,000 troops solo. We should just off these two and bounce. Namgong. Zhang Hu was locked and loaded, waiting for the word. Zhang Yilong hesitated. They claim they're students of the 8 emperors of the Black Heaven. You sure we should smoke them? If we do, won't their crew come hunting for us? Namgong Zhang Hu smoothly pulled his blade from its sheath. I don't have the bandwidth to overthink this. We can't waste another second here. The buried guy screamed, are you guys even human? You're literally debating whether to kill us while we're right here. You realize you're the villains in this scenario, right? Let's meet the contestants. Yan Changlu, the scythe wielder. Got the nickname Black Killer way too young. Rank number 200 in the Black Heaven Alliance. He's a secret guard, and unlike his goofy mouth, the guy is pure evil inside. Then there's Trieu Huy, the poison red plum, aka the ghost assassin. She's ranked number 250. Her position is the evil assassin, and her personality is totally random. Trieu Huy tilted his head. Why is she so hard to read? Yan Chenglu yelled, are you blind? She's just a nutjob with flowers for brains. By the way, where did you buy that intel? Who the hell has the guts to sell Black Heaven secrets? They must be suicidal. Trieu Huy shrugged. They're only ranked around 200. You really think the Black Heaven Alliance is going to send a rescue squad for these clowns? Zhang Yilong explained. Their ranking looks low on the outside, but that's just because they're rookies. Their actual internal power is way higher than their rank suggests. Only their boss can keep them on a leash. I'm betting someone comes looking for them real soon. Trieu Huy fell into deep thought. If I let these guys walk, they'll leak our identities and blow our cover. It'd be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. But if I smoke them right here, the Black Heaven Alliance will just send more goons. What a headache. If the rain starts early, those two gangs will ride the floodwaters straight to Anhui. Hui snapped out of it, glared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu, and yelled, can you stop that? Is it really that hard to sit still? Trieu Huy noticed Diem Thurlok wiggling around on the ground, trying to worm his way out. Hui walked over, menacingly. You got a death wish or something? He stomped hard on Diem Thurlok's shoulder. The guy shrieked, Gah! Ouch! Okay. I'm staying put, I swear. Suddenly, Trieu Huy piped up, I really need to pee. Should I just let it flow right here? Trieu Huy sighed, fine, I'll let you guys out. Both of them hopped out of the holes they were buried in. Trieu Huy bolted immediately. Trieu Huy draped his arm around Diem Thurlok's shoulder like a buddy. Thurlok, you little rascal. Diem Thurlok blinked. Excuse me. Trieu Huy put on a fake nice voice. Earlier, it was all Big Brother this, Big Brother that. Why the silence now? Diem Thurlok spat back, screw you. You think someone from the Black Heaven Alliance calls a goody two-shoes like you Big Brother? Trieu Huy instantly switched to slaughter mode. His eyes bugged out, radiating pure killing intent, and his internal energy felt heavy enough to crush bones. Diem Thurlok's face went white. Big Brother. Trieu Huy smirked with disdain. That's better. He continued, Thurlok, I'm gonna make you an offer. Diem Thurlok asked, an offer? Trieu Huy grinned. I won't kill you. Diem Thurlok let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. For real? Trieu Huy widened his eyes like a maniac. However, there's one condition. Diem Thurlok gulped. What condition? Trieu Huy pulled a notebook out of his shirt. You gotta mark the map. Show me where the Black Heaven Alliance keeps their stash. Cash, pills, weapons, armory, everything. Anything you know about, put an X on it. Cao Cao Ven gasped. Wait, are you? Trieu Huy glanced at him, looking smug. Yup, you get it. Cao Cao Ven thought to himself. It's a diversion. Hit them from the back while their elites are distracted somewhere else. Out of the 36 stratagems, this is top tier. But Tringnut Long chimed in. Those greedy dirtbags love money. Boss, you really think they leave the vault unguarded? I bet there are tons of pros guarding the goods. Cao Cao Ven looked worried. He's right. I guarantee there are at least 1,000 guards stationed there. Trieu Huy chuckled internally. They don't know about robbing a place without stepping inside. I'll show them what Supreme Core Control can really do. Trieu Huy grinned confidently. My target isn't the soldiers. Cao Cao Ven frowned. Then what are you gunning for? Trieu Huy gave a sinister smile. We're gonna bypass the guards completely and just swipe the loot and cash. Ta Calvin blinked. Say what? Nam Cung Zhang Hu was getting hyped. They're gonna have that place on lockdown. How are you gonna sneak past the guards? Trieu Huy waved him off. Chill, chill. We've got the strongest core on our side. Nam Cung Zhang Hu scratched his head. The heck is a core? Trieu Huy used his energy to levitate his sword into the air. After learning martial arts from the Nam Cung family, I finally get why they're top tier, even when they're outnumbered 10-1. The Nam Cung family's Emperor Sword strikes. Every single move covers a massive area of effect. So, what if someone who can manipulate a sword from a distance use those same techniques? Trieu Huy focused, guiding the floating blade with his mind. He unleashed a sword tide. The blade zigzagged left and right without losing a single ounce of speed, then shot straight up into the clouds. DM Thurlok watched, jaw on the floor. What the? Nam Cung Zhang Hu recognized his family's move instantly. That's the Heaven and Earth Azure sword technique. The sword looped back and landed gently in Trieu Hui's hand. Hui was panting heavily. Huff. Think that range is far enough for you? Truong Nat Long was totally freaking out. He muttered, Tisk, no way. How is this even possible? The guy is basically my age. So how are we in completely different leagues, power-wise? Nam Cung Zhang Hu was hyping it up. I bet that attack range was over 30 feet. That is the absolute peak of the muscle-changing sword technique. Like, seriously, next-level stuff. Just then, Trieu Huy came back and saw DM Thurlok shaking like a leaf. She asked, what's the drama? But DM was so scared he was about to wet himself, so he didn't have the energy to deal with her nonsense. He thought, I can't beat him. In the history of the Dark Cult, only 4 heavy hitters have ever reached this kind of undefeated status. The 4 Emperors. The only ones who can go toe-to-toe with the 7 martial seats of the righteous factions. You've got the Master of the Dark Heaven City, the head honcho of the Black Heaven Alliance, Lai Kuang Kan, the Poison Emperor of the Sichuan Pagoda, and the Blood Lord Mac Vu. Is this guy seriously on their level? Trieu Huy got mad about being ghosted and snapped. Hello? Earth to pig brain. Answer me. DM Thurlok yelled back. You airhead. I told you he's invincible. Trieu Huy rolled her eyes. Invincible? Yeah, right. Stop trolling. DM Thurlok was losing it. Is your head just a hat rack? I just watched him launch his sword attack from 3,000 feet away. With my own eyes. Trieu Huy finally realized Trieu Huy was OP and stammered. So, am I cooked? Trieu Huy turned to Ta Cao Van, crunched the numbers. Say we bolt back to the Alliance, drop this intel, and wait for them to march an army to Hop Phi. How long are we talking? Ta Cao Van did some mental math. Roughly 2 months. Maybe 6 weeks if they hustle. But monsoon season hits in 2 weeks, and once the river rises, we lose another week waiting for the water levels. Unlike the Alliance, the bad guys are already locked and loaded. They could launch an invasion from Anhui instantly. Between now and the rain starting, plus the floodwaters rising enough to float their navy, if you add it all up, they're going to show up at the exact same time our backup arrives. Trieu Huy nodded. That's just a hypothesis, though. What if nature throws a curveball? If the water rises faster, they get here sooner. Worst case scenario, the enemy beats the Martial Alliance to Hop Phi by 2 whole weeks. Nam Cung Zhang Hu looked stressed. Are we sure they're actually going to wait for the rainy season to attack? Ta Cao Van broke it down. Look, moving that many warships through this jungle is physically impossible. Unless Noah shows up with a biblical flood to raise the water level, they're stuck. Nam Cung Zhang Hu nodded. Yup, totally. Ta Cao Van continued. 2. If we had just 1 carrier pigeon or, a decent Wi-Fi signal, we could have already DM'd the Alliance about this mess. Trieu Huy cut in. The million-dollar question right now is, if we hit them from the back, do they hit the pause button on the Hop Phi invasion? Truong Nat Long replied, these guys are greedier than a Luke Goblin. If we keep wrecking their gear and torching their snacks, they'll pull a U-turn faster than you can say bankrupt. Trieu Huy giggled. Oh, please. Hop Phi is basically a free kill, a fish in a barrel. The loot there is already in the bag. Why would any sane person gamble a guaranteed win for? Whatever this risky play is, DM Thurlok snapped. Yo, what the hell? Why are you snitching on everything? Trieu Huy shrugged casually. You said he has the Yi Jin blade. That means he's stronger than my master. Do the math. Genius. Trieu Huy's expression shifted from casual to terrifyingly murderous. You have no idea how creepy that old man's stare is. I'd pay good money to watch his face get turned into hamburger meat. Ta Cao Van asked, so, mind pointing out the Black Heaven Lotus hotspots on the map? Trieu Huy held out her hand, palm up. Cash upfront, honey. No freebies. Trieu Huy thought to himself, okay, I actually kinda like her. Girl knows how to hustle. Trieu Huy smirked. 100 coins. Trangia Hu sighed. Boring. Gold coins, he clarified. Boom, she lit up like a Christmas tree and started pointing at the map immediately. Right there. See that river? Northwest side. There's a Tomb for Heroes classic cover story. It's actually a top-secret safe house, she explained, tracing the map. The Blade King stashes all the profits from his fishing business there. It's loaded. Cao Cao Van asked. Anything else? Trangia Hu nodded enthusiastically. East bank of an high province. There's a mountain called Five Flashes. The entrance to the valley, that's the Iron Fist King's vintage manor. Diem Phuong Lok lost it, screaming, you traitorous witch. Trieu Huy leveled his sword at him, killer vibes radiating off him. Your turn. Spill the beans or lose a limb. Diem tried to act tough and cursed. Trieu Huy pumped internal energy into the blade, making it hum with enough power to slice atoms. Diem gulped, holy crap, thinking, how is he swinging that heavy metal like it's a feather duster? Trieu Huy gave him the death stare. You're useless. I should just delete you right now. Trieu Huy took a slow, menacing step forward. Diem Phuong Lok panicked, waving his hands. Whoa, chill. Time out. He was terrified. That look promised an instant bisection. Since when do the good guys have psychos like this? I'll talk. Trangia Hu smirked, teasing him. See, I'm getting paid. You're getting played. Diem Phuong Lok muttered, damn it. He pointed at a spot on the map. Here, main warehouse, holds 20% of the harvest from the entire Yangtze Delta. And this spot here, I don't know exactly what's inside, but the security is insane. Like, final boss level. Gotta be something good stashed there. Trieu Huy mused. So that's the difference between a grunt and a boss. It's all about access to the classified intel. Diem Phuong Lok tried to copy Tran's hustle. 200 gold coins. Trieu Huy's face went dark. He poked Diem's pressure points, locking him down instantly. Diem wailed, ow. What the hell, man? Why'd you turn off my powers? Trieu Huy snapped, you talk too much. Shut it. Trieu Huy looked over at Trangia Hu. Now that he actually paid attention, he realized she was kind of a batty, cute face. Body that just wouldn't quit. Plus, that nervous, shy act she was putting on, totally working for her. Trieu Huy thought, touching her directly to seal her powers seems a bit unprofessional. So, he stood back and used air pressure shots to hit the points on her back. Thwack. Thwack. Trangia Hu let out a moan. Ah. Trieu Huy paused, awkward. You're making those noises on purpose, aren't you? Trangia Hu giggled. Nope. Just feels amazing. First time anyone's done that. It's quite a rush. Trieu Huy sighed, weirdo. Then aloud, they're still useful. Bag 'em and tag 'em. Let's move. Let the young master and the others handle the real estate deals. Truong Nat Long asked, what about me? Trieu Huy replied, you're rolling with me. Truong Nat Long grinned, sweet. Dealing with those shady merchants was boring me to death anyway. Trieu Huy grabbed Trangia Hu's leather whip. Tie him up first. Trung N. Diem Phuong Lok cursed, man, this is humiliating. Meanwhile, Trangia Hu was starting to enjoy the abuse because she's weird like that. Trieu Huy just said, all right, let's bounce. Truong Nat Long finished tying the two prisoners up and looked confused. This girl is straight up broken. Let's move. Suddenly, Trangia Hu got all excited and let out a weird moan. The guys just dropped their jaws. Truong Nat Long sighed, I can't deal with this. Anyway, big bro, where do we hit first? Trieu Huy smirked. The biggest warehouse they've got. Over at Ba Duong Lake, the sun was blazing. It was business as usual, people hustling and trading everywhere. Trieu Huy was sitting on a nearby peak, meditating. He wasn't just sitting there though, he was sucking up all the life energy around him like a vacuum. Trangia Hu, still tied up, saw this, and gasped, whoa. This guy is leveled up enough to turn outside energy into internal power. That's the true martial flower stage, isn't it? That's when a human can literally reshape their veins to turn their whole body into a power core. They call it the empty dantian. Every time he uses a move, pure energy just radiates off him as a shield. Feeling fully charged, Trieu Huy stood up and grabbed his sword. He stared down at the Black Heaven Alliance base, unsheathed his blade, and took a deep breath. He cranked his power up 70%, 80%, maxed out. He casually tossed the sword toward the base at Ba Duong Lake. It was the Limitless Sky Sword technique. Second form, Sky Dragon Claw. The sword flew over the gate. The guards below didn't even notice. Trieu Huy was steering that thing remotely, at supersonic speeds, smashing through buildings like a wrecking ball. The poor guys inside just sighed. having zero clue why the roof was suddenly caving in. Action over. Cao Hui yanked his sword back with a snap, zero hesitation. As soon as the hilt hit his palm, he juiced it up with another massive surge of energy and yeeted that thing hard. The blade went soaring right over the middle of Lake Poyang. Then Cao Hui unleashed the boundless firmament technique, third form, sky-quaking rain. Sounds fancy, right? But basically, it's a massive area of effect nuke. Sword beams blanketed the lake like an exploding bomb, tearing through everything. Anywhere those energy waves touched, got completely wrecked. Houses, roads, people deleted from existence. Explosions popped off one after another like a chain of dominoes. The Black Heaven Lotus guys were screaming their heads off, running around like headless chickens. Watching this orbital strike which packed the punch of a mini nuke, by the way Yan Changlu was shaking in his boots. He stammered, "Damn, that's so cheap. How is anyone supposed to block a surprise attack like that?" He looked at the absolute chaos down below and thought, getting clacked by a random sword beam falling out of the blue? Who even preps for that? Trieu Huy smirked, just a little corner of her mouth twitching up. She thought, this guy's style is seriously one of a kind. Even the big boss of the Black Heaven Lotus, who's supposed to be at the peak of martial arts. I wonder if seeing his legendary moves would give me the chills like this kid does. Meanwhile, the sword god spirit, Zhao the Heaven Child, spoke up from the Blood Jade. Ha! I'm actually shocked by how this kid solves problems, not just his raw power. Usually, the ego of a grandmaster who's hit that invincible tier is way too high. Their pride is on another level compared to normal folks. Even though they could use a cheap trick, they wouldn't be caught dead fighting dirty like this. For a master, this kind of sneak attack is unimaginable. Just then, Cao Hui caught his returning sword, wound up, and chucked it back toward Lake Poyang. 16 or 17 times should do it, yeah. Cao Hui started spamming that AoE attack again. Sword energy ripped through everything in sight. Fire was raging everywhere, and total panic took over the scene. If you can't picture it, just imagine Cao Hui camping in a safe spot way off map, indiscriminately firing his ult just to cause maximum lag and destruction. Yan Changlu's face went dark. Ugh, this is absolute madness. Cao Hui was starting to feel the fatigue. He panted, "All right, where's the next key location? Hopefully, it's not a cross-country hike from here." Yan Changlu was sweating bullets. He hesitated for a split second before spilling the beans. There's a mountain in Anhui. All the loot the Iron Fist King stole is stashed there. Iron Fist King, Cao Cao, one of the 8 big bosses of the Black Heaven Lotus. Just like his name suggests, the dude ruled the whole evil sect with nothing but his fists. His rep in the martial arts world was huge, and his bank account matched his fame. He'd scraped together a fortune, partly because he was the guy holding the commander's token for the Black Dragon fleet, dominating Lake Poyang. The lives of every civilian crossing the river were in his hands. A top-tier executive. Cao Hui smirked. Sounds like this one might actually be a challenge. A while later, the sun dipped out, and the moon took over the shift, lighting up Iron Fist King Cao Cao's stronghold. This place was backed by mountains on 3 sides, classic turtle strategy, easy to defend, nightmare to attack. Cao Hui, Zhang Yilong, and the 2 prisoners were perched on a peak nearby. Cao Hui broke the silence. "So this is the spot? Oh wow, look at that. They're already in formation. Makes sense. These days, carrier pigeons fly faster than 5G internet. They definitely got the memo about what went down today." Cao Hui entered his flow state, launching a high-power sword strike right at the fort. He kept control of the blade, unleashing the boundless firmament 5th form, boundless Skynet. This move made the sword energy split into tiny beams, raining down on the Iron Fist King's base like a deadly laser grid. The energy net blanketed the whole fortress, smashing watchtowers, houses, and the Black Heaven Lotus guards on the perimeter into dust. Cao Hui didn't stop there. He switched to the boundless firmament 4th form, Rain Star Sky Thunder Cannon. The sword hovered in the middle of the base, spawning dozens of energy streams. Each stream carried a compressed ball of internal energy. Looked like cannonballs, but way deadlier. Think of it like Garp throwing those massive cannonballs in one piece. Every stream carrying a thunder cannon obliterated whatever it touched instantly. It was like dropping mini tactical nukes all over the map. The Black Heaven Lotus troops weren't total scrubs, though. After eating 2 sneak attacks, they finally reacted to the bombardment. Archers immediately started firing. Fire arrows at the wood piles around the walls to light up the dark. Cao Hui looked smug. Whoa, look at the chickens finally waking up. The fortress was wrecked, barely any buildings left standing. As soon as the fire lit things up, a voice roared from inside. "You son of a..." How dare you call yourself a swordsman of the Nam Cung family after pulling a dirty stunt like this? Zhao Hui ignored the trash talk and caught his sword. Yan Chenglu spotted the boss. There's the Iron Fist King. Zhao Hui immediately smacked Yan on the head. You really are a dog biting its owner, huh? Yan Chenglu, stunned by the slap, snapped back angrily. What the hell? Why should I be loyal to you anyway? Zhao Hui smirked, hands on his hips, totally mocking him. I only found this place because of you, buddy. We're in deep now, and you still claim you're not a traitor. Zhao Hui glared, his voice dropping to a threat. I wonder what kind of show we'd get if I told the Iron Fist King you snitched. Yan Chenglu, realizing he was cornered, muttered, You scumbag. Zhao Hui felt pretty good about himself. Funny how these guys think I'm the head of the Nam Cung family. Makes sense, though Nam Cung has been rivals with these guys for decades. They see the sword skills and jump to conclusions. Just then, Iron Fist King Cao Cao screamed in a rage. Nam Cung too, you cowardly rat. How dare you hide in the shadows like a common thief? I've never seen anything this pathetic in my life. You're disgracing the title of the 7 martial seats. Zhao Hui, standing safely out of view, just shrugged. You're probably saying all that to hurt my feelings, but honestly, I have zero reason to fight you. Zhao Hui grinned, thinking to himself, why waste the energy? I heard there are like 20 hardcore pros down there, and I have to babysit Zhang Yilong at the same time. Who has time to entertain a cranky old man? Zhao Hui turned to Zhang Yilong. Take these two to the hotel I mentioned earlier. Go to the spot where I arranged to meet brother Cao Cao. Zhang Yilong looked confused and worried. Why? What are you planning? The Iron Fist King is rumored to be as strong as King Nak Cash Lamb. In a one-on-one, I know you'd win, but they have the numbers. Zhao Hui flashed a grin and dropped a reassuring hand on Zhang Yilong's shoulder. Don't sweat it, bro, he said with pure confidence. I'm Zhao Hui, remember? I got this. Zhang Yilong looked at him with total faith. All right, boss. Just watch your back out there. Yilong dragged the 2 prisoners away, barking at them to move it. Old man Diem was cursing up a storm, while Tran kept whining and moaning like usual. Once the coast was clear, Zhao Hui hopped off the cliff edge, using his wind step technique to literally surf the air currents. He swooped down toward the fortress like a ghost, eyeing the piles of timber the archers had lit up for visibility. Zhao Hui chuckled to himself. They really prepped for everything, he thought. Shame I have to ruin it. With one swing of his sword, he scattered the burning wood, purposely making a huge scene to trigger the Iron Fist King. The king spotted him instantly and screamed, Stop that, punk. Tackle him if you have to. The Black Heaven troops immediately shouted, Roger that, and swarmed the woodpiles hunting for Zhao Hui. They slashed wildly at the flying logs, but just then, another bonfire got launched into the sky from a totally different direction. The Iron Fist King reacted fast, unleashing his ultimate move, the 9-Dragon Flame Fist. One punch sent 9 massive fiery dragons roaring out, incinerating everything in their path. Bad luck for the king, though Zhao Hui wasn't sticking around to trade blows. By the time the punch landed, Zhao Hui was already at the next pile. He checked out the crater and whistled. Whoa, Pop's got some power. Let's see how long his cardio lasts. Zhao Hui wrecked 2 more bonfires on the other side. The Iron Fist King was absolutely fuming. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a warrior this strong fight so dirty? This guy is from the elite Nam Cung clan. Where's the honor? Even the 4 demon lords wouldn't pull stunts this cheap. The Iron Fist King snapped. I'm done with this vandalism. Assassins, on me. He grabbed 6 of his best killers and took off after Zhao Hui, screaming, Nam Cung too is here. Catch him. Zhao Hui saw the mob coming and sprinted up a vertical cliff face. The king led his squad up the wall, yelling, You coward. Where do you think you're going? But when they vaulted onto the peak, Zhao Hui was gone. Ha! The king paused. Suddenly, one of his assassins pointed down. Boss? Look down there. The king's eyes went wide. What the? While climbing, Zhao Hui had pulled a fast one. Since he went up first, he broke their line of sight, did a U-turn, and dove back down the cliff to flank the city. Gotta slow down, he thought. He channeled his internal energy to the tip of his blade and fired. A beam of blue force. It was basically a laser cannon, punching massive holes through the fortress walls and rooftops. Zhao Hui rode the momentum, flying right through the gaping holes his sword blasts had just created. The henchmen inside didn't stand a chance. They couldn't even run before debris from the ceiling rained down, crushing them amid screams of agony. Zhao Hui kept his combo going, smashing through 3 rooftops in a row, causing explosions that sounded like artillery fire. Up on the mountain, the assassin looked at the king nervously. Sir? The Iron Fist King was so mad he just let out a choked scream and nosedived off the cliff back toward the city. The assassins looked at each other, confused, before yelling, "Follow the boss." The king landed in a rage, ready to kill, but all he saw were wrecked buildings. "Where is he?" he roared. Suddenly, he felt a massive surge of energy gathering nearby. He whipped his head around and looked up. Zhao Hu was standing on the very cliff ledge the king had just jumped from, charging up his sword. The Iron Fist King panicked. "He's above us. He's right over our heads." Xiao Hui looked down with a mischievous smirk and swung his blade. 5 razor-sharp energy beams slashed downward. The assassins, totally caught off guard, got shredded from behind before they knew what hit them. The Iron Fist King turned beet red, looking like he wanted to eat Zhao Hui alive. "You dare. You shameless, dirty little scumbag." But Zhao Hui just vanished, leaving behind a burning, ruined city. In one night, the ruler of the valley had been completely played. The next morning, the Iron Fist King was still raging, cursing up a storm. Turns out, he was tallying up the bill. The 6-armed Buddha statue worth 10,000 gold coins he bought from a high monk melted into a puddle. A white porcelain vase worth a fortune, dust. The famous landscape masterpiece by the royal artist, shredded into confetti. That painting had rare birds and scenery, it was priceless. And his prize friggin' a horse, a gift from General Wat Tuk, had been roasted alive in the stables. But the kicker? The mansion itself, designed by the legendary Tran Han, built over 3 years with all his blood, sweat, and tears. The place that held 60 years of his life's treasures was totally destroyed. The Iron Fist King was so angry he was practically crying blood. "Nam Cung Zhang, you son of a." He abandoned the ruined city and ordered everyone to the main headquarters immediately. Meanwhile, at the main hall, sunlight was just creeping in. As the big boss, Reincarnates, started the interrogation. "So, the main warehouse was burned to the ground?" 6 subordinates kneeling on the floor replied, "Yes, cult leader." Li continued. "And the 20 hectares of crops at the Devil Fields? Torched?" The minions trembled. "Yes, sir." He pressed on. "And the entire naval fleet at Kaisan port is at the bottom of the ocean. Faces buried in the carpet," they mumbled. "That is correct." "And one of my 8 kings got beat down?" Li scoffed. "Look at these guys, getting a little fame, and suddenly they can't handle their business." A minion spoke up. "Reports say all attacks were carried out by the Nam Cung clan, sir." Li Kurang Kan looked surprised. "Nam Cung?" He started connecting the dots. The warehouse was destroyed by the Yi Jin sword technique, a high-level skill that lets the user shape-shift their attacks. That's definitely a signature move of the Nam Cung family. The attacker is clearly an elite warrior, someone powerful enough to rank in the 7 martial seats. The prime suspect is the Azure Sword hero, the Ghost Shadow himself. A scout rushed in. "Report. On the Duong River, 2 dead, 75 injured, 8 warships totaled. All merchant vessels destroyed. The damage matches high-tier techniques," the scout added. "Teleportation strikes, aerial dashes, energy blasts. It's the shifting sword style." Li nodded. "Those are definitely Nam Cung moves, and masterfully executed too. Aside from the Azure Sword hero, nobody else could pull that off." Li Kurang Kan realized it was Nam Cung too and let out a dark, mocking laugh. "If my intel is right, this is going to be headline news. Even the lowest bottom feeders in our cult wouldn't stoop to dirty tricks like that. Seriously, how does an endgame-level martial artist act like such a scrub?" That Nam Cung 2 guy tossed his reputation in the dumpster like a used napkin. Usually, these self-righteous hero types care more about their clout than their actual lives. Turns out, the Nam Cung family's honor just got fed to the mutts. Lai Kuang Kan pivoted, asking, "What's the total damage looking like?" His strategist replied, "Roughly 200,000 gold taels, boss. And that's just the base cost. We can't even calculate the private loot the 8 emperors lost, so that's just a ballpark estimate." Li Kuang Kan ran the numbers. 200,000 gold buys 4 prime downtown mansions. He couldn't believe one solo player caused this much wreckage. When a top-tier fighter stops giving a crap about the rules, they are absolutely terrifying. He waved a hand to signal. "Tell the armies to chill. Freeze all movement. Wait for the rainy season, then send the Han Jumon crew and the local bards to start spreading dirt on the Shang Tian sword hero. Go viral with it." The subordinate kneeling on the floor responded instantly. "You got it." Lai Kuang-kan thought to himself, "We took a massive hit, sure, but why am I vibing right now? Actually, I feel great. 200,000 gold to destroy that cocky swordsman's clout, totally worth the price of admission. Money is temporary, just 200,000 gold. We can make that back in 6 months, maybe faster if we squeeze the local merchants and fishermen a little harder." He couldn't help but burst out laughing. "But losing your rep, that's permanent. You can't buy back the image of a great martial seat with cash." Suddenly, the Iron Fist King crashed the party, blind with rage. "Chief, Let me lead the Phantom Squad. I'm gonna wipe the Nam Cung clan off the map personally. Lai Huang Can stayed ice cold. You get hit too, bro? The Iron Fist King screamed, yes. That Nam Cung too is completely shameless. I can't take this anymore. Li Huang Can asked, what did he do to you? After hearing the story, Lai Huang Can laughed his head off. Ha 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 ha, what a mess. He thought it was hilarious that a righteous hero would pull stunts like that while still pretending to be part of the martial arts world. Hearing about the good guys acting like dirtbags was deeply satisfying. However, Lai Huang Can said, I can't give you the Phantom Squad. The rainy season is almost here, and our main army will arrive soon anyway. Just let them handle the heavy lifting when they get here. The Iron Fist King was fuming. I'm burning the Nam Cung family to ash right now. Why wait? My manor, the place I put all my effort into, is already toasted. Li Huang Can shrugged. Are you disobeying a direct order? The big guy shouted, Lai Can Tan, have you lost your mind? As he spoke, the boss unleashed a purple suppression aura, forcing the Iron Fist King to his knees. The Iron Fist King, Lai Can Tan, lost his tough guy act and started sobbing. But my manor is gone. My master's remains were inside. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion blew the roof off the main hall. Lai Huang Can thought, is that the sword hero? The blast tore a giant hole in the ceiling, and right in the center of the gap, a sword appeared. You guys guessed it. Trieu Huy teleported straight from the Iron Fist King's place to the evil sect's main hall. Trieu Huy unleashed his skill through the blade. The sword energy manifested a dragon claw, then morphed into a full-blown dragon coiling around. Lai Huang Can reacted instantly. He fired off his Dark Dragon Fang move, using his internal energy to create countless arrowhead projectiles. It looked like a shadow dragon clashing with a spiky energy beast. The Iron Fist King yelled to his goons, Roof's coming down. Run. The two attacks collided and blasted out of the main hall. Lai Can Tan noted the sound was fading away. Lai Huang Can, the Iron Fist King, and the minions immediately bailed out through the hole Trieu Huy created. Landing on the roof, the boss spotted a fire at another tower, but the sword was gone. He said, did he recall the blade? He thought, retracting sword energy is way harder than firing it. Even I would have to risk my life to pull that off. Yet this guy attacked the Black Heaven Palace again without taking a break. Wait, that means the attack on me was just bait, both at once? Using two teleportation moves simultaneously. I mean, I could do it, but I'd be bedridden for 2 or 3 months after. Suddenly, Trieu Hui's sword reappeared in the sky, but not just one. 2 swords. They abruptly split up, mid-air, flying in opposite directions. Lai Huang Can couldn't wrap his head around it. How is his body not breaking apart? And he's launching a dual-sword teleport strike. Even for an endgame player, that should be impossible. One flew northwest, the other northeast. The weapon depot is in the northwest. Lai Huang Can immediately flashed step towards it. Hundreds of cannons are stored there for the Emperor's relative, Kim Duong. The gunpowder and ammo ingredients are all in there too. If the armory blows, it's game over. I have to stop that sword, even if it costs me my life. He entered a trance state, his eyes turning pitch black with pupils glowing red like drops of blood on a dark curtain. He drew his sword and unleashed the demon heaven kill. Purple-black energy condensed on his blade, forming a ghostly aura that swallowed Trieu Hui's sword. He slowly consumed the incoming weapon. The sword dissolved, but it was just sword energy made solid. Lai Huang Can gasped. Another decoy? Suddenly, a massive boom echoed a different building and the complex was burning violently. Lai Huang Can screamed, the Black Heaven Palace. He shook his head, frantically looking around, yelling, Ku, where are you? He couldn't hold back his rage anymore, losing his cool completely. Where are you hiding, you rat? While the headquarters turned into a fireworks display, Trieu Huy was chilling on a nearby peak, legs crossed, smirking. Look at the old man rage. Trieu Huy looked pleased with himself. That Vu clan tech is next level. The ancestor who designed the sword grave poured his soul into creating this dual mind technique. It lets you run 2 separate mental threads to handle different tasks. Top-tier skills obviously drain the mana bar like crazy, though. Trieu Huy slowly stands up, flexing with dual blades in hand. Man, looks like I seriously need to grind some more XP. Trieu Huy dives off the cliff, power stomps the rock face behind him into gravel, and hovers while telekinetically steering the swords. But hey, dual-wielding remote control isn't exactly a walk in the park. One blade can't handle his raw energy and snaps like a twig. Crap, am I maxed out already? The Dark Demon Palace is packed with loot, armory, gunpowder, assassin gear. Still got critical targets to hit. If I keep burning mana like this, I'm toast. Gotta chill and focus up. Alright, game plan. Hit the armory first. I dropped a cool 1,000 gold tails buying intel from the Night Butterfly, the top info broker in the game. They claim the armory is the Black Heaven, Lotus's Achilles heel. And get this, these psychos have a backdoor into the royal family. Gunpowder is supposed to be on total lockdown by the feds, but those corrupt royal relatives hijacked the stash and hid it right here. They literally risked their necks stealing it to prep for a civil war against the emperor. If this gets leaked to the public, that's a one-way ticket to Execution City for treason. Cold-blooded monsters for real. But hey, big risk, big payout. As he sneaks up on the HQ, he thinks, is blowing this joint really the only play? Igniting that huge pile of powder is going to make a massive boom and definitely attract heat. If the regional inspectors from Jiangxi show up, all the dirty laundry airs out. Then the royals might crack down hard on the martial arts world. Can't have that drama. I gotta leverage this situation. He pauses and projects his voice over the entire base. Yo, I want to cut a deal. Iron Fist King Li Qintren hears it and goes ballistic. Nam Cung Tu, you scumbag. I'm gonna rip you into confetti. Where you hiding? Come out. You spineless chicken. Hui projects back to stay hidden. Zip it, you glorified lapdog. I'm here to talk to the big boss, not his pets. Li Qintren thinks, did he just call me a dog? I'm Black Heaven royalty. He starts smashing everything in sight. Coward. Where are you? Come out and fight. You wreck the place and still call yourself a righteous hero. Do you have zero morals? Trieu Huy shoots back. What are you even babbling about? You scumbags run gambling dens, brothels, and hit jobs for cash, and you want to judge me? You animals don't get to preach. Shut your trap and let your boss handle this. By now, Hui's already inside the base. Hey, big boss, stop hiding to look cool. Come out or I blow the Emperor's fireworks sky high. The Black Heaven leader, Li Kung Kane, is totally blindsided. He knows about that. He projects back. That's impossible. Trieu Huy doubles down. Keep testing me, and see how much of your treasure pile is left when the dust settles. Li Kung Kane goes dead silent. Trieu Huy presses on. Get out of Jiangxi province, or else. Or maybe I snitch to the governor. Nah, you guys are probably in bed together. I'll just go straight to the Emperor with the receipts. Li Kung Kane starts sweating bullets. If I get busted with stolen royal explosives, the truce between the court and the martial world is toast. The royals won't care if we're a good or evil sect, they'll wipe us all out. He screams, you psycho. You want to pull a kamikaze mission and take us all down. Huy immediately sends his two floating swords hovering right over the center of the base. Kan's face goes pale. Stop. Huy asks, you leaving town or not? Kan composes himself. We're talking about 8,000 lives here. Kid, quit spouting fairy tales and be real. Huy gives a wicked laugh. So no deal? You really think your 8,000 goons are going to be safe if I nuke that warehouse? You sure you can handle that kind of fallout? Kan is fuming but keeps his cool. I want to kill this guy. Is he really the noble Nam Cung Tu? He's got the skills, but he acts like a total street punk. The guy is masking his voice with energy, so no age ID. Kan yells, show your face. You expect me to negotiate with a ghost. Huy sees right through the trap. Yeah, right. You got Iron Fist and a squad of assassins waiting to jump me. You think I was born yesterday? I know exactly how snakes like you operate. Hugh taunts, hey Iron Knuckles, give it up, you won't find me. You guys just stalling for time. Suddenly, Huy splits his swords, sending them zooming in opposite directions. Kan panics and chases one, screaming, no. He thinks, it's probably a bluff, but I can't risk it. If that's a real attack, it's game over. He has zero choice. Kan unleashes his ultimate move. Heavenly Tribulation Dragon Fang. Massive energy forms into countless dragon fangs, aiming straight for Yu's blade. It hits like a dragon strike, shattering the sword instantly. But the blade dissolves into thin air. It was a fake. A decoy. Boom. Another building in the compound detonates and burns to ash. Kan loses it. You little rat. Let's see who burns out first, your mana or my fortress. Get him. He orders everyone to swarm the gunpowder stash. The Black Heaven troops scream back, sir, yes sir. They set up a 4-layer defense at the depot. 2 perimeters outside, 1 on the 2nd floor and 1 on the roof. The place is leaking, killing intent. Huy strolls across a nearby rooftop. So they're putting all their eggs in one basket? Fine by me. Ideally, for his clan, a chaotic Jiangxi is good, but he needs a plan B. He projects his voice again. Man, you guys are high maintenance. Fine, I'll give you a discount on my demands. Li Kungkang replies icily, talk. Huy lays it out. I want 3 things. 1. Cut ties with your buddies in Tangchuan and cancel your alliance with the Greenwood Syndicate. 2. Transfer all your business ops in Jiangxi over to the Trieu clan. Third condition. You sell land to the Trieu family. As much as they want. That's my final offer. You refuse, and I flatten this whole place. Li Huangcan was sweating bullets. He knows everything. Even our secret pact with the Green Forest bandits. I bury that intel deep. I bet even the Martial Alliance doesn't know about that. But how does he know about the Trieu family business? That massive operation. That's why we're doing all this. Intel says the Trieu clan rakes in 710,000 gold pieces a year. If our plan works, we basically own the whole province. But now he wants us to let the Trieu family set up shop here. Wait, thinking about it. That's not actually bad for us. Hop-Fi is booming right now, bigger than the other major cities. If that money starts flowing into our territory, we get rich. And if they do business with the Dark Sect, the Martial Alliance is going to flip out. Is that his game? Expanding the family business while causing drama? I wonder how the good guys will react to the Nam Cung family working with us. Interesting. Li Huangcan shouted, "Deal." His warriors protested, "Boss, we can't compromise." IY turned to them. "You got a better idea?" The warriors immediately shut their mouths and looked at the floor. I yelled back up, "But if the Martial Alliance tries to block our business, you gotta promise to handle them." Trieu Huy telepathically replied, "Duh. If they try anything, I'll punish them." Li Huangcan was stunned. Huh. He looked at his crew. "Punish? Did you guys hear him say punish?" The warriors nodded. "Yeah, boss." Loud and clear, the henchman thought to himself. So, the Namgung clan really decided to hammer the Martial Alliance. Humph. He smirked, whispering to himself like a villain in a movie. "Namgung Su, you absolute madman." Things just got spicy. Then, loud enough for Trieu Huy to hear, he added, "You got it, boss." That was the deal, after all. Trieu Huy grinned like he'd just won the lottery. The sun came up, blasting light everywhere. Down at a spot near Poyang Lake, the squad Cao Cao Van, Truong Nat Long, Truong Ho, Trangia Ho, and Diem Thuong Lok was chowing down. Lok was talking with his mouth full, absolutely zero manners. To me, he just looks like a total rookie. Truong Ho snapped his head up. "You talking smack about me?" He sighed, rolling his eyes. "It is way too early for your nonsense, man." Lok looked genuinely confused. "The math ain't mathing. You look 20, max. But that middle-aged dude calls you big bro. So, two options. Either that guy is wearing a mask, or you're a straight-up boomer in a Zoomer suit." Truong Nat Long looked around, confused. "Who you calling middle-aged? Lok?" Lok pointed a finger right in Truong Nat Long's face. "I'm talking to you. Why are you calling a baby-faced kid like him big bro?" Long snapped. He jumped up, grinding his teeth, eyes looking like he was ready to eat Lok for breakfast. Cao Cao Van stepped in to play referee. "Chill out. Who cares if he looks 20-something? Lok, shut it." Lok wasn't buying it. "You gotta be kidding me." Long was turning purple with rage, ready to end Lok's entire bloodline. He screamed some gibberish. Lok gave him a side eye. "Wait, for real? You're actually only 4 years younger than me?" He thought to himself, "Dang, what kind of trauma did this guy go through to age like milk?" Trangia Huy giggled, throwing massive shade. "Yikes. That's a 23-year-old's face? That's rough, buddy." Truong Nat Long fired back. "You look worse. You look like a walking zombie, neither human nor ghost." Trangia Huy clapped back instantly. "Go to hell, you jerk." The guy who looked ancient, Truong Nat Long, grumbled. "Why do you always look like you've been drained of blood?" Suddenly, footsteps approached. Truong Ho jumped up like a soldier at attention. "Boss Trio." Trieu Huy immediately started roasting them. "Can you guys quit the bowing routine? Seriously, if you go one day without being extra, are you going to break out in a rash or something?" Trieu Huy slapped a stack of papers onto the table. Cao Cao Van asked, "What's the loot?" Cao Cao Van picked up a sheet, his eyes popping out of his head. "This is." He read it, totally confused. "Hundreds of land deeds, all belonging to the Black Heaven Lotus." He paused. "Wait a sec, didn't I already have all your cash in the safe?" Trieu Huy grinned like a Cheshire cat. "The Black Heaven crew donated them, voluntarily. Can you believe it?" Cao Cao Van's jaw hit the floor. No way. He actually scammed the dumbest guys in the martial world. Meanwhile, over at the Namgung estate, Namgung Su was staring at a report, totally losing it. What in the actual? What is this mess? Namgung Su sat there questioning his sanity. "I haven't left my room. Who is writing this fan fiction about me?" Sure, the Black Heaven Lotus falling apart was great news. But who pulled the trigger? Someone used my signature move's formless sword, the whole 9 yards to wreck their HQ. If he was just flexing his skills, fine. But this guy stayed invisible. Sniped them from the shadows. Now the streets are saying the sky's sword. Hero did it. It was obviously Trieu Huy, but Nam Cung Su was the one trending for it. His reputation was on the line. Su sat there, looking like a deflated balloon. He thought 10,000 fighters in the Martial Alliance have zero clue about the evil cult teaming up with the Nos Cash Lamb. I'm shocked they knew about the plot but still chose to scatter. That was a massive army from Manhwa. They could have wiped us out. This is a huge win, theoretically. Being called a hero is cool and all, but the reward from the Alliance leader isn't going to cover this stress. He coughed. Nam Cung Bok panicked. Boss, you okay? I'm good, Su replied. Nam Cung Su was spiraling. What's the play here? I have no idea what the Black Heaven guys will do next. The rumors have already hit Manhwa. Soon, everyone will know someone is catfishing as me. Nam Cung Bok hesitated. Sir, there's one more letter. Su groaned. What now? More bad news? Su sighed. Fine. Hand it over. Let's deal with all the garbage at once. It's from Trieu Huy, Bok said. Su skimmed it, then exploded. That absolute dirtbag. Nam Cung Bok was sweating bullets. He goes, Grandmaster Nam Cung too. Literally everyone in the martial arts world knows we run the Trieu family. But these guys have the nerve to use the Trieu name to buy up every inch of land in Jiangxi. It looks like Trieu Huy is planning a hostile takeover to turn Nam Thuong into a bandit paradise. Our business needs to stay focused on the evil sect's central turf. Yo, if we launch this biz, we gotta split the dough with a Black Heaven Lotus crew. That's a huge red flag, could get the Nam Cung fam booted from the Martial Alliance. Trieu Huy wrote in his letter, Sorry pops, my bad. Totally on me. After reading that, Nam Cung just stood up and slammed his hand on the desk, screaming, Hell no. I'm heading to Nam Thuong right now. Get my gear ready. Nam Cung Bok tried to chill him out, like, Boss, take a breath. But Nam Cung Tu's face went dark, shouting, Chill? You want me to just sit here and watch everything burn? Nam Cung Bok immediately barked at his subordinate, Manager, go pack our bags. Forget the entourage, I'm rolling solo with the boss. The manager replied, You got it. The next morning at Lake Ba Duong, the sunset was hugging the water, totally peaceful vibes. In a small pavilion, Cao Cao, Van, and Trieu Huy were taking a stroll. Cao Van asked, Penny for your thoughts? Trieu Huy replied, I'm wondering if folks in the Central Plains could handle living on top of each other. Cao Cao Van looked confused. Living close? What are you getting at? Trieu Huy grinned. I'm picking your brain about construction. With your skills and our current tech, how high can we actually build a tower? Standing in the Central Plains, Cao Cao Van asked seriously, What's the budget on resources? Trieu Huy shrugged, Unlimited. Sky's the limit. Cao Cao Van was skeptical. And people are going to live in this thing? Trieu Huy nodded. You bet. Cao Van rubbed his chin, calculating, I guess we could hit 5 or 6 floors. Maybe 7 if we really push the envelope. Trieu Huy dropped a bomb. What if we ditch the wood and use iron? And not just iron, but steel. Cao Cao Van zoned out, thinking hard. Steel as a foundation and pillars, the cost would be absolutely astronomical. He couldn't even imagine the price tag, but if money wasn't an issue, Cao Cao Van said, I'd need to crunch the numbers for a solid answer, but I think double the wood height is doable. Steel's durability and weight are a whole different ball game. Trieu Huy asked, So, tell me straight, if we use steel, can we hit 10 floors? Cao Cao Van answered confidently, Yeah, absolutely. Trieu Huy smirked and said, Awesome. 10-story steel tower. Start the blueprints today. Cao Cao Van was puzzled. Wait, why though? Wouldn't it be more efficient to build 10 smaller buildings with 2 or 3 floors instead of one giant monster? Nope, that doesn't work. Trieu Huy said with swag, I'm building over 20 steel towers right on the lakefront. Cao Cao Van gasped. Say what? Trieu Huy was thinking. Just pop a window open and boom, instant lake view whenever you want. Soaking up the majestic scenery from way up high, the river and grass welcoming us to the world outside, the family estate. Cao Cao Van was confused. Then it clicked. He got hyped. Hold up. You mean you want to build these towers as homes for people to live in? Trieu Huy said, First, let me check your sketches. But right now, I'm thinking about fitting 2 units per floor. Cao Cao Van started. But that would. Trieu Huy cut in, revealing his master plan. First floor is the lobby and the Trieu family bakery. Second floor will be the Trieu family store. We'll sell our own merch. People living in these 10-story high-rises won't need to trek far to grab iced tea or a burger. They won't even have to go outside for booze. They just take the stairs down and see the massive Trieu empire right there. Cao Cao Van was floored, muttering in awe. Whoa. He thought, I never imagined a housing concept like this. This is evolution. Cao Cao said excitedly. I bet a tower like this will be super high-end. People are gonna fight tooth and nail to live here. Trieu Huy replied, Meh, since it's made of steel, the rent is gonna be steep. Trieu Huy figured the view of Lake Poyang would jack up the price too. People love living near water, humans can't resist the liquid appeal. He continued, we can set the price tag after it's built. The only issue is making sure the floor plan fits the ratio. Cao realized it and thought, this guy is a business god. Never seen anyone like him, never will again. A legend bringing the first modern residential district in history to this era. Suddenly, a laugh from the Overlord Man Duke echoed from the Blood Jade. Ha ha ha. The Overlord thought, I've been watching this kid for 7 years now. His achievements, too long to list, started with a tiny shop and a mountain of debt, yet he managed to hustle and flow, knowing exactly when to push and when to pull. The Trieu family has the whole Hefei market in the palm of their hand. And now, not just Hefei, he's grabbed Anhui province too. He didn't stop there. That trip to Jiangxi woke him up, made him sharper, more rational, and way smarter. He's determined and knows how to be brutal when necessary. What impresses me most is that while the Trieu biz took the win, all the drama and gossip got dumped on the Nam Cung family. He's super practical. Keeps a cool head, willing to toss aside useless things even honored to hit his goals. That's king energy right there. But the best part is the squad he's built around him. So much talent. You got the young master of the Nam Cung clan, Trieu Huy, the top student of the Physician King, Trieu Nat Long, the young master of the Two Cat clan, Ta Cat Van, the Grim Reaper Ta Liam Dao, and Diem Thuong Lok from the Black Heaven Lotus, plus the ghostly poison expert Hong Lai Tu and Trangjia Hu. These guys are like oil and water, enemies from the good and evil factions, yet here they are. Their future paths all converge on one key factor, Trieu Huy. Whether they respect or fear his martial arts, nobody can deny this kid's business genius and strategic vision. Everything revolves around his existence. Ruthless, cold-blooded, scheming. The world paints me with the nastiest words possible. But who would have guessed that the guy with the strongest crew under his command is actually yours truly? The Overlord grinned and said, Ha, you really must be the reincarnation of Trieu Man Duck. Trieu Huy looked confused. What's that supposed to mean? The Overlord continued, you aren't planning to build your own private army, kid. Trieu Huy was surprised. An army? Seriously. The Overlord said darkly, you think this martial arts world is big enough for you? Even if you win everything here, it's just a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Trieu Huy thought to himself, is this old dude trying to make me a king or something? The Overlord clenched his fist, his face dead serious. The richer and stronger you get, the more targets you paint on your back. It's inevitable. So, the only way to squash the drama is to sit on top of the world. He meant total domination. Trieu Huy replied, are you talking about the shaman tribe? Ba Vuong gave him the cold shoulder and said, Humph. The Vu clan is just a drop in the bucket. As long as we breathe the same air, the Trieu family isn't going anywhere fast. The Vu clan's rise is all because of that one thing. Trieu Huy tilted his head. And what thing would that be? Ba Vuong broke it down. Even the current emperor is clueless. We're talking about a non-human entity here. Something that can track, exploit, and even decide who lives or dies. There are 1,000,004 ways to describe it, but it's all still pretty foggy. That gemstone is an heirloom passed down from them. You could say everything in existence is under their thumb. Maybe you and I are just dancing right under their noses. Then the sword god, Trieu Huy, chimed in. Listen up. Even if you've made a name for yourself as a grandmaster, you're still a toddler compared to them. Mortals like us shouldn't poke the bear. Even if you hit peak power, don't look them in the eye. Run for the hills immediately. They flattened the Mount Hua sect with a single kick. Trieu Huy got nervous. But what about people on their level? Nope, even higher. Suddenly, Cao Cao burst in clutching a stack of papers, slammed them on the desk, and said, I'm ready to start the blueprints. Take a look for me? Trieu Huy shrugged. I'm not exactly an expert in this field. Ta Cao unrolled the designs, trying to convince him. But you're way better at math than me. Your help is huge. First off, I estimated the load-bearing capacity of that steel we want to use and laid it out in these block formations. After running the numbers, this is the only viable way to build a skyscraper-style structure. But the biggest headache is the water situation. Getting water up to the penthouse for daily use is going to be a nightmare. Trieu Huy snapped his fingers. Oh, right. He realized this world doesn't exactly have elevators or escalators yet, so plumbing is a beast. He mused, I think we can fix it by putting a massive water tank on the roof and designing a pipe system to gravity feed it down to each floor. That should solve it, but now we have groundwater issues. Trieu Huy really just wanted to install a modern toilet in this 10-story high-rise. I'm used to those fancy wall-mounted commodes, but are there any potters in this era skilled enough to make a porcelain toilet? Maybe that's not the biggest hurdle. Trieu Huy groaned. Ugh, wait. Then he kept thinking, speaking of which, thermal insulation is a problem too. To supply hot water for 10 floors, we need a boiler and a giant coal furnace up on the roof. If we try to use a stone heating system, the building will collapse. Then it hit him, rubber hoses for heating systems haven't been invented yet, so we have to use iron pipes, but the weight and rust are going to be a disaster. Man, I really should have majored in engineering. Trieu Huy face-palmed, sighed, and said, shelve that for now. I need to see if there are other materials we can use. This needs way more brain power. Just then, Trieu Huy and DM Thuong Lok walked in. Tran asked, so, what are we supposed to do? Trieu Huy waved them off like flies. I don't need you guys anymore. Pack your bags and head back to the Black Heaven Lotus. They both jaw-dropped. You gotta be kidding me. DM Thuong Lok fumed. You promised you wouldn't snitch to the evil sect or Nak Cash Lam that we were the ones who leaked the base locations. Trieu Huy yawned, looking bored. Yeah, whatever. DM Thuong Lok lost it, screaming, ugh, holy crap, I can't believe this guy. That's 2 human lives on the line here. Get serious, you moron. Trieu Huy turned cold, shooting him a glare. Didn't you used to brag about slaughtering 10 martial artists with your bare hands, and now you're whining about just 2 lives? DM Thuong Lok shouted. Damn it, those scumbags deserve to meet their maker. Trieu Huy replied flatly, so do you. DM was furious but powerless, letting out a frustrated scream. Trieu Hui's face went dark, his eyes radiating killing intent. Then get on your knees. You trash. Immediately, Trieu Huy and DM Thuong Lok dropped to the floor. Yes, boss. Trieu Huy frowned, looking annoyed. Do you want to keep breathing or not? DM Thuong Lok stammered, terrified. Yes, absolutely, boss. Trieu Huy tossed 2 papers at them. Sign these. DM Thuong Lok read it, confused. What's this? Employee evaluation? Trieu Huy explained. It's a ranking system in our organization. DM lit up. So, employee is a high rank, right? Trieu Huy was blunt. Nope. Bottom of the food chain. DM Thuong Lok exploded. 70 coppers a month? Are you messing with me? Even the waiters at the tea shop make more than that. Trieu Huy shrugged innocently. Read rule number 4. There are performance bonuses. DM yelled back. This is highway robbery. I drink 2 jars of wine and I'm broke. Trieu Huy asked softly. Do you like being alive? DM hung his head and cursed. Son of a... Trieu Huy pointed a finger right in his face, mocking him. From now on, go out and find me skilled carpenters, masons, potters, basically any construction expert you can find. Drag them back here. I'll pay you 5 times what they make. Deal? DM Thuong Lok swore again, still salty. Screw it. Understood. Trieu Huy raised her hand. What about me? Do I just sit around doing nothing? Trieu Huy asked coldly. Well, what are you good at? Tran mimed, choking herself. Grinning. Murder. Trieu Huy sighed, disappointed. You like crawling onto the roof and staring at the lake, don't you? DM interrupted. Yeah, that's her crazy hobby. Trieu Huy nodded. Good. Climb up there every day and keep watch. If you see anything suspicious, report back to me immediately. Can you handle that? Trieu Huy laughed. Piece of cake. Meanwhile, back at the Black Heaven Lotus headquarters, Lai Kwang Can asked, have we figured out what he's up to yet? He thought to himself. After the deal went down, that guy in the demon mask showed up. At first, we all thought he was the Azure Sword hero, but then we realized the voice belonged to some young kid. The problem is, during the whole negotiation, I could feel the aura of a martial arts expert coming off him. So, is it possible the guy who crashed our party wasn't the Azure Sword hero at all? The masked kid that Lai Kwang Can was sweating over? Yeah, that was Trieu Huy. But he didn't know that yet. His advisor chimed in. All the S-tier fighters in the Nam Cung clan are locked down in the Heaven Blue Wing. We think this guy might be some random Smurf account leveling up on his own. Lai Kwang Can kept grilling him. Yo, what's the deal with that young heir though? What's his story? The advisor hit him with the stats. Look, at the tournament, dude was already borderline S-tier. It's been 6 years since then. Even if he's a total prodigy or born with a silver spoon, he couldn't have cracked the god tier level yet. Impossible. But something smells fishy. Lai Kwang Can was like, spill it. The advisor continued, it's about the guy the Nam Cung family adopted. The boss of the Trieu Corporation. Lai Kwang Can frowned. Does this dude know Kung Fu? Because the head honcho of the Trieu biz never looked like he could throw hands. He just looks like a standard money-chasing merchant. That made Li Can pause for a beat, scratching his head, but he couldn't dig up any more dirt. Suddenly, the advisor pictured the masked guy and it clicked. He immediately snitched, boss. The merchant who bought up literally all the real estate around Lake Po Yang is that Trieu Huy guy. I'd bet my life he's got the same vibe as that masked weirdo who visited us. We need to look into this as soon as possible. Li Can nodded. You're on it. Make it happen. The advisor bowed low. You got it, boss. Just one thing though, purely for my own curiosity, can I ask you something? Li Can raised an eyebrow. Rare for you to be nosy. Go ahead. Shoot. The advisor got serious. About giving away our sects land for $0. Why did you make that call? Li Can smirked. Because that guy made a mental deal with me. Guess how long this contract lasts? 3 years. Hearing 3 years made the advisor jump out of his skin. That guy's got guts. Li Can flashed a creepy, steel-cold smile. He's definitely playing the long game, planning to make us his pets. Once those 3 years are up, I bet he starts making some totally insane demands. The advisor kept his mouth shut, not saying another word. Inside, he was screaming. If you know that, why give him the land, bro? Li Can pushed himself up from his chair. Just him standing there made the air feel heavy enough to crush a soda can. He declared, if things go sideways, that scumbag is gonna try to swipe our warehouses and bases. To dodge that nightmare scenario, I'll just drop some cash to move the Black Heaven Lotus squad somewhere else. We need to overhaul the security system for the treasures right now. Liquidate everything into banknotes and stash them in a secret location. Easy peasy. I'm just dying to see his reaction when the rug gets pulled. Now that he's got the land, he's going to dump a truckload of capital into it. And once he turns that place into a booming metropolis, I guarantee we will snatch it right back. The day our crew rises up is the day he crashes and burns. Meanwhile, over in Anhui City, things were getting as busy as herp. Fee! A carriage pulled up at the gate. A young dude hopped out, bowing to Trieu Huy. Welcome back, boss. Trieu Huy strolled over, cool as a cucumber. Anything go down while I was gone? The guy standing in front of him reported, Yo, those heavy hitters who went to the North Sea? They got back 4 days ago. That news made Trieu Huy flinch a little. Did anyone tag along with them from the north? The kid nodded enthusiastically. Oh yeah, and thanks to those guests, our place has been rowdier than a frat house lately. Trieu Huy looked a bit panicked. Why? Did something bad happen? Totally missing the boss's stress, the kid grinned like an idiot. Nah, those heroes brought back a guy and a girl from the north. Rumor has it they're absolute tens, like model status. Everyone's been trying to sneak a peek at them. Trieu Huy had seen plenty of gorgeous women, so he kept his cool despite the hype. The underling, however, was totally simping. Seriously, boss, they're like angels that fell from the sky. Trieu Huy rolled his eyes and headed inside. The second he walked in, the first thing he saw was a mob of people huddled together, gossiping like teenagers. Probably gawking at the supermodels, the kid mentioned, Trieu Huy thought. Slacking off on company time? Seriously. Then, Trieu Huy actually stopped in his tracks. A girl was walking toward him, and she was. Wow. She was rocking a winter coat, with white hair flowing down to her ankles, ocean blue eyes, and cheeks flushed pink like a 20-year-old influencer. She was the main character. Period. Her vibe was brighter than the first day of spring. Meanwhile, old man Hung Dai-Du looked furious. Took you long enough. Meet Master Snow White and Miss Snow Smart. Trieu Huy immediately switched to business mode, bowing politely. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Trieu Huy. His smooth manners shocked the bystanders. Miss Snow Smart asked, So, you're the guy who owns the 10,000-year ice crystal? That's me. Trieu Huy replied. I actually made it. By the way, did my crew explain the terms and conditions of your visit? Master Snow White cut in. Until we see the ice crystal, we're not answering 20 questions. Fair enough. Trieu Huy shrugged. Right this way. He gestured to the right. Just as they were leaving, Hung Dai-Du screamed, Hey, what about us? Are you seriously just going to let us walk away? Trieu Huy seriously felt like these guys were a total headache. He shooed them away like flies. Do I look like a cheapskate who breaks promises? Go back to your precious big mountain or whatever middle of nowhere place you came from. The second he said it, the gang bolted like their pants were on fire, crying snotty tears of joy. They were screeching like escaped zoo animals, so much for being tough gangsters. Watching them scatter, Trieu Huy wondered, should I feed the guests some buns before the show? He decided to just lead the two guests to the stash. The entrance to the 10,000-year ice crystal vault was tiny, barely wide enough for two people to squeeze through. Inside, there was a staircase leading down to a basement. Trieu Huy pointed the way, and the three of them descended. They didn't even have to get close to feel the insane energy radiating off the crystal. The temperature dropped so hard it felt like the North Pole in there. Standing in front of that intense, chilling aura, Master Snow White and Miss Snow Smart couldn't take their eyes off it. This was the legendary loot everyone wanted, the kind of treasure people would literally kill each other over. I've been dreaming about this moment forever, Snow White thought, finally seeing it in real life. This is why we bailed on our ancestors, changed our last names, and ate so much dirt, just for this. Seeing it makes me want to cry. Right before Mom kicked the bucket, she wouldn't stop talking about this 10,000-year ice crystal. The feels were hitting Master Snow White hard, turning into anger. How dare these randoms possess such a holy artifact? He fumed silently. Wait, using our sacred North Sea ice as air conditioning? The Ice Prince had a mini-stroke thinking about it. Trieu Huy didn't care about his feelings. He pointed at the eternal ice crystal. Serious question, why are you North Sea guys always broke? Ever heard of supply and demand? Ice is super rare in the Central Plains. It's pricey. You're sitting on a gold mine. You can make bank just selling a few chunks. If I were you, I'd corner the entire ice market and be swimming in cash. The Ice Prince looked salty. Is this guy serious? Disrespecting the sacred frost like that? The ice god arts used to terrify the whole server. Every time an ice master showed up, it was a bloodbath. One hit would freeze entire maps, rivers, mountains, everything. That guy turned 10 top-tier warriors into popsicles in a split second.
People trembled at the name. And this clown wants us to use our legendary powers to run a convenience store?
Total lack of respect for the grind. Trieu Huy noticed they looked triggered. Why the long faces? Got something to say? I thought you guys were here to handle business. They just stared at him like he grew a second head. Trieu Huy shrugged and kept talking. Let's talk numbers. I'll lend you the eternal ice crystal for as long as you want. In exchange, you work for me. Pretty sure my guy already briefed you on the terms. Young Master Snow Ice was clenching his jaw so tight it was practically vibrating, and even the guys standing next to him could feel the rage radiating off him. He was thinking, wait, for real? Is this guy actually trying to turn a lethal weapon into a side hustle? Tuyet Bang could not keep his cool anymore. He immediately started trash-talking Trieu Huy, telling him to shut his trap. It wasn't just anger. The guy pointed up and basically signaled game over. Get out. Meanwhile, Tuyet Bang's hand was charging up this blue energy that looked exactly like the stuff the 10,000-year ice crystal gives off. It was crystallizing right in his palm, forming a blue orb about the size of a catcher's mitt. He screamed out in rage, "You are solo in this lobby, and you still dare to talk smack like that. You must have an ego the size of the sky." Neither Tuyet Bang nor Tuyet Hyen seemed to realize that Trieu Huy could probably send them both to meet their ancestors with a single move, so they kept acting all high and mighty. On the flip side, Trieu Huy was cool as a cucumber. He stared at that energy ball in Tuyet Bang's hand and thought, sick graphics, man. The moisture in the air is condensing, getting dense, hitting absolute zero, and instantly creating these countless vortexes that just keep ramping up in power. The perfection of this math formula is basically converting compressed air into sound waves instantly. Aside from the sword techniques, I would say this skill has reached the top of the meta. After charging up for a while, Tuyet Bang fired that thing straight at Trieu Huy. But hey, he just stood there, didn't even twitch. Right when it was about to graze his shirt, the attack suddenly swerved and smashed into the rocks in the room. Talk about all bark and no bite. It was purely for show and did not even crack a single stone. Then, like a glitch in the Matrix, Trieu Huy appeared right behind the two of them, grinning like a kid. Wow, crazy fast. With speed like that, we could definitely do long-distance shipping. Seeing that Trieu Huy did not have a scratch on him, both of them started cursing up a storm. Tuyet Bang called him a son of a gun, but internally he was thinking, okay, this guy isn't just your average salesman. Tuyet Bang formed 2 ice crystals in his hands, prepping a move called the White Water God Fist, second style. North Wind combo. Waves of ice energy shot out with this snowy special effect that looks super cinematic. But let's be real, flashy visual effects do not always equal high damage. Trieu Huy didn't even bother fighting back, he just zigzagged around, dodging everything. Watching all those attacks hit the surrounding rocks, he actually looked kinda satisfied. Meanwhile, Tuyet Bang was wheezing, totally gassed out and low-key terrified. Trieu Huy said, "Whoa. Normally it takes 3 hours to freeze this room naturally, and you just ice the whole place with one move. Why waste a talent like that on murder? Just chill and listen to my pitch. That move you just used is the most viable one for hurting people, right? And whether it did damage or not, it still froze 11 solid blocks of ice. You got other skills with that same area of effect freezing capability?" Tuyet Bang felt a bit weird about the question but answered, Obviously. The old 5 secrets in the whitewater god fist and the snowy heaven style. Trieu Huy asked, and how many blocks of ice could those moves freeze? About 50, Tuit Bang answered, which made Trieu Huy happier than a kid in a candy store. Hu said, see. So, how many times can you spam that move? The two Snow brothers looked at Trieu Huy laughing like a maniac and got confused. Tuit Bang, now actually scared, said, 4 or 5 times. Trieu Huy continued, is that so? Guess it drains your stamina bar pretty hard. Anyway, one ice block is worth 13 silver coins. Let's do some quick math. 50 blocks per cast, full power 4 times. That equals 200 blocks. Hearing that, the brothers got nervous. Going all out physically every single day sounded like working themselves to death. But Trieu Huy kept going. Don't sweat the details. Bottom line, if you two can freeze 200 blocks, that converts to 2,600 silver coins. That is 260 gold coins. You can't get more productive than that. Seriously, you guys are basically walking ATMs. Tuit Bang and Tuit Hain looked like two idiots who didn't understand a word of the hustle. Trieu Huy was beaming. He didn't give them a chance to reply. Think about it. The 10,000-year ice crystal you guys want is right in front of you. Create 200 blocks, take a rest to regen mana, then rinse and repeat. If you keep grinding like that 5 or 6 times a day, your powers are going to get sharpened like crazy. Keep that streak up for 5 years, and imagine what level you will be at. You would basically be top-tier masters by then. Sounds like a sweet deal, but who knows if they would survive 5 years of that grind to become masters. The brothers still looked worried. Seeing them hesitate, Trieu Huy threw in his sweetener. I'll cut you guys in for 10% of the profits. Oh snap. Seriously, a deal this sweet. You won't find this anywhere else but here. I don't get why you two are moping around with long faces when we're sitting on a gold mine. Tuit Bang is clearly a rookie in business, looking completely clueless as he asks, so, this 10% you mentioned, how much is that exactly? Zhao Hui smirked that look that says he's plotting something nasty. Totally depends on your hustle. You know, working like dogs. Whoops, I mean, your professional dedication. That answer hit home for Shui Bing. He thought, with the clan back in the North Sea still huge, making some extra bread wouldn't hurt. But then the anxiety kicked in. There's a catch, isn't there? What kind of catch? Zhao Hui didn't blink. I just opened a new branch in Jiangxi, and I only need one of you to tag along. We don't need 2 ice wizards for one job. So, you two figure it out. Rock, paper, scissors. Your call. That demand went over like a lead balloon. Shui Bing and Shui Xian flipped out immediately. Are you crazy? I can't leave my brother. Zhao Hui saw that coming a mile away. He let out a long sigh. All right. Since you're so dramatic about splitting up, there is one other option. Spit it out. What is it? Shui Bing demanded. Zhao Hui replied, teach me those ice moves you just flashed. Shui Bing's face turned beet red with rage. He yelled, you scumbag. No way. We're not handing over our clan's secret sauce to some random outsider. Zhao Hui's playful vibe vanished. He locked eyes with them, dead serious. Meanwhile, behind his back, a snowflake was forming in his palm, straight up leeching energy off the 10,000-year ice crystal. Finally, he revealed it to Shui Bing and Shui Xian, his voice dropping to sub-zero temperatures. I'm just asking for a blessing here, guys. Honestly, this isn't really a request you can refuse. Just say yes. Staring at the thing in Zhao Hui's hand, both of their jaws hit the floor. They were speechless. Their brains were short-circuiting with questions. Shu Bing stared intensely at Zhao Hui's hand. He realized, wait, there's 0 spiritual ice energy in that thing. Is that pure ice essence? That move usually takes years of grinding in the coldest hellholes to master. Shu Bing couldn't hold it back. How did you copy-paste that after seeing it once? Zhao Hui flashed a smug grin. It's knockoff quality anyway. Performance-wise, it's trash compared to your real deal. That's why people always pay extra for the authentic brand, right? Zhao Hui waved his hand, and the snowflake vanished. He put on a face that made you want to punch him and said, but hey, I memorized every single pixel of your technique. So, what's it gonna be? Break up the band, or give me a tutorial. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Shu Xian started sweating bullets. I hate this, but I'll go. Her words shocked Shu Bing. He panicked. No way, you stay here. I'll go. Shu Xian looked fiercer than ever. She used to rely on her big bro for everything, but now she was stepping up to the plate solo. She said firmly, no, you're the one staying here. She thought about her home in the North Sea, about her family. In her mind, her brother was the last hope to save. Their people. Only he can rebuild the ice palace. She stepped forward, then turned back one last time. Big brother, bring home the win. Seeing his little sister sacrifice everything for him, watching the tears roll down her cheeks, Sui Bing started, shaking uncontrollably. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Shui Xian, if only the ice palace was strong enough. You should be safe, growing up like a princess, surrounded by love, and be the darling of the North Sea. But instead, you're dragging yourself through the mud to follow this money-hungry merchant. It's like you're being sold off. And it's all because we're too weak, too useless. That helplessness turned into fuel. Shu Bing walked over to the 10,000-year ice crystal. He sat right on top of the crystal, letting the freezing energy explode outwards. He swore to himself, I will become the ultimate ice master, and I will end that guy's life. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy got exactly what he wanted, so he didn't give 2 cents about what Shu Bing was thinking. He figured, as long as I keep the girl, I don't have to worry about that psycho stealing the ice crystal back. Plus, we can mass-produce ice now. Our market share is gonna double, maybe triple. After handling the ice business and some random chores, it was already late afternoon. Anhui City was buzzing. Trieu Huy and Princess Shui Xian were walking down a narrow street, but everyone kept staring and whispering about them. Who knows what the gossip was about? Suddenly, Trieu Huy grabbed her sleeve and yanked her into a dark alley. She didn't even have time to react. You stick out like a sore thumb, he said. Go change your outfit. Now. Shui Xian was shocked. I can't take this off. Her voice was so loud that the local vendors came running, yelling at Trieu Huy. Hey, look at this creep. Bullying a nice girl in broad daylight. Man, this generation is going down the toilet. Trieu Huy was getting real tired of this. He scowled and stomped his foot. Boom. The ground shook like an earthquake. A massive crater opened up right where he stood. He screamed at the crowd, mind your own damn business. Why do you people always have to be so nosy? Terrified, the mob scattered for their lives. They wouldn't be trying that hero act again anytime soon. Back to business, Trieu Huy explained. Look, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Wear local clothes. You're attracting way too much attention. Shu Xian flashed back to her childhood, thinking of her mother knitting. This outfit, my mother made it for me before she passed away. It took her years to finish. She used rare wolf pelts and sewed enough layers to last me until I grew up. This isn't just clothes. It's my mother's love. How can I just take it off? Trieu Huy waved his hands, trying not to look like a jerk. Okay, I get the sentimental value, but aren't you roasting in that fur? You're gonna smell like a locker room if you keep sweating in that. Sui Xian clutched her chest, her face turning bright red. Who knows what kind of weird ideas were running through her head? Trieu Huy sighed. Women. Who understands them? He leaned in, playing the blunt guy role. Am I wrong? It's humid and hot as hell out here. You wear that, you're gonna melt into a puddle. Didn't you see everyone staring, or do you like being the center of attention? Shui Xian blinked. What does center of attention mean? Trieu Huy is the kind of guy who's a bit eccentric and actually enjoys being the center of attention. After thinking for a second, Trieu Huy says, fine, I'll switch outfits, but I'm not tossing this one. Please keep it safe at the manor for me. Trieu Huy nods. You got it. No problem. Decision made. Trieu Huy takes Trieu Huy to a clothing store in the city. Before they even hit the door, a guy rushes out to greet them, super enthusiastic. Oh, welcome. Please, come on in. Trieu Huy tells the guy, hey boss, pick out something that suits this lady for me. The salesman hasn't even made a sale yet, but flashes a totally corporate smile, saying, hey, you really hit the jackpot, sir. This young lady is a total knockout. Getting ready for a wedding, perhaps. The shopkeeper's comment makes Trieu Huy's face twitch with annoyance. In your dreams, just regular gear for a martial artist. Keep it simple, nothing fancy. Seeing the customer getting annoyed, the shopkeeper reads the room immediately. Ah, right away, sir. And he sprints inside to grab the goods. In a flash, the owner brings out a white outfit with some sparkling gold accents. Holding the clothes, Trieu Huy says, don't pick bright colors like this. Get something dark. And don't you have any softer fabric? Hearing Trieu Huy's demands, the old shopkeeper starts stuttering. Huh. Oh, right. Yes. I'll go swap it immediately. The old man brings out a black outfit, but he looks like he's about to cry. Probably terrified he'll have to go back and swap it again. Trieu Huy examines it for a moment, then looks at Trieu Huy. Here, go change into this. Trieu Huy looks a bit reluctant to take off her current clothes, but for the future of her clan, she has no choice. A moment later, Trieu Huy steps out wearing the black outfit from the changing room. As soon as they see her, both Trieu Huy and the shopkeeper are speechless. The image of a girl with a petite frame and silver hair like a breeze, chasing away all sorrow. Both men think the same thing. Holy cow, the clothes really do make the person. Trieu Huy sighs and says, "Does your shop have anything for middle-aged women? Something loose and comfortable, and throw in a hat to cover her face." The employee says, "Yes," but Trieu Huy pouts a little and says, "But I like this one." Trieu Huy says, "Well, at least wear the hat. Walking around showing your face like that is just asking for trouble." Trieu Huy replies, "Meum," while secretly thinking, "This is the first time anyone has ever bought clothes for me." A while later at the hotel, Trieu Huy is chilling on a chair, a bowl of noodles in front of him, with a waiter standing by. Two chefs are also standing nearby. General Manager Lai says, "Good morning, boss." Trieu Huy casually finishes the whole bowl, slurping every last drop until it's clean enough not to wash, then says, "Ha, the flavor is authentic. Good job." Trieu Huy praises the two chefs. "You guys have solid skills. A hotel that doesn't have killer noodle soup isn't even worth calling a hotel. Keep the ingredients and seasoning exactly like this for the broth." The two chefs are hyped and respond, "Yes, sir, we understand." Trieu Huy signals the chefs to leave, and the waiter clears the table. Then Trieu Huy turns to General Manager Lai. "No hard feelings about your pay getting docked for not managing the chaos earlier, right?" Manager Lai replies, "I wouldn't dare complain. I'm actually ashamed. This old man promises never to make a mistake like that again." Trieu Huy touches his fingertips together in a pyramid shape and coldly says, "Two people made the same mistake, so I have to be fair and punish both of you equally. Company rules are company rules. I hope you don't hold a grudge." Then Trieu Huy holds out Trieu Huy's old clothes and says, "Oh, one more thing. Store this for me for a while." The manager takes it with both hands and replies, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the manager touches the clothes and gasps, "Whoa." Trieu Huy looks surprised. "What is it?" The manager smiles and says, "The North Sea clan has incredible sewing skills. This isn't just some ordinary animal skin coat." Trieu Huy gets curious. "For real?" The manager smiles broadly, pointing at a seam, and says, "Yes, take a look at this." Even though the fabric has some stains, the stitching between the leather layers and the grain is in pristine condition. If a tailor from the Central Plains tried this coat would have fallen apart ages ago. Trieu Huy exclaims, "Oh?" At this moment, Trieu Huy slowly walks down the stairs toward Trieu Huy. He excitedly turns and asks, "Who made this cloak for you?" Trieu Huy innocently replies, "Our mother did." Trieu Huy asks curiously, "Is your mother a saddle maker?" Trieu Huy doesn't get it and asks, "What is a saddle maker?" Trieu Huy explains, "It's a craftsman who specializes in making leather goods." Trieu Huy says naively, "In the north, we don't have a job like that. Mother is just in charge of sewing clothes." Trieu Huy is surprised. "You mean every woman in the North Sea has top-tier sewing skills like this?" Trieu Huy answers, "Well, my mother is definitely superior. My skills aren't as good as hers." Trieu Huy is surprised. "So you know how to make leather clothes too?" Trieu Huy replies, "That's right. I'm not as good as mother, but I know how to do it." Trieu Huy excitedly says, "Let's sign a contract," thinking to himself, "Here comes the money." Trieu Huy is confused by Trieu Huy's reaction and asks, "What does a contract mean?" Trieu Huy says with a beaming face, "Please teach my people your leather working techniques. Naturally, I'll give you something of equal value in return." Then Trieu Huy turns to the manager and says, "Hold on, old man Lai. What do you think if we opened a leather shop?" The manager smiles and replies, "That's a brilliant idea." Trieu Huy strokes his chin with a scheming look, thinking, "I've just been treating her like a subordinate, but this girl is an actual treasure trove." Suddenly, someone walks in, followed by a growing crowd standing at the door of Trieu Huy's room. The leader says, "Boss, I brought 3/4 of the workforce from the Anhai Iron Works." Trieu Huy looks at the group and thinks, 3/4? That's going to slow down production at the iron works. But whatever. I have no choice. I need them to make H-beams. H-beams are used in construction. Trieu Huy waves his hand forward and smiles. "You guys got here fast. Let's get to work." Dominating the market, Grand Merchant pacifies the world. Trieu Huy steps outside and says, "Full speed ahead to Jiangxi." The workers all cheer in unison. The next day in Nam Chang, the sunset is blazing over the glittering lake's surface. At a restaurant by Poyang Lake, people are bustling in and out. Suddenly, there is a man standing in front of the restaurant, shouting loudly, "Nat Long, you traitor, your master is here. Get your face out here and welcome me." It is the great king of the forest, possessing an imposing aura. Thiet Hung Fetch kept yelling, "I said get out here. You want me to demolish this place before you show your face. Right as he finished speaking, Trong Nat Long opened the door, surprised. Huh, master? Why are you here? Without a word, Thiet Hung Fakch teleported behind him and grabbed him. Long, caught off guard, choked out, "Ack, let go of me." Thiet Hung Fakch raged. You think any news in the underworld escapes the eyes and ears of No Catch Lamb? I tried to be patient, but I'm done. Thiet Hung Fakch threatened. So, you're playing the role of the righteous hero now. Huh? Truong Nat Long gasped in fear, then spoke up as the fist was inches from his face. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Thiet Hung Fakch replied, a righteous hero begging for forgiveness from No Catch Lamb? How does that taste? Long snapped back, damn it, this is exactly why I left. Why are you still planning to beat me to a pulp without listening to a single word I say? What am I, your pet dog? Why do I have to take this abuse every single day? Thiet Hung Fakch angrily retorted, are you saying your eternal iron armor body is useless? That martial art uses physical trauma as the basis for training. It is a top-tier skill that nobody has fully maxed out in the last few hundred years. He continued threatening, you want me to smash that tender spot that's just healing up? You got that wound thanks to me. I don't mind doing it again. Thiet Hung Fakch channeled his internal energy into his hand and pressed it against Truong Nat Long's stomach. Suddenly, Trieu Huy, who was on the roof of the tavern, noticed something and shouted, hey everyone, the guy named Nam Cung is here. Thiet Hung Fakch turned his head and glanced behind him, seeing someone walking toward them. He immediately recognized the sword of Nam Cung Tu. He thought, that is the Emperor God's sword. Nam Cung Bak was walking with Nam Cung Tu. Nam Cung Tu spoke up, Thiet Hung Fakch. Thiet Hung Fakch, still in a rage, went wide-eyed and stared at the two of them. Nam Cung Tu, he was shocked, thinking, 2 weeks ago, the Black Heaven Lotus suddenly announced the order to disband the army, disbanded before I even stepped on the boat. The number of martial artists mobilized from No Catch Lamb was 7,000 strong. Man, my crew and I have been grinding for 2 straight months, patiently waiting for the river levels to rise. Do you have any idea how much cash it takes to feed 7,000 hungry soldiers for that long? We basically bet the whole house on this deployment. For the Nakrim clan, if we don't set foot in Anhui, the whole mission is a total bust, absolutely meaningless. But then these clowns hit me with we're canceling the plan. I hadn't even finished cursing them out for being slow when boom, they drop a bombshell that froze me in place. A piece of news way worse than the first one. The Alliance is dead. I thought I was hearing things, so I started yelling at the Shadow Guard, but he spelled it out clearly. They wanted out. They were the ones who slid into our DMs proposing the team-up. And now they're bailing? I swear. I wanted to dig up 18 generations of the Black Heaven sect's ancestors, but I had to keep my cool and send scouts to Jiangxi to figure out what the heck was going on. Finally, the picture got clear. Rumors about Nam Cung Tu's antics were spreading faster than a viral video. Of course, I couldn't trust every crazy story, but one thing was for sure. This guy was the root of all my drama. So, Iron Bear Hero let Truong Nat Long go and turned to Nam Cung Tu. Yo, warehouse looter. Nam Cung Tu immediately threw his hands up. It's just a misunderstanding, bro. Iron Bear rolled his eyes so hard it hurt and gritted his teeth. Misunderstanding? He started channeling insane energy into his right fist until it blazed like a literal incinerator. His face went dark. You realize your little Upsy is about to push the entire Nakrim clan off a cliff into extinction, right? Even a worm fights back when you step on it. You really want to wipe us out? Is that the Martial Alliance's true endgame? Nam Cung Tu stayed quiet, thinking, anything I say now just sounds like a lame excuse. Good guys and bad guys don't usually chat over tea anyway. Nam Cung Tu grabbed the sword in his left hand, unsheathed it, and instantly entered the zone. That signature blue aura of the Nam Cung family flared up, blowing debris everywhere, total show-off move. Iron Bear sneered. I gave you the easy way out. Now you're asking for the hard way. Huh. Iron Bear got into stance, cocked his right arm back, and condensed his energy into a punch that felt like it was scorching the air. Thunder Fist Breaker. Sky-high smash. At the exact same time, Nam Cung Tu channeled his energy, creating sharp sword chi stones with his boundless sky sword technique, specifically the Thunder Rock skill. The energy was forming into countless razor-sharp rocks. Iron Bear charged in with a fist full of destruction aimed right at Nam Cung Tu. The young master stood his ground, firing those energy rocks straight at him. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the area the second the attacks collided. The blast wave yeeted everything nearby, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Iron Bear was struggling, coughing up a lung. Nam Cung Tu didn't give him a break. He raised his blade for round 2. King Sword Style, Emperor's Path. Fourth form, Infinite Severance. He slashed down vertically fast and heavy right at Iron Bear. The pressure was insane, like gravity just got turned up to 11. The ground beneath Iron Bear shattered and floated up. He couldn't dodge or block, just gasping out a weak ugh as he realized, my mana flow is being severed. Turns out, Nam Cung Zhang's second move was designed to cut off an opponent's internal energy, leaving Iron Bear unable to counter. He had to tank the hit with just his physical toughness. Iron Bear strained to hold on, thinking, is this guy seriously this OP? Suddenly, the floating rocks shattered and dispersed instead of acting like meteors aimed at his face. Iron Bear blinked. The sword energy vanished. The King of Knock. Rim isn't even worth killing. The only reason the kid stopped was pity. He knew that shot would have been a one-hit KO, so he canceled the ult mid-cast. While Iron Bear was having an existential crisis, Nam Cung Zhang casually sheathed his sword, completely ignoring the older man's shaking rage. Iron Bear thought, what a jerk, acting all high and mighty. My mind is blank. When did the power gap between us get this wide? I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into training like a maniac just to get here. And yet, I'm just standing here like a statue in front of him. In this world, you have to prove yourself to get respect. Rushing in angrily after losing instantly was a total stain on his reputation as a martial artist. Just then, Iron Bear glanced back at Truong Nat Long. But that kid, that's a different story. He's carrying the future of our clan. I can't just watch him rot here. Iron Bear dashed over, grabbed the guy by the collar, and hissed, scram. Truong Nat Long was totally startled but immediately talked back. I already left Mount Dai's son, and I ain't going back. Iron Bear lost it, raining punches on Truong Nat Long, while shouting, you left the mountain already. Truong Nat Long was used to these surprise beatings, so he threw his hands up to cover his body, but the force still sent him flying backward. He gasped for air and yelled, what the hell? Is this how you treat your disciple? Can't you show a little love like the righteous sects do? I'm not asking for much here. Don't you think this is a bit excessive? Iron Bear was actually pulling his punches, thinking, whoa, recoil damage? Looks like he hasn't been slacking off after all. Then he asked, has your body reached the rock armor threshold yet? Rock armor is only level 8 of the eternal iron body. Truong Nat Long replied, I'm at Aurora level. Iron Bear's jaw dropped. Aurora? He couldn't believe it. Aurora is the state beyond the 9th level, basically breaking the level cap. How did he surpass the maximum limit? What did he do in the 6 years he was gone to achieve the impossible? Iron Bear asked, how? You didn't even have the Green Forest elixir. You couldn't even stomach the Blood Bear drink before. Truong Nat Long laughed. Ha! I told you, fighting isn't the key, old man. Since I left the mountain, I haven't even trained that hard. I just ate like a king, slept like a log, and chilled. That's why my strength doubled in such a short time. Iron Bear froze, his brain buffering. Wait, what? I thought getting beat up was the meta for leveling up the eternal iron body. My old master used me as a punching bag for over 10 years. Was that whole method a scam? He muttered, nah, that can't be right. Truong Nat Long lifts his shirt, flashing an 8-pack so shiny it's practically blinding, and cuts in. Yo, you still don't buy it. Turns out you got played by the master too. Huh. Iron Bear felt a heavy weight in his chest, thinking. So all those years of taking beatings were basically for nothing. Damn. No wonder my master always looked like he stepped in gum back then. Breaking the awkward silence with a nervous laugh, Iron Bear tried the smooth talk approach. So, hey, let's just head back to Mount Dashan, kiddo. Oh, and throw this bad boy on. He tossed the bandit cloak, the same one Zhang Yilong had already ditched onto the ground. Yilong stood his ground like a brick wall, shaking his head. No means no, Pops. You little brat. Iron Bear started fuming, but Nam Cung Zhang Hu cut in. Look, he hit the level cap you wanted, just not using your cheat codes. The kid's a legit warrior now. What's the rush? Iron Bear rolled his eyes hard enough to see his own brain. Mind your own beeswax, Grandpa. Stroking his beard like a sage, Nam Cung Zhang Hu countered. You sure about that? He's a top-tier fighter and the captain of my family's scout squad. Pretty sure that makes it my business. Damn it, he's my disciple. Iron Bear roared. He's the future king who's supposed to lead 1,000,000 bandits of the Green Woods. Nam Cung Zhang Hu snapped, pointing a finger right at the big guy's face. Knock it off. How can a big shot leader be this dense? Yeah, I get the whole master-student bond, but you treat the kid like a pet you own, not a student. Drop the entitlement, pal. Iron Bear was fuming, but he didn't have the vocab to clap back. He just sputtered, excuse me. Nam Gung Su turned up the volume like he was scolding a toddler. Why are you stomping on a grown man's dreams? A real teacher hypes up his students' goals. You only live once, don't ruin his life just because you're selfish. He then glanced at Yilong, his voice dropping to a chill whisper. You, step back. Yilong blinked, totally confused. Say what? Nam Gung Su explained. This old geezer dragged an army of 7,000 and allied with the Black Heaven Lotus just to flex on us. I was actually planning to let him slide, out of respect for you being here. But now, it's clear he's not worth the mercy. Watching him, Yilong realized Nam Gung Su was exactly the kind of hero he'd always idolized in the orthodox sects. Yilong was beaming on the inside. He thought about all the shady bandit lords back on Mount Dacian and realized they were all just like him, flawed. Didn't matter how high up they were, they'd rage quit if a friend backstabbed them, chase skirts, and drool over gold. Just basic human greed. But the Divine Sword hero? Different breed entirely. Every move, every word, literally every pore on the guy's face screamed. Pure, unadulterated righteousness. A true noble gentleman, living up to the hype. Seeing a legend like that in 4K resolution made Yilong think, man, I want to be that guy. He wanted that life. Even if his fighting style went against the entire meta of the martial arts world, his convictions were rock solid, no wavering. That is, what you call class. Everything he had, Yilong wanted. You can feel a million different things standing in front of people, but today, for the first time ever, he knew what it felt like to truly respect a man. With his heart racing, Yilong spoke up. A guy who just stands by while his master is in danger doesn't deserve to call himself a student. If you're seriously trying to flatline my master, then I've got no choice but to throw hands with you. Nam Gung Su's eyes crinkled as he let out a belly laugh. Ho ho ho. Hey, Iron Bear, if your eyes still work, take a good look at your boy. He's fully converted to Team Nam Gung now. He ain't your minion anymore. Iron Bear turned to look at Yilong, whose eyes were blazing with that shiny righteous energy. Gone was the gloomy criminal vibe. Bear felt a pang in his chest, call it heartbreak. He turned away, muttering, rotten brat, and marched out with his head high. But man, watching that lonely exit kind of made me feel bad for the big guy. Nam Gung Su turned to Yilong. Any regrets? Nope, Yilong replied, cool as a cucumber. Nam Gung Su nodded. You live by the code now. He challenged our family publicly. I let him walk because of you, but next time, I'm throwing the book at him. You cool with that? Yilong nodded. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Nam Gung Su's vibe shifted to serial killer mode. So, where the hell is that kid Zhao? Finding out Trieu Huy was MIA, Nam Gung Su stormed into the inn to find Tuso Chi-Wan and Zhang Hu. Explosion-level shouting ensued. You two morons were supposed to stop him. Call this competence? You think you're in the right? Outside, Yilong, Jia Hu, and Yan Changlu stood in silence, holding a mental funeral for the guys getting roasted inside. Man, Changlu winced. They're getting chewed out so hard their ears are gonna bleed. Jia Hu was shaking, like a leaf. Honestly, a beating would be merciful. This verbal abuse, it's basically psychological warfare. Yilong frowned. This sucks. Some other idiot causes the drama, and we're the ones stuck here catching stray bullets. Yilong sighed internally. It's a vicious cycle. Turns out the good guy elders come with baggage too, namely, destroying my eardrums. I guess this is the orthodox way of teaching, pure mental torture. Jia Hu was right. A punch to the face would be a vacation compared to this. Just then, Zhao Hu rolled up to the inn, trailed by a convoy of movers carrying gear from Anhui. Yilong lit up. Big bro Zhao. Zhao Hui strolled in casually. Yilong shot a look at Changlu. Yo, get off your butt. Changlu cursed, but scrambled up. Yilong, traumatized by the ambient noise of Nam Gung Su's lecture, whispered to Zhao Hui, bro, you are so cooked. Get upstairs, as soon as possible. Zhao Hui tilted his head. What's the tea? Drama at home? Yilong grimaced. Nam Gung boss man is here, and your crew has been getting verbally annihilated for 4 hours straight. Oh. Zhao Hui blinked. He figured the Nam Gung family would be salty, but he didn't expect the old fossil to show up in person. He turned to the staff. Hey, make sure the horses get fed, yeah? There's a ton of troops outside, so we probably need to book another hotel nearby. Don't sweat it, boss. I'm on it, Yilong said, pumping a fist. Thanks, Manager Zhang. Zhao Hui grinned. Mentally preparing for his funeral, Zhao Hui took the stairs one step at a time, heading toward the torture chamber. Even standing outside the door, he could hear Nam Gung Su screaming. Have you lost your minds? Real friends stop their buddies from doing stupid crap. You're all just a bunch of. You call yourself a warrior, but you're just standing there like a frozen statue. Cat got your tongue? Just then, Trieu Huy kicks the door open like he owns the place, asking, "Yo, big boss, how's life treating you?" Nam Cung zones out, eyes popping wide, radiating energy like a tiger about to snack on some prey. He turns his head and addresses Truong Ho and Ta Cao Van, whose ears are basically exploding, blood gushing like a faucet. They gasp, "Thank God, we're saved." As Trieu Huy walks in, he spots the two of them on their knees, getting schooled. Trieu Huy doesn't even give Nam Cung a second to breathe. He whips out a map, slaps it on the table, and starts his pitch. "Look, I've crunched the numbers. There is literally no better spot to build the Nam Cung family branch." Nam Cung raises an eyebrow. A branch office? He starts processing it mentally. A branch means a separate base fully owned by a clan. Up until now, not a single family or gang, big or small, has ever set up a satellite base. Even the heavy hitters like the Martial Arts Alliance or the Heavenly Devil City haven't pulled a move like this. Yet, this kid is gunning for Lainat Street, the absolute heart of trade on Lake Ba Duong. Every single cargo ship passing through the lake has to drop anchor there. So, everybody knows this spot. Planting the Nam Cung flag in such a loud, busy place, if we can pull it off, it's like destiny itself. Picture family. But what about Nam Shuang? That's smack in the middle of Black Sky Union turf. Trieu Huy slides a paper over, breaking down the strategy. The contract with the Black Sky Union has loopholes. Check these clauses, I need you to verify them. Nam Cung grabs it, curious. All right, let's see. As he reads, it clicks. Trieu Huy switches into his shady businessman mode, smooth talking hard. "Look, the whole world already knows the Nam Cung family and my business are thick as thieves. We use that. I need you to sign off on lending me your elite fighters. In exchange, you get to operate incognito under my company's banner." Nam Cung hesitates. "But, listen here, Trieu." Trieu Huy grins like a fox. The wheels are already turning. "You know the saying, once you ride the tiger, you can't get off. Just relax and let me handle the Jiangxi region." Nam Cung realizes the gravity of the situation. Control Jiangxi? Neither the Black Sky Union nor the Alliance dares to touch that land. And this kid wants to rule it with just a small trading company? Yeah. Trieu Huy continues. "You saw the clause. They agreed not to interfere with any commercial operations, as long as my family's seal is on the paper. It's ironclad. Back when I was struggling, you helped me out. Now it's time I return the favor. I'm lending you my business cover." Nam Cung frowns. "What's your angle?" Trieu Huy explains. "Look at the acquisition report. In 2 months, we bought nearly 32,000 acres. That is roughly 21 million square meters, going by the old measurements. I'll sell you a quarter of that land at the original cost." Nam Cung is stunned. "That much?" The shady merchant keeps pouring honey in his ear. "Why hesitate? It's a sweet deal. All you gotta do is stamp our seal and maybe network with some distant relatives. If the Black Sky Union digs this up, it's gonna be messy." Trieu Huy stops talking, leaving Nam Cung and his boys frozen in shock. Trieu Huy presses on. "Come on. You're one of the 7 martial lords. What's there to think about? Imagine Lainat Street swarming with our guys. The profits will dwarf what we made in Hefei. This deal is a literal gold mine." Nam Cung is still on the fence. Trieu Huy pushes harder. "And forget those Black Sky goons. I already beat them so bad they lost their pants. They won't dare show their faces for a while. Even if they plan a move, they'd just be thinking about relocating. We have a window, so we gotta act fast." Nam Cung finally asks the hard question. "If I send fighters, who should I pick?" No elders, no celebrities. Trieu Huy instructs. "Pick guys nobody in the underworld recognizes. We need intel. Send me people who are strong but can keep their cool. I'll handle the rest." Nam Cung nodded. "Deal." Zhao Hui grinned, practically seeing dollar signs floating in the air. If this goes smooth, the Nam Cung clan is looking at raking in 100,000 gold coins a year from Ba Duong Lake alone. Nam Cung chirped happily. "For real?" Zhang Yilong stood there watching Zhao Hui charm Nam Cung, feeling his soul leave his body. "There goes my path to righteousness," he thought, totally crushed. Fast forward to the next morning, suns blazing over the restaurant when a fancy theme van carriage from the Zhao business empire pulls up. It stopped right out front, and Xue Xian stepped out. Even with a veil covering her face, she was an absolute baddie. Her platinum hair was shimmering, and her silhouette was straight fire, instantly, turning every head on the street. Suddenly, a sickle attached to a chain looking way too much like DM Thuanglok's gear came flying out of nowhere and sliced right through Xue Xian's veil. She was shook for a second, then got annoyed and went on high alert. The weapon belonged to one of the 8 emperors of the Black Heaven Lotus, the Demon Sickle King. He whistled. "Whoa!" The crowd started freaking out, whispering, That creep is out here acting wild. It's the demon sickle king. The creep in question licked his lips like a total perv and said, "Hey there, gorgeous. In all my years roaming around, I've never seen anyone as fine as you." Suddenly, another guy popped up, interrupting with a raspy laugh. Heh heh, heh, truly a one-in-a-million beauty. The crowd started murmuring again. Oh God, not this old guy too. Turns out, he was another one of the Black Heaven Lotus's 8 emperors, the Poison King. He and the Sickle King were the masters of Trieu Huy and Diem Thuong Lok. The Poison King gave a sleazy grin. I only came here to check on my student. But look what treasure I stumbled upon. Hey, sweet cheeks, I'd be happy to let you warm my bed. How about you become my concubine? The Sickle King cut him off. Yo, you already have 8 concubines at home. Stop being so greedy and let me have this one. Shui Xian was trapped between the 2 geezers, looking for an exit. The Poison King scoffed. You crazy lunatic, you can't handle women. You trying to crush this once-in-a-lifetime beauty to death? The Poison King was checking out her curves with zero shame. Shui Xian noticed immediately, got grossed out, and channeled energy into her hands, ready to throw hands. Back off, she screamed. The Sickle King looked surprised, then his face went dark. Ice magic? You must be from the North Sea. Are you out of your mind? Since when does trash from the North Sea have the guts to walk around in broad daylight here in the Central Plains? The Poison King chuckled darkly. Don't worry, baby. I'm not like that old guy. This is evil sect turf, so I'll keep you safe. Right until you become my wifey. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. Are you boomers tripping or what? It was Trieu Huy, stepping up to welcome Shui Xian. He spoke loud and clear. Miss Xian is a top executive at the Zhao Corporation. Talking about concubines is total garbage and honestly insulting to a hardworking professional like her. Shui Xian lit up when she saw Trieu Huy, acting all happy before getting shy and putting her poker face back on. The Sickle King sneered. Did this kid lose his mind? Trieu Huy shot back. You're blocking my way, Gramps. You dirty old pervert. The Sickle King raged, licking his weapon again. Do you have any idea who I am? Trieu Huy looked at him with pure disgust. Yeah, I know. That sickle is bigger than a tractor plow, and your beard looks like you shaved in the dark. You're the Sickle King, right? The Sickle King paused. So you know, but you still don't get it? Trieu Huy shrugged. Get what? The Sickle King face-palmed. I'm just trying to take a walk and I run into a lunatic. Trieu Huy kept going. You must have just come down from Mount Duong Hu, right? That explains why you're so clueless about how things work here. What gives you the guts to start trouble on Zhao Corporation property? The Sickle King's eyes went wide. Mount Duong Hu, that's classified intel. Trieu Huy pulled out a stamped document and said, I bet you recognize this seal from the Black Heaven Lotus leader, don't you? The Zhao clan is hosting an event here, and your sect isn't allowed to mess with anything under our name. Or are you planning to defy your boss's orders? The Sickle King stared in shock. The Zhao clan, the Sickle King, and the Poison King were floored. They thought, why would the Black Heaven Lotus sign a contract with some rinky-dink little family like this? What happened while we were stuck up on the mountain? The Poison King's face went dark. Did I get that old? Did the leader just hand over Ba Duong Lake unconditionally? He uncoiled the whip from his waist, radiating killing vibes. You definitely pulled some dirty scam to get this. Trieu Huy sighed, staying totally chill. You're one of the 8 emperors, right? Yet you don't even recognize your own leader's seal, or are you just pretending you can't read? Trieu Huy ran a thumb across his throat in a mocking you're dead gesture. You better smarten up, old man. Break the treaty, and heads are gonna roll. The Poison King snapped, screaming, You little bastard. He lashed out with his whip, but Trieu Huy smoothly sidestepped, dodging it by an inch. The whip shattered the pavement where he'd just been standing. The old man thought, am I getting too old? Is my eyesight failing? He channeled his energy into the whip again, launching a laser-focused strike straight at Trieu Huy. But Trieu Huy cleverly used his own energy to cancel out the power in the whip, knocking it aside so it landed harmlessly next to him. The Poison King was stunned. What move did he just use? Why couldn't I sense anything? The Sickle King realized something was sketchy, so he powered up the chain on his sickle and launched a surprise attack, aiming to slice Trieu Huy's throat. But once again, Trieu Huy deflected the sickle with energy and dodged the Poison King's follow-up. Both kings were shook, thinking, he dodged us 3 times in a row and used a technique we couldn't even track. This kid is a pro. The 2 villains immediately got serious, entering a battle trance as a pale gold aura wrapped around their bodies and weapons. Trieu Huy thought, first it was that kid Zhang Yi Long's master, then the heavenly sword hero upstairs, and now these rude old geezers are causing a scene. What is this, a cultivator parent-teacher conference? But the bottom line is, I still can't blow my cover. I spent way too much effort shifting the spotlight onto the Heavenly Sword hero. If I show my real power now, my whole plan goes down the drain. What do I do? I haven't really shown any martial arts moves yet, so these two geezers might be suspicious. They might think, I just got lucky with those dodges. I need to stall for time and chat them up. Trieu Huy stayed cool and said, in the evil sect, you run into scumbags everywhere, huh? Don't kill me just yet. Let's talk for a sec. Trieu Huy scanned the crowd, calculating his next move. Given the situation, even those shadow guards, watching from a distance could be a problem. The Sickle King scoffed, how does a kid who still smells like breast milk dare to talk such trash? Trieu Huy continues, pivoting to the enemies. What's the matter? You guys allergic to manners. Did nobody teach you how to respect people? Nam King laughs, ha. The brat is hallucinating. The Poison King adds, you claim the moral high ground over this tiny turf. Who's your leader, kid? Trieu Huy flashes the Azure Sword token. Open your eyes and look. The Poison King recoils. The sword sect? Tisk, so you're with the Anhui sword sect. That's what the villains call the Nam Cung family. Suddenly, Nam Cung just steps out from behind Trieu Huy with a loud ha. Trieu Huy jumps. Dude, I told you to stay back. Nam Cung looks annoyed. Master Trieu, how long are you going to keep up this charade? You're obviously a martial arts beast. Why hide behind my family's skirts? Trieu Huy facepalms, totally speechless. He looks up at the sky, sighs like he hates his life, and then boom. He switches modes. Massive energy surges as he curses, son of a. He unleashes the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique. A wave of pure power crashes out, suppressing everything in the vicinity, literally crushing the atmosphere around them. Nam Cung stumbles. Trieu Huy drops to her knees immediately. Nam King and the Poison King try to step back, but the pressure forces them to the ground. Nam King is terrified. What the hell is this moveset? If I was dizzy, I'd say it's an illusion spell. But I'm wide awake. I can feel my own dark energy pumping through my veins, and my body hasn't lost strength. So why can't I move a muscle? Meanwhile, Trieu Huy is calculating. There has to be a black sky shadow guard hiding in that crowd. If I don't flush him out, we're screwed. He instantly activates a detection skill to spot the spy, the Heavenly Sword Lightning Storm. Ignoring the two villains glued to the floor, Trieu Huy rockets into the crowd, scanning every single face to find the rat. Even with the Sword God's advice, no matter how OP a martial artist is, you absolutely should not spam this move for more than 7 minutes. He said if you go over time, you're toast. This move is straight up self-destruction. It wrecks your body, fries your brain, and leaves you looking like a grandpa with white hair for the rest of your life. I heard these Black Sky Lotus ninja wannabes all rock a scorpion tattoo right on the back of their necks. Trieu Huy spots one of these shadow guards, grabs the dude, and yeets him into the air like a ragdoll. Then he just keeps gliding. He scans the crowd, spots another creeping shadow, and launches him sky high to join his buddy who was just tossed. Rinse and repeat. Trieu Huy rounds up dozens of these hiding rats. Once he catches a whole batch, he pulls up on the Demon Scythe King and the Poison Immortal Killer King, points at the heap of bodies, and goes, you guys know this crew, right? The Demon Scythe King panics and yells, you little devil, you poisoned us with something invisible, didn't you? If you know what's smart, you'll stop this right now and hand over the antidote. Trieu Huy taps his chin, thinking, invisible poison? That's actually a pretty solid idea for a bluff. The Scythe King keeps rambling. It has to be poison. If it was anything else, there would be a mark or a wound. But there's nothing. Trieu Huy looks down on them like a boss, thinking, classic. The older and more experienced these experts get, the more stubborn they become. These old cult leaders have never seen the Heavenly Sword flow, so they just assume it's poison. Works for me, I'm not complaining. Trieu Huy reaches into his robe and pulls out something. It's actually just some high-end health supplements manager lies slipped him because he works too hard. Basically, super expensive vitamins reserved for the elite with power and money. Trieu Huy tosses 2 pills toward the Scythe King and the Poison King, then spins a terrifying yarn to mess with their heads. Wow, I didn't expect you two to figure it out so fast. You saw right through me. This poison takes a full month to absorb. If you don't take enough antidote after a month of infection, you're just going to have to wait for your insides to turn to mush until you rot from the inside out. The Scythe King thinks, I knew it, while the Poison King is shaking, thinking. This is the classic villain move, control the enemy by giving them the cure piece by piece. Shaking like leaves, the two villains reach out and grab the pills. Trieu Huy hits them with the attitude. Eat it or don't, totally up to you. They pop those pills instantly. The Scythe King lowers his head, suspicious but scared, and asks, all right, what is it that you actually want? Trieu Huy starts. First off, I want those shadow guards to keep their mouths shut. Not a word about this to anyone. Immediately, the Scythe King's eyes glow red with bloodlust. He unleashes a scythe attack not at Trieu Huy, but at his own men. It's a bloodbath. One swing takes off 6 heads instantly right in front of the tavern. The crowd is freaking out, and even Trieu Huy is shook, asking, "Whoa, what are you doing?" The Scythe King, holding his chain still dripping with the blood of the shadow guards, looks ice cold and says, "You got a better idea? Once you're dead and in the underworld, keeping your mouth shut is pretty much guaranteed." Trieu Huy orders them to head back to the Black Sky Lotus. "If I need anything else, I'll send a letter. I'll have my disciples drop off the rest of the antidote later. Don't try anything stupid or you'll regret it and forget about seeing your students ever again." The 2 old men answer in unison, "Understood." They turn and bolt immediately. Trieu Huy glances at the crowd, which is still terrified and chaotic. Nam Cung Zhang Hu shakes his head. "Those guys are actual demons. I don't get what the Martial Emperor is doing, letting these monsters run wild. He's supposed to be the head of the Martial Alliance, the Azure Cloud Immortal, right?" Trieu Huy feels his mood drop a bit and says with sympathy, "The moment they sign up to be shadow guards for the Black Sky Lotus, they put a target on their own backs. Whether you're a warrior or not, once you step into the martial world, you can't really dodge fate, right?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu says, "Still, the fact that they lost their lives is on you. Give them a proper burial." Trieu Huy nods. "Yeah, absolutely." Suddenly, the old man gets serious and asks, "Kid, are you even human?" Trieu Huy pauses, confused. "Excuse me?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu clarifies, "I'm talking about your martial arts skills." Trieu Huy gives a vague answer just to brush it off. Nam Cung Zhang Hu thinks to himself, realizing he underestimated the kid. He thought nothing could surprise him anymore, but he was wrong. According to the theory of the genesis of martial arts, back in ancient times, at the center of the universe, there was an object that controlled the flow of spiritual energy. It's beyond human understanding, only gods know about it. Even I, known as one of the 7 martial seats, can only vaguely sense it, never clearly felt it. But that man, this kid standing right in front of me knows exactly what he's looking at, while anyone else, even the pros, would just see a blur. He created a massive, chaotic current of energy, a swirling mess with no center that was absolutely brain-melting to look at. I am a top-tier master who has been at the peak game for over 10 years, and even I could barely track the vibes coming off this thing. The craziest part was that this chaotic flow wasn't targeting a single spot. It was an area of effect covering the whole zone, and I have never seen anything this wild in my entire life. Seeing the flow of the universe is supposed to be god-tier stuff, so how is this youngster pulling it off? Not only can he see it, but he is networking the energy across the entire map, which made Nam Cung Zhang Hu ask, "Yo, Trieu, have you ever heard of the natural realm?" The natural realm is the highest level a human can grind to, basically the endgame cap. It is when your mind, body, and spirit sync up perfectly with the universe, blurring the line between a mortal and a literal god. It lets you tap into the full power of nature with an immortal body, and in all of history, only 3 legends ever reached that level, known as the 3 gods. Trieu Huy laughed and said, "Haha, what are you talking about? Do I seriously look like a deity to you?" The veteran swordsman Nam Cung Zhang Hu was super suspicious and asked, "Then what kind of kung fu is that?" Because nobody in the server has ever seen it before. Trieu Huy stood there looking cool and thought to himself, "Yeah, this style was just a freestyle sketch the sword god came up with on a whim. That is why it has such a fancy name like the Heaven-Earth Absolute Sword Spirit." Back in the day, the sword god had the power but didn't understand the physics formulas behind the kinetic energy vectors. Those formulas make 0 sense unless you studied advanced math in the modern world like I did, so even the sword god could not fully master the concept. I cannot hide it anymore, and after stealing all his premium content, it would be pretty trashy of me to deny my connection to the sword god now. Trieu Huy placed his hand on the Blood Jade, tapped it to make a crisp sound, and announced, "Sword god Trieu Huy, that is my master's government name." Who is the sword god? Only one of the 3 greatest martial artists to ever breathe air. The descendants of the martial god and the demon god are still running around out there, leading the Sima family and the heavenly demon city. Those guys have massive clout and street cred in the martial arts world, widely respected by everyone. But the sword god, arguably the strongest of the big 3, just ghosted the world without leaving a trace. When people think of him, they remember a guy who soloed the entire Darkming faction, which was way stronger than the heavenly demon sect with just 1 sword. 1 man, 1 blade, stepping over thousands of souls, creating a nightmare scenario that every swordsman idolizes but can never touch. Nam Cung Zhang Hu was completely shook by what Trieu Huy said and stammered, "The sword god? No way, you are kidding, right?" "Yup," Trieu Huy replied casually, because honestly, he wasn't trying to scam anyone. Nam Cung To asked. So that move you just did, that is the Heaven Sword Flow. And Trieu Huy nodded. That is the exclusive content only the sword god knew. Trieu Huy thought the name Heaven Sword Flow piercing the blue sky sounded super arrogant before, but now he gets it, it fits the sword god's vibe perfectly. The old man's eyes popped out of his head, mixing fear with total fanboy admiration as he asked, Sword god Trieu Huy, so does that mean you are? Trieu Huy replied, yeah. He is basically the ancestor on my family tree. Nam Cung To finally relaxed, probably stoked that he was buddies with someone so famous, and laughed. This is huge news for the good guys, we gotta tell the whole world. Trieu Huy immediately shut that down, saying, I would really prefer if we didn't do that. Seeing Trieu Huy get annoyed, Nam Cung To asked, why not? If the Alliance knows you are the sword god's heir, you could start your own sect and get millions of followers. Wouldn't that be a massive power-up for the orthodox factions? He insisted. Trieu Huy just asked, okay, but will starting a sect make me more money than running the Trieu family business? That question stumped the old martial arts nut, who sighed deeply and put on his serious face, saying, look, as a family head, I get that money is important, but honor is everything. But Trieu Huy was built different. In his modern mindset, cash was king and honor didn't pay the rent. He remembered his childhood vividly. My parents used to scream at each other every single day just because we were broke. My mom died on a hospital bed because we didn't have the cash to save her, and my ex-girlfriend dumped me because she saw no future with a guy who couldn't afford a decent apartment. Friends ghosted me one by one because I couldn't even chip in for a round of drinks. Does anyone know what my nickname used to be? They called me Mr. Shoelace because I'd always bend down to tie my shoes the second the waiter brought the check. Do you know how it feels to get invited to a best friend's wedding but be too ashamed to go because you can't afford a gift? As a man, not being able to pay for dinner is humiliating. I used to wander the streets smoking loose cigarettes I bought off the curb. I would walk around crying, wondering what the hell I was doing with my life while my friends were getting married in their early 20s. Those guys all had one thing in common. They were at least middle class, with their parents handing them 20 or 30 million to start their lives. Meanwhile, I had 10 million in student debt before I even graduated, so how could I dream of a wife and kids before I even landed a stable job? Reminds him of a question he once ignored from a girl. So, when are we getting married? He had to ignore that pure, innocent question because of the life he chose. Walking through the crowd, Cao Cao asks himself, is he staying single because he likes the bachelor lifestyle? Nope, that's definitely not it. It's just an excuse for being broke. If poverty sucks in the modern world, imagine how brutal it is in this cutthroat martial arts world. It's terrifying. Cao Cao remembers his first day in this world. Poverty meant his dad got beaten, his mom and sister cried in each other's arms, and his brother hurt himself out of guilt for being useless. Unlike you, rich kids from the big clans, born with silver spoons and living in luxury, you'll never get it. You can't imagine how money can twist people, make them pathetic, or strip away their humanity completely. You guys will never understand, but that trauma is rooted deep in my soul. Despite all those heavy feelings, Cao Cao never told anyone. He just grinded every single day to get where he is now. Seeing his determination, Nam Cung To realizes he can't stop him. He sighs. Looks like once you set your mind to something, there's no talking you out of it. I'm heading out. I'll send word when the troops are ready. The old man walks away, and Cao Cao doesn't say another word to him. Cut to Cao Cao's office in a fey. There are 11 people gathered around a table. Cao Cao, sitting in the middle, starts the meeting. All right, time to introduce the new members. He looks at Diem Tungluk and Chun Jiahui from the Black Sky Lotus and says, from right to left, meet Diem Tungluk and Chun Jiahui. The dude, Diem, looks normal enough. But that girl, Chun Jiahui, she's got her hair down looking like a straight-up horror movie ghost. It's making the manager, and the new recruits want to throw up. Cao Hui looks done with life and says, can you please tie your hair up? Look somewhat presentable. You look like a zombie, you're scaring the living daylights out of everyone. Chun Jiahui just interlocks her fingers and cracks a super creepy smile. Laughing like a bunch of extras from The Walking Dead, they teased, you totally have a thing for ponytails, don't you? If it was anyone else, Cao Hui might have vibed with it, but for this specific girl, he shook his head so fast he almost got whiplash, stammering. Heck no, but, I mean, tying it back does look way cleaner, right? Chun Jiahui clapped back immediately. Please, I've been rocking this hairstyle since day one. Cao Hui was speechless, basically taking the L on that conversation. Suddenly, Miss Xue Xian walked into the room, looking like a total goth queen with long white hair and an all-black outfit. She was wearing the fit Cao Hui picked out earlier. Between her figure and that face card that never declines, everyone in the room was instantly mesmerized. She was a total knockout. Zhang Yilong looked like he was straight out of an anime, face bright red, staring without blinking like he was in a trance. Yan Changlu couldn't hold it back and blurted out, "Holy smokes. I don't think these two have ever seen a girl this level of gorgeous before." Trieu Huy and Zhang Hu managed to keep their cool a little better, mostly because they're young masters from elite families and have a reputation to uphold. But let's be real, they were barely holding it together compared to the total simps in the room. In complete contrast to the sausage fest, Chen Jiahui was the only girl there. So when she saw all the guys thirsting over Shui Xian like that, she got a little salty. Chen Jiahui flip-tied her hair up, letting it bounce with some attitude. It gave her a totally different vibe. Honestly, if we're talking about Heifi standards, Chen Jiahui is a top-tier baddie herself. She asked, "Are you guys happy now?" Zhao Hui replied instantly. He gestured to Sui Xian, standing next to him, and said, "And this right here is Miss Sui Xian, straight out of the North Sea." The second he dropped the words North Sea, the mood shifted. Zhang Hu and Chu Yun started tweaking. Zhang Hu got all high and mighty, but Zhao Hui shut that down fast. "Yo, chill out. That beef is hundreds of years old. You guys hold grudges way too long. We're running a business here, keep it professional. Were you seriously about to kick a customer out?" Zhao Hui's words hit different, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Basically, if you didn't listen, you were asking for a beatdown. Zhang Hu nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Nam Cung Zhang Hu." Trieu Yun introduced himself too. On the flip side, Zhang Yilong was all smiles, turning on the charm. "Haha, I'm the young master, Zhang Yilong. Super nice to meet you, miss." Yan Changlu was stumbling over his words. And I'm Yan Changlu." Out of everyone there, Shu Xian was low-key checking out Zhang Yilong because the dude was absolutely shredded, and his muscles were giving off an intense aura that made her feel a bit breathless. Once the intros were done, Zhao Hui said, "Miss Xian, grab a seat." Meeting time, Zhao Hui rolled out a map. It was a sketch showing some massive buildings. He started, "All right, priority number 1 right now is setting up the Zhao family's business network." He pointed to spots all over Lake Poyang. "I've already scoped out the prime real estate, those red marks on the map. Anybody got any hot takes or ideas?" The general manager spoke up first, asking, "The layout is way different than what we did in Hefei. What's the deal?" Zhao Hui broke it down. "Because at Lake Poyang, we don't need to build giant ice warehouses. Each spot gets a small cold room. When we need ice, Miss Xian here will handle it personally." Everyone started oohing and awing, totally hyped. The manager was stoked. That's going to save us a ton of cash. Perfect timing too, since our budget is running on fumes. The old guy had been stressing about money for ages. Suddenly, Old Lee spotted something sketchy on the map. He pointed at a red dot and got serious. "Hold up, I don't think this spot is a good move. It's way too close to the relay station." Just for context, a relay station is basically a government rest stop for horses and officials delivering mail or traveling. If we set up shop there, there's a 90% chance we're going to clash with the officials. Starting off with bad PR like that is a rookie move. Zhao Hui had to think about Old Lee's point for a second. Trieu Yun jumped in. "Bro, that's an easy fix." Zhang Yilong asked, "What's got you so worried, big bro?" Seeing these two acting all confident, Zhao Hui asked for their input. "You guys got a hack for this?" Zhang Yilong pointed at the map. "Look, all these red dots are our turf, right? We own the port too. For a relay station to even function, the #1 rule is they need permission from local officials and access to a port in the area. So, if we just make up some bogus excuse and shut down our port for a few months, the relay station won't have any choice but to pack up and leave." Zhao Hui's eyes went wide, totally stunned. He turned to Chu Yun and asked, "So, what was your big plan, Chu Yun?" Trieu Yun wanted to say something, but he was completely gagged. He turned to Zhang Yilong and said, "Dude, what kind of monster are you? That's diabolical." Seeing Cao Cao look all flustered and blushing made Trieu Huy actually want to give huge props to Tring Nut Long. Hui was thinking to himself, maybe I should start calling this guy Einstein Long instead. If Long had been raised with a silver spoon and went to a top-tier prep school, who knows how powerful he'd be today. I haven't seen everything the others can do yet, but I'd bet Long is the MVP here. Hidden behind those massive biceps is a wicked sharp mind. Totally contrary to what Hui thought, Cao Cao was shook. He figured Long just glanced at that giant map and came up with a killer strategy instantly. That's not easy. Even a guy like me who's buried his nose in strategy books for 10 years stumbled on that one. Since nobody objected, implying they were cool with Long's idea, Hui took the center seat and said, "Awesome. First up, we tackle the harbor situation. We're sticking to the plan Long just pitched. And remember, this logistics business is strictly hush-hush." Then Manager Lee pipes up, "Is this blueprint from the Steelworks crew?" Hui nodded. "Bingo. Huy was picturing a high-rise, kind of like those college dorms back in the day, he said. Instead of wooden beams, we're going full metal for the structural supports. The process is the same as before, using everything we've got. To make the most solid, durable steel pillars that can handle massive weight, tell the workshops to focus entirely on this. Manager Lee looked a bit skeptical and asked, "Steel pillars? What kind of weight are we talking about here?" Huy replied, "At least 6 tons." Manager Lee's brain was doing gymnastics trying to picture 6 tons supported by a single steel column. He'd never seen anything like it, so the doubt was real. He asked, "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly are we building?" Hugh grinned with pure hype. It was supposed to be top secret until the pillars were done, but basically, I'm building a tower over 10 stories high. As soon as the words left Hugh's mouth, the whole room went into panic mode, faces looking totally freaked out. 10 stories? That's impossible. A century ago, that legendary architect spent his whole life building his magnum opus, a 6-story pagoda, and that took 7 long years. Manager Lee added, "Maybe steel makes the structure possible, but where are we getting the budget? And we don't exactly have the #1 architect in the country hanging around here." Cao Cao suddenly gave him a look like he was staring at a bug. #1 in the country, saying that right in front of a member of the Zhuge family is a pretty massive flex and kinda rude. Manager Lee realized he just stepped on the toes of a major noble house. He started sweating bullets and stammered, "Oh, my bad. Please forgive me, young master. I didn't mean to cause any drama over this small stuff." Huy laughed out loud. "Yeah, telling this huge heir he can't design is a bold move. You're dead wrong on that one. Don't knock it till you try it." Manager Lee bowed apologetically to Cao Cao. "I don't follow the street gossip, so I didn't know you were the huge heir." Huy turned to the manager and said, "And about the plan, don't sweat it. The Zhuge prodigy is collaborating with us. You're about to witness the sickest design ever created." Suddenly, Manager Lee's hand was trembling as he pointed at the map. He tapped the bottom corner and asked, "Wait, we're not just building one, are we?" Huy flashed a cheesy grin. "Oh, right now the plan is just to build 20 towers. Manager Lee nearly jumped out of his skin. "Say what? 20 towers over 10 stories high? Building one is a miracle. Just casting one steel pillar costs a fortune, and you want to build that many. We're talking over 100 pillars." Manager Lee looked down, absolutely terrified, thinking about the astronomical amount of cash this would burn. Just the pillars alone for 10 buildings? Lee asked if the capital was ready. Seeing the old man stress out, Huy confidently said, "Relax, I got a plan." Old man, Lee thought, well, he always finds a way to get the cash somehow. I'm honestly too scared to ask where the money is coming from at this point. Cao Cao suddenly asked, "You really think the Black Lotus Syndicate is going to cough up that kind of dough for us?" Hearing Black Lotus was like a bomb going off for Lee. Everyone knows who they are and using their money? That's insane. Huy shrugged. They don't have a choice. If they don't pay, I'll go collect from the city lord himself. Cao was confused. The city lord? Seriously, why him? Huy smirked, eyes full of ambition, and gave a thumbs-down gesture to show the city lord was totally beneath him. The Jiangxi city lord is a close relative of that guy Huang Yehian, part of the Empress Dowager's crew. Basically, royalty. But whether it's the Black Lotus or the city lord, they're all dirty. They've been embezzling gunpowder and cannons from the royal armory, so if I go down, I'm taking them all with me. Hearing that, even Trieu Huy and Koven started getting creeped out by Huy. Since we're on the topic, I'll just say it, the current emperor is a total moron running this country. If we threaten a rebellion, what are they going to do? Lee gasped, "Moron? You're talking about the son of heaven." Huy replied, "Cool as a cucumber. If you can't do your job, you get fired or stabbed in the back. Even the emperor isn't safe. A real king wouldn't let his mommy's squad run the show like that. He needs to take control." Before he could finish, Trieu Huy slapped a hand over Ho's mouth. "Dude, the walls have ears around here." Huy pushed the hand away, not worried at all. He grinned like a total psycho. "I treat my staff like family, unless there's a traitor hiding among us." Everyone in the room knew the score crossed Trieu Huy, and you're toast. Nobody dared to breathe wrong. They knew if they flipped on him, they were practically signing their own death warrants. Trieu Huy rolled up the map and cut to the chase. "All right, let's get down to business. Grab the blueprints." One of the guys hopped up and took the map from Trieu Huy. Before dipping out, he hesitated and asked, Boss, you want any last-minute tweaks or edits on this thing?" Trieu Huy laid it out cold. "I don't care if you tweak the length, width, or weight, but the core structure, do not touch it. It needs to support at least 6 tons minimum. You got that?" The lackey nodded vigorously. "Loud and clear, sir." With the first phase of the castle project handed off, Trieu Huy addressed the rest of the crew. Stone-faced and serious, he barked, "All right, head to your assigned posts. I need full inventory reports sent to Mr. Lai immediately." Meeting adjourned. The whole squad yelled, "Yes, sir," in unison. The sound echoed off the walls, sounding like a promise that Trieu Huy and his crew were about to take over the world. Over at the Black Heaven Lotus HQ, right by the Medicine King's clinic, two guards were standing watch. The second they spotted the Poison King and the Demon Scythe King approaching, they bowed so low their noses almost touched the dirt. The Scythe King didn't waste time, hollering, "Hey, Medicine King. You in there, old man?" The Medicine King strolled out looking completely unbothered. He'd clearly seen this movie before. He clicked his tongue and sighed. "Geez, you two causing drama again. Getting ahead of yourselves? Huh. Look, the blood orb pill isn't ready. Beat it. Come back later. I told you I'd let you know when it's done." The Demon Scythe King leaned in close, whispering like a paranoid teenager. "We got hit with the invisible poison." The Medicine King paused, totally confused. Invisible poison? That legendary stuff has been off the streets for ages. Who would even have that tech? He looked at the guy like he was nuts and said, "You must be going senile, Gramps. That poison went extinct like 100 years ago." The Poison King jumped in, looking panicked. "No, seriously. We both felt the symptoms kick in. We even took the temporary antidote for half a month already." The Medicine King listened and immediately roasted them. "You morons. You let the enemy play you like a fiddle." Normally they'd be mad, but they were too scared. The Scythe King begged, "Just whip up a cure for us, please." The Medicine King rolled his eyes. "Did your brains rot out? You think I can just snap my fingers and find a cure for a legendary poison? Sit down and let me check your pulse." He grabbed the Scythe King's wrist. After a few seconds of silence, the Medicine King frowned. "Your meridians and energy flow are totally fine. Actually, your internal power levels are spiking. You guys look healthier than ever. What are you on? Find some new super supplement?" Hearing this nonsense made the Scythe King snap. He started yelling, "You absolute blockhead. Do you know what invisible means? It means zero symptoms. It kills you silently without leaving a trace until you're knocking on death's door. You call yourself the Medicine King and you don't know basic toxicology." The Medicine King didn't clap back. He just thought for a second. "Okay, theoretically possible, but come on. A poison that doesn't mess up anything inside the body. Impossible. The whole point of poison is to break stuff. There's no such thing as a poison that doesn't touch your meridians," he muttered. The Scythe King shouted, "We know we were poisoned. We were literally paralyzed, totally unable to move, just waiting to die." "The poison?" King shuddered, remembering how his whole crew dropped like flies. It gave him the creeps. "It was potent stuff," he said, voice trembling. "Everyone around us just blacked out instantly. I've been in the game a long time, and I've never seen anything that nasty." The Medicine King asked, "Wait, you said you took a temporary antidote meant to last half a month, right?" "Yeah," the Scythe King replied. The Medicine King rubbed his chin. "Well, hate to break it to you, but that probably wasn't an antidote." "Excuse me," the Scythe King gasped. The Medicine King broke it down. "If you're sure this invisible poison doesn't show up in the body, then it's attacking the brain. That explains the sudden burst of energy and mental clarity." The two villains stared at him blankly. "You guys still don't get it?" The Scythe King frowned. "Speak English, Doc." "What are you saying?" The Medicine King said grimly. "That antidote you ate? It's actually a different poison. It's forcing your body into terminal lucidity." Terminal lucidity. That sentence sent a chill down their spines. These two ruthless killers, who usually murdered people without blinking, suddenly looked like scared little kids facing the Reaper. The Poison King stammered, "But we feel great right now. There has to be a cure for a poison attacking the brain." "Not really. Legend says one guy survived by burning the toxin out with pure energy," the Medicine King explained, "but it fried his system. His hair turned white and he became a vegetable." He looked at their panicked faces and sighed. "And honestly, if you survive but lose your mind, are you even really alive?" The Scythe King and Poison King looked like they were about to burst into tears. Their voices cracked. "Don't look at us like we're already corpses. Come on, Doc, you gotta figure something out." The Medicine King got serious. "I'm telling you the truth. That antidote is just masking the symptoms. Your only hope is to beg for mercy from the guy who poisoned you." Mercy? The Black Heaven Lotus guys were ruthless monsters. Now they had to rely on someone else's kindness. It was a sick joke. "Look, the unwritten rule of the poison trade is to always carry the antidote," the Medicine King mused. "Just in case you accidentally dose yourself. If you go back to him, he probably has the real cure on him. Or at least he knows how to fix you." The two villains looked at each other and cursed under their breath. "Son of a. So our lives really belong to that brat now." The Medicine King shook his head. "Who is this guy anyway?" Mastering the invisible poison? That's next level stuff. Was it someone from the Tang family or the Poison Valley crew? The Scythe King snapped. Are you deaf? We told you we don't know. And keep your mouth shut about this, you hear? The Medicine King scoffed. Please, unless someone's literally dying, nobody comes to visit a boring old man like me anyway. The Demon King clicked his tongue. T-esque. The next day, on a beautiful morning with the sun shining, light hit the Zhuge estate. Inside the study, the head of the family, Zhu Xian, was meditating. Suddenly, a servant appeared, bowing respectfully. Sir, the young master is here to see you. Zhu Xian gave the nod. Send him in. The brother of Zhu Juan and heir to the Zhuge dynasty, Zhu Jian, walked in, bowed, and said, Father. Yi Xian asked, What's the situation? Zhu Jian slid a piece of paper across the table and said, It's about Un. Zhu Xian raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. He grabbed the letter and cracked it open. As he read, his internal monologue kicked in. Ever since that kid became an inspector, he's gone completely rogue, totally ghosting the Martial Alliance's protocols. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted, What the actual hell is this? He was fuming. He slammed his fist on the desk. If you just apologize and promise to come home, I could fix this. But no, this is going to give me an aneurysm. Resigning out of the blue wasn't enough. Now he wants to borrow 20,000 gold pieces. That's the entire family's annual revenue combined. And he wants to dump it all into the Zhao merchant group. The alliance is already watching the Namgung family. But why on earth does he want to? Throw money at those Namgung losers. Zhu Jian, seeing his dad lose it, asked, Dad, can I see that? Yi Xian sighed and handed it over. Zhu Jian scanned the content and his jaw dropped. The kid's lost his mind. That's it. I'm going to Anhui to drag Un back by his ear. Yi Xian, regaining his cool, said, Sit down first. The old man organized his thoughts. Listen, until now, Un never gave a damn about anything except books and architecture. For a kid like that to quit his cushy alliance job just to join a startup and the Namgung clan, he's my son. He doesn't do random. There's a play here. He looked at his eldest. Remember what he told us after the martial arts tournament? Zhu Jian replied instantly. You mean that guy, Trieu Huy? The father nodded. Bingo. The hidden dragon Un wouldn't shut up about. My sleeping dragon of Anhui claimed this guy is playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Martial arts, intellect, the art's totally different league. A master of everything? Zhu Jian scoffed. Sounds fake. Kids his age get obsessed with shiny new toys. It's probably just the first time. Un met someone with skills he doesn't have, so he's fanboying. Definitely an exaggeration. Yi Xian countered. Maybe. But the kid ran away from home again just to see him. Un was usually Mr. Logic. He wouldn't cause this much drama for nothing. Zhu Jian thought about it and conceded. Fair point. Yi Xian commanded. Go check this Trieu Huy character out. See what he's really made of. Zhu Jian bowed. Consider it done, father. I'll pack my bags. I'll tell the treasurer to give you some gold for the road, Yi Xian added. Zhu Jian blinked. Wait, really, Dad? Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. This young Trieu Huy cornered the entire Hefei economy in a few years. Watch him. See if the man lives up to the myth. You decide if we invest or not. Leave Un out of the equation. Zhu Jian accepted the mission. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, at the Black Heaven Alliance HQ, the sun hit the Dark Towers. Inside the main hall, Li Jianqiang asked his subordinate, Is that demon mask freak back again? A kneeling shadow guard replied, Yes, cult leader. And just like last time, he's solo. Li Jianqiang let out a long sigh. I gotta give it to him. The guy has guts of steel. Walks into the Black Heaven Alliance like he owns the place. He glared at his men. And let me guess, the Black Gate guards didn't even notice him. That is correct, sir. Li Jianqiang looked like he was about to vaporize the guard, but waved his hand. Let him in. Yes, sir. Moments later, Trieu Huy strolled in, rocking that creepy demon mask. He waved casually. Yo, how's it hanging? Li Jianqiang thought. Hasn't changed a bit. Still has that punchable, sarcastic tone. He growled. Ask me a stupid question again, and your head won't be attached to your neck. Trieu Huy just chuckled, totally unfazed. Whoa there, relax. We're both businessmen here. No need for the bad vibes. Pretty soon, my Zhao family trucks will be moving in. We're really eager to get our hands on your shares. Li Jianqiang's eyes glowed red. Next time, follow the damn protocol. Send a letter, get approved by the Black Gate guards, then enter. Trieu Huy shrugged. Too much effort. Identity checks require taking off the mask, and honestly, I'm not feeling that. Li Jiangqiang flared up, pressure rising. You think I can't rip that cheap piece of trash off your face myself? Cao Hui stayed cool. Pretty sure we covered this. Every time I visit, I have a guy waiting to sprint to the Imperial Palace. If I'm not out in 2 hours, the Emperor gets a very interesting letter. Li Jiangqiang forced himself to calm down. What do you want this time? Cao Hui leaned back. Hook a brother up with 100 gold pieces. You know how it is, we loaned out too much cash and now we're liquid poor. Don't worry, I'll cut you in on the interest. The minions started losing it. Is this guy insane? Shameless pig brain. Cao Hui ignored them. What? You guys stand to make a killing for my family. Consider this an early angel investment. Be generous, and the ROI will be massive. Li Jiangqiang's face went stone cold. Dark Heaven Assassin. Instantly, a demonic shadow dripped from the ceiling, materializing into a person. Here, sir. The Dark Heaven Assassin, known as the Shadow of the Cult Leader, his secret right hand. Rumor had it that even the Iron Fist King, top dog of the 8 emperors, sweated a little around this guy. Li Jiangqiang gave the order. Deploy the Ghost Squad. Lock down the harbor. Nothing gets north, not even a fly. The assassin nodded. Understood. Li Jiangqiang, eyes pitch black with killing intent, slowly drew his sword. Cao Hui watched calmly. So, you're actually trying to kill me? Cao Hui sighed and clicked his tongue. Teased. He instantly shifted gears, releasing a wave of internal energy that crushed the room. You think I have the skills to walk in here, but not the skills to walk out. He unleashed the heavenly sword flow absolute blade spirit. Without moving a muscle, his aura blasted outward. It sent the minions flying and pinned them to the floor like gravity just increased tenfold. Only Li Jiangqiang and a few elites could manage to stay on their feet. Cut to the chaos, everyone else was kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads or collapsing, screams filling the room. Cao Hui thought to himself, it was like this at the inn, and now here too. Why do I keep getting pushed into corners where I have to flex my real power? I thought a little intimidation would be enough. Who knew this old guy would go nuclear and lock down all the ports immediately? Would it kill you to listen to me for 5 seconds? Li Kuang-kan was shaking like a leaf, terrified by the scene. He thought, what the heck? So the culprit that time wasn't Nam Cung, it was this masked kid. What is even happening right now? Just trying to stand up is a struggle. Is this seriously martial arts? There are only 2 possibilities. It's either the dark sorcery of the West, or the soul control arts of the heavenly demon god. Those moves are just parlor tricks, using hypnosis and hallucinations on the enemy. But I'm not dizzy, and my heart isn't racing, so this is definitely not a mind trick. This pressure isn't draining my energy, but that doesn't mean I can use my power either. Every time I try to move, some invisible force crushes my body, making every effort useless. It's like a ghost is sitting on me. The only time I've ever felt pressure this heavy was back when my willpower wasn't solid yet. In other words, right now, I'm the only one left standing because I've hit the super absolute realm and have a steely will. Everyone else must be clueless as to why they're face planted on the floor. The minions crawling around started whispering, it's poison, deadly poison. Li Kuang-kan quickly yelled, no, it's not. Before he could even finish his sentence, Cao Hui yeeted a pill straight into his mouth, shutting him up instantly. Before Li Jiangjing could even process the trash talk, he'd already gulped it down. He let out a confused, huh? Just as Cao Hui hit him with a cold threat. That's the antidote, buddy. If you want your minions to get a sip, you better listen up. Realizing the play, Li Jiangjing panicked, shouting, don't listen to him. He's full of crap. It's not poison. But the subordinates kneeling down, zero faith in their boss. Makes sense, this is the Black Heaven Lotus. After all, red-eyed with rage, the minions looked ready to straight up murder their leader, muttering, this heartless old wolf doesn't give a damn about thousands of us being poisoned. We're hanging by a thread here, and he orders an attack? Of course, he already got his cure, so why would he care about us anymore? Li Jiangjing read the room and fumed silently at these ungrateful animals. Meanwhile, Cao Hui smirked, thinking, if this were the Nam Cung family, one word from the head of the house and the soldiers would charge in, morale blazing, ready to die. But this is the flaw of the evil sects. It's just a bunch of greedy individuals held together by a power hierarchy. For groups like the Black Heaven Lotus, the weakest link is their so-called faith. For these guys, belief isn't about honor or loyalty. It's purely about the cash. So the second the benefits dry up, the whole organization teeters on the edge of collapse. Controlling the game, Cao Hui said coolly, you really think I can't take over your warehouse? Your life is literally in my hands. Li Jiangjing was speechless, this cunning brat. No matter how many times I test him, his aura and resolve screamed dignified, noble power. It's the kind of vibe you only see in top-tier Orthodox warriors, yet his words and actions are sketchier than a demonic cult leader. What Li Jiangjing didn't know was, Cao Hui had been forged in the fires of modern capitalist exploitation. He waved dismissively, turning away. Honestly, if I wanted to wipe out your crew right now, you couldn't stop me. Peace out. Li Jiangjing panicked and screamed, "Stop!" Cao Hui paused, looking back with a bored expression. Huh, what now? Li Jiangjing looked pained. 100,000 gold taels. That's too steep. Cao Hui snapped, "Cut the crap. You squeeze 30,000 a year just from businesses on Poyang Lake. Think I don't know about the taxes you skim from merchants and bodyguards? That's another 50,000 right there. During famines, you rake in 130,000 from rice trading alone, then 10,000 from seafood, plus another 70,000 in shipping fees on the lake. And don't get me started on the insane 400,000 profit from the casinos and red light districts. Around here, 400,000 gold taels. Where the hell does that money come from? Plus, a solid 800,000 from information brokering. You scumbags have the nerve to complain? You can't cough up a measly 100,000. Li Jiangjing stammered. But didn't you already sever all those revenue streams? Income is down. What am I supposed to do? Cao Hui smoothly pulled a paper from his robe, sighing. Still making excuses. Huh? He shoved the paper in Li Jiangjing's face. Then what about the 30,000 annual profit from livestock? 30,000 from mining? And another 30,000 from hosting banquets? You guys have a massive diversified investment portfolio. The cash flowing into your pockets is way beyond just significant, isn't it? Li Jiangjing flinched, stuttering. That's not. Without waiting for an explanation, Cao Hui kept pressing his advantage. Did you think I believe the Black Heaven Lotus keeps all its wealth in a few dusty warehouses? Do I look stupid? You hit it well, but want me to keep listing them. Like the royal uncle of King Zhujing, Li Jiangjing immediately cut him off, raising his hand to cast a soundproofing barrier between them. Cao Hui thought calmly, a chi membrane. So that's a secret he absolutely can't let slip. Li Jiangjing signaled surrender. Fine. I agree to the 100,000 gold taels. But Cao Hui suddenly turned his head away. The old man panicked, thinking, no way, this bastard. And he was right, Cao Hui had him by the throat. Cao Hui held up 3 fingers with a confident grin. Hey, negotiating the price was just step 1. Regarding the antidote, asked the royal. Let's skip the awkward family talk, it's better left unsaid. Look, people change, stars align differently, and I'm flipping the script. The price is now 300,000 taels. Take it or leave it, Li. 300,000, that's literally half the annual revenue of the Black Heaven Lotus. Staying the course would have hurt, but this is absolute highway robbery. He let out a heavy sigh, defeated. But Li realized he had to put a muzzle on this guy immediately before he kept running his mouth about the Emperor's sketchy uncle. Gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, Li replied, Fine, you win. Hand over the antidote. Trieu Huy grinned behind his mask like he just won the lottery. Dang, you're dropping 300,000 gold bars without blinking. But you're sweating over a few pills? Since you're being so generous, allow me. Trieu Huy fished the antidote out of his robe and made it rain, tossing the pills to the Black Heaven, Lotus grunts kneeling on the floor like he was feeding pigeons. The minions didn't even chew, just gulped them down in a panic. Trieu Huy dropped the bomb. Enjoy the buzz, fellas. That batch will keep you breathing for exactly 2 weeks. Just try not to die in the meantime, Li muttered to his crew. Then he snapped at his manager. Hey, chief. The manager bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. He ordered the withdrawal of 300,000 gold bars from the vault. The manager confirmed, crystal clear. Li pivoted back to Trieu Huy. So, about that 300,000 worth of premium goods from the Zhao clan. When do we see it? Trieu Huy nodded. Oh, you'll get it. Got a specific wish list? Li got serious, his voice dropping an octave. First off, I want to cash in 50,000 gold worth of military-grade weapons, everything your clan can forge. Trieu Huy paused. Oof, that's going to be tricky. In his head, he was calculating 50,000 in weapons. That's roughly the entire annual supply chain for the Anhui provincial army. Funneling that much steel to the Black Heaven Lotus, that's like giving a tiger a jetpack, totally helping the bad guys level up. Not good. Plus, logistically, it was a nightmare. All of his top-tier smiths had already migrated to the Poyang Lake district. The skeleton crew left behind couldn't possibly handle a massive order like that, so Trieu Huy flipped the script. Tell you what, instead of swords, how about I give you full management rights to the Zhao clan's top-tier luxury restaurant for 1 year? Trust me, get a taste of the food industry, the profit margins are insane. Li looked at him like he had 2 heads. Wait, full management rights? Trieu Huy wagged a finger. Don't overthink it. I'm offering a sweet deal here. Just say yes. If you guys actually run it well, I'll treat you like VIP partners. Lee's eyes almost popped out of his skull. You trying to hustle me again. Cut the crap, you shameless little punk. Speak plainly. Trieu Huy just laughed. Boring. I'm done here. Fast forward a bit, sunrise over Poyang Lake. The vibe was chill, water glowing in the morning light. The lakeside restaurant was already popping with noise and customers. Trieu Huy started crunching numbers. It had been a wild ride lately, plenty of drama and sketchy deals. The local merchants on Poyang Lake used to be super old school and stubborn, always beefing over turf. But ever since that little field trip to the Black Heaven Lotus HQ, everything smoothed out. With that fresh injection of 300,000 gold, he wasted no time buying a fleet of transport ships for iron ore. Talk about leveling up. Trieu Huy was basically playing on God mode now. Since he held the cure, the Iron Fist King's goons had to work for him. Free labor essentially saved a ton on overhead costs for manual work. With the supply chain locked down, a massive ironworks factory finally opened its doors by the lake. It was a beast of a facility. The sheer scale of the place freaked out the Jiangxi governor. Dude showed up with a whole squad of soldiers, trying to flex his authority. But Trieu Huy's silver tongue flipped the situation instantly. He basically blackmailed the guy with dirt on his shady dealings. It was a classic call an ambulance, but not for me moment. The locals saw their governor turn paler than a ghost, like he'd seen a demon. It was a wake-up call. The Zhao clan wasn't just rich, they were terrifyingly powerful here. People wondered how they leashed the top dog of Jiangxi so easily. Once the land deals were signed, Zhao franchises started popping up everywhere. The brand was blowing up on Poyang Lake. Crowds were lining up for the signature iced tea, sweet, fragrant, and totally refreshing. It was the ultimate thirst quencher. It paired perfectly with the exclusive seafood cold noodles and the legendary 6-layer pork belly sandwiches. Pure comfort food heaven. Eating at the Zhao flagship restaurant was a spiritual experience. Customers left feeling that food coma bliss right down to their toes. It was flavor from another dimension. Then there was the booze. The spicy, minty liquor from the Zhao cellars was a massive hit. They said you could smell the good stuff from 5 miles away. But the real viral sensation? The Heaven Cloud carriage. Aside from the iron business, the clan started dealing in luxury transport. Merchants, high rollers, and even top-tier government officials were sending people to beg for one. It was the ultimate status symbol. The whole Poyang area was thriving. Meanwhile, at the local branch, Trieu Huy was strategizing with Ta Kovan and Nam Cung Zhang when the manager dropped some news. Boss, the leader of the Silver Vow Corps just showed up near the perimeter. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. Oh, the big bad leader is finally showing his face? For context, the Silver Vow Corps was like the secret CIA of the Righteous Alliance. Trieu Huy thought, funny. When I was fighting for my life, these guys were ghosting me. Now that I'm balling out of control, they show up at my doorstep. Talk about sketchy timing right when the new business is taking off. Manager Lee was sweating bullets. What's the play? Should we just ignore him? Trieu Huy gave a smirk that screamed trouble. Why ghost him? Invite him in. Let's see what he wants. Ta Kovan was stressing out. He was thinking, we're splitting profits with the Black Heaven Lotus on their turf, and now we're hosting the Righteous Police? Is this guy crazy? But the manager bowed, understood, bringing him in. A moment later, a tall dude with a ponytail and a serious I am the law vibe walked in. Ta Kovan immediately tried to be polite. Greetings, Inspector, I'm Zhuge Yun from the Zhuge family. Welcome. The man gave a tiny nod. I'm the commander of the Silver Vow Corps. He ignored the pleasantries and side-eyed Trieu Huy. You. Are you Trieu Huy, the current face of the Zhao clan? Trieu Huy stayed chill. That's me. Suddenly, the commander whipped out a rope, hurling it straight at Trieu Huy like a lasso. He shouted, by the authority of the Silver Vow, I'm auditing this operation right now. As the Zhao representative, consider yourself tagged by the Alliance. Trieu Huy didn't flinch. He just reached out and snatched the rope out of the air before it could bind him. The commander froze, totally shook. Did he just catch the Silver Phoenix cable with his bare hands? Zhao Huy suddenly turned serious, feigning offense. Whoa, hold up. I'm not some villain here. Why are you acting so rashly, my lord? The leader of the Silver Oath Corps held one end of the Silver Phoenix steel wire, declaring, I'm here to investigate reports of the Black Heaven Lotus seizing control. Look, my massive chain of stores is officially under the microscope. Mr. Tycoon Zhao Huy here. The Alliance has a strict zero-tolerance policy for shading dealings. You guys better start singing like canaries if you know what's good for you. Zhu Yun and Nam Cung Zhang Hu looked like they just saw a ghost, totally speechless, standing next to Zhao Huy. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui's brain was working overtime, trying to connect the dots. So, staying in our lane means we can't even talk to the other side? You're saying the good guys can't even slide into the bad guys' DMs? No networking, no deals, absolutely zero contact? Cao Hui dropped the silver phoenix steel he was holding and let out a heavy sigh. Bro, serious question though. Since when does the Alliance's rulebook apply to a solo entrepreneur? That's barely legal. The Silver Oath boss flashed a nasty, predatory grin. Cute speech. So, are you implying the great Namgang family is going rogue and ditching the righteous path? Cao Hui was about to snap, his face getting dark, but Zuochu jumped in to save the day. Hold up, you got it twisted. That wasn't a betrayal, that was just bait. Poison bait to lure out the Black Sky crew. But the Silver Boss put a hand up, cutting the mic. Spare me the details. I don't care about your master plan. I don't need to know your life story. All I see is you guys splitting profits with the bad guys right now. Nam Cung Zhang Hu stepped up immediately. Yo, I'm Nam Cung Zhang Hu, Namgang family born and raised. We aren't denying we're part of the Alliance, but you're definitely misreading the situation here. The Silver Oath boss kept his stone-cold face. Misreading? How? Namgang broke it down. Zhao literally nuked the Black Sky Union's inventory, blew up their cash flow, and on top of that, he jacked about 300,000 taels of gold from them. How is hurting the enemy bad for the team? Sounds like we're giving the Alliance a massive advantage if you ask me. The Silver Oath boss smirked, dripping with sarcasm. Look at the little sword master talking finance like a Wall Street pro. Seems like the heir has turned into a greedy little hustler. Fits the profile perfectly. That hit a nerve. Namgang flared his aura, ready to throw hands. Back off. If you keep sticking your nose where it doesn't belong and disrespecting the big three families, I'm gonna forget we're on the same side. The boss wasn't phased, he cranked his internal energy up way higher than Namgang. Humph, you Namgang kids have been acting real shady lately, messing with the hierarchy. Cao Hui stepped between them, hand raised. Mr. Silver Oath leader, chill. The boss powered down the pressure. Speak. Cao Hui didn't flinch, hitting back with straight facts. Stop right there. Stop forcing your weird moral compass on my business deals. If you can't have a civilized convo, then get out. I'm not in your little club, and frankly, I never signed up for a membership. The Silver Oath boss went ice cold. That sounds a lot like a resignation letter from the Namgang family. You want out of the Big Five? Cao Hui fired back. My business is solo. Stop dragging the Namgang name into this every 5 seconds. Are you obsessed or something? The boss nodded slowly. I get it now. You're just hard-headed. You clearly don't understand the consequences of resisting a federal agent of the martial world, do you? He dropped the hammer. The second you push back, you're public enemy number 1. The 5 families, the 10 sects, everyone turns on you. No backup, no allies. Your reputation goes down the toilet. If the chief gives the order, we're not just talking sanctions. We're talking total clan annihilation. Cao Hui gritted his teeth. Annihilation? You'd wipe us out just because I won't be your puppet? You're really threatening to kill us all. Cao Hui stopped holding back and flipped the threat. Try it. I dare you. I'll burn every cent of the Zhao fortune to take you down. I'm fighting this as a businessman. No clan ties attached. But I promise you, I've got at least 2 generals in my pocket, and the royal family might just jump in too. You want to roll those dice? The Silver Oath boss went quiet. Cao Hui raised his voice, doubling down. Go ahead, check my files on the Anhui military connections, or look at my stronghold in Jiangxi. We built that from the ground up. If your Silver Oath network is so legendary, you should have known I'm not someone to mess with. Your intel is looking pretty weak right now. Namgang and Zuochu were freaking out. Zhao was literally blackmailing the cops. Is he insane? But Zhao wasn't bluffing. He stood his ground, radiating pure confidence. The Silver Oath boss narrowed his eyes. That vibe. It's the same intense pressure I felt from that masked psycho at the Black Sky Union. Could this random merchant actually be him? No way. Cao Hui slipped into the zone, focusing on the guy's eyes. Everything turned into matrix code and wavelengths. Wait a minute. I know this frequency. It's that specific energy signature just like in physics class. I've definitely run into this guy before. To Cao Hui, the world was just math, and this guy was a familiar equation. Oh, snap. That's impressive, Zhao thought. I'm 99% sure. That internal energy wavelength. I've felt it. Cao Hui's face lit up with a smug realization. He pointed a finger right at the boss's nose. So, it's you, isn't it? The boss frowned, playing dumb. What are you babbling about? Cao Hui laughed like a maniac. Man, the righteous guys are wild. But hey, if your cover gets blown, you're toast. They'll send their hitmen to drag you straight to hell. Does the Alliance know they're taking orders from the infamous Dark Sky Killer? Nam Gong and Zuokyu looked blank. Dark Sky Hu. The Silver Oath boss, aka the Dark Sky Killer, froze. He gulped hard, totally caught off guard. Oh. Here's the tea. The Righteous Alliance spent over 10 years cooking up a master plan. They planted a deep cover mole inside the Black Sky Union. They gambled everything to create the persona of Dark Sky Killer to gain the enemy's trust. They finally succeeded, creating a legend and fooling everyone. The boss thought, this is top secret classified intel. If people find out I'm actually the mole. If the court leader is exposed, not only is his life in danger, but the reputation and influence of the entire alliance will be dragged through the mud. Even the existence of the Silver Oath core would be threatened. But the weirdest part is this peak-level internal energy. It's an ancient martial art from the previous era. It was created by the ancestor of the Red Demon Immortal family, one of the 8 great poison masters. And this technique was never supposed to be passed down. So how could anyone recognize it? Who exactly is standing in front of me? Trieu Huy observed him and said, not bad. The moves you're using aren't some roadside kung fu. Zuokyu Yun asked curiously, bro, who is this Dark Heaven Killer? Trieu Huy casually explained, you guys seriously don't know? He's a sleeper agent trained by the Orthodox Alliance. He used to be their golden boy until he stabbed them in the back to join the Black Heaven Lotus. Then, Trieu Huy paused, a realization hitting him. Wait a sec. If the Dark Heaven Killer is the Silver Oath leader, doesn't that mean the Orthodox Alliance already knew about the Six-Link plan? Oh man, this just got way more spicy. Zuokyu Yun shouted in shock at the Dark Heaven Killer. Is that true? Answer me. The Dark Heaven Killer remained silent. Zuokyu Yun's face went dark as the dirty secret sank in. So the Alliance knew the Black Heaven Lotus's scheme, and they sent me to the Nam Cung family anyway. Trieu Huy said firmly, if the codename Dark Heaven Killer gets out, those bugs at the Black Heaven Lotus will be on their knees crying for their mamas. Should I blow this wide open right on the battlefield? What do you say? Dark Heaven Killer's eyes are glowing demon red, just staring daggers. Trieu Huy, stone cold. He doesn't say a word, just hits him with the universal you're dead throat slash gesture. Then he drops the act and gets serious. Look, if I were you, I'd be shaking in my boots right now. Goosebumps City. Just imagine if the boss of the Silver Core was Nam Cung or someone from the Zhuge clan. Just the thought of those guys makes me want to slice some heads off immediately. Hearing this, Dark Heaven Killer instantly flips a switch. He goes full trance mode, pupils turning blood red. He draws his blade and starts leaking this creepy, evil black and red energy. The vibe is definitely everyone in this room is gonna die. Trieu Huy checks out the guy's aura and is actually kinda shook. He thinks, damn, this dude isn't just stronger than the Azure Sword hero from the 7 Seats, he might actually be top tier. The mana flow is insane. But honestly, no matter how buff he gets, he's still not on my level. Trieu Huy draws his sword and yells, everybody, clear out, now. Dark Heaven Killer pumps that spooky energy into his blade and charges. Trieu Huy stays sharp, channeling his own power to block the strike. Nam Cung and Cao Cao van. Yeah, they're way out of their league here. They have to dive for cover while the 2 titans just go at it. They trade sword strikes back and forth, tearing the place apart. The furniture gets absolutely trashed. Then the whole house just gives up and explodes because it can't handle the sheer pressure of these 2 clashing. Dark Heaven Killer is throwing out nothing but lethal, high-skill shots. Trieu Huy isn't losing ground though. He parries and counters the second he sees an opening. Cao Cao van bails out of the crumbling house immediately to avoid becoming collateral damage. Nam Cung is still standing there, looking dazed. Suddenly, the killer backs off to charge up his mana. Just him gathering energy is making everything around him shatter. Cao Cao van, running for his life, looks back and screams, what in the actual hell is that? Trieu Huy thinks. His mana is so dense it's practically solid, carving up the environment. That's terrifying. Don't tell me this guy isn't just a sword master. He's got magic chops too. Seeing the guy about to rush him, Trieu Huy unleashes his own move. Heavenly Sword Flow. Enlightenment. Form 8. The Void Path. It opens up something that looks exactly like a cosmic black hole, swallowing everything in its radius. Dark Heaven Killer juices up his sword and slashes right at the void. Bad move. The black hole is on a whole other level, it just eats his sword whole. The killer stands there, totally dumbfounded. Watching his weapon dissolve into nothingness, he whispers, Sword God. Trieu Huy freezes. He recognized the move. Suddenly, the Sword God Zhao Tian speaks from the Blood Jade artifact. Hey kid, let me drive for a sec. Trieu Huy replies, I got this guy. Don't worry about it. The Sword God presses. You really have nothing to say to me? Trieu Huy sighs, closes his eyes, and swaps seats. The Sword God takes over and asks the assassin, you're with the Red Demon Clan, aren't you? Dark Heaven Killer flinches, visibly shook. How did you know that? The sword god says, because you're leaking that arrogant aura the red dragon guys always have. Who do you think you're talking to, kid? The assassin is spiraling, thinking, what the hell? His entire vibe just did a 180. The sword god inspects the blade in Trieu Hui's hand. Nice sword. He channels energy, lifts the roof that got blown off earlier, and casually slaps it back onto the building to seal the room. This is boring. Zhao Tian yawns. Let's cut to the chase. Ask what you want. Dark Heaven Killer just blinks. Huh, fine, I'll go first. You lowlifes still taking orders from the Heaven Seat and the God Seat. Hearing those names, the assassin instantly drops to his knees, trembling. Trieu Huy watches from inside, thinking, how terrifying is this guy? Just hearing the name dropped him. The sword god smirks. Relax, I didn't force you to answer. The God Seat. A title above even the three gods. Mortals worshipped like deities throughout martial history. Observers, wanderers, those who toy with fate, guide it, decide it, and destroy it. Words don't really do justice to their power. Infinite authority. A vague existence, yet impossible to ignore. The assassin stammers, the sword god's successor, impossible. He's freaking out. This is the only figure in history crazy enough to square up against the God's Seat. The heavenly demon records say he met a brutal end. Legend says he crushed half the demon faction with one hand, turned them to dust. The only human ever to. Facing off against the divine seat meant having mental vibes on their level. But then the dragon demon fam dropped their secret technique, the heaven-defying ocean sun, and that basically put a period. At the end of that dude's golden era. His body got chopped into like 1,000 bits and scattered all over the map. After that whole mess, the heavenly demon Dao completely scrubbed the servers, wiping out any trace that the sword god ever existed. He deleted the martial arts he invented and ghosted every connection he ever built. Every single breadcrumb proving the Inish sword god was a player in the underworld got purged. In the end, his techniques became a total mystery, even to the heavenly demon sect. Even if they somehow got their hands on the cheat codes, nobody would have the skills to run the program. That terrifying power, especially the void energy stored inside the sword god's blade, is just way too overpowered for anyone else to handle. But right now, we are witnessing that legendary, world-breaking power live in 4K, right in front of our faces. The Voidbreaker sword technique. The sword god, controlling Trieu Hui's body, looked at the assassin like he was a bug, casually leaking some terrifying aura. Funny how things work, huh? Karma is a beast. You mess around, you find out there's no dodging the consequences. So, tell me, why is the divine seat suddenly coming out of retirement to bully people? Or is there a grander, more systematic conspiracy behind the scenes? Thian Sat stayed quiet, probably too stunned to speak. The sword god continued, got it. Nothing's changed in this world. Guess I don't need to waste any more breath chatting with trash like you. The sword god, piloting Trieu Huy, used the Voidbreaker to rip open a black hole way more stable than the one Trieu Huy made and said, the cycle of casualty keeps spinning. I'm destined to walk through these crossroads eventually. If you think about it, this is just the flow of fate. Don't take it personally, but I have to delete you now. As soon as the words dropped, the sword god swung the blade, sending the black hole straight at Thian Sat. The singularity instantly chomped down on the assassin's entire body, swallowing him whole before vanishing into thin air like a water drop hitting a pond. Silence returned. Once the black hole closed up, the only thing left was a rain of blood falling from where the void used to be. The black hole had eaten everything except the fluids. Thian Sat was gone, reduced to a puddle. The sword god closed his eyes and logged out, returning the body to Trieu Huy. After a moment of dead silence, Cao Cao Van and Nam Cung Zhang Hu rushed in. Cao Cao Van, looking totally spooked, asked, what on earth went down in here? Trieu Huy replied, top secret underworld business. That's all the intel I can declassify for you guys right now. Trieu Huy asked himself internally. Honestly though, old man Tui Tao had warned him about this a million times, but facing it in real life was a different beast. The threat message sent to his house meant they had definitely flagged him as a person of interest. Still, you have to give them props for multitasking, managing the alliance while dealing with the Black Heaven Union drama at the same time. But seriously, what is this divine seat? Is it a literal god? Does that mean deities actually exist? Trieu Huy looked around at the wrecked room and sighed. Man, the contractors are going to charge me a fortune to fix this mess. Then he figured, whatever. Overthinking it won't solve the puzzle. It'll just give him a migraine. He still didn't get why a humble, wholesome merchant like himself was on their radar. But hey, it works in his favor. It helps him expose their identities. He's got Mr. Tao and the legendary Van Thurung Ko on his team. Most importantly, the famous sword god is backing him up too. And that's not even counting the fact that he's a modern guy with modern smarts, capable of seeing the political chessboard of this world from a way wider angle. Hiding under the Master Thuan alias allows him to mask his true power while quietly building an army so strong nobody would dare look down on him. It's all thanks to the modern knowledge and top-tier tactics used by historical figures from his old world. Cao Cao Van stared at the exploded house, which Trieu Huy had pieced back together using nothing but sword intent. Cao Cao Van shivered, thinking, Trieu Huy is starting to scare me. Not only does he use ancient martial arts nobody has ever seen, but his schemes are getting deeper and harder to predict. As someone who watched him take over the entire Black Heaven Union without breaking a sweat, I'm starting to wonder if he's even human anymore. I definitely do not want to end up on his bad side. If the Nam Cung family goes to war with the Trieu clan, it's going to be a disaster. Just then, Diem Thung Luk, Chun Zha, Hui, and Trieu Nut Long walked into the ruins. Trieu Nut Long, surprised, asked, "What's up with the ceiling?" Dame Thurung Luk asked, "Ugh, what happened here?" Trieu Nut Long wasn't watching his step and accidentally stomped right into the puddle of Thayan Sat's blood. He jumped back, freaking out. Yuck! What the hell is with all this gore? Chun Jia Hui, on the other hand, lit up like she struck gold. Drooling, she ran over, crouched down, dipped both hands into the puddle, and then raised a hand to lick it. After tasting it, she looked high as a kite, grinning. This blood still has a hint of yang energy. A man, probably over 40, right? The Venom King's blood snake heart technique is basically a mix of energy, absorption, and blood-sucking arts. DM Thurung Luk looked disgusted. You thirsty freak. You're blushing over a dead guy's leftovers. Tren Jia Hui turned red and snapped back. Well, it's still human blood, okay? And it looks super fresh too. I was tempted to take a sip, so what? Speaking of which, where's the body? Trieu Huy facepalmed. Oh, is this chick a vampire or something? He thought to himself. I knew she was weird the moment she spent all that gold on bare blood. Suddenly, Tren Jia Hui felt something, and threw her head back, moaning and trembling. Diem Thurung Luk jumped again, cursing. What the hell? She's giving me goosebumps. That girl looks like she's climaxing just from sniffing blood. So gross. What is wrong with you? Tren Jia Hui, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with love, said, This is the first time I've ever tasted blood this potent and pure. Who was the owner? Which sect was he from? Don't tell me it was the fire cult. Trieu Huy looked, serious and disgusted, thinking, Exactly. This is why I don't let any villains from the heavenly demon path, even the Venom King, taste human blood. Masters of the blood snake heart technique get super high off even a drop of a true master's blood. Trieu Huy sighed, bet it tastes 5-star, huh? He thought, she drank it all, there's no going back now. Tren Jia Hui knelt obediently, blushing and looking at him with puppy eyes. It's literally top-tier delicious. She thought, I don't know why, but every drop makes my body burn with excitement. Then she suddenly buried her face in the puddle and started gulping it down, non-stop. Watching this, Cao Cao Van's jaw hit the floor, completely shocked. Yikes. Trieu Nut Long looked ready to hurl. Good lord. Trieu Huy couldn't watch anymore, turning away. All right, it's lunchtime. I'm heading back to the main house. Cao Cao Van immediately followed, saying, Yeah, let's get out of here. Nam Cung Truong Ho and Truong Nut Long also bailed instantly, ignoring Tren Jia Hui, who was still face-planted in the blood. Trieu Huy walked off with Cao Cao Van, Nam Cung Truong Ho, and Truong Nut Long, Diem Thurung Luk, and Tuit Hien rolled up to the Zhao family's inn. Moment they stepped up, the owner clocked Trieu Huy immediately and started bowing like crazy, going, Oh snap, it's the big boss. Trieu Huy kept it ice cold, saying, Yo, during business hours, your job is to treat every customer the same. I'm no special snowflake, so cut the bowing and scraping. Just act normal, okay? The manager nodded aggressively. Got it, loud and clear. Right this way, valued customer. Once they settled in, Trong Nut Long was practically drooling. I'm starving. I need meat or I'm gonna die. Trieu Huy cut him off instantly, yelling, Yo waiter, hit us with 6 bowls of veggie noodles and 3 shaved ices. Trieu Nut Long pouted hard, thinking he was gonna puke if he ate more veggies. Trieu Huy glanced at Tuit Hien. You cop a new face veil? Looks dope. Do me a favor and keep it on, yeah? Tuit Hien gave a chilly reply. Understood, boss. Trieu Huy pressed on. So, did you scope out that schedule I was thinking about? Can we pull the trigger on it or what? Tuit Hien shook her head. I personally checked all 32 spots on the list with manager Truong, but it's a no-go. We wouldn't even be able to secure half of them. Trieu Huy looked pretty bummed out, sighing, not even half. Seriously. Trieu Huy thought to himself, at this rate, my whole plan is going to flush down the toilet. We won't be able to use the giant ice wall. The investors already blindly bet on Trieu Huy once, so now they're clutching the purse strings super tight. The only move left is for her to keep grinding with her half-baked ice skills. Feeling defeated, Trieu Huy muttered, what a waste. Trieu Huy sounded cold but a little sad. I'm sorry. I just can't handle the heavenly ice crystals like my brother could. Cao Cao was deep in thought. Heavenly ice crystals. Heavenly ice crystals. Suddenly, he jumped up and slammed the table. Bingo. I remember now the Tang family is loaded with them. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. The Tang family? You mean the Sichuan Tang clan? Cao Cao nodded. Yup. Back during the Great War, the Martial Arts Alliance seized a ton of loot from the North Sea, and that included the heavenly ice crystals. Trieu Huy asked. So how did they end up with the Tangs? Cao Cao broke it down. Word on the street is they needed M for poison research, so the Alliance handed the whole stash over to the Tang family. Probably some backroom deal involved. Trieu Huy thought for a second. If you get access to those heavenly ice crystals, can you handle the entire operation at Poyang Lake solo? Trieu Huy nodded confidently. Consider it done. Trieu Huy replied, all right, I feel you. Just then, Trieu Huy stomped in, flinging blood all over the floor with every step. Customers and waiters dropped their jaws, someone even dropped their noodle bowl and screamed. She looked like she'd just taken a bath in a slaughterhouse, eyes wide and crazy, asking, where's the body? The crowd freaked out and started screaming, help, murderer. The next day at Poyang Lake, Trieu Huy was inspecting the smithy, thinking, from a modern perspective, this tech is practically prehistoric. Look at this convoluted process just to make steel clay furnaces as tall as a person, coal mixed in with iron ore, then fanning the flames with foot pedals all day without a break. And for what? A tiny scrap of steel. This massive workshop has like 70 of those furnaces. Even with the workers going full throttle, they only pump out about 20 caddies of steel a day. That's like 12 kilograms. This whole operation runs with about 250 people swapping shifts on the bellows. The output is pathetic, so chaos is basically guaranteed. For someone used to seeing molten iron pouring out of massive blast furnaces on the Discovery Channel, watching this is pure torture. Trieu Huy sighed, calculating. If I applied modern labor costs to this mess, a single metal ingot would cost an arm and a leg. Every time I visit the ironworks, this primitive nonsense drives me up the wall. Trieu Huy couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he kept spiraling. Every single morning, the workers smash over 70 furnaces. Since those clay ovens get blasted, with heat over 1,000 degrees all night, they turn into useless terracotta bricks, so they have to haul fresh clay from the river back to the workshop. Then they rebuild the man-sized furnaces, reload the coal and ore, and start pumping the bellows all over again. Just that. Whole process burns half the day. At this snail's pace, getting enough steel to build a single apartment complex would take decades. It takes a week just to make. Enough for one H-beam. Can't we run this like a modern smelter? Obviously, we can't do it with just wood charcoal. We have to go mining for actual coal. But with the tech in the Central Plains, unless it's an open pit mine, there's nowhere to dig. When you try to dig with a pickaxe and hit a rock layer, you basically have to abandon the mine. If I want to get serious about mining, explosives are non-negotiable. It's not even about manpower anymore. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Trieu Huy's head. Wait, do I actually need TNT? The raw power of the Shaolin Temple's secret, 100-step divine fist, or the Arhat divine art. If the rumors are true, who needs dynamite? In the Central Plains martial world, aren't there plenty of high-level masters who can pulverize a boulder into dust with a single punch? If I could just hire one of those muscle heads, then finding and clearing a coal vein would be a piece of cake. If I can mine a massive amount of coal, the OG fossil fuel, then my dream of a modern blast furnace isn't just a pipe dream. But how do I pull it off? The Shaolin Temple is top tier, ranking even higher than the Namgung family or the other big shots in the martial world. You think they'd show up just to dig for rocks? If I asked, those living Buddhas would probably lose their zen and smash my head in with a staff. The sword god did say my skills aren't up to par with the top dogs of the 7 martial seats yet. Right now, Grandmaster Kong, along with Martial Emperor Than Van from the Alliance and the Sword Saint from Mount Hua are the big 3, the absolute units of the 7 seats. While Trieu Huy was racking his brain, Trong Nut Long walked up, looking annoyed. Yo, boss, that big lug is back again. Trieu Huy blinked. What are you talking about? And seriously, Who are you to be calling anyone else big? Trieu not long explained. The dude I arm wrestled the other day. He got kicked out of the guest house, so I bet he's coming to start something. Trieu Huy nodded. Oh, right. Let me think. That's the eldest son of the limitless Blade King. Scene switch. Banquet, the new Blade King is ranting. With our strict standards, this guy's been rejected repeatedly. Sure, people have bought their way in before, but there's a limit, right? I feel bad saying this, but the dude is straight up ugly. Like, historically ugly, even if he wasn't. Hop Tan was running a tight ship, locked down so hard even the nepo babies of high-ranking officials were whining about it. But seriously, letting a guy as visually offensive as Banquet waltz in, the crowd would riot, screaming that we're letting just any stray animal through the door. Trieu Huy let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "Man, this guy is a walking migraine. So, where is he right now?" Trieu Nat Long replied, "He's crashing at the Trieu family guest house." Wait, isn't Han Tuit Hin over there right now, managing the ice inventory for the storage rooms? Trieu Huy snapped, "We need to move. Now." A bit later, over at the Trieu guest house by Ba Duong Lake, Trieu Huy and Nat Long walked in and were immediately hit with a cringeworthy sight. Banquet was hammered, flexing his muscles and trying to impress Tuit Hin. He was hyping himself up. Boom. Look at that. A real macho man, right? Total beast mode. Oh. Tuit Hin covered her face, turning away in second-hand embarrassment. Banquet, completely oblivious and grinning like a maniac, thought, did she fall for it? Is she swooning yet? Watching from a distance, Trieu Huy looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon. He thought, oh my god, that is horrifying. He looks even worse when he smiles. Trieu Huy, thoroughly annoyed, stomped over and shouted, all right, dial it back about 10 notches. Tuit Hin was caught between dying of embarrassment and just wanting Banquet to vanish. Banquet quickly adjusted his shirt to cover his pecs and said, I was just a little too hyped up, that's all. Then he glanced at the sword hanging at Trieu Huy's waist. He puffed up arrogantly, puffing out his chest. So, you finally pull out that butter knife. A real man isn't built like a twig, buddy. A real man looks like this. Trieu Huy sighed, looking completely over it. So, you came all the way here just to flex your muscles and show off your sword collection? Hearing that, Banquet remembered his actual mission. He yelled angrily, how dare you keep rejecting me? I am Banquet, the young master of the Ban family from Hebei. Let me into the Hop Tan Club right now. If you deny me again, I'm going to wreck this whole place. He was talking big, but his eyes were practically screaming with desperate thirst. He thought, please, bro. I just want to get in. I want to hang out with the ladies. Trieu Huy looked confused and thought, did this dude just subtitle his own thoughts with his eyes? Not Long immediately stepped in, holding out a hand to block him. No way. Go home. Banquet bristled. Why? Give me one good reason why I can't enter. Nat Long stared him dead in the eye and said coldly, because you're ugly. Banquet took emotional damage, tears welling up as he died a little inside. Huh. That's the first time anyone said that to my face. He slowly turned his head, looking tragic. My mom always told me I had a rugged, manly charm. He switched to anger. How dare you? You're just rude. All you have is muscles and zero manners. Furious, he stomped on the floor, shattering a floorboard. You punk! Let's settle this right now. Trieu Huy said calmly, then, the employee named Fan Na rushed over. Yes, boss, I'm here. Trieu Huy said coldly, that's 3 broken pillars. Who knows what else he's going to smash. Make sure you tally up every single cent and bill him for it. Got it? Fan Na nodded. You got it, boss. Banquet, enraged, swung his arm toward Trieu Huy, shouting, you little. Just then, Tuit Hin, who was standing next to Trieu Huy, shouted, stop it. People are trying to eat here. But as Banquet swung his arm, he accidentally backhanded Tuit Hin right in the face, knocking her backward and sending her, veil flying. The bystanders caught a glimpse of her face and immediately gasped. Oh my god. Whoa. How is that possible? She's a goddess. A total knockout. Banquet turned beet red, realizing he messed up. I'm so sorry, miss, he thought. Except for when I'm swinging a blade, my heart has never raced like this. This is a first. If a goddess actually existed, she'd definitely look like this. Trieu Huy coldly picked up the veil. Hey, I told you to keep track of your face covering. He handed it back to Tuit Hin. She reached out and took it, whispering, I'm sorry. Banquet was absolutely smitten. He immediately bowed and said, I am Banquet, the Black Tortoise, young master of the Ban family, one of the 5 great families of the Northern Heavens. It is an honor. May I have the privilege of knowing your name, miss? Nat Long jumped in between them, blocking Trieu Huy and shoving Banquet back. Banquet snapped, "Hey, move it, you jerk." Nat Long shouted back, "You shady-looking creep. You think you can just stare at the lady like that? Beat it. Humph. Quit dreaming. You think you're worthy of asking for her name?" Trieu Huy still politely bowed and replied, "I am the 17th generation descendant of the Han clan from the North Sea, Trieu Fong. My name in the Ice clan is Trieu Huy." Banquet jolted. "Wait, the North Sea Han clan? The Ice Palace?" He suddenly burst into dramatic tears. Sob. Love is so cruel. Then he got serious and yelled, "Hey, you! Let's settle this. If you're a man, stop hiding." Nat Long stepped up. "Bring it on. I'll teach you a lesson." Banquet charged at Nat Long, shouting, "I was hoping you'd say that. Against a guy like you, I don't even need my blade. I'll use my palm technique." Nat Long cursed, "You piece of trash." Suddenly, Trieu Huy cut in. "Wait, hold up. Palm technique? The Ban family has palm strikes, like actual martial arts styles." Banquet and Nat Long were grabbing each other by the collar, staring daggers at each other. "What is he talking about?" Then Banquet puffed up proudly. "As someone who roams the martial world, are you telling me you've never heard of my family's mixed element wall palm?" Trieu Huy asked curiously. "Is this mixed element wall palm stronger than the 100-step god fist or the Arhat god fist?" Banquet declared confidently, Even if the Shaolin arts are top tier, my family's mixed element wall palm is definitely in the same league." Trieu Huy grinned with the shady smile of a black market merchant. "Hey, so, you want to go around with me?" Banquet asked. "Fight you." Trieu Huy set the trap. "Let's call it a little wager." Banquet looked at Trieu Huy's scholarly, slim build and thought, "He looks like a dry twig. Does he really think he can take me on with that physique?" He immediately replied, "How are we doing this?" Trieu Huy casually held out his right hand. "Arm wrestling." Banquet was confused. "Arm wrestling?" He thought. He wants to arm wrestle with those noodle arms. Trieu Huy laid out the terms. "If I lose, you get VIP access to come and go at the Hop Tan Club whenever you want." Banquet beamed, visibly excited. What? What? Seriously?" Trieu Huy's smile widened. "But if I win, you have to sign an employment contract with me." Banquet, brimming with confidence, walked over to a table in the inn and said, "You're not going to back out on your word, right?" Trieu Huy followed him to the table. "That's exactly what we wanted to ask you. You know what an employment contract is, right?" Both of them sat down to prepare. Banquet said smugly, "Yeah. A gentleman never goes back on his word." Trieu Huy added, "Once said, 4 horses can't chase it back." Banquet asked, "No internal energy allowed, right?" Trieu Huy looked at him with calm confidence. "Whatever works for you. Your call." Banquet stuck out his right hand, totally cocky. "Is that so? Then no internal energy." He was celebrating inside, thinking, his bicep isn't even a third the size of mine. Hehe. Trieu Huy put his hand up to clasp Banquet's. As soon as their hands touched, Banquet's thoughts stalled. I just touched his hand. Why does it feel like I'm grabbing a chunk of granite? Suddenly, something feels off. He looks disappointed. "Hey, you sure you aren't using mana for this?" Cao Hui gives him a blinding, closed-eye smile. "You already know the answer. Why ask?" "Time to end this little hustle." Cao Hui flexes. "Ready. Let's go." Banquet grunts and strains, but screaming doesn't equal strength. Cao Hui gently, and I mean gently, slams Banquet's wrist to the table. The skill gap is so massive that Banquet's whole body flips over with his arm. Totally dominated and confused, Banquet lies there. Cao Hui happily pulls out a paper. "Since we agree on the labor terms, I'll just draft up the contract." Seeing Cao Hui's cheerful, casual smile makes Banquet shudder. Cao Hui starts writing. Truong Nat Long, standing nearby, busts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that was gold." The crowd whispers. "Isn't that the young master of the Hebei Ban family? The guy's famous for physical strength?" Banquet can't believe he lost. That was black magic. "You cheated." Cao Hui looks annoyed. He puts his left arm up on the table. "Fine. If you think you can win, come take a shot at the left one." Banquet gets serious, locks left hands with him, and pushes with every ounce of strength he has. Cao Hui's arm doesn't budge a millimeter. Banquet is wheezing, thinking, how? His arm is like a twig. He can't move him. Cao Hui just leaves his arm there while using his other hand to hold up the contract. Roles, salary, bonuses. It's all in the draft. Just read it and sign here. Yo, since this is just a rough draft, if you've got any beef with it, just holler. I can tweak the details for you. Banquet got totally triggered by Trieu Hui's attitude. His eyes bugged out, and he slowly reached behind his back to grab his blade. Trieu Huy saw right through the move and said, "You talk a big game about honor and being a gentleman, but then you try a shady move like that? Wow, I am so surprised. You really gonna pull a weapon on me?" The second he finished speaking, Trieu Huy flipped the script, unleashing his own pressure. He went into a trance state, his eyes glowing with this electric blue light. His aura was this crazy mix of gold and sky blue, like a sunny day on steroids. Banquet froze with his hand on his hilt, thinking, realization realm? No way. How does that skinny twig have that kind of power? Even I, the genius of the North, haven't hit that level yet. Banquet tried to play it cool, quickly dropping his hand. My bad. Didn't know you were a martial artist too. So, what's the plan now? Trieu Huy kept, flexing his aura and said, "You're gonna go scout for minerals with the crew. Once you find the deposits, you're gonna help them dig for coal." Banquet's face went dark. He looked totally defeated. Digging? He couldn't believe it. He was born into a famous family, spent his whole life training, and now this guy wants him to be a miner, like literal manual labor. He immediately snapped back. "No way. I'm a martial artist, bro. You think I'm some dirt digger?" "Me? A miner?" Trieu Huy just sat there, cracking his knuckles, and said, "A gentleman keeps his word." Banquet knew he messed up. "Yeah, I know, but this is way too harsh." Trieu Huy closed his eyes for a second, then dropped a deal. "If you scout successfully or dig up over 1,000 pounds of coal, on top of your pay, I'll give you a VIP pass to the Harmony Pavilion." Banquet lit up like a Christmas tree. The Harmony Pavilion? He signed that contract instantly. But suddenly, someone crept up behind him. Before Banquet knew what was happening, the person slashed his back. Blood sprayed everywhere. Banquet screamed in pain and spun around to see Trieu Huy. She was standing there giggling, holding the knife. "Awesome. That is some genuine alpha male blood right there." Truong Nat Long panicked. "Yo, is this chick crazy? Why did she just stab him like that?" Trieu Huy didn't care about anyone else. She blushed hard, looking totally unhinged, and licked the blood off her blade. That's the good stuff. Pure yang energy. Banquet saw Trieu Huy's pretty face and immediately forgot about the stab wound. He turned beet red and gasped. "Huh?" He instantly fixed his posture to introduce himself. "I am Banquet, young master of the Ban family, one of the big five in the north. It's an honor to meet you, miss. May I ask for your name?" Truong Nat Long was confused by Banquet's reaction. Trieu Huy cringed so hard his toes curled. How can this guy use the exact same pickup line? He used on hand Tuyet Hyen. He must have rehearsed that in the mirror 1,000 times. Trieu Huy blinked and said, "Me? I'm Trieu Huy." Banquet beamed. Trieu Huy. He was hyping himself up internally. First Han Tuyet Hyen, now her? Is it possible that he's actually a lady magnet? Maybe he really had that riz. Trieu Huy put on an innocent act, blushing while looking thirsty. "So, are you like a super top-tier master or something?" Banquet puffed out his chest, ego fully inflated. "Haha, you've got a great eye, miss." Suddenly, Trieu Huy touched his chest muscles. "Whoa, is this external cultivation? It feels harder than the golden bell." Banquet shivered with joy at her touch. "Golden bell? Please. This is the Ban family's overlord art. Those other styles can't even compare." Banquet flexed his arm to show off. Trieu Huy played dumb. "Oh, so that means you heal super fast, right? Wow, look, the wound on your back is already gone." Trieu Huy flashed a killer smile, using her charm. "Can I stab you just one more time?" Banquet, still flexing, nodded confidently. "Of course. A real man doesn't worry about a few scratches. It's nothing." Trieu Huy held up the knife, beaming. "Oh, thank you." Then, she brutally sliced his left bicep while he was posing. With that same flushed, crazy look, she leaned in to lick the fresh blood from the cut. Banquet was in pain, but he was simping so hard the pleasure took over. He actually let out a happy scream. Trieu Huy watched this train wreck and turned away. "Let's get to work before I lose my mind." Truong Nat Long looked just as disgusted. "Yeah, I'm with you on that." Big brother, when Trieu Huy, Truong Nat Long, and Tuyet Hyen stepped out, they saw Cao Cao van approaching. The old man looked worried and hesitated. We have a bit of a problem." Zhao Hui asked, "What's the issue?" Zhuo Chu Yun explained, "Remember I mentioned I wanted to invest in the guild? Well, I went home and talked to the fam, and my big brother actually came here in person." Zhao Hui was curious. "Your big brother?" Just then, a dude walked over. It was none other than Zhu Jing. He bowed with a dramatic flair of a period drama actor and announced, "It is an absolute honor. I am Zhu Jiying, head of the inner court for the Zhuge clan. Cao Hui flashed a customer service smile, but inside he was roasting the guy. Is this dude for real? Sending a top-tier executive for a measly 20,000 gold investment? Talk about overkill. Walking toward his luxury sky cloud carriage, Zhao Hui turned to his right-hand man. Hey, give our guest the grand tour. I'm swamped today, so I'm dipping out. Zhuo Qiyu nodded. You got it, boss. In that case, Zhu Jiying started, but Zhao Hui cut him off. Look, buddy, no offense, but my schedule is packed tighter than a subway train. Let's catch up later, yeah? Zhu Jiying snapped his fan open like some dramatic anime character. I'm not here for the sightseeing. I'm here for the mastermind behind the Zhao Empire. I promise I'll be quiet as a mouse, just let me tag along. Ugh, what a clingy dude, Zhao Hui thought. But business is business, so he gestured toward the carriage door. Fine, hop in, Zhao Hui said, resigning himself to the company. But don't say I didn't warn you. Zhu Jiying grinned and scrambled inside. As soon as his butt hit the seat, his head was on a swivel, gawking at everything like a tourist in Times Square. Shui Xian just sat there, silently judging him. This spec is insane, Zhu Jiying thought. I've never seen gadgets like this in my life. The interior design is light years ahead of anything we have. Ignoring the fanboying, Zhao Hui signaled the driver. Let's roll. As the sky cloud carriage launched forward, Zhu Jiying gasped. Whoa, his brain couldn't compute. They were tearing down a gravel road along Lake Poyang, but it felt like they were gliding on air. He looked out the window, the scenery was blurring by, but the cabin was dead silent. It was a totally different vibe, smoother than silk, unlike any bone-shaking carriage ride he'd ever taken. Noticing his guest looking like he'd seen a ghost, Zhao Hui asked, You okay there? You look a little shook. It doesn't feel like a carriage at all, Zhu Jiying stammered, clearly embarrassed. That's the point, Zhao Hui explained. It's our custom shock absorption tech from the Anhui Ironworks. We call it the Sky Cloud chassis. Sky Cloud chassis? Zhu Jiying repeated, wide-eyed. Yup. Zhuge thought the name sounded way too cool for a vehicle part. Just then, the driver hollered, First stop, boss. Zhao Hui hopped out first. All right, everybody out. The place was a zoo. It was one of the Zhao family diners, and the crowd was going feral. People were screaming, Give me a black water. Me too. I need a 6-stack burger and a large black water. Stat. Zhao Hui turned to Shui Xian with a chill vibe. Ice me, would ya? On it, she replied. Meanwhile, customers were stuffing their faces right on the sidewalk, groaning with pure joy. Oh my god, how is this even legal? Inside, the kitchen staff was sweating bullets. A waiter rushed in, shouting, Code red. The chairman is here to taste test. The head chef scrambled to plate the signature burger and drink, rushing it out with trembling hands. Order up. I've got the goods. Chairman, sir. The chef watched Zhao Hui's sharp gaze and gulped. Everyone knew the boss was a nightmare critic, and this was opening day at the new Lake Poyang branch. If the food didn't pass the vibe check, they'd be shut down before lunch was over. Zhao Hui calmly reached out and picked up the burger. He took a calculated bite, chewed slowly, then washed it down with a fizzy black water. Not bad, he nodded. You kept the recipe standard. The chef practically collapsed with relief. He bowed frantically. It's still not quite Coke, 0 levels of crisp, but it'll do, Zhao Hui thought. He turned to the staff. Pack me up 6 of the mega burgers and 6 drinks to go. Coming right up, boss, the chef beamed, looking like he'd just won the lottery. Just then, Zhai Nilong returned with Sui Xian, who looked wiped out from using her powers to make ice. Zhao Hui caught it immediately. He tossed her a small vial. Don't burn yourself out. Down this, it'll help. Sui Xian caught it, nodding. Thanks. Her mana pool is way too shallow for that level of ice magic, he analyzed. I need to find that heaven ice spirit herb for her soon. Moments later, the chef handed over the grease-stained paper bags, smelling of heaven. Bag in hand, Zhao Hui strolled back to the luxury carriage. All right, let's hit the road. We'll grab lunch on the way. Back in the seat, Zhu Jing eyed the bag like a hungry dog. Do you mind if I try a bite? Zhao Hui laughed and handed him a burger. Knock yourself out, buddy. Zhu Jing peeled back the wrapper, looking confused, then took a tentative bite. Boom. Flavor explosion. His mind went blank. What kind of sorcery is this? It was smoky, spicy, and sweet all at once, dancing on his tongue. Zhu Jing started eating like he hadn't seen food in weeks, absolutely losing his mind over the taste, melting in his mouth. It was a flavor hurricane. Then he chugged the black water. A loud, satisfied burp escaped him, shattering his whole dignified, noble act. He turned beet red. My apologies, but he couldn't stop. He kept sipping the fizzy black drink, thinking, How does something this good even exist on this planet? Over the next few days, Zhu Jing's worldview was completely shattered. He tagged along on Cao Hui's business trips and saw things that defied logic. He got addicted to the soda, then completely lost his mind over the Zhao family's chilled liquor. One sip of the snowflower spirit wine actually made him weep tears of joy. But it wasn't just the booze. He saw the fleet of drivers covering every corner of the map for the Zhao Logistics Network. Seeing that army of bicycles left him speechless. It was a whole new world, and he was just living in it. They deliver hot food right to your door. It was a completely new economic model. Then, late that night, he stumbled across a blueprint for a 10-story skyscraper lying on a desk. That was the breaking point. Zhu Jing immediately penned a frantic letter home. Dad, it's me. Listen to me very carefully. Send money. Send every single gold coin the family has. This isn't just an investment anymore. This is a revolution. He paused, then kept writing. Cao Hui is terrifyingly brilliant. We have to be his partners, because if we try to fight him, we're finished. I'm staying here with Zuo Chu Yun to keep an eye on him and his crew. You'll have to cover my shifts at the inner court for a while. The first operation I'm going to monitor is... He sealed the letter and sent it via the fastest courier available. That letter was the spark. Rumors about the true value of the Zhao business empire exploded, spreading way beyond the local provinces until the entire martial arts world was buzzing about them. Zhu Jiying's detailed diary of his time at Lake Poyang became so legendary that it didn't just stay within the family, it ended up on the conference table of the Martial Arts Alliance itself. The next day at the Zhao family HQ meeting table, Cao Hui dropped the bomb. I'm heading out to the Tang family turf in Sichuan. While I'm Ghost, I need you guys to run this mega guild smooth. Zuo Chu Yun immediately clapped back. The Tang family in Sichuan? Are you crazy? What kind of people do you think they are? They'll just give us the cold shoulder. Forget about that, heavenly ice spirit. Nam Cung Zhang Hu chimed in. Facts. It's a dead end. You can't talk shop or make deals with cold-blooded killers like them. It's totally useless. Cao Hui frowned. If they're that bad, how are they still one of the 5 great noble families? I've always wondered that. I don't get why they're considered the good guys. Don't they specialize in poison, hidden weapons, and assassination? Zuo Chu Yun replied, they're a necessary evil. Cao Hui raised an eyebrow. Necessary evil? Nam Cung Zhang Hu broke it down. The Tang clan. They're the vanguard protecting the front lines of the righteous martial world. Front lines? Cao Hui asked. Nam Cung Zhang Hu continued. They're the ones who've been fiercely battling the heavenly demon's descendants for ages. The Sichuan Tangs are the only clan throwing down with the heavenly demon city. That's why they get a pass as a righteous sect. Cao Hui scoffed. You think they're fighting the demon city solo? If I dig deep enough, maybe we can cut a deal. The heavenly ice spirit is something you can only find in the endless snows of the North Sea. It's like hunting for wild ginseng on land. To the North Sea folks, it's basically a legendary elixir, maybe even on par with the purple cloud pill. For anyone training in ice arts, it's practically a cheat code. Xu Xian asked, Young master, how will you even recognize the heavenly ice spirit? Zhao Hui said, because you're stuck at Poyang Lake managing the ice warehouse, so I have to go to Sichuan solo. The issue is, I have zero clue what it looks like. If those sneaky Tang guys try to scam me, I'd fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Xu Xian replied, I don't know either. The only person who's actually seen a heavenly ice spirit is my big brother. Zhao Hui hummed and hawed, thinking, ain't nobody got time to run back to Anhui to ask Han Shui bye. Suddenly, Xu Xian shrieked like she remembered something. Oh, he said, it reacts to the frosty energy of ice arts. Zhao Hui's eyes lit up. Frosty energy from ice arts. Xu Xian nodded confidently. Yup. Zhao Hui thought, easy peasy then. My skills are a bit raw, but I can definitely fake some ice energy. Zhao Hui stood up and barked orders. Dial the business down by 10% for now. I already briefed Manager Zhang. Just keep the ice warehouses running like he says. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. Guys, 1 month later. You know the old saying, dogs in Sichuan bark at the sun. Sichuan is so mountainous it's called Mount Shu, and the weather is totally bipolar, always raining. The dogs living in those perma-cloudy mountains never see a dry day. So when the sun finally pops out, they freak out and bark like maniacs. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui was chilling on a trail halfway up the mountain. He stretched his legs and groaned. Man, I'm beat. He thought, I feel like I've got mold growing on me after these last few weeks. Who knew sunlight was such a big deal? Zhao Hui looked at the mossy, fog-covered peaks and thought, the old-timers weren't lying. He strapped his boots back on, getting ready to move. If this road wasn't so tight, I would have taken the luxury carriage. These narrow paths, barely wide enough for one dude. were built like magic right onto the sheer cliffs. How in the world did they engineer this with current tech? Then a light bulb went off. Maybe martial artists built it. If these crazy dangerous paths on Mount Shu were made by kung fu masters, it makes total sense. Top-tier masters with wall gecko skills can just run up cliffs. They don't need to dangle from ropes like regular construction workers. Wait a sec. If I want to build a commercial apartment complex and I hire these martial arts masters as laborers, wouldn't that speed up construction like crazy? If a master just works for food, they'd stick around. Mobilizing the Black Heaven Lotus guys shouldn't be an issue. The higher-ups hold their lives in their hands with the antidote anyway. Just threaten them a little, and they'll fall in line. Suddenly, Trieu Huy saw a crowd ahead. Sichuan merchants, he thought. He walked up behind a guy, bowed, and asked, "Excuse me, boss." The man replied, "What's up?" Trieu Huy started. "It's my first time stepping foot in Sichuan. I was looking around and saw your caravan passing by, so I hustled over to say hi. If it's cool with you, mind if I tag along as a guest?" The man grunted. "You want to roll with the caravan? 10 taels of silver." Trieu Huy blinked. 10 taels? The man turned his back. "If you ain't got 10 taels, beat it. We're not running a charity." Trieu Huy gritted his teeth, thinking, "Geez, look at these highway robbers. Do they know who they're dealing with?" He reached into his pocket, intentionally letting his coat flap open to show the sword at his hip. "Fine, call it a guide fee." The man spotted the blade and did a total 180. "Oh, you're a martial artist? My bad. Since I took the cash, you're in. But we're coming up on Iron Blood Valley, mind lending a hand if things get hairy." Trieu Huy tilted his head. "Iron Blood Valley? Where's that at?" The man looked shocked. "You don't know Iron Blood Manor?" Trieu Huy repeated, "Iron Blood Manor. They call themselves a manor, but it's really the Iron Blood Fortress, a bandit den right at the entrance to Mount Shu. They've got a nasty rep." Trieu Huy asked, "Doesn't the Tang family run this area? Why not ask them for backup?" The man shook his head. "The Tangs don't lower themselves to work with merchants like us." Trieu Huy pressed. "Wait, the Tang family doesn't do business?" The man explained, "When they buy stuff, they send proxies. Actual Tang family members barely ever show their faces." Trieu Huy's jaw dropped. "Oh," he thought. "They won't even trade with their neighbors in Sichuan? There's being exclusive, and then there's just being ridiculous." Trieu Huy asked, "So the Tangs don't have any storefronts? If they don't trade, how do they fund the whole clan?" The man made a throat-slitting gesture. "We don't know how they operate to keep the clan running, and honestly, we can't find out. Because anyone who messes with the Tang family business usually drops dead mysteriously." Trieu Huy was surprised. "They all die?" The guy with a face like a thunderstorm growled, "You know the drill. Anyone running their mouth about the Tang clan just vanishes. Poof, no evidence. But hey, it is what it is, right?" Trieu Huy thought to himself, "Wow, textbook tyrant moves. Ruling by fear? That is straight out of the Dictator 101 handbook, just like those guys up north." Trieu Huy didn't back down, speaking with zero hesitation. "Man, talk about a major letdown. Aren't you guys supposed to be one of the big 5 orthodox families? Top-tier martial artists? How can you just ignore regular folks like this? Flexing on the weak isn't exactly heroic. It's trashy behavior for a so-called righteous faction." The dark-faced dude looked panicked. "Oh god, this guy." A bystander whispered, "Yo, shut up. You trying to get us killed. The Tang family? More like the trash family." Trieu Huy stood his ground. "Did I stutter? You call yourselves a noble house, but you treat your own soldiers and locals like dirt while you live the high life. You ain't heroes. You're just bullies with a fancy last name." The guy was shaking half fear, half rage. He gritted his teeth. The absolute audacity. Disrespecting the Tang clan like that? "You must be new here, kid." Suddenly flash, something snapped through the air. A throwing dagger. It cut through the crowd straight for Trieu Huy's face. But my guy was on high alert. He didn't even flinch, snapped his hand up and caught the blade between 2 fingers like it was nothing. A figure stepped out of the shadows, blocking the path. Dude looked absolutely savage. He sneered, fast hands, sharp tongue. "Not bad, kid." The moment the crowd realized who he was, panic set in. Tang family. Everyone dropped to their knees, forehead to the dirt, chanting, "Greetings, Lord of the Tang House." According to the intel from Cao Cao, the Tang drip code is pretty specific before you head out. Outer Circle scrubs wear 1 to 7 snakes on their gear. Inner Circle elites rock 1 to 7 poisonous dragons. 7 dragons usually means you're the big boss. But this old geezer, his robe was swarming with so many dragons it looked like a glitch. I couldn't even count them. Is this guy a fake? The martial world is full of frauds, clowns pretending to be top tier just for clout. Trieu Huy frowned. Guessing games are annoying, and waiting is worse. Even if this guy is a total fraud, something felt off. My hands were itching to throw hands. I could feel this weird energy radiating off him. I wanted to rush him, but I had to play it cool for a second. The old man was leaking energy like a broken reactor. You couldn't see it with the naked eye, but the air around him was warping. It was a mix of battle, spirit, and pure toxicity. Definitely not your average NPC. But here's the kicker. If he's really Tang Squad, what is with the dragon overload? Does he outrank the clan leader? Whatever, he is here to kill me. Enough thinking. Trieu Hui's eyes flashed neon blue. Zap. He vanished into thin air, moving like a literal lightning bolt. The old man realized instantly this kid wasn't a noob. He whipped out a dagger, stands solid as a rock, and thrust it forward. Clang. Sword met dagger in a sparks-flying collision. Dust exploded everywhere like a grenade went off. Out of the dust, Trieu Huy split 1, 2, 3 clones, each one unleashing its own combo. The final strike glowed with a freaky light. That sword strike sent a chill down the old man's spine. Cold sweat city. But the old guy wasn't a rookie. He lifted his leg, pulling a matrix dodge just in time. If that hit connected, he'd be affectionately known as Stumpy. He stumbled back a few steps. Decades of experience, and he's getting schooled by a teenager. He was livid. He threw his cloak open, boom, hundreds of daggers pinned inside. He fired them off like a machine gun, a swarm of angry hornets. The caravan leader screamed, "Duck! Get behind the mules." Everyone scrambled. If they didn't move fast, they'd end up looking like Swiss cheese. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy wasn't stressing. He unleashed the secret arts. Nam Kung's secret art, Sky Wind Step. He became the wind. Spinning his sword, he turned into a human tornado. It was the perfect counter. The old man's daggers hit the vortex and dropped like flies. Useless. Blocking 1,000 daggers isn't exactly a walk in the park, but Trieu Hui's eyes flashed again. He saw the opening. Slash. He brought his sword down hard. Blood sprayed everywhere as the old man's right arm got sliced. The guy grunted in pain. Trieu Huy yelled, "You toxic old bat. I'm the one trash-talking the Tangs. Why try to wipe out everyone else?" The old man pulled out a signal flare. "They saw you defy us. That makes them liabilities." Zero hesitation. He fired the flare straight up. Pop. As it echoed in the sky, he sneered. "Now you're going to see what real hell looks like, kid. The 12 poison fangs are coming for you. The dragon pavilion is mobilizing. We're setting up a dragnet. Every exit, every valley, every road lockdown. There is nowhere to run." While Trieu Huy was figuring out how to deal with this mess, a voice echoed from the Blood Jade. "Ah, an exile." Trieu Huy blinked. "Huh, what's that?" The voice replied, "Check his wrist. Look closer. See that firebrand sealing his blood flow? That is proof he has reached the poison blood stage. Dude is basically a walking biohazard, a poison man. It is a state everyone chases total transformation. Like a demon becoming a devil, or a North Sea fighter becoming, well, a beast." Trieu Huy mentally messaged back, "May. He doesn't feel that OP. Maybe on par with Bro Trung Ho at best." The voice immediately snapped, "You moron. He has zero internal energy." Trieu Huy froze. "Say what? That's impossible." Inside the Blood Jade, a voice spoke up. "Did you notice anything weird about his movement?" Trieu Huy thought back to the old man's arms and nodded. "Yeah, now that you mention it. His footwork was super glitchy." The spirit in the Blood Jade explained. "His poison blood is sealed, and the tendons in his limbs have been severed. The Tang family completely crippled his martial arts. The fact that he can still move like that shows insane willpower. To be a top-tier master and lose everything, that's a pain only a cultivator can understand." Trieu Huy spoke up loudly. "Did they cut all the tendons in your limbs?" The question made the old man jump. He wondered how this kid knew his secret. So what if they did? It turned out the one who told Trieu Huy was the sword god, Trieu Thien. He said he couldn't feel any martial energy from the guy anymore. That's the trademark of an exile. Having your life's work destroyed is agonizing. His resilience and self-control are honestly legendary. You should empathize with him. Trieu Thien's request made Trieu Huy feel awkward, who comforts the guy that just tried to kill them. But the sword god insisted. That mean attitude is just a mask. I want to see his true heart. Trieu Huy fell silent, looking deep in thought. He figured the sword god never asked for favors, and the old guy in black did look pathetic. Finally, Trieu Huy made a choice. He walked up close to the old man and asked, "You were expelled from the Tang clan, right?" The question hit the old man hard, leaving him no room to deny it. Trieu Huy continued, "Your pressure points are sealed with heat, and your veins are running with poison blood. The Tang family must be nuts to kick out someone who is so close to mastering the poison body." "How? How do you know all that?" The old-timer was completely shook. That was his top-secret intel. So how on earth did some random kid get the download? Of course, he had no clue the snitch was actually the divine sword, Zhao Tian himself. If he knew the truth, he'd probably have a heart attack right there. Xiao Hui didn't let up. Seriously, what kind of trouble did you get into to have them slash your tendons like that? And you're still defending them? I heard those guys change their security codes every 3 months. Talk about being extra, right? The old man kept his face stony, completely unbothered by the jab. He gave the kid the silent treatment. Xiao Hui leaned in closer, his voice dropping into that tone your mom uses when you messed up big time. The Tang family literally crippled you, dude. Why are you still writing for them? Why stay here in Sichuan living like this instead of just bouncing? That hit a nerve. The old guy started shaking and threw his hand up. Enough. Zip it. Xiao Hui grinned like a Cheshire cat. You already unblocked your energy flow, didn't you? The old guy was confused, but then he felt the vibe shift around him. Xiao Hui put his hands on his hips, looking pleased with himself. Come on, let's grab a drink. Alcohol? Zhao Hui nodded. The mountains were still covered in that early morning fog. They were chilling on a bridge connecting 2 peaks. Zhao Hui and the Tang family veteran were just hanging out. The kid pulled a bottle from his bag, used a secret technique to flash freeze it in seconds, and passed it over. The old man's eyes popped out. Ice arts? Save the surprise for later, Zhao Hui said. Take a sip first. The old guy drank like he'd been stranded in a desert. As the liquid hit his system, that icy sensation mixed with the premium brew made him lose his mind. He burst out laughing. The crisp aroma mixed with the chill was a flavor explosion, literally the best thing he'd ever tasted. He'd never had anything this high quality before. Seeing him hug the bottle like a teddy bear, Zhao Hui sighed. Hey, old-timer, you planning to hog that all to yourself? The old man snapped out of it and gave an awkward smile. Ah, my bad. Suddenly, his old injury flared up, making his hand twitch. Don't worry about the apology, Zhao Hui said. Let me take a look at that arm. I'm good, the old man insisted. The damage is pretty deep. Zhao Hui ignored him and tossed a small vial over. Slap some of this on. It's good stuff. This time, the old guy didn't argue. He caught it, said thanks, and then asked, You seem to know a lot about the Tang family, huh? Zhao Hui shook his head. Nope, not really. The old man side-eyed him. How does he know about the poison human, a top-tier secret, but claims he doesn't know the family? Zhao Hui read his mind. I don't know them, but I need a favor from them. I need the Heavenly Lotus Ice Crystal. That was the key ingredient for the legendary soul-destroying poison. The old man immediately shook his head. Yeah, that's going to be a hard no. Why's that? Zhao Hui asked. The old man explained, back in the day, the guy who recklessly challenged the poison wall got his tendons slashed and his poison blood sealed. That man was the ancestor of the current head of the family. Zhao Hui looked totally shook, his expression turning sour. He told himself, okay, if it's about protecting trade secrets, sealing the poison blood makes sense. But slashing the tendons, that's basically ruining a person's life. What's the point of living after that? Boiling with rage, Zhao Hui couldn't help himself. What a bunch of absolute psychos. The old man frowned, veins popping on his forehead like he was about to snap at Zhao Hui, but he held his tongue. Zhao Hui saw the anger and thought, seriously, they treat you like trash and you still get salty when I badmouth them. The old man took a breath to calm down and looked away. Look, just give up. You'd have better luck taking a trip to the North Sea. Zhao Hui didn't answer. He stared into space, and that greedy, capitalist glint returned to his eyes. His inner businessman was waking up. He handed the old man another bottle. Here, knock yourself out. The old guy's eyes lit up like high beams. He didn't hesitate. Much obliged. This was Tang Renshang, the ultimate poison human, a once-in-a-generation genius of the Tang family who had even dared to challenge the poison wall. And now, Zhao Hui was milking him for information. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or rather, in the office. You know how life gets super stressful when you hit 50? Honestly, this old guy's life was straight up tragic. His biggest nerf? He was limited by how much poison and ammo he could carry in a fight. The Tang family brainiacs agonized over this glitch for ages until they unlocked a sick, twisted update, turning the dude's own blood into a toxic weapon, becoming a living toxicity tank. Let me tell you, it's not exactly a walk in the park. Your body is basically cooking itself in a permanent high fever. Every single day, your insides feel like they're melting and rotting away. Surviving 10 years of that torture is practically impossible unless you're built like a tank physically and mentally. Then there's the price tag. The ingredients for these poisons are insanely rare. Since the Tang family has to foot the bill for this toxic cocktail every single day, they don't just hand it out to anyone. The selection process is brutal. That's why they cap the Poison Man program at just 2 people per generation. Tough break, right? Because Tang Renshang didn't make the cut, the spots went to his half-brothers, Even though Ren Shang was hyped up as the greatest prodigy in clan history, internal politics kicked him to the curb. But hey, the universe loves a plot twist. One day, Ren Shang took a squad down to the southern barbarian tombs. The mission? Secure the poison spider venom, a key ingredient for the clan's signature lethal brew. But what was waiting for them wasn't some garden-variety spider. It was the legendary human-faced spider. This thing had been leveling up for 1,000 years, gaining sentience and a soul. It's called that because, well, it literally has a human face. Creepy, right? It turned into a 3-day death match. Ren Shang went absolute beast mode. By the end of it, you couldn't tell the color of his outfit because it was completely soaked in crimson blood. As time ticked by, a strange energy started radiating from his body. Just as he was zoning into a trance and breaking through to a god-tier level, the clan assumed the worst. They thought the whole squad, including the injured Ren Shang, was toast. But in the end, the spider got wrecked. Staring death in the face, Ren Shang severed its neck. That's when the magic happened. The creature's 1,000-year-old core and venom poured directly onto him. The absorption process took 3 whole months. But you know how people are, jealousy is an ugly thing. When he finally dragged himself back to the Tang estate, he tried to explain what happened. He told them his power-up was an accident, but they completely ignored him. They branded him a monster blinded by greed, accusing him of slaughtering his own kin to hoard the loot. The verdict? Banishment. Even though he had become the ultimate poison master, the Tang family refused to acknowledge him. On Judgment Day, he was so banged up he couldn't even crawl. His brothers just stood there smirking. His half-brother, Tang Tian Shang, crafted the supreme poison dragon robe, a mocking symbol, and personally shattered Ren Shang's limbs. He watched with glee as the old man crawled out of the gate. Hearing this, Trieu Huy felt sick. That guy needs to pay, he growled, clearing his throat. They've lost their humanity. Are they even people anymore? He thought to himself. Sure, be jealous, but crippling a grandmaster instead of celebrating him. That's low. Watching. The old man downed his wine. Trieu Huy sort of understood. There are no words to fix that level of loss, reaching the peak only to lose everything. Finally, Trieu Huy asked, but seriously, why do you keep wearing that robe? Tang Ren Shang sighed. This robe is a badge of their lies and betrayal. But if I take it off, what's left of me? It's the only thing the Tang family ever gave me permission to have. He took another massive swig. You could see years of humiliation in that gulp. Trieu Huy stayed quiet. Sometimes a sympathetic look is all one guy can offer another. Finally, Trieu Huy stood up. Let's go. We're paying the Tang family a visit. Tang Ren Shang gripped his bottle, closed his eyes, and let out a dry laugh. It's pointless, kid. Trieu Huy frowned. Pointless? How? The old man shook his head. What do you expect from me? I'm in exile. I can't do a thing for you. Trieu Huy shot back. You're still willing to protect their honor, even after everything. I might not like it, but you are the true Tang family legend everyone talks about. You are the Tang family. Those words pierced right through Tang Ren Shang's heart. His life had been pitch black for so long, and now this kid was treating him like a human being. Acknowledging him, tears started welling up and rolling down his weathered, scarred face. He never thought he'd hear those words. He buried his face in his hands, body shaking, and choked out. Are you trying to make this old man look even more pathetic? Trieu Huy stepped closer, his voice steely. Humph. We need to teach them a lesson. Let them see that, no matter how much they cast you out, they can never break a warrior's soul. Time flew, and before long, they were standing in front of the Tang estate. The architecture was actually pretty slick. There was a squad guarding the main gate and scouts patrolling the smaller towers constantly. From a distance, Trieu Huy and the old man scoped it out. Tang Ren Shang was used to it, but it was Trieu Huy's first time, and he was kinda impressed. Wow, majestic, he muttered. But before he could finish, he sat down, his expression shifting into something intense. Seeing this, Tang Ren Shang asked, Wait, are you planning to take on the whole Tang clan by yourself? Trieu Huy smirked. This method is tried and true. Just watch. Suddenly, a golden aura exploded around him. The air for yards around started vibrating. Tang Ren Shang was terrified. Was this the legendary Tang flower technique? How could a kid be this strong? In a flash, Trieu Huy opened his eyes, looking wildly confident. Quick question, destroying which building would piss off the clan leader the most? Tang Ren Shang blinked, totally confused by the kid's plan. What are you talking about? Trieu Huy clarified, I mean, out of all those fancy buildings, which one holds? The hidden weapons or the stockpile? You know, the heart of the operation. The old man thought for a second and mumbled, well, that would be the Poison Dragon Manor. Poison Dragon Manor. That was a new one for Trieu Huy. That's where they manufacture all the toxins and gear for the clan, the old man explained. Cao Hui's eyes went wide. Using his enhanced vision, the layout of the Tang estate sharpened into focus. He pinpointed a specific building among the cluster and asked, "You mean that one over there with the poison dragon statues?" Trieu Hui's words hit different straight to the heart. The old man had been living in shadow mode forever, but now he had a drinking buddy who actually respected him. It made him feel like a main character again. Tears started streaming down his weathered face. He covered his eyes, shaking, and choked out. "You're trying to make this old wreck look even more pathetic, kid." Trieu Huy stepped up, voice sharp as a blade. "Nah, we gotta show him. Even if they kick you out, they can't ever delete a warrior's soul or his pride. Let's remind them who they're messing with." A few moments later, they pulled up to the Tang estate. Place was looking like a 5-star resort, honestly. Guards were posted at the main gate, and scouts were patrolling the towers like NPCs on high alert. From a distance, Trieu Huy and the old man scoped out the massive setup. To the old man, it was just home. But for Trieu Huy, total first-time vibes. He was like, whoa, epic. But before he could finish fanboying, he sat down with a weird look on his face. The old man blinked. "Wait, you aren't planning to solo the entire server, are you?" Trieu Huy smirked. "Trust me, this strat is meta. It's already battle-tested. Just sit back and watch the show." Suddenly, Trieu Huy went Super Saiyan golden aura everywhere. The ground started rumbling like an earthquake. The old man was shook. Tang Blossom Arts? At his age? How? In a flash, Trieu Huy opened his eyes, looking confident. "Quick question. Which building would make the clan leader rage quit the hardest if I blew it up?" The old man stared blankly, not computing. "Say what now?" Trieu Huy clarified, "I'm talking high-value targets. Which one of those fancy pagodas is the stash for hidden weapons or the family's core tech?" The old man mulled it over and mumbled, "Probably the Poison Dragon Manor. Never heard of it, but okay. That's the R&D lab," the old man explained, "where they cook up every poison and weapon the Tang family uses." Trieu Hui's eyes went wide. Using his enhanced vision, he zoomed in like a sniper scope, everything coming into focus. He spotted a building. "You mean the one with the literal toxic dragon statues?" The old man nodded, totally clueless about the chaos about to unfold. Trieu Huy cracked a creepy grin, his eyes flashing with battle lust. His power level started spiking uncontrollably. The energy pressure was so heavy it cracked the pavement and sent rocks flying. Witnessing this, the old man felt fear deep in his gut. What the hell? How does a human have infinite mana like this? Meanwhile, Trieu Huy casually drew his sword. The kid was in the zone, completely ignoring the world. The old man was sweating bullets, thinking, is this that legendary martial soul everyone hypes up? Trieu Huy pointed his blade forward, wrapping it in a blue aura that looked like the deep ocean. He was channeling the shape of Dao telekinetic sword style. Trieu Huy smacked the hilt, and boom, it sounded like a cannon going off. The sword launched toward the Tang estate, moving too fast for anyone to clock it. Up on a guard tower, 2 minions froze as a strange blade came screaming in. Where'd that come from? It's a flying sword. The blade spun into a tornado and bam, destiny arrived. One hit and the Poison Dragon Manor was deleted, gone, reduced to atoms. Watching the fireworks, the old man's jaw dropped. I couldn't even dream of this level. Is this kid on par with the great poison masters? Back inside the estate, that single strike had sliced the manor into clean chunks. Debris rained down, triggering massive explosions. The Tang family members were running around like headless chickens, screaming in total confusion. Standing on the hill, the old man felt a dark satisfaction blooming in his chest. So this is what revenge tastes like, he thought. A petty grin crept onto his face. The sword flew back at Mach speed, ripping through the air until Trieu Huy caught it with a snap. All right, Poison Dragon Manor is toast, he said. What's the next critical target? Thank you for watching this far. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. The old man just stared at Trieu Huy, sweat dripping. I can't believe this is a human doing this. This is Grandmaster level stuff, and is he even trying yet? Finally, he spoke up. Next is the Vinbi archives. That's where they keep all the family history and secret techniques. Trieu Huy activated his long-range vision again. Locking onto the target, he grinned. Gotcha. I see it. Suddenly, Trieu Huy hesitated. Hold up. The first hit was his sucker punch, so they didn't have time to analyze the sword's signature. But a second shot, that's risky. The Tangs are one of the 5 great families. They'll have their defenses up now, and they'll definitely recognize the Nam Cung family energy signature in my blade. That's drama I don't need. Plus, spamming these heaven sword techniques burns way different mana than just mental energy. He sighed. This is tricky. Attacking first, negotiating later was the speedrun strats. It worked like a charm back in Jiangxi. If they didn't cough up the heaven ice, I just threatened to level more buildings. But this isn't like the Black Heaven Lotus era. If I fight the 5 great families while exposing Nam Cung martial arts here in Sichuan, things get messy. He sheathed his sword and groaned. Ugh. The old man asked, "What's wrong?" Trieu Huy waved it off. Nothing. Hey, recommend a decent hotel around. Here. A hotel? The old man repeated. Yeah, Trieu Huy lied effortlessly. I need a nap to recharge my brain cells. Meanwhile, over at the Martial Arts Alliance HQ, the chief strategist, Zhuji Kanhai, was reading a report with a totally baffled expression on his face. That absolute maniac. The older official fumed silently. He sent Q Yun to stop that brat, and now the guy has practically joined his fan club. Not only that, he ghosted his duties as the inner court head and never came back to Jiangxi. Zhuge Sanhui's face went dark with rage. And he wants us to wire all the family funds to Jiangxi? Is he trying to bankrupt us on a single startup? But then he paused. The Zhao family Grand Merchant Group's performance in Jiangxi was actually kind of insane. That trade guild had already taken over half of Poyang Lake, which is Black Heaven Lotus turf. And who are the Black Heaven Lotus guys? They're basically money-hungry demons. People like that don't just share their profits out of the kindness of their hearts. That means they're giving special treatment to the boss of the Zhao group. Whether it's skill or negotiation, there has to be some heavy leverage to move the leaders of the Black Heaven Lotus. And don't forget the Namgung family. It's obvious the Zhao group is being backed by them. If this report is legit, it means the Namgung family leaped over Anhui and grabbed half of Jiangxi with just their raw power. He crunched the report in his fist. At this rate, Namgung isn't just a noble family anymore, they're turning into a mega corporation or a sect. This is way above my pay grade. Zhuge Sanhui turned to a strategist. Any update on the Hidden Wind Spirit Lord? Nothing yet, sir. Zhuge Sanhui sighed, looking miserable. Why is everything going to hell? He slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. I'm going to see the Alliance leader. Meanwhile, back at the Tang estate, right next to the building that just got leveled, disciples were swarming the place. Elder Tang Tianshang turned to the family head, Tang Wu-hu. Was it explosives? Tang Wu-hu kept his cool. Explosives leave a mess behind. We didn't find any traces. Tang Tianshang frowned. So it wasn't a bomb? He stroked his beard, deep in thought. If it wasn't gunpowder but still caused this much destruction in a single hit, it had to be pure energy force. And that kind of power suggests the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Than rushed in, totally confused. How did nobody spot the enemy? Even a ghost with maxed out stealth stats shouldn't be able to breeze through security like that. We haven't had a mole since my grandpa's era. The old man asked, "What's the damage bill?" Tang Wu-hu waved his hand, keeping it chill. It's peanuts. The serious toxins are locked down tight in steel tanks. They only smashed a few backup jars we use for the red sugar tiers. We just gotta rebuild the Poison Dragon Pavilion. That's all. Tang Tianshang started barking orders immediately. Round up every single poison master in the family. Right now, Tang Wu-hu shut that down fast. If there's a mole, we gotta move in silence. I'll handle this solo. Tang Tianshang snapped back. You dare clap back at your own father's orders? Tang Tianshang. What a piece of work. Back in the day, his guy was so heartless he made his own little brother wear the deadly poison robe and crawl in the dirt in front of the family elite just to flex. Even after becoming the boss, he didn't change. Petty, narrow-minded, always picking on the staff. Plus, he ignored the elders' board completely. Too busy embezzling family cash to spoil his mistresses and acting like the treasury was his personal piggy bank. The elders finally got sick of it and kicked him to the curb. He holds the record for the shortest reign in Tang family history. To save face, the family gave him a fancy Supreme Leader title, but he still walks around like he's the King of England. Tang Wu-hu sighed, trying to keep it professional. You can't just accuse the whole squad publicly without proof. That kills morale. You start pointing fingers like that, and loyalty goes out the window. Tang Tianshang, arrogant as ever, lost it. You moron. Someone just walked into our house in broad daylight, broke our defenses, and attacked clan. If we let this slide without handling it, it's going to keep happening. You think the elders are going to let you keep your job if our rep tanks, and the family looks weak? How are you even fit to be the leader? Tang Wu-hu was fuming inside. He was done being pushed around, done with his dad. Meddling in his authority, Wu-hu pulled an object from his coat and laid down the law. Nope, not happening. I'm vetoing the order to summon the Poison Masters with the 5 Poisons token. Turns out, as the boss, Wu-hu held the 5 Poisons token, the ultimate trump card. Tang Tianshang, stubborn as a mule, screamed, "You arrogant brat. You're using the token against your own father?" The disciples started whispering. Whoa, the 5 Poisons token? Denying that is like wearing the clan robes, but saying you're not part of the family. Seeing the old man wouldn't quit, Tang Wu didn't flinch. Arrest the supreme leader. The disciples were like, you got it, boss. Tang Tianchang turned pale. You ungrateful little. You wouldn't dare. But the guards grabbed his arms. Sorry, sir, just following orders. Suddenly, another disciple ran up, looking nervous. Boss? Big news. Wu asked, what is it? The guy stammered. It's, well. Wu snapped, spit it out, man. The disciple gulped. The poison ancestor. I mean, Tang Renshang is at the gate. Tang Tianchang's face turned purple with rage. Poison ancestor. You calling that exile by a hero's title? You want to die. You think our rules are a joke? The messenger panicked. My bad. Please don't kill me. Tang Tianchang charged up energy in his hand. I'll teach you some respect right now. Tang Wu stepped in, looking annoyed. Why isn't he in cuffs yet? Grab him. The guards immediately responded, yes, sir. They locked Tang Tianchang's arms tight. The old man went ballistic, screaming, get your hands off me. I'm the supreme leader. You should be chasing that traitor at the gate, not manhandling me. Let go. Tang Wu ignored the tantrum. I'm going to meet Uncle. Tang Tianchang gasped. Say what? You're letting that exile onto our turf? Are you insane? That's against protocol. Tang Wu ordered the messenger. Bring my uncle inside. Now. The guy nodded and ran off. Moments later, Tang Renshang walked in with Tang Hui. Renshang was looking around like, man, haven't seen this place in ages, getting all nostalgic. It had been a hot minute since the old man stepped foot on this turf, memories hitting him like a freight train. He looked at the poison ivy slicing through the hillside, practically smelling the toxic fumes rising from the ground. From the moss creeping up the walls to the wild little flowers blooming in the shadows, everything was exactly how he left it. Even though a whole decade had flown by, the family estate hadn't aged a day. It was the kind of place that haunted his dreams. Tang Renshang and Zhao Hui strolled up to where Tang Wu was standing, right next to the captive Tang Tianshang. Even in cuffs, Tang Tianshang couldn't keep his mouth shut, stuttering out, Uncle, look at you. Who do you think you are, showing your face here like you own the place? Tang Renshang kept his cool and dropped a truth bomb. You're wearing the shirt I literally stitched for you, bro. How are you going to rock the symbol of our brotherhood while acting like a total stranger? That shut Tang Tianshang up real quick. Renshang continued, I'm not here today representing the Tang family bloodline, though. Then why are you here? Tianshang snapped. That's when Zhao Hui stepped up, smooth as silk, and bowed. Sup, I'm Zhao Hui from the Zhao Merchant Guild. Absolute honor to meet you legends in the flesh. Tang Wu and Tang Tianshang were both shook. The Zhao Merchant Guild? Seriously? Tang Wu decided to give Zhao Hui the silent treatment. He turned straight to Tang Renshang and said, Uncle, you basically ghosted us. Do you have any idea how long the disciples from the Poison Spirit Hall have been searching for you? Tang Tianshang, feeling ignored and salty, barked, Excuse me. The guy was grinding his teeth, eyes popping out with jealousy. He realized even the elites of the family still fanboyed over Renshang no matter how hard he tried to replace him. Desperate, he yelled, Let me go. Your job is to arrest the exile and the troublemaker, not me. Thank you for watching this far. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Hui just smirked, totally unbothered. I might not be family, but I got an invite. Tianshang was furious, eyes wide, screaming that the Tang estate wasn't a playground for salesmen and told him to get lost. Zhao Hui fired back with a savage grin. Funny, I don't see head of the house on your name tag. Then Zhao Hui turned his attention to Tang Wu, extending a hand for a handshake like a true businessman. I'm looking to buy some raw iron ore from the Tang family reserve. Tang Wu paused. We're talking about Sichuan iron ore, rich, high-quality stuff that makes the best weapons. Technically, the government owns it, but since the terrain in Sichuan is a nightmare and far from the capital, they let the Tang family manage it. Tang Wu waved the hand away, shutting it down immediately. No deal. We don't sell ore to random merchants. That's been the rule forever. We only supply the general's estate and the royal family. So, take a hike. Zhao Hui didn't flinch. That's weird, he said casually. He pulled a little red notebook out of his jacket and started reading the receipts loud and clear. Last year, around the holidays, you guys shipped 2,000 swords and 70,000 pounds of iron to the Martial Arts Alliance. He flipped a page. And where did those 9,000 pounds of iron beads sent to Shaolin come from? Oh, and look at this, a deal with the Red Tiger Caravan too. 26,007 pounds of iron shipped to Dujiangyan. He snapped the book shut, leaving Tang Wu completely stunned. The Tang leader was sweating those deals with the Red Tiger Caravan were top secret. The fact that this guy knew the exact numbers was terrifying. But Tang Wu kept a poker face and lied. Never happened.